Thank you very much indeed. We are all back here at the Orr Leisure Centre. The doors opened at 10 o'clock, which facilitated the staff coming in here. They haven't started yet, but they're all in situ, ready to go. And we are 2 counts in. We're just going to give you a recap of what happened yesterday, and we had a fantastic day yesterday. And thank you so much to all of you who listened to us and interacted with us. It was a long old sit, but fun nonetheless, because just for those who may not be aware, we got the results of a first tally at around about 4, I think, and they were very accurate. That's effectively a unofficial first count, and as we were hearing on the show yesterday, all the parties are working together. It's all fed into one central system, and it proved to be very, very close, single digits in some cases. And as it played out, that's how the first count officially read. So we knew from the get-go exactly how things might be. But just to recap as to the results, the official results of count 1, before we talk about where we're at and where we're going. Nicky Bradley of Fine Gael, 3,658 first preference votes. Vincent J. Bradley, non-party, he received 111 first preferences. Nuala Carr of the Green Party, 880. Sinn Féin's Pearse Doherty, of course, was the big story, not just locally but nationally as well, because he managed to accumulate 18,898 first preference votes, which left him with over 6,000 of a surplus, not matched often around the country, I'd imagine. Carol Gallagher, People Before Profit, Solidarity, 606 votes. And the big story nationally, I suppose, is how they are doing really well. Pat the Cope Gallagher, his return to the Dáil is certain. He received 10,024 first preference votes. Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin, 3,321 first preference votes. Sinn Féin supporters very disciplined in how they voted, and perhaps for him to have been in the shake-up, and he's certainly not completely out of it. We'll talk about that. It's a really long shot, though. He would have needed to have lifted more first preferences sort of in his homeland, if that makes sense. Claudia Kennedy of Fianna Fáil managed just 273 votes. Pádraig McLaughlin of Sinn Féin, he was ultimately elected in the early hours of this morning. His first preference was 9,799. Charlie McConalogue's first preference, 8,019, and he's involved potentially in the story of the day here. Niall McConnell, 1,565 was his showing. The Irish Freedom Party's Eamon McGee pulled in 1,565 votes, a significant increase on his performance in the council election. That's Niall McConnell, 1,565. Eamon McGee of the Irish Freedom Party, 383, which is actually just a marginal increase. Arthur McGuinness, non-party, 34 votes. Jerry McKeever, 342 votes. Kim McMenamin, 531. John McNulty of Fine Gael, 3,247. Much conversation yesterday about the strategy that Fine Gael employed, and there was a sense, I think, almost a unanimous feeling that there was a seat there to be had, but they may have got it wrong strategically, with no disrespect to either candidate. Frank O'Donnell, independent, 313 votes. Thomas Pringle, 5,289. Mary T. Sweeney of Aintu, 2,469, not able really to build on the percentage increase of first preferences that she received in 2020. And Charles Ward, 100% redress, 6,862. So once the dust settled on that and Pearse Doherty's surplus was distributed, it meant his party colleague Pádraig McLaughlin was elected on 13,095 votes, exceeding the quota. In terms of transfers from Pearse Doherty, Thomas Pringle, 375 to bring him up to 5,664. Charles Ward, 100% redress. He received 374 to get him to 7,236. Charlie McConalogue received 108 votes. It's kind of interesting that someone might vote Pearse Doherty 1, Charlie McConalogue 2, but 108 of you out there did. Pat the Cope Gallagher, there's a geographical alliance there, of course, or commonality. 480 votes he received to bring him to 10,504. So, as it stands, Pearse Doherty is elected. His party colleague, Pádraig McLaughlin, he is elected also. Pat the Cope Gallagher is a shoo-in. And that really is where the certainty begins and ends, because there's still an awful lot of, to play for, at the very least in terms of who gets the 4th and 5th seats and in what order. But there are 3 people in contention for 2 seats. Part of the team yesterday, of course, was Donald Kavanagh, and Donald Kavanagh is with me right now. Donald, thanks very much for being at work.
Indeed. Well, it is my job.
We're going to say we're both just at work. We're not guests, are we, in the same way as our panels a little later on might be. Just to keep our listeners up to date as to where we're at, it does seem to be that Thomas Pringle's camp's very confident that they're going to retain their seat. But then there's a little bit of a divergence, I suppose, in the train of thought, because Thomas Pringle's crew, and they're going to re-examine the situation today, Thomas Pringle's crew are of the view that Charles Ward, very transfer friendly, will actually gather up enough votes to leapfrog into 4th, and that they will take the 5th seat. You spoke to Niall Blaney. He's of a very different opinion, but it still is 3 for 2. The order and who they are, that's what we're here to determine today.
And the interesting thing is that Niall Blaney also shares the view of the Pringle camp that ultimately Charles Ward will be elected.
But at Pringle's expense.
Now, what the Fianna Fáil team that Niall Blaney is part of believe is that Charlie McConalogue will manage to stay ahead of both Ward and Pringle all the way through the process. At the moment, Charlie, after the second count, Charlie McConalogue is at the moment on 8,127, Charles Ward on 7,236, and then Thomas Pringle on 5,664. Now, Pringle's team believe that once we see transfers from people like John McNulty, who is 12 kilometres or so away from Thomas Pringle on the Carrick-Duncanellis, on the Carrick sort of side, and then you've got Noel Jordan, who's in Mount Charles, about 10 kilometres on the other side of Killybegs, that he'll get a good geographical transfer from both of those, and that will see Thomas Pringle through. The Fianna Fáil team believe that and then the idea that Pringle's team is based on is they see Charles Ward being elected, and then they will leapfrog Charlie McConalogue on that geographical transfer, whereas the Fianna Fáil team believe that McConalogue will manage to stay ahead of both Ward and Pringle, and it'll be Pringle and Ward then in contention for the final seat, and the Fianna Fáil team see Ward shading that. The Pringle team believe if they were in a final battle that they would shade it because of the geographical nature of transfers to come. Which one is right remains to be
Charles
seen.
Ward is pulling from all over the
place. He is, and it's interesting that both sides are giving Ward a seat.
Yeah, indeed, and speaking to some of his crew on the way out yesterday, they're still, I wouldn't say even quietly confident. I think they're waiting to see. The gap between Charles Ward now of 100% redress and Charlie McConalogue, who would be sitting effectively in 3rd place, I believe, is just 891. A lot of the conversation yesterday was how he would bridge that gap, but he's bridging it. He's already bridging it, and the big question is where does Charlie McConalogue now get other votes? We've seen in past elections, Pat the Cope Gallagher polling, really quite good in first preferences, and then he struggled to get transfers. The working theory for many, perhaps not Fianna Fáil, is that Charlie McConalogue may be in that similar position. Yeah,
and it could be a reverse of what happened the last time, where Pat the Cope Gallagher just fell short and lost his seat. This time it could be that position reversed, Charlie McConalogue falling short slightly and losing his seat, and that's certainly still a possibility. But none of the 3 are ruling themselves in or out at the moment. I know certainly Thomas Pringle's camp is confident that Thomas Pringle will take a seat. Niall Blaney confident, but the Fianna Fáil team, anecdotally we're being told they are worried. There is concern in that camp, and they're looking at the figures very closely. Now, once we see the seconds and the 3rd, 4th and 5th count, we will see, I suspect, those teams are going to be very carefully tallying the number 2s, and we'll probably get a closer idea from the tally teams over the course of the next 2-3 hours as to where they believe things are going. But
and what's really fascinating about the system that we have, depending on eliminations and what have you, a lot of people that voted 3, 4, 5, 6 even on Friday, their votes now in this mix become number 1.
They could very well come into play.
As equally as important as first preferences, and that's just the way this system works. When we were speaking to, and it'd be interesting if we see Niall Blaney, we might grab a word with him, because his assessment, if my memory serves me correctly, was before Pearse Doherty's surplus has been distributed.
It was, yes.
I'm sure he wasn't expecting a big lift for Charlie McConalogue from him, but I wonder, maybe would they have underestimated Charles Ward's lift?
Well, what Fianna Fáil had said was that what Niall Blaney had said is that they had managed to tally most of the 14,000 seconds that are to come. So he was saying that the Fianna Fáil, as they were sorting those papers ahead of the first count, that there was Fianna Fáil talliers out there, and they were looking at, now this wasn't part of the sort of what we'll call the official tally, which we spoke to Alan McMiniman about yesterday, but there were Fianna Fáil talliers keeping an eye, and they reckon, based on what they were seeing in the number twos, that McConalogue is keeping ahead. Now, Niall Blaney also said there was a couple of there was maybe 2,000-3,000 votes or so that they haven't tallied, so they're not quite sure where they are going. So there are in poterables out there at the moment, how many of those 3,000 votes are going to be dead votes that are untransferable, and how many will actually go across to either McConalogue, Ward or Pringle?
Just to run down through some of the others before we tease out how today's going to unfold somewhat. Niall McConnell, independent, 1,661. That's where he stands now after count 2. He would have had pretty much an exclusively online campaign in terms of the media. Focused greatly on that, visiting various towns and villages with his concerns, and he expressed them as he might. Not really necessarily building greatly with his message, it seems. Yeah,
but what we're hearing about Niall McConnell's transfers is that a lot of those are going to Charles Ward. That makes sense. If you look at the geographical situation, Niall McConnell is based in Castlefin, Charles Ward based in Drumkeen. They're both in the Lifford-Strawnor electoral area. They're both quite close to each other. So from that point of view, we believe that a large proportion of Niall McConnell's vote will go to Ward, and probably more so than certainly McConalogue. Pringle, Pringle and Niall McConnell are ideologically completely different. I mean, on opposite ends of the spectrum ideologically, but the way we've seen some transfers go, ideology sometimes doesn't seem to come into it.
Sure. Mary T. Sweeney, an aim to 2,530. The working theory here is that Charles Ward again will benefit greatly on her elimination,
and that's one of the bases that the Pringle team is basing their basic idea on, is that they believe that Mary T. Sweeney's votes will actually bring Charles Ward into fourth place.
What we've seen across the country is transfers working really quite well for both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. So on the table is 3,276 votes of John McNulty for Fine Gael and Nicky Bradley with 3,719. The question is, how much of a lift does Charlie McConalogue, if at all, get from those?
What we have been hearing is that Charlie McConalogue is getting a good lift from Nicky Bradley, that she will transfer to Charlie McConalogue reasonably well, and Fianna Fáil are quite happy with that. I haven't heard McNulty you'd expect will transfer to Pat Cope Gallagher, and McNulty, because of the geographical consideration, and also McNulty, you would imagine, would transfer to people like Noel Jordan, potentially Pringle, because they're fairly close together. Certainly Pringle would be hoping to get a bit of a boost from McNulty as well, and again McNulty's votes could be crucial in that it could be McNulty's votes that maybe help Pringle to leapfrog McConalogue, but again that's further down the line with a few counts to go yet.
I'm just going from memory here because I don't have the document open in front of me, but Nicky Bradley did quite well in the Milford electoral area, I seem to recall.
Oh, she did, yes.
And that was an area much of that area was given to Pat the Cope Gallagher, and he worked very hard in that area because he was of the view he would need that area to in addition to his heartland, I suppose. So that's what it surprises me a little, that Charlie McConalogue would be benefiting more from Nicky Bradley's votes, given where she got them and given where the constituency was split up for the two Fianna Fáilers. I'm surprised that actually Pat the Cope Gallagher wouldn't be benefiting more from. Yeah. We have to wait and see.
Well, that's remains to be seen.
But that's something I would certainly be keeping an eye on. So now we had count 1. Then we went through the meticulous process of going through Piers Doherty's votes, allocating those. That got Pádraig McLaughlin over the line. Very little then to distribute thereafter, right? So
he has a surplus of 324, and that's going to be distributed on the next count.
It is a process we still have to go through. So that we should get a next count, albeit not consequential, soon enough.
I would certainly hope we'll have the next count. I mean, they're starting to get they're starting to get the machines in operation here. It's taking a bit of time to get the whole system running. Once the system runs, it should run reasonably quickly. I mean, we were looking yesterday at looking through 19,500 or 18,500 votes from Pearse Doherty, which coincidentally, just to mention, just looking at some of the national headlines this morning, Pearse Doherty's vote is officially the highest in the country.
Highest?
It
Okay,
is.
yeah.
He just pipped Michael Healy-Rae.
All right, okay.
So it is now proportionately the highest vote in the country. Actually, 29% was Simon Harris's. But Pearse Doherty has numerically the largest vote in the country.
Nationally, counting, of course, is back underway. As of now, just over 40 TDs have been returned to the Dáil, but we are able to make a projection based on 5 counts across the country. Figures suggest 20 of the 174 seats are still very genuinely undecided. We're in that mix here locally. On the numbers, Fianna Fáil will have at least 45 seats. Fine Gael 37 and Sinn Féin 38, with all being in play for a few more. There'll be at least 7 for the Social Democrats and another 7 for Labour, 4 for Independent Ireland, 13 independents, 2 people before profit and 1 seat for Aintu. 20 odd seats across the country are too close to call, but we now have a broad sense of what the next election will look like. Here's a report to that effect.
Counting is back underway across the country, and as of now, just over 40 TDs have been returned to the 34th Dáil. But we are able to make projections based on first counts across the country, and our figures suggest that just 20 of the 174 seats are still very genuinely undecided. On the numbers, Fianna Fáil will have at least 45 seats, Fine Gael 37 and Sinn Féin 38.
Actually, he just ended up reading. I read his script. We'll come back to that in a second. Let's just get a bit of national reaction. I just want to hear from Sinn Féin leader Mary Lou MacDonald because she's been giving her reaction. And she says even without all the votes counted so far today, there's a clear sign that people want change. That's what she believes.
We have now confirmed that we have broken the political mould here in this state. Two-party politics is now gone. It's consigned to the dustbin of history. And that in itself is very significant. The question now arises for us, what do we do with that? And we are clear that we want to change people's lives, make things better.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing two very senior members of Sinn Féin up here, Pádraig McLaughlin, the Chief Whip, and of course Deputy Leader Pearse Doherty. Fine Gael leader Simon Harris says he believes his party will form a leading role in the next government. The outgoing Taoiseach says Fine Gael are on track to hold on to their vote.
My party is extremely competitive. We're on track to top the poll in at least 10 constituencies, to win seats in constituencies where we haven't had them for many years, like Waterford and Tipperary South, and to add second seats in a number of constituencies. And there's a long way to go, but I'm very happy and very hopeful with where I see Fine Gael.
Yeah, so he's speaking things up. Let's see what outgoing Finance Minister Jack Chambers says. He believes people have shown great support for Fianna Fáil in the general election.
I just want to thank the trust that the Irish people have given Fianna Fáil with, I think, a strengthened level of support, I think with a strengthened representation in Dáil Éireann when the final votes are counted. But for some of those marginal seats, it's still too early to call.
Yeah, indeed. Still too early to call. Right. Donald, obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on what's going on around the country. I still think some of the speculation on how many parties will win how many seats. I saw some of the Nationals saying, for instance, that Thomas Pringle's lost his seat. So there is local knowledge in different areas. And if you try and get a national overview, sometimes the national commentators can miss the local nuances.
That is quite possible. One of the interesting emerging stories actually today is we were speaking yesterday from quite an early point that the outgoing Health Minister Stephen Donnelly could be in serious trouble, and he is still struggling. But the interesting thing is what makes the difference for Stephen Donnelly may in fact be Simon Harris's surplus, because what they're distributing in Wicklow at the moment is Simon Harris's surplus, and that may be the make or break as far as Stephen Donnelly's future in Dáil Éireann is concerned.
Yeah, we'll see. We're joined also by Doreen Sheridan Kennedy. Good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Not at all. Morning, Greg.
Reflecting on, I suppose, yesterday here locally in the first instance, broadly speaking. I mean, we talked quite a lot about Fine Gael yesterday, of course, a party you're very close to your heart. But just broadly speaking, what's your assessment of yesterday?
Well, I suppose the writing was on the wall when we see the two first seats are Sinn Féin, and that's what the vote was. And we have to move with that, and where the next three will go will be the one we'll be looking at. And I suppose nationally, as you were talking to there. I think at 9 o'clock this morning it was 11 Fianna Fáil, 11 Fine Gael, and maybe 8 Sinn Féin. That's all that's come through. So I'd say in the next hour or two there'll be quite a few more results coming in. But like that, I think as a party will be in very near where Fianna Fáil will be. Perhaps they'll be slightly ahead of us in regard seats, but then we've a lot of ones there maybe taking depending on where things go today. We could be on a par with them, and either way, I do see us still in government now.
Yeah, and do you think that's what the people want? Do you think that's what your party want? Like, say, for instance, if and we just have to wait to see how the numbers go, but if Fianna Fáil have a 10-seat advantage on Fine Gael, for an example, do you think Fine Gael would go into government without a rotating Taoiseach?
Well, I think that's between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. There's a lot of negotiating to go on there and what would be working. But I dare say we'd be happy to be in government and to make sure that we had a few ministerial posts, with a few ministers' states, with a few senators. Perhaps this side of the county would be getting something that would help revive the party and do all that. But I don't see why we wouldn't. There's a lot of positions yet there to be filled, and it'll be a long day. I know you had a long night last night, but I just wanted to make sure that people realised I didn't set off the alarm last night, even though there was a few comments online, and I said definitely not.
Donald, if Fianna Fáil will go by these projections for what they are, if Fianna Fáil end up in 45 seats and Fine Gael 37, do you think Fine Gael would be content to go into government if maybe Fianna Fáil stretches, flexes their muscles and say, right, you can, but we're the lead party here, and you'll dance to our tune to some extent?
Part of me, I think there is an understanding between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil at the moment, and I don't think it's going to be as long and drawn out a process as it was the last time. I would agree with what John McAteer said yesterday. Ultimately, the mould in terms of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael that mould's been broken. We have a model, we have a programme for government, and I think what they will do is they'll take the programme for government as it stands, they'll tweak it. Yes, there might be a little bit of a shift in the ministerial rankings and so on. Fianna Fáil may get one more, Fine Gael may get one less. There may be one or two more senator nominations going to Fianna Fáil, more so than Fine Gael. But I think they will come down, because the alternative is that one of the two goes into a government with Sinn Féin. And at this point in time, I don't think either would at this point in time, particularly Fine Gael. But I mean, given the comments made by Micheál Martin, and he's been absolutely adamant in his belief that he will not go into government with Sinn Féin. So they haven't given themselves an alternative.
He said he wouldn't go into power with Fine Gael as well. But just in relation to that...
the one thing I would say, though, Greg, I do not believe that Simon Harris would be happy to go into a government arrangement with Fianna Fáil without the rotating Taoiseach agreement. I don't think so.
The initial question, indeed. Yeah. But just...
As you're telling us?
No, but what I was going to ask you was, I think just in your casual commentary there, just in the casual speaking, this is maybe what the problem is not intentionally, but it's just the way this is. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, completely interchangeable. And I'm just wondering if either want to break that to some extent, to break that sort of casual reference that they're together, and because you do have to think of the future, and eventually it might be damaging to one or other.
Oh, I think my own personal view. Sorry, Jordan, if I got across you there. My own personal view is at some point in the short to mid-term future, Sinn Féin will be in government. I mean, there is no doubt in my mind. We are getting, and Mary Lou McDonald is right in the sense that Sinn Féin are now part of the. I mean, we remember the 2020 election. The row was, should Mary Lou McDonald be part of a leaders' debate, and she wasn't, and that got a huge row going. I mean, as of now, there is absolutely no question. Yes, she is part of that leaders' debate. I mean, to my mind, I think the reality is I cannot see a situation, and I know we're talking about Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael as though it's a foregone conclusion. I cannot personally see either one of those two parties go into government with Sinn Féin at this point in time. Would a Fianna Fáil Sinn Féin coalition be more likely than a Fine Gael Sinn Féin coalition? I believe so. Will it happen? Quite possibly down the line, but not now.
I think really the problem is that for Fianna Fáil, it's they that are sort of saying they wouldn't go in with Sinn Féin, but I think Sinn Féin just couldn't see a pathway to sharing power with Fine Gael, Doreen.
No, and we certainly will not be sharing with Sinn Féin. I can put my hand on my heart and say that. But leaving aside our preference for whatever political party we have, you have to look at the Sinn Féin vote and what the Sinn Féin vote is going to be like nationally, and it's going to be strong and it's going to be good. So looking at the overall picture, is democracy right that they're not getting the representation? We have to be fair to look at it, so do they feel that even some of your people coming in on your online are saying to you, like, why aren't they more involved? Why is that the structure? I know what it is, and maybe that needs to be changed in some way, because they're not getting it.
Will that be part of the consideration from either Simon Harris or Micheál Martin? In terms of, look at here, there's a huge swathe of the population equal to our support now, as supporting Sinn Féin. Is it right to, block them an opportunity to form a government?
No, but I do think they will have to look at it, look at the figures, look at the statistics, and look at the issues that have been raised by Sinn Féin, and therefore try to work in the next 5 years in government, 4.5 years, on the issues that they are bringing to the table, because really everybody is representing of the people. Anyone who goes up to, now we've more TDs up there than we had the last time, no matter what party they're representing, independent, whatever, they represent the people on the ground. So the issues that are concerning us, whether it's Micah, whether it's the Bunnigy Bridge for us, whether it's, they all have to work together to get the best for their people and their constituents. I mean, I do believe that whoever is representative here, and it's not a Fine Gael representative, I do think we'll be represented in the Dáil. So we have to believe that. That's democracy. It's like the councillors that go to Lifford. They mightn't all be from my party, but I'm happy to ring them if there's an issue I think needs to be addressed for people. So we have to believe in that system, that they're there, they're voted in, and make them work for us, make them bring the issues to the top table. All
right, just stay with us if you don't mind. Obviously our focus is very much on the general election here today, but we do have some breaking news, and that is that a teenager has very sadly died following a road traffic collision in the north of the county. It happened early this morning in Ballinlough. The road, that's the R244, is closed and local diversions are in place. Laura Kelly has more details for us now.
A man in his late teens has died in a single vehicle collision near Buncrana, County Donegal. He was the driver and only occupant of the car that crashed on the R244 at Ballinlough just after 5 a.m. The road is currently closed for a technical examination. There will be arrangements made for a post-mortem examination. Gardaí are now appealing for witnesses to come forward, and anyone with any camera footage is being asked to get in touch with Buncrana Garda Station.
Okay, really sad news this Sunday morning. We'll be back with more here from the Count Centre in the Aura after a short break.
Love you. Don't miss our fantastic Black Friday offers with 20% off all home stock in-store and online at Home Focus at Hickey's.
Cartlana, Farigam Starula, Costner Rod Museum. Is few Gomorra di Starula. Mas féidir de agricht curla heirecht na héiren, beidir gemacht tú cáliche diontas all fun guiste muirsrecht aireachta. Tá iirtish eroscultinis heritage-council.ie/funding. Let takicht on reintíochta realtish artiúlagus aireachta.
Tony usually hates her morning commute, but something is different today. Tony has a grin brimming from ear to ear and an uncontrollable urge to tap her toes. You see, she just switched to 48 Mobile. So she now gets unlimited data for $12.99 a month and feels like the smuggest person on the bus. 48 Mobile. Good call. T's and C's apply. See 48.ie. $12.99 one-time activation fee. Unlimited data applies to ROI only. Subject to coverage.
Make Christmas for everyone at Dunnes Stores with festive savings and refreshing soft drink 18-can packs like Coca-Cola, Pepsi and 7-Up. Just €10 each. And choose from a selection of indulgent treats like Jacob's Biscuit Tins or Ferrero Collection. Also just €10 each. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. However you do your Christmas shop, make Christmas for everyone with Dunnes Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used on next grocery shop with €50 or more. Prices subject to deposit return scheme fees.
The world awaits you. Make that dream your next adventure. Cruise the Caribbean. Sail from Crete to Corsica. Soak in Santorini sunsets. Dine on the shores of the Indian Ocean. Stroll through cobbled streets for hidden gems, or bring the little ones to a magical wonderland. Trust the award-winning Atlantic Travel to guide your next adventure. Step through our doorway to the world. Atlantic Travel, Letterkenny.
Be the first to test drive the brand new Nissan Qashqai at iMotors. Low finance rates and up to €4,000 available on trade-in boosters. iMotors are offering any customer who orders before December 23rd the chance to win €10,000. Visit our showroom today.
iMotors, fearless generation.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
You're very welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre here, where counting of the third count is beginning to get underway in the not too distant future. A very small number of votes to be distributed, so we anticipate it shouldn't take too long, and it'll probably speed up as the morning progresses. Someone wishes to know, in fact, Bobo, hi Bobo, how many number 2s did Porrig get in total from Doherty? 3,296. So that brought him right over the quota. 13,095 was his total in the end there. Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin too, he benefited quite a bit, 1,084 votes. And some of those votes stayed local as well. Pat the Cope Gallagher benefited to the tune of 480 votes from the surplus of Pierce Doherty. So there you have it. Ask Doreen if she agrees with Nicky Bradley's comments on the show yesterday that Donegal people are too negative. I don't know if you heard the comments.
Yeah, thanks. I did look last night and follow what was on the Highland radio, and I thought they were a bit insensitive, some of them. But, I mean, you have to listen to your listeners as well. But I think she was given her own story, and that's what she was doing yesterday. And I don't think it was interpreted right by the general public. I think she just genuinely was saying, because that's what she had to do in life, that she had to take a very positive attitude. And she had to decide, despite what she's had to face, that she had to get on with it, and every day. And she is a very positive person, and she deals with things, whether it's cancer, whether it's getting her leg amputated, whether it's going for the Senate of the Dáil. So I think maybe we as a public were maybe a bit insensitive to her with some of the comments. And I know she'll speak for herself on that probably.
Yeah. I think really what the issue is that whilst I understand the tone of the message, or at least I believe I do, I think it's that the public feel that the comments were insensitive to them, not the reverse as you've pitched it.
Yeah, well, that's the way I saw it now, and I suppose really, isn't it very hard? I mean, John McAteer's been at this for quite a while. You know, the poor and the underprivileged that are out there, and there are loads of issues, and are we, as in any form of government, looking after them well enough? And I mean, I have to put my hand up here, you know, there were a lot of payments made recently, you know, and I heard Rosa Glacken refer to it last week. Payments were good, they were very helpful to families, to people who are in need, who may be unemployed, whatever the story is. But, you know, it's not the way to do things. Maybe we need to be looking at helping people on a regular basis, making sure that their money coming from government is better now every week, and not just thrown at them when it does come to elections. Every party does it. I mean, everybody does promise X, Y and Z, and because we promise X, Y and Z, that's what will form the plan for government, for the next government. That's, I think, what we have to look at.
Yeah, indeed. Stevie Toy says, I want to give you guys at Highland Radio a big thumbs up for your coverage of this election. It's been excellent from start to finish. Great video and audio. Well done, Joe Dex and the gang. I hope this type of coverage has gained more interest in politics in our country. I'm getting that impression, actually, to be honest with you. Tia Malloy says, is this not the problem? If Sinn Féin has polled strong, why are they being blocked? The people have voted strongly for them. To what avail, they ask. Fellame's back watching us in Malin-Head. And, some other people reacting to Nicky Bradley's comments yesterday. They just seemed to hit a nerve. Okay, so it's been an emotional roller coaster for an awful lot of people, and the twists and turns are not behind us by any stretch of the imagination. Charles Ward of 100% Redress, thanks so much for joining us. Good morning to you.
Good morning, and good morning to all the listeners. Yeah,
yesterday was and it still maintains today. It was a funny old day for you guys, because I think really some of your team had almost written your chances off. And I don't mean that in that they didn't have faith in you or whatever. It's just looking at the raw data and going, bloody hell, this hasn't worked, right? Yeah. But as the day wore on, and as we started looking at the numbers, Charles Ward's back in the running again, potentially.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I'm not going to take anything for granted, you know. You block out the noise and you just keep on going. That's the way I'm doing it. And a lot of people were disappointed with certain aspects of the vote yesterday. And look, I know that we've done the work on the ground, and it's up to the affected homeowners if they come out and support us, and we would definitely get a sympathetic vote too, and transfers are going to be vital now. And yeah, I'm optimistic. That's what I say. Optimistic.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, we have Team Pringle with one particular point of view as to your pathway potentially to a seat. Fianna Fáil also, they've done their analysis and looking at Charlie McConaughey's pathway to a seat, but both see it differently, but both have you taking a seat, which I think is really quite interesting.
Yeah, look, this for the defective concrete movement, we need this. We desperately need this, and you know, there's no such thing as a given. You know, we have this opportunity if it comes, and we, you know, it's hard to even put it into words, because basically all yesterday there was so much negativity around the early part of the day, and you block it out. You know, as Donald will tell you, I've been here before. I fought to the death at the last, and I'm here again. So twice in 6 months I've been at the edge, and hopefully this time I come.
Yeah, you did well in parts of the county. I think particularly in Stranorlar. I didn't really, I hadn't anticipated what you would get, but when I saw the figure I thought, wow, okay, that message has landed there. I don't know if that's, I know you were working with Frank McBurdy. I don't know if that's benefited you in that regard, certainly in that area.
Frank's benefited me, but you also have to look at the fact is my wife has been a teacher in the Tech in Stranorlar for 26 years, and I've worked in Brentwood and Convoy, and you know, I've been a community activist in Drumkeen for the last 10-15 years, so you know, I'm on the ground, but just no profile.
And if you, the poll for you in Inishon was poor, right?
Yeah.
And some of that is certainly going to be some key figures in the movement, and this is not in any way to try and get people to knock heads, because it is a movement, right? There is a party, but it's a movement, and people are entitled to their own thing. But you know, you had some leading people saying Charles Ward, great guy, give him a vote if you like, but you know, our view is that if you want an end-to-end scheme, you have to get Sinn Féin into government. That clearly has impacted your lift in Inishowen, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. Look, the 2,000 odd people that voted for me in Inishowen, I'm grateful. But yeah, it definitely did have an effect on it now, and it wasn't a positive effect. And you know, thank God for other parts coming through. And
are you disappointed in those endorsements, or given the complexity and I suppose personal nature of this crisis, you just take it as, you know, take it on the chin?
Look, it's democracy. You know, the good thing about democracy is you can have one question and you could ask 100 people and you'll get all different answers. And look, people go their own path, and this is the path we've chosen to take.
Okay, well, none of us know. You don't know, Pringle's team don't know, Charlie McConaughey's team don't know, Donald doesn't know, and Dorian doesn't know. So that's what we're here for, aren't we, for the next...
That's it. It's going to be exciting. You know, it's going to be exciting.
It's one word to describe it.
Yeah, and you know, just say to everybody out there, you know, stay positive and stay healthy, and you know, no matter what happens, you know, we're in it to win it, like, and at the end of the day, all we want to do is highlight what's going on in Donegal, and help everybody and get our homes sorted. That's the most important thing, and move on with our lives.
All right, listen, thank you very much for that, Charles Ward. I do appreciate it. We just nabbed him, I suppose, as he walked past. It's interesting just to get the early morning sense of where we're at. And it is, you know, people all have different political backgrounds and have difficult political hues and all that, but at the end of the day, it is democracy, and that's what we sign up for, and that's what we respect. Doreen, you first.
Yeah, his last comment there, like, you know, we're here to get this sorted and to get on with our lives. I mean, that sums it up, really. That's what his whole agenda is about, and he wants to get it sorted. And 2,000 votes out of Inishowen is a strong, and I think we as a party kind of definitely, you know, Inishowen used to be very good for us. We used to, in the time that Sean Maloney and Bernard McGuinness were running as candidates for us in the general election, I mean, we transferred something like over 3,000 votes back to Sean Maloney here in Letterkenny. So we've lost all that over the last 20 years, you know, so wherever it's gone. But we've paid the price of the problem of the Mica in the Fine Gael party. But I think Joe McHugh explained it quite well to you last night, the actual process that he was involved in as regards Fine Gael and how it went. But
yeah, indeed. And I say, I think Charles is pretty much spot on there with his attitude there. Donald,
yeah, and I would have spent quite a bit of time with Charles at the local election because I covered Lifford-Stranorlar, and we were there that day. And for a large part of the day, Charles was very much in the running for one of the last two seats there in Lifford-Stranorlar. He wasn't successful on that occasion, but as he said, I mean, one minute he was in, next minute he was out, then he was in, then he was out. So he's been over the roller coaster before, and I think yesterday he was taking that view.
Okay, Donald, listen, thank you very much for that. We'll have much more from here, of course, but we're going to take a break for the news at 11 o'clock.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
At 11, good morning, I'm Tina Gates. A teenager has died following a road traffic collision in County Donegal. It happened early this morning at Ballinlough. The road, the R244, is closed and local diversions are in place. Laura Kelly reports.
A man in his late teens has died in a single vehicle collision near Buncrana, County Donegal. He was the driver and only occupant of the car that crashed on the R244 at Ballinlough just after 5 a.m. The road is currently closed for a technical examination. There will be arrangements made for a post-mortem examination. Gardaí are now appealing for witnesses to come forward, and anyone with any camera footage is being asked to get in touch with Buncrana Garda Station.
We've now had first counts in almost every constituency across the country. More than 40 TDs have been elected to the 34th Dáil. Our political correspondent Sean Defoe reports.
As we enter the second full day of counting, there is still the prospect of a Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil majority on their own. There are about 20 seats across the country that are too tight to call. Excluding those, our projections have at least 45 Fianna Fáil seats and 37 for Fine Gael, with 38 for Sinn Féin. That would have the two government parties at 82 TDs, so they would need just a quarter of the seats in play to fall their way for a majority of 87. It looks as though Labour and the Soc Dems will have between 7 and 10 seats each, so there is clear arithmetic for a government. The two current large parties plus a third centre-left, or a handful of independents, or maybe even Independent Ireland, which could have 4 or 5 seats when all the counting is done.
The Labour Party could well prove to be kingmakers when it comes to the formation of the next government. It's on track to win between 8 and 10 seats, and Labour's Duncan Smith says they want to explore all options once the votes are in.
Our position is very clear. I know you might think it's even boring at this point to say it again, but we, after the election, want to talk to Social Democrats, if there's any Greens left, others on the left who want to have a chat, see if we can form a common platform. That's where we're at. That hasn't changed, despite overtures from the big two, which happened probably all throughout the campaign, particularly gathered pace.
Fine Gael leader Simon Harris says he believes his party will form a leading role in the next government.
My party is extremely competitive. We're on track to top the poll in at least 10 constituencies, to win seats in constituencies where we haven't had them for many years, like Waterford and Tipperary South, and to add second seats in a number of constituencies. And there's a long way to go, but I'm very happy and very hopeful.
Former Fine Gael Minister and MEP Francis Fitzgerald says whichever parties make up the next government will be looking for key things from their partners.
You'd be looking for courage, you'd be looking for a commitment to stay the course, to be able to deal with the hard calls, the tough decisions that you have to take in government.
The Greens Deputy Leader, Senator Roisin Garvey, claims Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael robbed her party's public transport idea in Clare.
Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael robbed everything we did. It's that simple. And look, traditionally smallest parties get the kicking, so we got a kicking. But I'm still really proud of what we achieved.
And Sinn Féin leader Mary Lou MacDonald says the people want change.
We have now confirmed that we have broken the political mould here in this state. Two-party politics is now gone. It's consigned to the dustbin of history, and that in itself is very significant. The question now arises for us, what do we do with that? And we are clear that we want to change people's lives, make things better.
Some other news in brief. An increase in taxi fares is set to come into effect today. The National Transport Authority launched the 8% rise to reflect rising costs for running a taxi. A campaign's underway for World AIDS Day to reduce stigma for women with HIV. And Georgia's president has labelled the government there illegitimate following protests about the Prime Minister stopping talks to join the EU. And that's your latest news update at 4 minutes past 11.
At Centra, we've got amazing Christmas simple savers from now until the big man arrives. Like Nestle Black Magic 348 gram and Dairy Box 322 grams, €6 each. Jacob's Elite Selected Tins, €10 each. And 19 Crimes Wine Selected Range, €8 each. Perfect for Christmas. Centra. Live every day. Enjoy alcohol sensibly.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
And you're very welcome back to our special programme. It's day 2 of the general election coverage here in Highland Radio. We are through 2 counts, and the small enough matter of distributing Port McLaughlin's surplus is going to get underway very shortly. Now we welcome back to the big leagues Brendan Byrne. Good morning, Brendan.
Good morning, Greg. I'm joining you from your brother.
Well, it's at least now people can hear
He's
you.
in the family.
What was I going to say? Come here. Your assessment of this election locally. I mean, obviously, I know you're strong supporter and affiliate of Pat the Cope Gallagher. He's got to be delighted with his campaign. You're going to be delighted with his campaign. He's back. There's no nervousness. There's no stagnation while he's overtaken by other candidates. He's home and hosed.
He is, and he mounted a formidable campaign. Many would say he's been campaigning for the last 4 years completely since he lost his seat by an hour margin. You could see all through the 23 days since the election was called, he was mounting an aggressive door-to-door canvass, which was something that was badly lacking in many other parties.
I put that to him yesterday. I said, was it kind of like an old school campaign?
It was. It was. And you could see in the number of volunteers he had in Gweedore, he had about 50, 60 canvassers, likewise in Dunlow and the Rosses and right into Creasla, and in the new area where he was allowed to canvass this time for the first time, Kilmacrenan and Termon, there was phenomenal support for him. And that has manifested itself in the vote that he's got. You don't get over 10,000 in Donegal with 20 candidates running, and it's a hotly contested election, even though it was lacklustre, I suppose, in many ways like nationwide, but not in Donegal. It was hotly contested. You don't get 10,000 without effort.
Yeah, in relation to Pearse Doherty, I mean, what a performance. Unbelievable.
Well, if you have a candidate like that, you don't need a party, you don't need a director of elections, you just let rip. Phenomenal. But then the profile is that he's a main opposition spokesman on finance. He's got national profile, and that garners itself into votes. And look, if they had to manage their vote, they could be standing here today with an extra TD, 3 out of 5 rather than 2 out of 5.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, Noel Jordan only maybe 2,000, not only, but 2,000 away in the south of the county. They would probably be looking at three candidates post-election.
Well, I suppose you have to acknowledge the fact that he had so little time. He was the last candidate to join the ticket, and with the little time that he had available, it was a phenomenal showing on his part.
Do you think Fianna Fáil got the strategy right in terms of adding Claudia Kennedy to the ticket? Because I presume they've peed off a very strong party member in Micheál Naughton in that process. And if you look at the return after the second count, 290 votes for Claudia Kennedy. Was there any sort of meat left on the table there with that strategy?
It was a nonsensical strategy. There was two strong candidates in the minister, Charlie McConnell-Logue and Pat the Cope Gallagher. The ticket didn't need to be added to
didn't
or
need
taken.
A third, no matter who it was.
Absolutely not. And the votes that are there, even withstanding the 297 that Claudia has got, there was no sensible strategy that would warrant you putting a third candidate in there. The votes weren't there, even from the local authority election where Fianna Fáil lost 2 council seats.
What was the motivation, and was it quotas?
It was, of course.
Yeah,
and every party needs to put the hands up honestly and say they are putting paper candidates up right across the country in order to satisfy the 40% quota. So therefore, The 40% quota is not working. It's tokenism.
But in relation to Claudia, in fairness to Claudia Kennedy, though, she impressed me really in our debates. I thought she did a prep. I thought she'd come with the information. I've seen her in a couple of other spaces as well. I think she really did very, very well. I just think the geography, the maths, and the votes just worked against her. Well, I thought she was a strong candidate. I personally speaking,
I've no doubt that she was a strong candidate, but you must be cognizant. If you're in a party, you have to work through the party system. You have to have a support within the party, a groundswell of support behind you if you're going to go for that party as a general election candidate. You can't be parachuted in without at least some degree of desire on the part of the grassroots members to have you as a candidate. And I think that's what was lacking. She was a terrific debater. She had researched her topics. I was listening to the debate in particular. But all of that in many ways, crudely, is redundant because the grassroots support wasn't there.
Yeah. Right, okay. In relation to the final three, the final two seats, we're getting different views. And just to recap, Fianna Fáil seem to be of the view that Thomas Pringle's in bother. Charles Ward maybe finish fourth, and they'll edge out Pringle in the fifth seat. That's right, Donald, isn't it? That was the assessment from Niall Blenny.
In fact, I think Niall Blenny was saying that he believed that McConalogue would stay ahead of both Pringle and Ward right through.
Okay.
So McConalogue would take the fourth seat, and Pringle and Ward would fight for the last.
But he believes
with Ward
would get it. Whereas Pringle's support team, who as I said before, they know how to follow a vote, right? Let's put it like that there. They're supremely confident that Pringle will get a seat, but they're of the view that Charles Ward will be elevated into fourth, and they'll edge out Charlie McConalogue. So both camps have different takes on it. I suppose unless we see how the preference is full, we can't really say. But what's your gut telling you?
Well, whatever about my gut, it's got indigestion because I was up to 3:45 last night. My political antennae are telling me a few things. One, you have to look at the pathways for the respective candidates, and I'll be as objective as you know I always am. So the first thing, if you look at Charles Ward, what's the known factor that we already know? And if we look at the first count surplus distribution from Pearse Doherty to both Charles Ward and Thomas Pringle, there was just 2 votes difference. That is a key indicator, albeit that there's only one count, that redress are extremely transfer friendly. So that's the first thing that we can say. It's no longer an assumption, it's a fact based on one count. Then you look at the pathways for the 2 other respective candidates. I'll deal with Thomas Pringle first. Thomas Pringle is positioned in the southwest. 5 miles west of him is John McNulty, sitting with a sizable proportion of votes, and 6 miles east of him is Noel Jordan, sizable amount of votes, more transfers coming to him from his party colleagues and from the general Republican gene pool, of which Thomas Pringle is from, and as well as was a member of Sinn Féin for 3 years. So we've parked that commentary for a minute. Then we go to Charlie McConalogue, who has a lead over Thomas Pringle. The lead isn't sufficient to be comfortable, so therefore you have to look at the pathway for Charlie McConalogue, and he has 2 reliable transfers, namely Nicky Bradley, sitting with 3,700 odd votes, and John McNulty, who I did do a brief tally of myself, and I think he'll be getting around 600 votes from John McNulty, which is very significant because it would have been more than I would anticipate it. So that's a positive towards Charlie McConalogue. I still haven't come to a decision. I know you're looking at me for a decision. So therefore, I'm viewing the last 2 seats as being hotly contested by 3 candidates, Ward, McConalogue and Pringle, on the basis of what's there before us and the candidates and the geographical factors. It's favouring Pringle because there's a larger chunk of votes within a 10-mile radius of him. That's a fact. I'm not doing anything other than looking at facts. Charles Ward, based on the fact of one count only, and it's very dangerous to determine a political fact in a single transferable multi-seat constituency on one count, but they are transfer friendly. And to do a similar analysis on Charles Ward, he, I believe, will get a sizable transfer from Mary T. Sweeney, who is there with a reasonable amount of votes. And I do believe if the transfer from Pierce Doherty is an indicator. He will be getting transfers pretty much from every elimination, of which we'll have 8 in quick succession. Smaller pockets of votes, but accumulatively they add up to a sizable vote when you put them over 8 elimination process. So I think this is going to be a very tight run, very close run. I can't call it other than my view is that the last seat will be a battle of the two Charlies.
In relation to that, and let's face it, it probably was written in the stars long before we just started discussing it. John McNulty transferring to Charlie McConalogue, what's the logic there? Because obviously, geographically, Pat the Cope is far closer to John McNulty. And I know John McNulty polled votes from different parts of the county, don't get me wrong, but why is John McNulty transferring so well to Charlie McConalogue?
A very easy and justifiable reason for that when you look through the tallies. There's a strong traditional Fine Gael vote in the East Valley area, right throughout central Finn Valley, which is very much farming orientated vote. He's about 500 papers in that general area. John McNulty also polled a small amount of votes, but nevertheless some votes in South Inishowen, and a remainder of the votes in Letterkenny to South Milford area. I'm assuming, and as an assumption, that predominantly is around the 600 votes that Charlie McConalogue is going to get, as I estimate, from John McNulty. That could be a significant key decider, because in the same bundles that I was doing a tabulation of, Thomas Pringle was getting around 900, 950. Pat the Cope was getting about 918. So therefore, the gap that Thomas would have anticipated should have been more, because John McNulty is 5 miles west of him. But this is very tentative. I wouldn't bank.
No. And just one final question, and I want to bring Doreen and Donal into this, but just one last question in that Nicky Bradley didn't do fantastic in Inishowen. Her votes were closer to where Pat the Cope had been allocated effectively. You're still of the view that it would be Charlie McConalogue that would benefit more from Nicky Bradley? Is there not a danger here that actually Pat the Cope Gallagher will suck up the votes that Charlie McConalogue need? In other words, it's a Fianna Fáil vote but not going in the minister's direction.
I would be very surprised. Now, I have no oversight at all of Nicky Bradley's votes, and that's one of the flaws in my analysis, but I would be very surprised if you look at the bulk of Nicky Bradley's votes that will transfer to the remaining Fianna Fáil candidates. I think Charlie McConalogue will get those votes at a ratio of 3-1 over Pat.
Yep. Donal.
I was just wondering, Brendan, are you effectively saying then that there's a large swathe of John McNulty's vote who aren't necessarily giving their number 2s to Charlie McConalogue? They're effectively giving their number 2s to a Minister for Agriculture that they trust?
Yeah, that would be common enough in the farming community. You know, if you're from a farming sector, and I'm from a farming background myself, you'll vote your party, and then if you have the good fortune of having an agricultural minister in the constituency, then you'll vote with your trade or your profession. It's not unusual. And there is a very strong, very traditional Fine Gael farming vote in the Finn Valley area, and I think that's what's coming into play here.
Yeah, and one thing I did hear yesterday, speaking to various people around that were tallying, is that there is a general consensus that Nicky Bradley will transfer well to Charlie McConalogue. I think you are right on that, and we're hearing that from various tally people.
Yeah. And as I said, I haven't seen her papers. It's an assumption.
Yeah, very interesting analysis. Now, I must say, Brendan, thank you. I just, I'm not surprised that there'll be a transfer like that coming from John McNulty or from Nicky Bradley, because we have been in government with Fianna Fáil, I said, for the last 5 years, so therefore that's the way that vote will be going, and a lot of Fine Gael votes came back to Fianna Fáil. I have to say that's the way I voted myself. I voted with the government party, so I'm not at all surprised that that's the way it's going. And sometimes I did think initially, because the actual tally was only for the first count, and that's what the team did that were here, that's sort of the joint group. So interesting to hear those figures now, very, very much so. And maybe if I could just acknowledge the great work done by John Campbell and the team that did the tallying yesterday, and you yourself did it for the local elections, Brandon, and it just helped things run along that bit smoother, and it was of benefit to everybody, because at that stage of the day we were all in this together, the votes were cast, and it's very important, and it worked well, and thanks to you the last time as well, Brandon. We had a European thing as well, which wasn't done anywhere else in the world.
We don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Brandon.
I was just going to say, this is going to be very close. the last seat is going to be very close because there's so many unknowns. I think the first 8 counts of elimination, there's in and around 6,000 votes that very few have any oversight of. And I think this is going to boil down to that Charlie lost a first preference vote in Inishowen. We're all accepting that. But there was quite a number of people in Inishowen that voted other parties, maybe 1 and 2. Did they say that's sufficient anger to Charlie? Did they give him a 3 or a 4? And if they did, he's going to retain his seat. And if they haven't, he's going to lose marginally.
But if they are, the issue here, though, I think in that scenario is if they are inclined to maybe want to support Fianna Fáil, they have another good candidate to do so. So they don't have to turn their back on the party in their entirety. If some of those messages that were being put out there in the final days of the campaign landed with some people, you can still give Fianna Fáil a vote, but you don't have to give it to Charlie McConnell Óg.
Well, that's a statement without factoring in geographical alliance or allegiance.
Yeah.
And whilst Pat the Cope, it seems, is getting very strong transfers in certain quarters, geography will trump him.
I just find it. I thought you put it really well, as you always do. That give him a number 3 because you've expressed your anger sufficiently enough. It just feels like, I don't know, but people vote in unusual ways.
Absolutely.
What's your view on what's going to happen nationally? The figures are out there, right, in terms of the makeup of the seats. A lot of it is just let's pull things out of the sky. If we can't figure out what's happening here yet, you can't tell me that someone knows what's going to happen nationally in terms of seat numbers. But we have a ballpark figure. Maybe Fianna Fáil might be 10 ahead of Fine Gael, Sinn Féin there or thereabouts, right? What do you think the appetite is amongst both parties to go back into government again? And is there any sort of part of either Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael do you think that might prefer not to?
Well, it's not a matter of appetite. We all went before the electorate, those that are members of party. It's now our moral duty to form a government. We're not going to be having elections every 2 to 3 months.
It's a moral duty that doesn't extend to Sinn Féin from a Fianna Fáil perspective.
But the facts are...
It's a la carte morals, that.
The facts are that we have... No, it's not a la carte at all. It's been loyal to the platform we put before the electorate. We had a confidence and supply arrangement with Fine Gael that led to a coalition government for the first time, and there's no way we're going to skip from a present existing coalition to a new coalition if the numbers are there to re-elect the present coalition. And the facts are that the majority of the electorate voted for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and that's a fact. And from that now, those parties, I would imagine, will have to reach out.
Sorry, but the majority.
Seats. Seats that count. It's seats that count, Greg.
Yes, not the votes, exactly.
Okay, no, but there is, I get where you're coming from, but there is still,
You don't go into Dáil Éireann and say, well, these are the votes that were on the day. You count the bums on the seats.
I know you do, of course, but it does mean that there's 60% of the population that's democratic wishes not being respected.
Oh, look, the democratic wishes are expressed by those that you elect to Dáil Éireann, so states the Constitution.
All right, go on.
There you are now, that's an answer and a half. I just back to the quota thing they talked about in reference to the women being added to the ticket, and like Claudia Kennedy, who I listened to as well, and I'm very impressed with her, and Nicky Bradley as well, coming in for Fine Gael, may have been the token that they tried to put as well. So how else are women going to get in there if we don't have that? And there's
can I say you do it the hard way?
Yeah,
you do
exactly.
it like a Mary T. Sweeney is doing it.
And Mary T. Sweeney,
plug away,
full of admiration.
You organise in your community.
Sorry, Greg, it's not as easy as that.
You don't jump past the council.
Women do not get it easy to get into politics.
No.
There is a lot of problems for us. There's a lot of issues. I saw it here in the local elections.
Yeah.
I saw when people went to contest and to have a recount. When it was a man that was looking for the recount, there was nobody going to the barriers. When Mary T. Sweeney asked for it, there was a whole fling. So that's what women are up against. It is, you have to be exceptionally good. And down the country we have exceptionally good women within Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Okay. And they got there on their own merit. They weren't put in there as tokenism.
Yeah.
But there is a bit of it.
Quotas don't work any full stop.
But there's also seat blockers. There's people that are just career politicians just going every day.
I think the real problem isn't so much at the top level, those that we've elected. I think the problem for all parties, indeed independents, is we're not bringing enough people from the outside, from society, into our party structures at grassroots level, and that's where, for the new coalition that will be re-elected now at some stage over the next 2 months, they need to build up their bases everywhere. There isn't enough activism at ground floor level.
Yeah, but when you're getting a turnout of less than 60%, there's also a lack of engagement. How do you connect with or invigor the young people to go out and vote?
Well, I expected, and I think it was 3 weeks ago, you and I said the turnout in Donegal is going to be 58%. It's 58.
I think it would have been you said that, not me.
And I could see it coming. I could see it coming because there wasn't enough intensity in the campaign. We needed a good row in the campaign. It just wasn't given something to people to buy into.
Yeah, and that's something probably within our party that we have to come back to Donegal and bring in our youth in a much better way. Have both sides of the older and the younger, restructure our executive and just bring on board. We all have to learn from this, and if we don't learn, we might as well just go home and forget about it. But it can be done. It will be done.
I was really disappointed, Donald. I don't know if you watched the leaders' debate or any of the clips afterwards. You talk about a good row. Any time there was an opportunity, I think, for one of the three leaders to score a blow on the others or to land a punch or what have you, they were talked down. They were talked out of it. It was actually sanitised.
That's the moderator's fault. It wasn't very well moderated, that debate. And that's a reflection on journalism. I'm sorry I'm throwing at you. It's a two-way system here.
You're using that term quite loosely there.
Yeah, and also, what I think of with the three-party leaders was at RTE. Our partnership worked, both Micheál Martin and Fianna Fáil, and our leader.
Micheál Martin was far more preferred to have a go at. Simon was taken aback, I think, a little bit.
No, I'm more talking about how they handled Mary Lou McDonald. That was my point.
Yes, but my point is that it's like it could have been moderated in a point whereby let Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have an argy-bargy on a particular issue. That's what would have got the campaign moving.
It needed something anyway. The campaign.
They were discouraged from engaging, and I was like,
okay. And do you think maybe that's a blockage too at local level? Whereas we have sitting TDs who are up there at your debates, and they've all the facts, they've the figures at the end, they've this money, they've this grant, and we got this as a party and whatever. And then you've young people coming in, like our two candidates coming into that and that kind of debate. It's very difficult to be in debating on the media when you are not.
Nikki chose not to.
Yes, and maybe for that reason, because she's not going to go in and listen to 4 sitting TDs or whatever. So maybe we should be looking at a women's perspective of coming together with the candidates. Maybe we should be looking at the newcomers. I think we need to move away from just having 4 people who are in there already, who know everything and can answer all the questions.
In our debates, everybody was treated equally.
Oh no, I didn't say they weren't.
In Donegal,
I didn't say they weren't.
Yes, but my point is, I'm not going to start grading candidates and experiences.
No, it's a simple fact. Just those that are
in reality, Donegal politics is a blood sport. And if you're going to put your name on the ballot paper, you're going to have to jump into the deep end of the pool. That's it.
It's no easy pathway.
No. And that's it. We treat politicians, look at it, I suppose it's a hard school of knocks, Donegal politics. And heaven, anyone that goes and is brave enough to put their name on the ballot paper, they have to just jump into the deep end and start swimming.
Yeah,
I think you've been very fair to them and fair to I'm not saying you weren't.
I'm not very sensitive. I don't mean it like that. I'm on about going forward.
Yeah.
If you start curating it, but listen, at the end of the day, the real issues are things like the council. Have the council meetings where they're finished in an hour or two. Accommodate people if they're mums or dads. Have them for a short period in the evening if people have to work. In the Dáil, make it in such a way that you don't constantly have to travel from Donegal and live for 4 days in Dublin, go back and see your children. The people that will make the change, that will start making it more accessible, are the turkeys that might have to vote for Christmas. And that really is where I see the problem. We had an opportunity through COVID, right? And I know you can go to a lot of these council meetings remotely now and what have you, but just to restructure the way we do politics, because there's a lot of dads as well.
It's very much so, but when you look at it's the national setup that's wrong. I mean, look how much criticism the likes of Helen McEntee got when she took a maternity leave. So they're moving very slow at national level, and the quicker they move, I think the quicker the councils and all will move as well. I think that's the issue there now. It needs to be led by them.
It's a very difficult environment to, never mind women, men. Politics in general is a very difficult environment since the advent of social media. You know, you put your name on a ballot paper, you're just putting a target on your back.
Well,
not
Holly
alone
Kearns,
you and your family.
Holly Kearns, that's the
Yeah,
lady just had the baby. She posted a picture of her and her baby on X, and if you see the comments that were under it, I wouldn't have thought people would be capable of it.
They're capable.
Absolutely. Why anyone would by choice put themselves through that, beggars belief to me. It was revolting.
But look did we not witness it in the last 48 hours of this campaign? There was some horrendous stuff put up on social media, directed at one or two candidates.
Well, there are some that believe that was may have saved Charlie's seat.
It certainly would have on a sympathy factor. There is a line of decency you don't cross, and there's still the overwhelming majority of Donegal is decent people.
Yeah, and that was a word kind of we used within our party yesterday. You know, this is about respect.
Yeah.
We're all in here together. Let's respect everybody's party. Let's respect what's going on here today.
That's the
Let's
principles of democracy.
Yeah, but even respecting each other within your own
but
party,
you see,
and that sometimes cannot be easy.
Again, and this is where things are very emotive, right? You have to also put yourself in the position of the electorate, the homeowners, who don't feel they're being respected. You know, which is a loop of a conversation we could never get out of. But passions run so high when they feel that they're purposely being frustrated, they're purposely being ignored, they're purposely being excluded, and they're purposely being hurt. And when that is the case, for right or wrong, emotions are going to run.
Yeah, but look we're all sympathetic and supportive of that. But there's a line in life, never mind political life, that you don't cross. We respect one another as fellow humans. We respect your whatever beliefs you have or non-beliefs you have, whatever your political perspective is. You do not cross the line and make it personal.
Interesting that...
I better go back to my main employer.
Interesting in that we now know that Jerry the Monk Hutch and Labour's Marie Sherlock, who's been a guest on our show a few times, they're going to be fighting out for the final seat in Dublin Central.
Wow.
Former Taoiseach Bertie Ahern, and we'll listen to him now, former Taoiseach Bertie Ahern says the possible election of Jerry Hutch is not because the area is deprived or neglected, it's because of his deep roots in the community.
Jerry Hutch has been kind to that community in lots of indirect ways. His family are well known.
Seo Alianas Torri an trio Cúntais in Nia Fuilia Voti Podrick McLaughlin Sheshin 300 fihis a cahar vota a ach galú. Bradley Nicky Finnegail Moja 3 Umlan Voti 3,700 fihis a dó. Bradley Vincent J. Non-Party Moja 0. Umlan Voti Céad sa Séideag. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentas Glas Moja Hain. Umlan Voti Ní Géad is a Cahar. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity Moja Cuig. Umlan Voti Sécéad Seachta Cahar. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja 3 Umlan Voti 10,500 is a Seachta. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja 200 is a 5. Umlan Voti 4,600 is a 5. Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil Moja Hain. Umlan Voti 200 Nócas a Hain. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja 10. Umlan Voti 8,137. McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja 6. Umlan Voti 1,667. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party, IFP, Moja Hain. Umlán Vóti, Kerricade. McGuinness, Arthur Desmond, non-party, 0. Umlán Vóti, Trécha sa Cúig. McGeever, Jerry, non-party, Moja Hain. Umlán Vóti, 3 Cúige Cúig. McMenamin, Kim, the Irish People, Moja Dó. Umlán Vóti, 5 Carrica Cahar. McNulty John, Fine Gael, Moja Hain. Umlán Vóti, 3,200 Seachta Seacht. O'Donnell Frank, non-party, Moja Dó. Umlán Vóti, 3 Trécha. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja Fiche sa Seacht. Umlán Vóti, 5,600 Nócha Hain. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, Moja Cahar. Umlán Vóti, 2,500 Trécha Cahar. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Moja Trécha Dó. Umlán Vóti, 7,200 Seaca Hocht. Níorháin éon iarthóir an quóta amach sa chuntas seo. Ceannas nach bhfuil fuiille vótaí le dalú amach, chuirfí mé na hír óthirí a bhfuil an méidir lua vótaí acu as an ára bhanis. Is iad sin Arthur Desmond McGuinness, 35 vóta, agus Vincent J. Bradley, 160 vóta. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the third count, which consisted of the distribution of Padraig McLaughlin's surplus of 324 votes. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, plus 3 votes. Total votes 3,722. Bradley Vincent J. non-party 0. Total votes 116. Carr Nuala Green Party Cohentas Glas plus 1. Total votes 904. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 5. Total votes 674. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 13. Total votes 10,517. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 215. Total votes 4,620. Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil plus 1. Total votes 291. McConaughey Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 10. Total votes 8,137. McConnell Niall non-party plus 6. Total votes 1,667. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party plus 1. Total votes 400. McGuinness Arthur Desmond non-party 0. Total votes 35. McKeever Jerry non-party plus 1. Total votes 355. McMenamin, Kim, the Irish people, +2. Total votes 544. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, +1. Total votes 3,277. O'Donnell, Frank, non-party, +2. Total votes 330. Pringle, Thomas, non-party, +27. Total votes 5,691. Sweeney, Mary T. Ainthu, +4. Total votes 2,534. Ward, Charles, 100% redress, +32. Total votes 7,268. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes. Arthur Desmond McGuinness, 35 votes. Vincent J. Bradley, 116 votes. Thank you.
All right, Geraldine O'Connor, thank you very much indeed. So there are a total of 35 and 16, 51, 151 votes to distribute this time around. That's not going to take long. We're going to take a very short break, and Paddy Rooney is back. He's joining our panel. Thanks again to Brendan Byrne, who's away. But stay with us. We'll be back in about 4 minutes, and we'll digest that and maybe see if we can extrapolate any implications from it.
Downings play Warrenpoint in the Ladies All-Ireland semi-final this Sunday afternoon. The Donegal and Ulster champions will be hoping to make home advantage count and edge their way into the All-Ireland final for the very first time. Highland Radio will have regular updates from Downings' journey in the Ladies All-Ireland series this Sunday from the 1 o'clock throw-in, in association with Downings Bay Hotel. Whether it's a family getaway, a romantic retreat, golf trip, or a girl's escape, Downings Bay Hotel is the perfect destination. See downingsbayhotel.com.
Is minic éin éfachtaí faiban na féchas fersanta haar chórsaí airgid a siobháin. Is it the ruddy nach mínling aige hórtstorgo a déach a bheith na gúslen ar me. Gwillan strosurt, tien cadrib in olcus. Déach se mohu go bhfuil an sélig titama sa chéile, ach tá cawar fáil. Fire Asher and Moher le service doch Vienach den Heeren, agreed Navsblach, a Haurian le Fiben a Fercus Barsanta Redog. Feg back and track Ponkai, le Takiak to Realtis Heeren.
I'm a Christmas fairy, and if there's one thing I know about, it's giving presents. So, how about an M&S shortbread biscuit tin that's shaped like a tree and projects a little Merry Christmas onto the table? Or the Happy Christmas chocolate box with festive-shaped chocolates, truffles and caramels. Or the Quattro chocolate panettone. That means 4 types of chocolate, by the way. Made with honey in the dough. Can't go wrong. These are not just gifts. These are M&S Christmas gifts. Selected stores.
You're forced to flee in the dead of night, running with your children, exhausted, hurt, terrified. This is the reality for millions of people fleeing conflict in Sudan. Families who need your support this Christmas. Please visit concern.net now to provide vital support to families who have lost everything.
Have you got your tickets for the Highland Radio Christmas concert? Get ready for a night of great music on Monday, December the 9th in the Mount Errigal Hotel, Letterkenny. You can enjoy an incredible lineup with Mike Denver and his band, John McNichol, Jim Devine, Donna Taggart, Owen Mack and me, David James. Get your tickets now at the outlet at highlandradio.com, Alexander's Bala Buffet, the Coke Dunlow, the Mount Errigal Hotel, Simpsons Bar Carndonagh, or give us a call on 074 91 25000. Don't miss this Christmas cracker.
Christmas is in the air, and we've teamed up with Cadbury to celebrate the return of the Cadbury Secret Santa. So tune in all next week to the 9 till noon show for your chance to win. Every day, we have a €50 voucher to give away. Plus, at the end of the week, you and your Secret Santa could win Cadbury hampers worth €100. If you'd like to send a free chocolate bar to someone special, then look out for the special Cadbury Secret Santa posters around the county, or search Cadbury Secret Santa to find out more. 18 plus free service on selected products while stocks last until December the 24th. For full terms and conditions, visit cadbury.ie.
TFI Local Link 300 has been enhanced and renamed Route 973. Enhanced Route 973 Clonanada to Letterkenny operates up to 10 daily return services Monday to Sunday between Letterkenny and Kerrykiel, and up to 6 daily return services extending to Ballalar, and 4 daily return services extending to Clonanada. We're transport for Ireland. We're transport for you. See locallinkdsl.ie. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
It's not just that Sammy has had his world torn apart by the conflict. It's not just that he has lost everyone that he ever loved. And it's not just that Sammy is only 7 years old. Right now, children are being forced to live through unimaginable horrors in Gaza and around the world. And it's not just. This Christmas, your help could make all the difference. Visit trocra.org or call 1-800-408-408. Trocra. Together for a just world.
Tesco Club Card gives you the power to more this season. Bring a little cheer to your days with Tesco Finest Mince Pies 6-pack, now 2 for €6. Or how about a little something for someone special with sets from Nivea, Dove and more, now half price. Or pick up a Heineken 10-can pack, now for the unbeatable price of €16.96. Helping feed your Christmas spirit. Shop in-store or online. Tesco. Every little helps. Subject to availability. Available in most stores. Prices vary in express stores. T's and C's apply. Deposit may apply. See tesco.ie. Enjoy alcohol responsibly.
Buncrana Golf Club Charity Bingo will take place in the Inishowen Gateway Hotel, Buncrana, this Thursday, 5th of December, in association with Buncrana Children's Charity. €3,000 must go on the night, including €1,000 to be won on the last house. Doors open at 7:30 with eyes down at 8:30. That's Buncrana Golf Club Charity Bingo at the Inishowen Gateway on Thursday, 5th of December.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Yes, indeed. You're very welcome back. I know some would be keeping an interest in this part of the world on outgoing Housing Minister Darragh O'Brien. Well, he's been re-elected in Dublin's Fingal East. He says the people have seen the improvement made by the last government on the housing issue. Okay, and I'm not gaslighting you guys out there, because I know for some that will be a bit touchy. Right, we are rejoined by Paddy Rooney, who, I don't know how, maybe it's because you only live a mile from here, look fresher than yesterday. You must have had a good night's sleep, Paddy. Thanks for rejoining us.
I had a long night's sleep of about 3 hours, yep.
Right, okay, so we had the distribution there of Pádraig McLaughlin's surplus. Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin picking up the lion's share of that 250, moves him up to 4620. Thomas Pringle received 27 votes, 5691. Charles Ward, 100% redress, plus 32. Just because you have just joined us, I'll start with you. I mean, they're interesting figures because we've got new figures, right? But they don't really indicate anything to us, and they're not of a number that's going to make a material difference at this point.
Not really. I took the liberty of writing down 1140 here, and that's the time that Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer, was giving us that count. So I just want to see now how long will it take.
I like that
there's only about 250 votes to be distributed here, so we'll see how long will it take and where we'll go. I don't think this is going to get meaty until we get up as far as Niall McConnell. At the moment he has 1,600, so by the time we get to him, he could actually have about 2,000 votes, and then we're getting into the heavy stuff then, you know, when we get up to Mary T. Sweeney and so on. And we'll just see how it evolves along, because there's a lot of candidates with a lot of small number of votes, and I suppose they're going to scatter everywhere. The interesting thing now is that Charlie Ward is creeping ever so closely to Charlie McConlogue. He's only 800 votes behind him now.
That gap
so we'll
is
see.
tightening. Donal, for those messaging in, if there's a clear answer, we saw 2 eliminated at that point, so now we're going to be distributing, you know, over 100 votes. It won't take long. Why would it be of those? Why those 2 eliminated at this point, and what might happen next on the next count?
Well, it's fairly clear. There's between the 116 and 35, so that's been 151 votes being distributed. That should be fairly quick. No one's going to get over the quote again, so there won't be a surplus to be distributed. So then we'll move on and eliminate the people who are next. Looking at the figures at the moment, we have who'll be next to go.
Like Frank O'Donnell would say.
It'll be Frank O'Donnell on 3:30. You've got.
Is she likely to?
No, it'll be Claudia Kennedy. It'll be Claudia Kennedy.
Sorry.
She's sitting at the moment on 291. So they'll go now. She may go for a double elimination, but the problem is, and we saw this develop in Buncrana. There was a query raised.
Yep.
In Carndonna, in the Northern Inishowen area, there was a query raised. It was by Johnny McGuinness, actually, your own man. And basically, they have to be very careful to make sure that no elimination now could have made a material difference to somebody else further down the line. There are formulae, and you would probably know more about the formulae than I do, Paddy. About there's also the issue of, can people keep their deposit if they get a certain level of votes? So people may stay in and potentially down the line retain their deposit. So right. There's all sorts of considerations. So where it's appropriate, they'll do a double elimination. And I know we always look and say, oh well, why don't you just eliminate 3 or 4 people at the same time and make it quicker? But that might have had a material impact on somebody else's chances.
You see, in principle here, but it's almost impossible of a chance. But in principle, somebody like, we'll say, for instance, Jerry McGeever at 355, he could actually take a seat here.
Yeah.
But he needs to get 100% of the people
he needs to get all of everyone's transfers.
And all of it. No,
it's not going to happen, but it's mathematically possible. And basically, she's got to be, the returning officer has got to work on mathematical possibilities and not reality.
Yeah, and I think that whatever candidate they have to reach, I think about, is it 300 or 3,375 votes in order for them to get their expenses back.
Yeah.
So a lot of the candidates here aren't going to get that. So, but they could in principle. It's a mathematical possibility, but it's not very likely. So I see what she's doing now. She's going to take it. She's going to hop candidate by candidate. So we'll see how long it takes.
So as it stands, 100% redress. Charles Ward, he's 1,157 votes behind Charlie McConnell.
Yes.
And the working theory is this, especially when you get to the Niall McConnell's, Paddy. We've been saying this from the get-go. He's going to continue to close that gap. And then we get, I suppose, to the Fine Gael candidates, and then where it starts getting interesting as to how those how the cards settle there, don't it?
Because what I mean, effectively, if we talk about the what we'll call the Niall Blaney theory, which is that McConnell, once we get to the Nicky Bradleys and the McNultys, that he will get sufficient from them to stay ahead of Ward. The Pringle theory is that Ward effectively leapfrogs McConnell and takes the fourth seat. The big one, as he said, is going to be, we expect Niall McConnell to transfer heavily to Ward. We expect Nicky Bradley to transfer to Charlie McConnell. But as long as Ward is getting transfers from Mary T. Sweeney, as we expect, from Niall McConnell, as we expect, and we would also expect that he will take votes from others as well, the smaller candidates. A lot potentially of the independents will go back toward Ward as well. So I mean, he will do well, but this is the question: how far ahead of Ward can McConnell stay?
I was going to say I missed Brendan Byrne's contribution because I was just standing over there talking to somebody else and I couldn't hear it. But I wondered, did he have anything to say about the role of Pat the Cope in this? Because it's not a helping Charlie McConnell's position by Pat the Cope being there. Yeah. He needs to get out of the way.
I put that to him because I put it to him that Pat the Cope Gallagher might be, taking the votes that Charlie McConnell might need. He says that he's looked at the figures and Charlie's doing good from McNulty. Charlie's doing good from McNulty and from Nicky Bradley. So, and as I say, he hadn't gone a full-on tally on it, but from the sample he had, which I was a little bit surprised at, to be honest with you, just looking at the geography and
no, don't be surprised because we're in government with the party, and that's
the minister. I'm talking about votes going to
the percentage.
I'm talking about votes going to Charlie McConnell ahead of Pat the Cope.
Okay.
I just thought John McNulty is more in that traditional Donegal Southwest, and just that Nicky Bradley's votes were primarily outside Inishowen.
Yeah, but the way that let's say, for instance, that voters are voting, we'd say number 5 for Pat the Cope and number 7 for Charlie McConnell. If Pat the Cope is out of the way, if he's elected, that vote won't go to Charlie. It won't be going to Pat the Cope. It'll go to Charlie McConnell. I suspect that when we get down to John McNulty, and I'm just thinking the last election, that Thomas Pringle got almost 800 votes of a transfer of Martin Harley.
Yeah.
And ideologically now they're 180 degrees away from each other. And that had nothing got to do with only the fact that they were near each other from a parish point of view. And I expect John McNulty to transfer nice and neat. Not hugely, I suppose, but I expect him to give Thomas Pringle a good lift when it comes to it.
No, not from after listening to our friend.
I think both John McNulty and Noel Jordan see Pringle home and hose. That's what his team are relying on.
I think Thomas Pringle has 2 aces in his pack here.
Yeah. You have to understand and I know you do. But
no, I wouldn't be as unted as you boys are.
No,
in fairness,
I don't mean
that.
I don't mean that because I would never patronise like that. I was actually more talking about the north versus south.
Oh, believe me, I know about the north and the south.
In the south of the county, we kind of stick together, right? Because we're in a different part of the world.
No, but were you not listening to Brendan Byrne when he was explaining about the farming vote coming across the Finn Valley, and where Martin Harley had a great vote and an show because it's a minister.
Good place for
Fine Gael,
but also for Pat the Cope.
Yeah. So
right. Okay. Listen,
we'll wait and see.
We will.
The Brendan Byrne theory is that the McNulty transfer toward McConalogue isn't necessarily a personal transfer to Charlie McConalogue. It's a transfer to the Minister for Agriculture.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, we're just going to have to park that there for a second. Okay, we're going to take a break. We're going to take the news at 12 to get a national overview. It's not going to be too long, I don't think. Paddy's written down 11:40. We're going to see how quickly it'll take us to get to count number 4. But things are moving along. We have a lot more to talk about today for Right or Wrong. And we'll be back with more here live from the Ora Leisure Centre after the news.
Zach Bryan, live at Phoenix Park. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st. Subject to license. Tickets $121.25 go on sale this Thursday at 8 a.m. Maybe subject to fees. Presented by Aiken Promotions.
Black November at Yisk with fantastic offers. Save up to 70% on our wide assortment within indoor furniture. For example, save up to 70% on selected dining or office chairs. Yisk, Scandinavian sleeping and living.
Gach blian brunamid na €1,000,000 na céta uaireanta an chlog agus na mílte airí ar chúise na maithe. Cuníonn an rialála cathairnas tafad ar gach cathairnas néidean. Mar sin mar hastain wet a rud ag na bhrunú ar chúis cathairnachta, teigad í ar siomh gréasán agus seiceáil go man for tarmh mars ceart as do huirtas. Clicáil, seiceáil, brun. Seiceáil an cathairnas chlórithe ar checkacharity.ie. An rialála cathairnas. Bích muína as do huirtas.
Need rapid care for a minor injury or fracture? Why wait when you can be seen today at Kingsbridge Northwest Minor Injuries and Fracture Clinic? See a GP with A&E experience and avail of further scans and surgery with highly trained nurses, radiologists and orthopaedic surgeons on site. Available Monday through to Saturday in Ballykelly for Leia insured and self-paying patients. Visit kingsbridgegpclinic.com today for further information.
If you want the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter, the Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX has you covered. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology and durable design, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile. See in store or online at michaelmurphysports.ie. Michael Murphy Sports, where your run begins.
For all your training needs, Northwest Forestry Services Training Department Ballybuffet offer a wide range of courses from training bodies such as NPTC City and Guilds, QQI, LADRA and ABA International. Courses include all land-based services such as chainsaw, tree climbing and rescue, pesticides, working in heights and ATV training. Other courses offered include first aid responder, manual handling and building safety, to name but a few. For a full list of training courses and availability, contact Northwest Forestry Services Ballybuffet on 074 9132033.
Every Tuesday morning on Highland Radio, we'll be joining Freya and Colin for Clarissa Carr as we catch up with them for some Can Sugas crack on the way to school.
This Tuesday, they will be chatting about Sean and Regan, August by Jessica for a couple of faculty isage freshen. So be Lynn, Ginger March and Shaw Air Highland Radio.
Do Station, Highland Radio.
Clarissa Carr, Arna Winu, a commission na man, leis an Talia Cadanish Telefisha.
Enjoy real savings this Christmas at Super Value, like Super Value smoked salmon 300 gram, half price. Super Value fresh Irish T-bone steak, now save 33%. Pick up selected Pampers range, any 2 for €20. And scan your card or app and get Fairy non-bio powder 50 wash, now €10. Share the magic this Christmas with Super Value.
Keep out the cold, cold, cold! And ring Fleming for their full range of garage doors, agri doors, insulated doors, milking parlour doors. Fleming, 91 48 234.
Tinny's Toys, your local toy store. Christmas Club is now open. Everything for newborn right up to model collectors. Leck Road, Letterkenny. Or shop online at tinnystoys.com. Did you know that we even give 5% cash back on all purchases when you sign up to our loyalty program? Tinny's Toys, much more than just farm toys. Leck Road, Letterkenny. Or shop online at tinnystoys.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Christmas is in the air, and we've teamed up with Cadbury to celebrate the return of the Cadbury Secret Santa. So tune in all next week to the 9 till noon show for your chance to win. Every day, we have a €50 voucher to give away. Plus, at the end of the week, you and your Secret Santa could win Cadbury hampers worth €100. If you'd like to send a free chocolate bar to someone special, then look out for the special Cadbury Secret Santa posters around the county, or search Cadbury Secret Santa to find out more. 18 plus free service on selected products while stocks last until December the 24th. For full terms and conditions, visit cadbury.ie.
Broadcasting throughout the Northwest and across the world online. This is Highland Radio. Your voice, your station.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
At 12, good afternoon, I'm Tina Gates. Aintree looks set to win a second seat for the party in the Mayo constituency. The party may make a breakthrough beyond Padraig Tobin. Our political correspondent Sean Defoe reports.
Paul Ólas took a massive transfer in the last elimination to put him into the frame for a seat in Mayo, which would be a major breakthrough for the party. Padraig Tobin is elected and it could be a milestone for them. Lisa Chambers of Fianna Fáil has just been eliminated. They are one of the other fascinating counts in Dublin Central. Jerry the Monk Hutch is now 2,000 votes clear of Mary Sherlock of Labour for the final seat, and she needs a very big transfer from the Greens in Fianna Fáil to get there. Not impossible, but certainly looking less likely than it was even this morning. The government seems to be picking up a couple of extra seats across the country, one in Dublin Bay North, potentially an extra seat in Cork North Central for Fianna Fáil too. Overall, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are now in the frame to have a Dáil majority between them, or to be very, very close.
Former Taoiseach Bertie Ahern says the possible election of Jerry the Monk Hutch in Dublin Central is not because the area is deprived or neglected, but because of his deep roots in the community.
Jerry Hutch has been kind to that community in lots of indirect ways. His family are well known, and if you like it or not, respected by a lot of those people. That's why he got 3,000 votes. And, you know, when you do things down the years, down the decades, Grandma knows, Ma knows, and the kids know.
Housing Minister Darragh O'Brien's been re-elected in Dublin's Fingal East. He says the people have seen the improvements made by the last government on the housing issue.
More first-time buyers than we have now, 500 a week buying their homes with the schemes that we've brought in, affordable homes for the first time in a generation, and a really good pipeline of social homes. That said, though, like we honestly engage with people in this regard, and I think the vast, majority of people realise it's not something you can fix overnight or even indeed in 4 years, but have acknowledged the progress that's happening. They can see the construction that's happening.
Independent Matthew McGrath has been re-elected in Tipperary South. He says the independent wave predicted ahead of the election may prove to be more of a trickle, but he believes the independents have a role to play in government, although that can't include the Greens.
But now it's down for serious talks and put our shoulder to the wheel and try and form a stable government without the Greens, as they have done ravaged our country, especially rural Ireland. So it's important that we step up to the plate.
A teenager has died following a road traffic collision in County Donegal today. It happened early this morning at Ballinlough. The road, the R244, is closed and local diversions are in place. Laura Kelly reports.
A man in his late teens has died in a single vehicle collision near Buncrana, County Donegal. He was the driver and only occupant of the car that crashed on the R244 at Ballinlough just after 5 a.m. The road is currently closed for a technical examination. There will be arrangements made for a post-mortem examination. Gardaí are now appealing for witnesses to come forward, and anyone with any camera footage is being asked to get in touch with Buncrana Garda Station.
President Vladimir Putin has just approved a 25% increase in Russia's military budget for 2025 to 2027. It brings the total to around $126 billion of the government's overall budget. And an Irish Eurovision winning duo is reuniting this afternoon in Dublin to raise money for Our Lady's Hospice and Care Services. 30 years on from their Eurovision win, Paul Harrington and Charlie McGettigan are guests of honour for the annual Light Up a Life remembrance ceremony at 3:45 at Harold's Cross. Paul says he's delighted to lend his musical skills to the cause.
As a musician, I can't do the caring. I can't go off to foreign climes to build houses for people, but I can work and sing and play and entertain, I suppose, in a context that can help to raise much needed funds. This year, I had a bit of a close call myself earlier in the year, which I won't go into, but the thing is, I'm delighted to be able to give something back.
And that's your latest news update at 4 minutes past midday. Sport now. In soccer, Liverpool have a chance to open an 11-point advantage over defending champions Manchester City when the sides meet at Anfield in the Premier League this afternoon. City's slump in form continued when they threw away a 3-goal lead against Feyenoord in the Champions League midweek. Pep Guardiola's side haven't won any of their last 6 matches, but Liverpool manager Arne Slot says it would be dangerous to underestimate them.
We have to be on top of our game. We have to be aggressive, but always in a good way. But maybe Curtis meant, I don't know. We have to ask him is not only without the ball, but also with the ball, be a bit more calm and use your head a bit more.
Kick-off is at 4. Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim will be hoping to make it back-to-back home wins when his team welcome Everton to Old Trafford. Aston Villa are winless in 7 ahead of their clash with Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, while Tottenham hosts Fulham in a London derby. All of those games at 1:30. Gaelic games, there are 3 club provincial finals down for decision this afternoon. Waterford's Ballygunners are red-hot favourites heading into the Munster hurling final at Semple Stadium, where they'll be taking on Sarsfields of Cork. The Ulster hurling final pits Portavery of Down against Cushendall's conquerors Slotneil at the Athletic Grounds, and Roscommon's Pádraig Pearses will be hoping to land a second Connacht football title in 4 years when they go up against Coolera Stranhill of Sligo at Markovich Park. An All-Ireland Club Ladies football final date with Kilmacud Crokes is the reward for the winners of today's second semi-final between Clonairin and Kilkerran Clonberne. Galway's Kilkerran Clonberne have won the last 7 Connacht titles and make the trip to Armagh as they continue a pursuit of a 4th straight All-Ireland. The throw-in is at 2:30. There's a repeat of the 2022 final when 6 in a row Galway champions Sarsfields go up against Lochgiel Shamrocks in the All-Ireland Club Camogie semi-finals this afternoon. The game's at 2. And an hour earlier, New Munster champions Clare's Atrua Clonlara take on Dublin St Vincent's in the other semi. And that's your latest news and sport at 6 minutes past 12.
Enjoy real savings this Christmas at SuperValue. Like SuperValue smoked salmon 300 gram, half price. SuperValue fresh Irish T-bone steak, now save 33%. Pick up selected Pampers range, any 2 for €20. And scan your card or app and get Fairy non-bio powder 50 wash, now €10. Share the magic this Christmas with SuperValue.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
And you are very welcome back to our special coverage. We're into day 2, and just staying with sport, by the way, in little under an hour, the Donegal ladies, the Downings ladies, I beg your pardon, they've an opportunity to become the first Donegal side to reach an All-Ireland Junior final today. They're playing Kildare and Leinster champions Kilcock in Downings. That has a 1 p.m. throw-in, and we'll keep you updated with that. So we've got you covered on the election, and we've got you covered on the big GEA game in the county today. There's a huge buzz, of course, as you can imagine, in and around the Downings areas, but when we get one of our teams that starts to progress into the All-Ireland stages of competition, the whole county starts taking an interest. So we'll keep you updated. I'm sure I'll be getting scores through on my phone, but we'll also have live reports from that as well. So stay tuned for that. Right. I can't remember what we were going to come back and do. John McIntyre's with us. That's right. That's what's changed. Hi, John. Yeah, John.
Yes.
Imagine why. Oh,
imagine why. Not him.
Right, how did you sleep, John?
I got to bed about 3:30.
Not too bad.
So I slept to 10.
And you got a lie on, of course, which I didn't, because I was here at 9:30.
Yeah, but you're paid more than him. Come on,
time in lieu.
leave John. Leave John alone.
Doran, time in
Doran,
lieu.
just give it a rest.
Time in lieu, which I can't use before the end of the year anyway. It's pointless. I'm here. It's a charity.
Is he only on the door? He's telling me to give it a rest. He's only on the door. What is he like?
Right. Okay. So, I was going to come back. What happened before 12, Paddy? So where we're at now, we're waiting for count 4. We don't expect it to be too long. How many votes are being worked on at the moment?
Well, there's just Arthur McGuinness and Vincent Bradley. There's it's small. I mean, it should be done. We're up now. There's a half an hour gone now, by the way, because I'm timing these.
Yes.
Because if it takes a half an hour and more, there's no sign of any movement to do something as small as this. We can only imagine then what is going to happen when we get up into the big stuff like Niall McConnell and Mary T and all of those,
That's when it's going to start getting...
How many is eliminated now?
We've
two.
Lost
Just
two. Two, yeah.
And that's, I have to say, that's very tough on the people in question, because they did put their names out there, and you must give them credit for doing it. You know what I mean? And to be eliminated, it's a hard blow now. You know, it's just not easy for them. But well done, and good luck to them, and I hope they still get involved.
I was just chatting to Jerry McGeever there.
Yeah.
He was quite happy with the experience. He just went for the experience.
Well, you see,
get the feel of it.
You know, and you know, like
he's not sad about it or disappointed.
No, he's not. He's great. I was talking to him yesterday myself, and he's great. That's a new kind of core blood that's in there, and get them involved in whatever angle he wants to go on. But just that he stays within that circle and stays involved, you know.
Look, it's very hard to break through. I suppose what you do is you try and get a platform, which you can do, to get your views across, and whether you're anti-immigration, whether you're pro-business or whatever it might be, we do have a system that allows you to throw your name in the hat and put yourself before the people. I don't think even if you're... I think it's for the bigger guys losing out, Paddy, it probably is more difficult. I think a lot of the people we're talking of went in with realistic expectations.
Well, I suppose it's one of the reasons why a lot of there's family dynasties in Dáil Éireann down over the last 100 years that a son or daughter takes over from their parent, and it's all about name recognition. I mean, this is our fault because we won't even go to the bother of finding out about people, who they are and what they stand for. But if we see the name Blaney or we see the name Coughlin or Hart or something or McHugh, we go. You know, when people are doing it for the you know, when they're taken over, when a seat is vacant. I mean, that's one of the difficulties. It's very interesting to see. Funny enough, I didn't do it last night, but I must do it later on today. In the seats in the 18 TDs that didn't go forward for Fine Gael, how did their successors do?
Yeah, I wanted to have a look at that myself, but it would take a bit of a deep dive, and I just simply didn't have the time. But it would be very interesting. But Fine Gael are looking at, what is it, 37 seats. Yeah. So clearly,
at least.
So clearly they've done something all right.
Well, they're up 5, but they were hoping now to go up 10
40,
plus, like, you know. So they're at 37 at the moment, and Fianna Fáil could be maybe 10.
40, 45 or so,
increase that. I was looking at RT very briefly this morning, and they said that literally all of they're not a huge amount of seats filled yet, but there is a name attached to every seat. There's about 20 seats out of the 174 left that are going to be really, really difficult to call. They didn't actually go through them, so I don't know whether counting 1 or 2 of the seats here, but yeah, they're very, very tight, and every time you look at it then things change, so we'll just have to run it through till we see how it goes.
Yeah, indeed. And it's all to yes, go ahead, John.
It's very hard to believe that after a full day's counting so little progress has been made.
Yes, but this is what I was going to ask you. Is the protracted process early on not going to help speed up?
Yeah, I think that's what happened yesterday here. Even I was talking to some of the workers, they were so precise about what they were doing, and surely it will help today.
But I mean, that thing about being precise is a joke. That is a joke. You can't but be precise.
Well, you have to be precise, but
I mean, there's a big team of counters there.
I think what happens is though, I think it's almost a perception. I think in that if that's how you're seen to be, then maybe there's less likely to be challenges down the line or what have you.
You know, this thing about getting counts in the middle of the night, literally, there's something wrong there. Shouldn't be getting counts in the middle of the night, like we wait until the early morning to get any count here.
Well, I think, John, there's 2 still constituencies that haven't declared yet. Cavan Monaghan is a 5-seater, is one of them.
Yeah.
So they're actually this is slow, but they're actually behind it. And It might be another one as well. It could be Louth. I think there's 41 out of the 43 declaration.
I think, Dorian, you probably remember when Brendan Murren was the returning officer back in the day.
Okay, no, I'm not that old, John, no.
It's not that long ago now. There's no good in saying that.
Okay.
The reality is that you'll be out of here at 3 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon.
Oh, right. Well, what does that say?
What has changed?
Yeah.
What has changed is that there's layer upon layer of extra bureaucracy.
Legal?
It's not legal even.
Okay.
You hand something to the public servants and the civil service, they'll build layer upon layer of bureaucracy, and there's probably about 10 different procedures that the returning officer now has to go through, even though they know what the result is.
We are anticipating the next announcement at about 20 past. Patrick, Pearce and Pringle are all 100% redress candidates. They've a proven track record, to be fair, says a listener. I hope Charlie gets a seat, but I don't believe the government will be able to ignore the defective concrete crisis, even if the 100% redress party fails to secure a seat. Another listener, Patrick Pearce, just read that one. How come she didn't eliminate 4 candidates and only 2 candidates? A question from a listener. Well, no, I don't have an answer to.
Well, I think we dealt with that already.
Okay.
And that we said before, do you remember up in Carndonagh when they eliminated 2 and it could have ended up having an impact? So therefore you can't do that. So she obviously feels there's a difference between just the 2 that are going, it's going to make no difference, so they have to go. They're the lowest people with the votes, and they'll not put 4 together. That's just not a runner. She technically is looking at the possibility of... Am I right in that, John?
No, I'll tell you what she's looking at. What they have to look at is that they must eliminate enough candidates that makes an appreciable difference to the following
the wording of it, yeah.
That you must either eliminate somebody or else elect somebody or transfer a surplus. There's 3 things.
There's 3 things, yes.
There's only 41 votes.
Will the elimination of those 2 candidates do that?
I don't think it'll make any difference.
No, you see, there's 100 and... what are we?
51.
151 votes being distributed at the moment, but there's only 41 votes between Frank O'Donnell and Claudia Kennedy.
So the gap can the amount of votes can adjust that gap.
Yes.
Okay. Not adjust that
you could
gap.
argue technically that wouldn't make any appreciable difference.
Well, you see, that's when you can eliminate 3 or 4, but that's where we had the problems in Carndonagh.
But I just think it's fabulous that people are listening and asking these questions. There's great interaction.
Hi, Greg, says a listener. Sad days for Irish politics. Fianna Fáil singing the praises whilst they're going to be 40 seats short. Fine Gael same, talking up, which is overall terrible. Then to make its max how bad the 2 parties are, that there is a vacuum that allows a known gangster who's going to be elected. Shame on Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Step down for sake of democracy and let us have a new era in Irish politics. But I mean, if you talk about democracy, the people have spoken. Aquila says, how is the surplus picked from Pearce's 8,000 odd votes? We covered that extensively yesterday. Another 2 days with AirPods in, listening to your fantastic coverage. On holiday in Tenerife. Hi to my good friend who I always share election counts with. Okay, and our phones are hopping between each other. Congratulations, Highland. That comes in from Kay. That's lovely to hear. Tell Doreen to join Fianna Fáil and not to be pretending that Fine Gael is a separate party. Hi, Greg and Highland. Thanks for the great coverage. Quick question. Am I right in saying 88 seats in the Dáil takes power for one party before a coalition? Do you know how many candidates each of the big 3 parties ran nationwide? Well, it's 87, isn't it? But no party... I think there's a point you made yesterday.
88 is the midpoint.
But no party ran enough candidates with the ambition to be a single...
You don't have a majority with 88. Or do you?
No, there's 174 seats at play here. So
and the Count Quarter's in there as well too, isn't it?
So if you take that out of it, what's a half of 173? I think it's 87 is the magic number.
But it was pointed out yesterday, no party ran enough candidates. No party ran enough candidates to actually be
87 is the midway point.
You were asking John about what difference does it make here. Well, it makes a huge difference to Claudia Kennedy here because she's 41 votes behind Frank O'Donnell,
right?
And there's 151 votes in play. So
if she gets
more, Frank's eliminated and she's still in the mix. Now she's still, and in principle, we were talking about this before you arrived. If she got a disproportionate amount of transfers, she can keep hopping up that list. It's unlikely, but she could do it.
She has to get 25% of the quota.
She could. No, but I'm just saying that you're talking about doing.
If I was doing that, it would
eliminate 4 or 5
It's
possibility rather than likelihood.
There is no possibility of that.
The way Geraldine O'Connor's going to do it now, John, it looks like she's going to hop through each one. A caller says, what would happen if the turnout was below 50%?
Well, what is the situation if it doesn't
you
matter?
just get on with it. It doesn't
well,
matter.
it is what it is.
Yeah,
That's it.
exactly.
And what margin of error is in just over 50% turnout figure you're broadcasting? Please state the source of your information on the turnout figure so the listener can check this for themselves. Well, the turnout where we're here in the Count Centre, and there's Gardaí here, and there's authorities here, and that's the information.
It's all legal.
We did speculate a little bit yesterday on tallies, but this is your election process. Greg met historic stalwart Fine Gael supporter in Inishowen yesterday with no interest in the party now, yet Doreen's still talking about the old supporters have left. That comes from Oisín. I think we discussed yesterday.
I think we've covered a lot of that now, but
I think
I'm glad to see them.
You realise there is
you probably have a new audience this morning.
No, a lot of the regulars. Greg, well done. Great to hear you on today. Great coverage by you and your panel all weekend. Genuine question. How is it possible for candidates such as Claudia Kennedy, who does not reside in the electoral area, be able to run for our constituency? Well, Claudia Kennedy does. Well, she lives in South Donegal, does she?
But it doesn't matter where you live, you can run anywhere.
Of course you can.
Yeah, it's a bit like Austin Curry when he ran for the presidency, and he was living in the north, and then he came down and lived in Dublin.
Carol Gallagher of People Before Profit lives and works in Strabane. So that's
there you are, that's that out. Yeah, it's there.
She's an international candidate.
No, it doesn't matter
on
where
paper. So is Doreen admitting finally that there's no difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael when she voted for both? We all know that anyways, but it's time the two parties stopped trying to fool the electorate. And before I let you respond to that, listen, it's standard. We see it right across the country. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil. The parties are cross-pollinating in massive numbers. So it's not just up here in your head.
Oh, well, I am Fine Gael and always will be Fine Gael. And I have no problem then passing my vote on to Fianna Fáil because they've been in government with us and we worked well in partnership, and that's the reason I would do it. And then on to the Greens because I support the partnership they had in the programme for government that they have. So I'll make no apologies for that.
Well, I can. Do you want to know the difference?
Well,
I can reference two people that'll give you the difference. Sean Lemass was asked in 1964 what was the difference between the two, and he said, "Well, we're in and they're out." And the other reference is. Jackie Healy-Rae, which is Michael and Danny's father, was asked one time what's the difference was, and his reply was, well, those that are asking the question don't need to know, and those that know don't ask the question. So does that explain it to you?
Yes, it does. A caller says, is it becoming increasingly clear that Fine Gael will probably not go into government, but will prop up a minority government made up of Fianna Fáil and Labour?
I don't see any chance at all. I mean, the two main parties have a mandate, and that's, the bottom line here. There's no good in chasing after lost causes here. They will still need a third party, or maybe two of them. I just don't know how they are faring today.
Yeah, Labour's doing quite well, are they not? They're coming up. Have they 8 or something, or are they 6, 7? Yeah,
so they could easily be in there because that would probably give them a majority.
Right, well, let's
they'll
just
be looking for 90 seats.
But while you're on it, let's just see what's happening on a national scale. We've got our political correspondent, Sean Defoe, here.
Paul Ólas-Vaintu took a massive transfer in the last elimination to put him into the frame for a seat in Mayo, which would be a major breakthrough for the party. Peadar Tóibín is elected and it could be a milestone for them. Lisa Chambers of Fianna Fáil has just been eliminated. They are one of the other fascinating counts in Dublin Central. Jerry the Monk Hutch is now 2,000 votes clear of Mary Sherlock of Labour for the final seat, and she needs a very big transfer from the Greens and Fianna Fáil to get there. Not impossible, but certainly looking less likely than it was even this morning. The government seems to be picking up a couple of extra seats across the country, one in Dublin Bay North, potentially an extra seat in Cork North Central for Fianna Fáil too. Overall, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are now in the frame to have a dull majority between them or to be very, very close.
Right, a dull majority between them or very, very close, John.
Yeah. Like they have the mandate there, as I said earlier on. They'll probably have some small party in there to make, if they're not at 90 seats, because a parliament of 174 wouldn't need that working majority, because the demands to be overseas and all these other places nowadays, attending meetings right around the world. And you're looking 5 years down the road, you don't know what's going to happen in the meantime.
Yeah, I think Leo Varadkar spoke last night, I saw it on something that he was saying, to be secure, let's have that extra, just to be on the number there, but it's not, wouldn't be good enough to have a strong.
See that five of a majority in the outgoing government,
yeah,
which left it very comfortable.
Yeah. So we need to make sure that we have more.
It'll be interesting to see if there. It'll be interesting to see if there is something like a 10-seat gap between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. We'd say 47-37. Would Fianna Fáil concede the rotation of Taoiseach?
Well, that's what I asked earlier.
There will be people like Willie O'Dea and Jim O'Callaghan and possibly John McGuinness who won't want this.
It could be for a much shorter period.
3 and 2 maybe.
3 and 2 would be the likely one there.
Yeah.
But then it's not over yet. We don't know what kind of seats we're going to be of a difference to Fianna Fáil. But is Willie O'Dea through? I thought Willie O'Dea wasn't bothered.
No, he's going to be.
Has he moved up? Is he okay?
No, he's okay. Willie O'Dea's okay. Yeah.
Right, okay.
He's a good man.
We are going to take a break because we're anticipating the fourth count next in the not too distant future. So we'll take this break and it clears the desk for us then.
We all know who young Mr. Kelly is, and what he did, and what happened to his poor, poor father.
Ballyglasane, new drama series every Wednesday night at 8 on Highland Radio.
Join Marty Friel this and every Friday night from 8 for Rockin' Hits on Highland Radio, in association with Arena 7 Letterkenny. Arena 7 gift cards are the perfect gift for the whole family and can be used across the Arena 7 complex. Visit arena7.ie.
There's no time to waste. Start saving big on your energy bills this Black Friday with our best offer of the year. Switch to SSE Airtricity today and save up to €790 on your electricity and gas. Plus, you'll get €150 welcome credit. Don't miss out. This limited time offer ends on December 9th. Switch today at ssecairtricity.com/save790. SSE Airtricity. This is Generation Green. EAB €2,583. Rates valid from the 1st to the 7th, 2024. For T's and C's, tariff, standing charges, exit fees and savings claims, see ssecAirtricity.com/save790.
Now for the Christmas magic you've all been waiting for with Lidl. Just try and resist our crisp, juicy, Board B approved, fresh Irish whole turkeys from Mackay's Family Farm Monaghan. And the tastiest part, they're yours from only $8.99 in store from December 20th. Wishing you a magical Christmas with Lidl.
The Loganair Black Friday sale is now on, and it's our biggest discount yet. Fly local from City of Derry Airport and save up to 20% off over 1 million seats across the Loganair network. Use promo code BF20 when booking. Book by 3rd December, travel from 9th January. T's and C's apply, offers subject to availability, exclusions apply. Visit loganair.co.uk. Loganair, your journey, our joy.
Buncrana Golf Club Charity Bingo will take place in the Inishowen Gateway Hotel, Buncrana, this Thursday, 5th of December, in association with Buncrana Children's Charity. €3,000 must go on the night, including €1,000 to be won on the last house. Doors open at 7:30 with eyes down at 8:30. That's Buncrana Golf Club Charity Bingo at the Inishowen Gateway on Thursday, 5th of December.
Okay, we go to the returning officer now.
Radio, the count,
Kate 1
live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Vota 1 Umlon Voti Nigade is a Kuig Gallagher Carol People Before Profit Solidarity Je Shin Moja Je Sheikhed Octo Cahar Umlon Vota Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Hainjag Sin Moja Hainjag Umlon Vota Je Mila Cuichéad Fihis a Hocht Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja 3 Umlon Vota Caramila Sheikhed Fihis a 3 Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil Moja Hain Umlon Vota Dácéad Nóchas the Tho McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja Dóieg Umlon Vota 8,100 Carrickany McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja Trochahocht Umlon Vota Mila Shockgade the Cuig McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP Moja Hocht Umlon Voti Carricade is a hocht. McKeever Jerry, non-party, Moja Cahar. Omlon Voti, Three-Cade, Huegas and A. McMenamin Kim, the Irish people, Moja Hain. Omlon Voti, Cuicade, Carrick Cuig. McNulty John, Fine Gael, Moja Shea. Omlon Voti, 3 Mila, Gawchéad up to 3. O'Donnell Frank, non-party, Moja Shea. Omlon Voti, 3 Céad Tréach Shea. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja Do. Omlon Voti, 5 Mila, Shecéad Nócha 3. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, Moja Shejeg. Omlon Voti, 2 Mila, 5 Chuige. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Moja 5 Jeg. Omlon Voti, 7 Mila, 2 up to 3. Nirwan ein Irahor, an quota ama sa chuntas seo. Ceannas nach bhfuil fíle vótaí le dailliú amach, curthaí mé an tíreathóir a bhfuil an méideas lu a vótaí eici, Claudia Kennedy, 2 Nócha 2 vótaí as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the fourth count, which consisted of the distribution of Vincent J. Bradley's 116 votes and Arthur Desmond McGuinness's 35 votes. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 7. Total votes 3,729. Carr Nuala Green Party Coentus Gloss plus 1. Total votes 905. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 10. Total votes 684. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 11. Total votes 10,528. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 3. Total votes 4,623. Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil plus 1. Total vote 292. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 12. Total votes 8,149. McConnell Niall non-party plus 38. Total votes 1,705. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP plus 8. Total votes 408. McGeever Jerry non-party plus 4. Total vote 359. McMenamin Kim the Irish People plus 1. Total vote 545. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 6. Total vote 3,283. O'Donnell Frank non-party plus 6. Total vote 336. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 2. Total vote 5,000 693. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, plus 16. Total vote 2,550. Ward Charles, 100% redress, plus 15. Total vote 7,283. Non-transferable papers not effective 10. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Claudia Kennedy, 292 votes. Thank you. Gur Mahagi.
Thank you very much indeed as well. I'm using your timing out at this stage. 45 minutes between counts. That's 291 votes. I suppose we can look at the same type of figure before we get to the next count. Again, we're not dealing with a great amount of votes there, but any trends or any read from that? John, I'll start with you.
Yeah, they're going everywhere actually, you know. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 11, somebody else, Charlie McConnell got 12, Niall McConnell got 38. Beyond that, Mary T. Sweeney got 16 and Charlie Ward got 15. There's no trends at all there.
The only trend potentially is the only trend is potentially that a lot of these are filtering through candidates that probably are going to be favourable to Charles Ward.
Yeah, well, you have McConnell getting 12, you have Thomas Pringle getting 2, and Charles Ward getting 15. So that's minute, you know, it really isn't saying anything at this point.
Yeah, and we know, don't we, Paddy, we know the numbers we're talking about now, we're not expecting it to make any material difference. We have to wait till the bigger guns start to be eliminated.
Sure. When we were here in, when was the local election on May, was it? Niall McConnell had whatever he had, maybe between 800 and 900 votes on the first count. But the funny thing was he was getting actually transfers from the most extraordinary places, either from surpluses or from eliminations, and he was getting votes from candidates that you thought he had no business getting from. So we've had 3 counts so far. So Niall has got plus 96, plus 6, plus 38. He's the most transfer friendly person in the room if you leave out the 2 Sinn Féin surpluses, and he started off with 1565 and he's now up to 1705. It could well be a situation that by the time it comes to him, his elimination, he could have maybe 21 or 2200 votes. Yeah. And given the fact that Charlie Ward, back to that again, done well in that area, this is good for Charlie Ward, for Niall to keep creeping up, because he's disproportionately creeping up faster than others. He's not going to be elected or go nowhere near it, but there's goodness in that there for him.
But I mean, I think too, and we saw this in the council elections, maybe not on the first preferences, but as the day wears on, you know, he's got a big platform.
Yeah, but also like we benefited from his when his vote went in the local election. Fine Gael, actually, Martin Harney gained maybe 60, 70 votes. So like he really is working his message, isn't he?
He is, and in relation to, you mentioned there about his platform and his policy, for instance, he wouldn't be too far away ideologically from Eamon McGee, and Eamon has 408 votes, and in about 2 counts time Eamon will be dropping out after Claudia now and Jerry McGeever and Frank O'Donnell, and then it will be Eamon's turn next, and one would expect a fair lift of that to go Niall's direction, and suddenly, you know, Niall is now up in the early 2000s and creeping up and rising. It's not that he's going anywhere, but there'll be more in that pot for Charlie Ward. Yeah, you mark my words when the time comes.
Just a little word nationally. Brian Stanley, I think he was mentioned earlier on, he's been re-elected to the Dáil, but this time as an independent. He resigned from Sinn Féin, you'll remember, in October after a party investigation into claims of improper behaviour, which he said was a kangaroo court. He believes going it alone won him more votes. Let's see what he has to say.
I have to say that once we started canvassing, I have to say that within an hour or so I realised I had made the right decision, because we were getting a very good response on the doorsteps, including from people who wouldn't have voted for me in the past, who are now prepared to give me a number 1 or a number 2 or a number 3 vote.
Right, so Paddy has restarted his timer, I think. We got that one in 45 minutes. We'll see how things pan out. All right, we'll have more discussion from our panel after we take a break. We'll be back with you very shortly. Don't forget to keep your comments coming into us. 086 60 25,000. WhatsApp us directly into the Aura here. Texts the same route. Great to see so many of you returning to watch our coverage as well, if that suits you, this Sunday. And just to remind you that at 1 o'clock there's a big game in football, of course. Downing's ladies, they have the chance to become the first Donegal side to reach an All-Ireland junior final today. They are playing Kilcock, who are the Kildare and Leinster champions. Throw-in is at 1 o'clock in Park na Dunnagh, and we'll have updates on that for you as well. So we'll keep you updated on the sport and the politics. So there's nowhere else to go. You have to stay here with us on Highland Radio.
Black Friday at McElhinney's has started with up to 50% off. Shop unmissable offers across fashion, home, beauty and jewellery. Plus, save on Christmas gifting this weekend only. Shop with McElhinney's this Black Friday, in-store or online at mcelhinney's.com.
Christmas has arrived at Patterson's. Christmas trees and decorations now on display. Christmas gifts, from Hollywood mirrors to wall art to home fragrances, you'll find the perfect gift at Patterson's. There's a large range of dining tables and chairs, sofas, mattresses and bedroom furniture in stock and ready for Christmas delivery. Open Monday to Saturday 9 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. with free local delivery. Patterson's the Hall Lifford for everything you need this Christmas.
Do you need a little extra help staying in your home? At Bluebird Care, we offer a wide variety of QMark-approved personalised home care services across Donegal. And our fully trained and committed staff will always meet your care needs with kindness, compassion and dignity. To get your personal home care assessment plan, visit bluebirdcare.ie or call our care team today on 07491 29562 and bring care home.
If you're looking for a competitive insurance quote, contact Hickey Clark and Langan Insurance Brokers in Letterkenny. Home, car or van insurance, farm, commercial or public liability insurance. They compare quotes from all the leading insurers so you get a great price. Call Hickey Clark and Langan on 91 26688 or call into the office at Ballymacool, Letterkenny. Hickey Clark and Langan General Insurances Limited, trading as Hickey Clark and Langan, is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
Do you suffer from high cholesterol, menopause symptoms, digestive issues, anxiety, aches and pains, or a lack of energy? The highly trained team at The Natural Way Letterkenny can provide advice on natural remedies for a number of individual health issues. The Natural Way also has its own brand of herbal treatments to help fight fatigue, relieve digestive discomfort, maintain a healthy immune system and alleviate common menopause symptoms. The Natural Way at Letterkenny Shopping Centre, your one-stop health shop.
On Business Matters this week, I'll be speaking with Liam Tinney, owner of Tinney's Toys, and Michael Burke of organic wool pillow maker Woolo. So join me, Chris Ashmore, for Business Matters after the 6 o'clock news on Sunday.
Business Matters on Highland Radio is brought to you by Local Enterprise Office Donegal. If you have an idea to start or grow your business within Donegal, contact the Local Enterprise Office to find out more about the supports available for businesses. See localenterprise.ie/Donegal.
It's Social Work Awareness Week, and TUSLA is recruiting social workers for positions all across the country and offering 70 funded places on its Master of Social Work apprenticeship. Social workers are vital in supporting children and families in our communities. Whether you are a recent graduate or thinking of a career change, explore different TUSLA career opportunities at tusla.ie or email tuslarecruit@tusla.ie. Make a difference to children and families. Join TUSLA.
Is the appearance of your staff important to your business? It's the first point of contact for customers when entering your premises. At C&M Embroidery in Letterkenny, they have a huge range of clothing covering all areas of the workplace. It's widely known that customers warm to and trust employees that present themselves well. Have your company name embroidered or printed on all your work uniforms. Contact C&M Embroidery on 07491 28097 and get your staff looking their best.
Landlords, did you know that by law you must register your tenancy annually with the Residential Tenancies Board? For rental properties in a rent pressure zone, There are also specific rules to follow when setting and increasing rent. For information and resources to help you comply with rental laws and to avoid penalties, visit rtb.ie today. Brought to you by the Residential Tenancies Board.
Be the first to test drive the brand new Nissan Qashqai at iMotors. Low finance rates and up to €4,000 available on trade-in boosters. iMotors are offering any customer who orders before December 23rd the chance to win €10,000. Visit our showroom today.
iMotors, fearless generation. Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Trudy! Trudy's back. Hi, Trudy. How did you sleep?
Hi, Greg.
It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Since you have been here, we've had a number of counts. I know you've been keeping track on it. Where the last one took 45 minutes to get through, around about 180 votes or whatever it was. This is 291, so probably about the same. Things moving quickly enough.
They are, yeah. And I think with that, I suppose, being that was the second count today, wasn't it? So there's three. Yeah, no, they'll start to move pretty fast.
We have count 4. So just so you're tuned in, we're in a situation at the moment whereby not a great deal has changed, although we're going through the process. We have Padraig McLaughlin elected second behind his party colleague Pearse Doherty. They were elected in the very early hours of this morning. We still are in the exact same position whereby Pat the Cope Gallagher will be elected over the course of this afternoon, and then we're still in that situation where 3 are really competing with 2 seats. Charles Ward is still in there, 100% redress. He's currently standing at 7,283 votes. We also have, of course, outgoing Minister Charlie McConalogue. He's sitting there with 8,149 votes. That gap's closing somewhat. And then Thomas Pringle, he's on 5,693 votes. Now, if you're from outside the area, if you were down in Dublin and you look at those numbers, you'd think Thomas Pringle's out, don't you? But we know that he'll do very well with transfers from nearby neighbours, of course, in John McNulty, and of course in Sinn Féin's Noel Jordan. So that's why on the face of it he seems a mile behind, but he's going to get a huge lift in the not too distant future.
And as of yet, those transfers, we haven't seen anything significant yet to make that difference, but it is going to come at some stage. We do anticipate that will happen. But yeah, not for another little while yet. So how many votes now? We just have eliminated Claudia Kennedy, so they're now distributing her 292 votes. So.
Yeah, and we're doing one at a time at the moment because the distribution of her votes can change the order of candidates, can't they? And for some it might be important the order in which you go out, whatever it might be. So the reason why it's one at a time now, even at a low level, is there are candidates within 291 votes of each other that could change their positions.
Exactly. The amount that the lowest candidate has to be, I suppose, not enough. There has to be a big enough gap between the bottom 2 candidates, so it wouldn't, I suppose it's a case of can you win the lotto, but if that other candidate beside them got all of 100% of the votes, it could change the order at the bottom as to which candidate would be eliminated. So that's why they eliminate one at a time. But if there isn't enough votes to make that difference, they will eliminate 2 candidates at the time.
You'll see. And then it's really when you sort of start getting up to, is it the once we start seeing the Niall McConnells and the Mary T. Sweeneys, and that's when it's going to be interesting, because we're going to see really how the likes of Charles Ward would benefit from that. And then further up, when the likes of John O'Donnell and Nicky Bradley, the working theory here is, we heard from Brendan Byrne, very close to the Pat the Cope Gallagher campaign, of course, that he feels that will start benefiting Charlie McConalogue, but at what extent? So that's when we're getting into the nuts and bolts, really, of the 3 for 2.
Exactly, and I would anticipate that both Pat the Cope and Charlie McConalogue are hoping for a bunch of transfers from Claudia now as well.
Obviously we don't know, right, but the quote is 12,771. Can you guesstimate how many more candidates will go through that? if any? So we have Pat the Cope Gallagher leading at the moment. He's safe and secure, don't get me wrong, but he's on 10,528. Is it likely that he will be elected as by way of a count?
Yes, possibly, but not until somebody with a significant transfer to him is eliminated.
Yeah, and so we'll wait and see.
Yeah, that's going to be a while yet. But I mean, there is a good chance he could reach the quota, but it won't be till for another while anyway.
It doesn't really matter to the candidates.
It doesn't matter if you reach the quota. The seat's the important part, and that's it. It doesn't matter what number the seat is, as long as you get one.
What are your reflections overnight?
Reflections overnight
on the process.
It seems like we're still here.
That's right, there's been no night. A lot of people welcoming you back, by the way. It's great to see the regulars. When I say the regulars that were here with us last night, they're back.
Good afternoon, everybody.
They're welcoming Trudy back, and some people will not let your and Donald's discussion on.
I know.
On
Donald was right.
Away.
Donald was right. Yeah, I was wrong. And
matter.
you know, it kind of does, though.
Does
I mean,
it?
if you're wrong, you're wrong. You have to admit you're wrong.
Right.
It had to happen sometime. It had to be wrong sometime.
I was wrong once. Hi, Greg and panel. Just back from Mass. Dare I say, are we there yet? Praying for a quick count in an hour. I'll have to get new batteries for my transistor radio. Maybe finished for the other big games at 4. Liverpool game, you'll never count alone. I heard this morning there's no Gra for Grania Shoiga as she's out, and no vote last night in Kildare North as tallies were short, and Bernard Durkin is one complaining, same guy who complained about, and it's cut off from there. I'll catch up on that later. Hi Greg, listening to the great coverage here in line. Many thanks to you all for such great work. I've got a housekeeping question. Although it's great listening to all the discussions, is there any kind of text alert system in place for interested parties to let us know when the returning officer is about to make an announcement? Thanks again, Mary from Malin. Well, there isn't. We are the closest you're going to get to that, Mary, unless you can find someone here. And to be honest with you, we are told there'll be a count in 5 minutes, and then it can take 20 minutes. So even if there were a text alert system, I'm not quite sure how it might work.
we have is whenever we basically see her standing.
Yeah, really, exactly. Normally she might take a drink of water, and that's become the clearest indication yet. Morning, Greg and team. Great coverage yesterday. Stay tuned until we saw Pierce get his seat last night. Can you give us a wee update on what's happening since we've been doing that? I just wanted to recognise your message. Hi, if someone's number one vote is eliminated and their 2s and 3s are already elected, what happens to their vote after this? Well, the 4 becomes a 1. Doesn't it?
If they have that,
and
if they've only voted a 1, 2, 3, that means the vote is then non-transferable.
Yeah, and that's when you hear from the returning officer when they say non-transferable.
We'll hear more of that. The more people that are now eliminated and elected, the higher the non-transferable votes will be.
Greg, the only reason Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael won't amalgamate is that their respective votes would collapse. There are a lot more so within Fianna Fáil who aren't happy with their current management and would break away at the end. Both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are breakaways from Sinn Féin. I think there is the sort of the grassroots of Fianna Fáil, and I do think they are far less comfortable with the close association with Fine Gael than maybe the party leadership, Trudy.
I struggle to even comment on that, to be honest. I haven't been following enough of the national, I suppose, updates. We're so involved in what's happening here at the minute.
Yeah, I got you.
But yeah, I think
I just feel in the commentary, even when, obviously you had a group of Fianna Fáil councillors at one point signing a letter. Charlie McConnell didn't rule out going into coalition with Sinn Féin, and other ministers haven't either. But Micheál Martin's been very clear on that. So I think there might be are different senses within.
But yet Sinn Féin are very open to it. So it'll be interesting to see what does transpire out of this.
I think they're genuinely keen to. They want to get into power.
They want to get into power.
They've established themselves now as one of the 3. Yeah. They're there now. It wasn't fleeting. It wasn't there. They're one of the 3. And they want a chance to be in power. That's the message we were getting last night. Looking forward to McConnell's votes being distributed. It'll be interesting to see where they go. Joan says, great coverage, Greg team. Love listening to Doreen. Well, you'll hear Doreen a little bit later on. Right, okay. I'm just wondering, are we going to get an announcement soon? I don't know whether it's ad break or not. It's only the one ad break before the top of the hour, isn't it? Okay, we'll stick with it here for the time being. Let's get a national update on what's happening in the general election. We've got our political correspondent, Sean Defoe. He's got some information for you.
So as of now, the race is on to see how close to an overall majority Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil can get. On current projections, the two government parties will have at least 83 seats, with a majority in the next Dáil being 87. There are a number of seats across the country which could still fall for the government. Sinn Féin is likely to finish in the region of 40 seats, while the Soc Dems could have up to 10, and Labour won't be far behind. There's also now a good chance of Aontú making a breakthrough and taking a second seat, this one being in Mayo. In the last hour, there have been a number of significant elections. Gary Gannon for the Social Democrats has gotten over the line, as is Brian Stanley, the independent TD in Laois, former Sinn Féin. He has been elected, as well as Malcolm Byrne for Fianna Fáil in Wicklow, Wexford. Byrne had the ignominious honour of being the shortest serving TD in the history of the Dáil. That's a streak he will now break.
All right, there you go. It's quite a return, isn't it? Current projections have Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael on 83. I don't know who their mudguard, as some people describe it, as would be. Soc Dems on 10, Labour on 10, theoretically. Hypothetically, even if Sinn Féin could get them on board 40, 50, 60, still 17 short. Start at this point now, it's like herding cats.
Yeah, I think if Sinn Féin do want to get into government, they need one of the bigger parties with them.
Yeah.
I mean, even adding up, well, I mean, if the independents go with them and everybody except Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, is there enough there?
Yeah, and also too, I mean, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will say, look, you know, we've been in government, some of us for 13 years, others for not quite as long, but with a combination of rotating and confidence and supply. 83 seats, fall short of a majority, just the two of them on their own. I mean, they'll want to go 10 or 15 past that, won't they, for a bit of a buffer and a bit of security. But it leaves them in good space. There's a whole group of independents there, former Fianna Fáilers, sympathetic Sinn Féiners and Fine Gaelers. You can see quite easily how they make probably what would be a much stronger government than the one that's leaving right now, whether people like that or not.
Yeah, exactly. But how many parties do you want to be in government? That's the thing then. Who do you want to be in the government? Do you want Sinn Féin with a whole pile of different parties, small parties, or Sinn Féin with Fianna Fáil and another small party to make it up? But I would say Sinn Féin will push and push and push to do absolutely everything they can to make it happen.
One of the big sort of emerging factors here is the Social Democrats. Gary Gannon, he's of that party, of course. He's retained his seat in Dublin Central. The party, as we mentioned, could win 10 seats, and he says that's something he's delighted about.
That we fought hard to get. I mean, this is not something that came out of the ether for us. This is something that we had candidates on the ground. Our mantra is always to go do the footwork, knock.
And I cut that off. I've done that twice now. But anyway, you got a sense of what he's saying there. Great explanation about the transfers. Thanks, guys. We do our best. Rossian says, a very happy birthday, John. Same day as myself. Hope John has a good day and gets his wee home back together again. That's John Wallace, of course. And there's a fundraiser ongoing to raise money for John Wallace. And there's been huge support. Happy birthday, John, because he's always there to wish others a happy birthday. I didn't realise it was birthday
and John's
today.
A huge political fan as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him appear here at some stage today. So it'd be lovely to see you, John. If you're listening in, do pop out and say hello to us.
A caller says, does anyone find it odd that the entire panel are Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil or related to Fine Gael councillors? Could we not have a panel commentator who's a wee bit further left than John? Well, a little bit further left. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we're all from Donegal here. We all know where people stand. We've had Sinn Féin in here, we've had Fianna Fáil in here, we've had independents in here, 100% redress. We're just chatting, and there is balance, and if I think there isn't, I jump in and... You know,
we can't tell who we're related to.
Our listeners are incredibly, intelligent, and they know what is what. We're not trying to hide anything here, and I think we're pretty balanced. I'm pretty confident we are anyway. Yeah. Keep your texts coming into us. Your WhatsApp and text to 086 60 25,000. Just if you're tuning in ahead of the 1 o'clock news, of course. The Downings ladies are in action today, looking to make a little bit of their own history as well. They are taking on Kilcock. It throws in at 1 o'clock at Park na Dunnagh, and we have, and I haven't been given that information yet there, we have live reports from that, which will accommodate, of course, as this afternoon wears on. We wish them the very best of luck in that game. I'd prefer if it didn't go to extra time, but if it did, it did. Right, okay, lads, were you just waffling, or did you find anything important out for us?
Very important. Touching base with the grassroots man is Boyle there. He's going to be a very important figurehead in Donegal Southwest. Well, done well at the election. He's begun to revitalise the party down there. I know John McNulty's there, and man is just suddenly starting to build up a good base and a good support base.
Yeah, but ironically, they lost one of their best councillors down there in Barrywood, I think. Listen, stay where you are, gather your thoughts. We're going to take a break for the news. If we have to break into the news for the next cant, we will. But for now, it's back to studio.
If you're out doing some Christmas shopping in Letterkenny and the hunger hits, why not pull into Charlie's? There's no point in going from shop to shop when all you can think of is tucking into a nice fish and chip, dipping some chicken tenders in ketchup, or just a hot cuppa with maybe a wee treat on the side. So step out of the hustle and bustle this Christmas and step into Charlie's on Pierce Road, Letterkenny.
Introducing Flow for Men, my new fragrance collection of products created to keep you feeling fresh and looking sharp. The ideal gift for the man in your life. Find Flow in pharmacies nationwide or online at flowbybo.com. Start every day with confidence.
For all you hard workers and multitaskers, those who come to work with big ambitions and bigger ideas, and all you legends of the trade, however you get the job done, there's a Volkswagen commercial vehicle for your business. Choose the new Transporter, Caddy Cargo, Crafter, Amarok, or the all-electric ID Buzz Cargo. Enjoy HB finance from 0% or purchase contributions of up to €2,000. Find the Volkswagen in you with the 251 range.
Terms and conditions apply. Finance provided by way of hire purchase agreement from Volkswagen Financial Services Ireland and subject to lending criteria. Volkswagen Financial Services Ireland Limited is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
Visit Connolly's Volkswagen Letterkenny. Order now at connolly's.ie.
Keep out the cold, cold, cold! And ring Fleming for their full range of garage doors, agri doors, insulated doors, milking parlour doors. Fleming, 91 48 234.
Here at Braden's House to Home Interiors, Moville and Bridgend, we stock recliner and fabric suites, dining tables and chairs, beds and mattresses, curtains and rugs, and don't forget our large flooring department stocking carpet, vinyl and laminate flooring. We can't be beaten on price or quality and give a weekly delivery service to Donegal, Derry and Strabane not to be matched. So call in today to Braden's House to Home Interiors, Moville or Bridgend for all your home furnishing needs.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
Good afternoon, it's Katie Gillen with the news at 1 o'clock. A teenager has died following a road traffic collision in Buncrana. It happened early this morning at Ballinlough. The road, the R244, is closed and local diversions are in place. Laura Kelly reports.
A man in his late teens has died in a single vehicle collision near Buncrana, County Donegal. He was the driver and only occupant of the car that crashed on the R244 at Ballinlough just after 5 a.m. The road is currently closed for a technical examination. There will be arrangements made for a post-mortem examination. Gardaí are now appealing for witnesses to come forward, and anyone with any camera footage is being asked to get in touch with Buncrana Garda Station.
Well, Cahirlock of the Inishowen Municipal District, Councillor Jack Murray says the news is devastating.
It's just devastation across Inishowen this morning. We've woken to an unspeakable tragedy in the mouth of Christmas, and the family are devastated this morning. The community is broken. So everybody in Inishowen, of course, will have them in their thoughts and prayers. It's such a horrendously difficult time. As always, Inishowen's experienced many tragedies, but at this time we rallied together, and this is where our community comes in great strength, and that'll be offered to this family. They'll have no shortage of support from their neighbours, their friends, and from everybody in Inishowen.
In general election news, no candidate has been elected on the fourth count as counting is continuing in the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. Pat the Cope Gallagher is currently in front with 10,528, followed by Charlie McConlogue with 8,149 and Charles Ward with 7,283. As there is no surplus of votes to be distributed following the distribution of Arthur McDesmond McGuinness and Vincent J. Bradley, the votes of the candidate with the lowest number of votes, Claudia Kennedy, will now be distributed. After the third count, the majority of the surplus of Sinn Féin's Padraig McLaughlin stayed within the party. Noel Jordan received a 66% share of the surplus votes. Minister Charlie McConlogue received 10 votes from the results of the distribution of McLaughlin's surplus. While Charles Ward of the 100% Redress Party says he is optimistic as day 2 of counting is underway in Donegal. Yesterday, based on the first tally of votes, there was some disappointment. However, the picture changed throughout the day when the first and second count came in and tallies of transferable votes were taken into consideration. Mr. Ward currently sits on 7,238 votes and he is tipped to be in a battle for the final of the 5 available seats in Donegal. He ran in the local elections earlier this year in the Lifford-Stranorlar Municipal District and narrowly missed out on a seat. The 100% Redress candidate says the main aim is to get homes fixed to allow people to move on with their lives.
That's it. It's going to be exciting. You know, it's going to be exciting.
It's one word to describe it.
And you know, just say to everybody out there, you know, stay positive and stay healthy, and you know, no matter what happens, you know, we're in it to win it, like, and at the end of the day, all we want to do is highlight what's going on in Donegal and help everybody and get our homes sorted. That's the most important thing, and move on with our lives.
Meanwhile, all constituencies have now declared a first count with more than 50 TDs elected. Counts are continuing to come in thick and fast this afternoon. Political correspondent Sean Defoe has the national picture.
So as of now, the race is on to see how close to an overall majority Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil can get. On current projections, the two government parties will have at least 83 seats, with a majority in the next Dáil being 87. There are a number of seats across the country which could still fall for the government. Sinn Féin is likely to finish in the region of 40 seats, while the Soc Dems could have up to 10, and Labour won't be far behind. There's also now a good chance of Aontú making a breakthrough and taking a second seat, this one being in Mayo. In the last hour, there have been a number of significant elections. Gary Gannon for the Social Democrats has gotten over the line, as is Brian Stanley, the independent TD in Laois, former Sinn Féin. He has been elected, as well as Malcolm Byrne for Fianna Fáil in Wicklow, Wexford. Byrne had the ignominious honour of being the shortest serving TD in the history of the Dáil. That's a streak he will now break.
Police in Strabane are appealing for information after a vehicle was damaged on Friday. The incident occurred between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. on the Ballycoleman Road near the Vivo shop. Anyone with information in relation to this or CCTV or dashcam footage is being asked to contact police on 101. Taxi fares will increase by 9% across the country from today. The move comes from the NTA in an effort to push more drivers to service the nighttime economy. Labour costs, fuel prices as well as the cost of living were all noted as reasons to increase fares. And now for the weather. Brighter today with a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers. Highs of 10 or 11 degrees and light to moderate southwest winds. That's all from the newsroom for now. We'll be back with another update at 2 o'clock, and we can now hand back over to Greg at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll hit this so we don't both hit it. Here we go. Thank you very much indeed, Katie. Right, by the way, you don't need a pass to get into the Ora Leisure the Ora Leisure Centre, I've been told. So if you are interested in coming down here and seeing for yourself democracy in action, well then we have an open door here at the Ora Leisure Centre, so you can come and watch us, you can come and watch the counter, whatever it might be. So if you are interested in politics and you want to see what's going on down here, then I've told that you don't need a pass. Okay, we will be bringing you updates on the game between Downings and Kilcock shortly, but Donal Kavanagh has a guest with him right now. Donal.
I have indeed, Greg. Thank you very much indeed. Nuala Carr of the Green Party is in the centre at the moment. Nuala, how are your feelings after the campaign? You're sitting on about 909 votes at the moment. A credible effort?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I mean, I didn't expect too much from the selection. I wasn't very well prepared, and it was a last-minute decision to put my name forward. But I'm very happy with the result, and I'd like to thank all my voters. And but we've still got a lot of work to do. We haven't given up. We didn't do too well in this election, the Green Party, but we still have to keep fighting for climate change. So we'll be regrouping and building up again.
Is this the last we've heard of Nuala Carr, or will you be putting yourself forward for future elections? Because obviously 5 years now to build, 5 years to establish yourself as a local voice. Is that an opportunity you're going to take? Will we hear more from you in 5 years' time?
Well, I don't know whether I'll be leading the fight or not, but I'll be behind the scenes anyway. I'll be hopefully doing some of the work, and we'll see in 5 years. I'll not commit to anything at the moment.
The Greens were in government and made a very strong contribution to the last government. Do you think the Greens are suffering now because, to a certain extent, some of the malaise about the current government has been visited on the Greens, and there's been even a perception that, in one way, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael sort of tried to throw them off the bus in the past couple of weeks before the current government came to an end?
Well, I'll not get into that kind of thing, but there is definitely, I mean, they did an awful lot for a small party in government. They did great work. And at the exit polls, I think it showed that people were saying that there's still a lot of work to be done for climate change. There was about 80% saying that there's still not enough work done and still more to do. So yeah, I think the Greens came out unfortunate in this case, but we'll get back up there.
There does seem in some quarters to be a perception that says, well, yes, we care about climate change, but we have to travel, but we have to have such and such a meal for our dinner, but we have to support such and such an industry. Do you think a day will come when those buts come back to bite us?
Well, hopefully not too soon, but I mean, if people are thinking of their immediate concerns, but if you step back and think about the bigger picture, I think everything's related, and you know, if we just can start taking steps towards climate change and think long term instead of looking at the immediate economic short term goals, we can hopefully turn this around.
Nuala Carr, 909 votes secured in this election so far. There'll be some more to come before your elimination later on in the day, but for now, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Donal.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Donal. Yeah, the Greens have nationally they've a long way to build back if it's even achievable.
They do. They have, but it's we're going. We, as in the society, we are going to need the Greens because, and I'm sure they'll be back again. I suppose the problem for the Green Party is that their vote's always fairly soft. They don't have hardcore support like Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Sinn Féin would have. I suppose we had a discussion here yesterday, about. Or brief discussion about waste in the public service, and I said yesterday that the fines that Ireland have paid and the fines that they're due to pay as a result of our not meeting our emissions is something like €8 billion, and that would build about 3 children's hospitals in Dublin that people are keeping bleating all the time about the cost of it. So I suppose what happened was when the government began to put things in place that needed to be done in relation to the reduction of emissions, and that's around electric cars and stuff like that. That's what people then they didn't like it, and that's why the Greens sort of suffered for that. Whereas
because
FG
it doesn't
and FF
make
didn't.
any sense. You don't change behaviour. It's proven not to be the case by sticking 2 cents on a litre of diesel or petrol every year, especially when in the rural Ireland you can't afford an alternative. It doesn't work.
But remember, in 2030, which is about how many years away is that? That's 5 years away. Diesel and electric cars are going to cease to be made all over the world anyway. So,
I'm not quite sure
and
about that.
Well, that's
the plan.
That's the plan.
We're supposed to have 1 million electric cars on the road by 2030.
But not everybody's going to be able to afford a new electric car. That's the other thing, really. It's going to be difficult to really implement that.
Well, I know that, but we're going to have to get to a situation where we're going to have to stop burning fossil fuels. Like, isn't that that's the gig?
Yeah.
Our whole issue is not the public. It's the fact that there's so few charging points. I mean, I wouldn't know where to look for a charging point if I had an EV car.
I think it was at whatever stage they said the year 2030. It seemed forever away, and now basically from January, from next month, it is only 5 years away, which is really, really soon.
But now they're looking to 2040 for everything.
Yeah,
it's
going to push it back another few years.
I just, they still have a big circle to square, and that's people, politicians flying all over the world in jets to these COP events, and then telling us that we can't burn turf. Now, I know that sounds like the most obvious populist argument, but it is literally how people think, and people don't want to hear the Greens' message on that.
But I think that's, unfortunately for the Green Party, over the past few years, that's what people are seeing them for, is the carbon tax, is the fines, is not being able to burn turf, and not seeing them for the positives that they also have as well, and their fantastic values as a party.
All right, we'll be getting an update from Partner Dunnov in the not too distant future. Downing's into an early lead there. They're 2 points to 1 up on Kilcock, so stay tuned for that. We'll keep you updated as that wears on. In fact, Kilcock just drew level, so it's 2 points apiece. Right, I think looking up at the stage there, it seems like there could be something happening.
It could be 2 or 3 minutes away if we're looking at this 45-minute self-imposed mandate that Paddy is issued.
I called it the Paddy timer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He's already
45 minutes.
He's established it, and we're going to see if it bears fruits.
We'll be sitting here about 2 o'clock in the morning wondering.
How do you anticipate it going today? Because quite a lot of people asking.
Don't see it getting finished at this rate.
Really?
No. You're eliminating numbers of candidates. I would have thought numbers of those would have been eliminated at the same time. But they're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
Obviously they've been told that you eliminate them individually. So you have many more to eliminate before we go anywhere, 3 or 4.
At least. Yeah.
So you're looking 3 to 4 hours down the road
that's
before.
Quite true.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 5 or 6 before we start getting into the
heavy.
If it's taken this long to go through 292 votes, can you imagine what it's going to be when we get up to 2,500 and above?
I prefer not to. All right, okay. But anyway, we're here for the long haul. No one said it was going to be easy, Trudy.
No, we didn't anticipate it. We were all here at the local elections and it didn't run any faster, so it is what's anticipated. Just got an update there. All first counts now have been completed, and the main parties currently sit at Fianna Fáil 21.9%, Fine Gael 20.8%, and Sinn Féin 19%. So that's the way I suppose the stats are now at the minute.
That would have been the predictions for the last 10 days anyway.
Yeah, there's her announcement now.
Seo Alianas Tari an Cuigo Juntas in Year Chuj Voti Claudia Kennedy Dochéad no Cado Vota a Achyalu. Bradley, Nicky, Fine Gael, Circado Vote, Omlon Vote, Thrivela, Shockade, Shaska Hain. Carr, Nula, Green Party, Coentus Glas, Moja, Hucht. Omlon Vote, Nigade is a 3 jag. Gallagher, Carroll, People Before Profit, Solidarity, Moja, Kera. Omlon Vote, Sheked, Octus a Hucht. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Moja, Shaktu Shea. Omlon Vote, Jemila, Sheked is Cahar. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, Moja, Cuig Jeg. Omlon Vote, Keramila, Sheked, Turka Hucht. McConnellogue, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja, Octa Cahar. Omlon, Ochtmila, Dochéad, Turcus 3. McConnell, Niall, Non-Party, Moja 3. Omlon Vote, Mila, Shockade is a Hucht. McGee, Eamon, Irish Freedom Party, IFP, Moja Hain. Omlon Vote, Kerricade is a knee. McKeever, Jerry, Non-Party, Navney. Omlon Vote, Thricade, Quega is a knee. McMenamin, Kim, Irish People, Moja, Doe. Omlon Vote, Quicade, Carrick Shocked. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, Moja a Je. Omlan Voti, 3,203. O'Donnell Frank, non-party, Moja Hain. Omlan Voti, 3,237. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja Cuig. Omlan Voti, Cuig Mila, Shockade is a Hocht. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu, Moja Hainjag. Omlan Voti, Gavila, Cuicade, Shaska Hain. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Moja Shockjag. Omlan Voti, Shacht Mila is 3 Near one ein Irahor an quota amach sa chuntas seo. Kinnes nach will filia voti le dalju amach curhi me an Irahor a will an maidis lu voti ege Frank O'Donnell 3,3 vota as an orif. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the fifth count, which consisted of the distribution of Claudia Kennedy's 292 votes. Total of votes distributed, 292. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, plus 32. Total votes, 3,761. Car Nula Green Party Cohentus Glas, plus 8. Total votes, 913. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 4. Total votes, 688. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil, plus 76. Total votes, 10,604. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, plus 15. 4,638 total vote. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil, plus 84. Total vote, 8,233. McConnell Niall Non-Party, plus 3. Total vote, 1,708. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party, IFP, plus 1. Total vote, 409. McKeever Jerry, non-party, 0. Total vote, 359. McMenamin Kim, the Irish People, plus 2. Total vote, 547. McNulty John, Fine Gael, plus 10. Total vote, 3,293. O'Donnell Frank, non-party, plus 1. Total vote, 337. Pringle Thomas, non-party, plus 15. Total vote, 5,708. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu, plus 11. Total vote, 2,561. Ward Charles, 100% redress, plus 17. Total vote, 7,300. Non-transferable papers not effective, 13. Total 23. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Frank O'Donnell, 337 votes. Thank you, Gurmahagi.
Okay, we're going to get some reaction from Frank O'Donnell just in a moment, just to keep you updated on what's happening in the football. They're around 21 minutes into that game, and it's Downing's a goal and 2 points, Kilcock 5 points, so they're tied at Park Nadunov. Okay, Donald Kavanagh, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Greg. Well, I'm joined by Frank O'Donnell, the unsuccessful independent candidate who's just been eliminated. Frank, if someone had said to you 6 months ago that you would be contesting at this election as an independent, would you have believed them?
I wouldn't, Donald. I wouldn't. It took a while for me to settle myself. Was I running or not running? And I made up my mind there. I'd give it a go, because I'm always interested in politics, always have been, and so I said no. I got the family behind me, and so I said I'd give it a try.
You were, and this was discussed earlier with Doreen, but you were the chair of the local Fine Gael Common in Letterkenny, and you weren't happy with some of the decisions that were being made in Party HQ and effectively, in your view, imposed on the local organisation.
Quite correct, Donald. I think I've highlighted that in previous conversations with different people. It's not the local comment here in Letterkenny. They weren't just actually listening to us any longer. And I thought, how long are we going to keep going like this until something happens? That's why I told my colleagues in Fine Gael locally that I've made my mind up to leave. And they asked me to stay on, but I said no. I feel that I'm getting nowhere. If I'm the chairperson of the Michael Collins, Dr. McGinley branch, and Dublin are not even listening to me. So I decided I had enough. I was going to walk away from politics, and I decided, talking to the family, I'd go myself.
And we have heard stories of some very senior Fine Gael personnel in this county hearing about Nicky Bradley's nomination to the Seanad from radio stations. In one case, a serving party councillor getting a phone call from a newspaper for a comment, and that was the first that person heard of it.
Yeah, that tells you everything. There's not much to say after that.
Is this it for you now? Is there a way back for you to Fine Gael? Because you've been very involved with the Fine Gael organisation, particularly you've been a friend and ally of Jimmy Kavanagh and been very involved in Jimmy's political campaign. He remains on, obviously, as a Fine Gael member of Donegal County Council. Do you see a way back for yourself to work with Jimmy Kavanagh again into the future, or is this break irreversible?
I don't know. Jimmy's a personal friend of mine. I don't know. I would have to think. I actually can't answer that honestly. I don't know.
In terms of your own vote, Frank, I mean, just over 330 votes. From your own point of view, you would have hoped to have done better, but to what extent was this hopeful of election, and to what extent was this a statement from Frank O'Donnell to the Fine Gael party?
It was a statement. I thought I'd get a bigger statement, quite honest to you, Donald, but it was a statement, and I've no regrets. Put myself forward, but I would hope to have a bigger statement to say he's going to have to listen to the grassroots here in the county. It is what it is. I've no regrets running. I want to congratulate my family for getting behind me and the team behind me. And yourselves, Donald, I think you've done a great job, to be honest. It's very interesting, Greg here and yourself and the team here. It's amazing how many people are commenting on how good you are in the Highland Radio with this. These are experts at it.
I recall you ran for the Old Urban District Council several years ago. I think it must have been the guts of 20 years ago you ran it for that. You've now run for a general. Are we going to see Frank O'Donnell's name on a ballot paper again?
I'll say you all, Donald. I will. I was 94 around. I remember you interviewing me, quite honest. So I was 94, and I wouldn't rule that out now, to be quite honest with you. Because I'm so engrossed in politics, I would say, well, I'll be putting my foot back.
So for the record, it was 30 years ago, not 20 years ago.
I wasn't going to mention that, though.
Frank, listen, commiserations for not being elected, but well done on a good campaign, and thanks indeed for speaking to us, and I have no doubt we will be speaking to you again.
Thanks very much.
Frank, thank you.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, Frank O'Donnell's approach there, because whilst he ran because he was not happy maybe with how the party was going, it's a big stretch then maybe to try and ask people who are Fine Gael supporters in the county to not vote for their party but instead vote for him. That's another layer of expectation, I think, in a campaign.
It's a big layer of expectation, especially going into a general election, literally in the cold. candidates would be better to have some exposure through their local elections last June. It would give them a clear, give them a clear pathway. Is it worth my while doing that, or do I need more traction? Can I wait another 5 years?
The reason for Frank running didn't happen until after the local elections, and he was Jimmy Kavanagh's director of elections for the local elections. And I mean, we discussed yesterday Fine Gael's approach regarding the two candidates that they run, and Frank has clarified that, and I did mention as well yesterday that the directive came from Dublin.
But
they weren't listening.
But it's for your protest at that to be to take votes away from candidates locally.
Yeah.
It's a strange position to put the electorate into, isn't it? Because you're playing into the hands potentially of non-Fine Gael candidates, not just him as an independent.
Yeah, and it was a very short campaign as well. So I mean, specific not having run in the local elections as well. I mean, for any of the candidates that have no political background, although Frank does have a humongous political background.
As Fine Gael rebuilds, I'm sure it will, and as it tries to maybe have its local voice respected, who's to say what impact those that campaign and those votes might have on that? It's all part of the one thing, isn't it? Okay. I respect Frank for being honest enough to leave Fianna Fáil stroke Fine Gael, says a listener. Paddy?
No, I was just going to make the point. You see, the footprint that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael jointly have on the political landscape in Ireland is actually decreasing all the time. And when we spoke yesterday about when they were in the Haiti days back in the 50s, 60s and 70s.
Can I just hold you for a second, if you don't mind? Because we are also tracking what's happening on the pitch, because Downings are involved in a huge game, and I think it's been a lively enough first half. I hope I can say good afternoon now to Maureen O'Donnell, who might have an update for us from Park na Donmh. No, Mo is actually muted. Well, I'll keep an eye on that. When Mo unmutes, when Maureen unmutes, we'll bring her in, because I know many of you are interested in getting an update from that. Maureen, are you there now?
Yes, hello. Craig, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. So what's going on? You're live with us on the radio, of course, Maureen. How's the game going so far?
The game's going very well so far. Downings the current score here is 1-3 to Downings. 6 points to Kilcock, so everything's even Stevens at the minute, but very slippery and wet conditions out here at the minute, Greg, and there's been a lot of rain on the pitch, so it makes conditions for both sides difficult out there. But Downings has started the game well today and got a couple of early scores on the board, and a fantastic goal from the captain Sinead McBride put them into the lead, but it was all Kilcock then after that. They got 4 out of 4 scores to go 1 point ahead, and then Lauren McBride, who's doing really, really well out there today, has taken a couple of wonderful spot kicks, and she just put them one up there just before Grace White added another. So it's even Stevens here down in Downings at the minute. A huge crowd down here, as you would expect, even with election weekends going on. But it's Downings 1-3. Greg, Kilcock from Kildare, 6 points.
It's an interesting one for both teams, because they don't really or wouldn't have known too much about each other going into this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're coming in here very unknown both. Apart from watching some of maybe video footage from, both displays and their provincial titles, Downings just overcame Warren Point from Down with that 1 point victory. And it's been a tight campaign for Downings, but they have one chance at it, I suppose, and they want to try and get victory here to go into a historic All-Ireland junior final. All-Ireland finals, which would be great for the club and the community, Greg, as you well know.
And Maureen, are we approaching half-time at half-time?
Yeah, we're just on the 30-minute mark here now, and it's looking like the both sides may go uneven. Kilcock are applying a little bit of pressure here now through Aisling O'Connor and Grace White, their markswomen. But Downings have actually been playing really well in the last 20 minutes of the game here. They've been under serious pressure, but they're formidable backline. 6 players in the backline are doing really well defensively, and they're playing very well up front as well, Greg.
Maureen, brilliant to hear from you. Brilliant to see you. Thanks very much. We'll chat to you a little later.
Yes, Greg, no bother. Thank you very much.
Right, bye-bye. Yeah, you get it all here at Highland Radio. Okay, well, listen, we try and do new things every day, and there you go. Right, okay, I have something in my WhatsApp that I must read, and it is, what's it in relation to? Is it from you? Okay. It's a bit late for that now. It's all right. Okay, we've got that. I think we're covered in that regard. What time is it? Yeah. Maybe we might, who's back at base, they might play that jingle out actually, because we can only bring this type of coverage to our listeners, or maybe Joe can fire it in. We can only bring this type of coverage to our listeners thanks to the great support of local sponsors and what have you. Right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more live here from the Aura Leisure Centre after these.
Black Friday is here at Evolve Clothing. Massive discounts this week only on top brands. Shop in store or online for unbeatable prices on clothing, footwear and accessories. Don't miss out. Save big today.
Enhanced TFI Local Link Route 953. Greencastle to Letterkenny now operates 8 daily return services Monday to Friday, 7 daily return services on Saturday and 6 daily return services on Sunday. Route 953 provides peak time and evening services, connectivity to ATU Donegal and regional bus services. We're Transport for Ireland. We're Transport for you. See locallinkdsl.ie for more. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
At Centra, we've got amazing Christmas simple savers from now until the big man arrives. Like Nestle Black Magic 348 gram and Dairy Box 322 grams €6 each. Jacob's Elite Selected Tins €10 each. And 19 Crumbs Wine Selected Range €8 each. Perfect for Christmas. Centra. Live every day. Enjoy alcohol sensibly.
At Specsavers, we've got hearing devices that can stream music or movies. Ones that are good in crowds, rechargeable battery ones that are good at home, ones that are good in the great outdoors, ones that connect to phones, ones that fit in your ear, ones that fit over your ear, ones that fit in wherever you happen to be. We've even got ones with the latest advanced tech, like the Phonak Infinio Sphere. And they're all available at great Specsavers prices. So book a free hearing check today. OK Hearing is not OK.
Millionaire Raffle from the National Lottery is back. There's 1 millionaire guaranteed and over €6.3 million in cash prizes to be won. The draw is on New Year's Eve and tickets are limited to 600,000. Have you got yours? The National Lottery. It could be you. Gift responsibly.
The Clarence Gift with Beauty is available at McElhinney's for a limited time only. Buy 2 Clarence products, one to be moisturiser or serum, and receive 4 beauty essentials free with your purchase. Stock up on your favourite Clarence products or try something new. Shop Clarence at McElhinney's and get a free gift.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Okay, just to give you an update, the half-time whistle has gone in Downings, and it is Downings a goal and 3 points. Kilcock 6 points, so it is level at half time. And also, I want to give you an update on another piece of sport that's happening today. It's full time in the Donegal Under-21A Championship final. Glen Swilly 2-9, 4 Masters, a goal and 15 points. So full time in the Donegal Under-21A Championship final. Glen Swilly 2-9, 4 Masters, 1-15, and that means that 4 Masters down in Donegal Town are the Under-21A champions, which is always good, isn't it, when you start having that success or continue that success at underage level. Right, Kieran Cannon will be with you after 2 with a further update. We'll bring you a midway through the first half update if it's required on Downings versus Kilcock. That's all on the way. There is a little bit of a lull here as we're waiting for our next count out of the Aura Leisure Centre here. We have Frank O'Donnell's votes being distributed now, 337 votes. I'll bring our guests in now in a second. Just some of your comments coming in here. The Green Party are all stick and no carrot. The election has returned the favour at the ballot box. Greg, any smaller party that goes into government with Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael are wiped out next election. Same happened to Labour, reduced to 6 seats last time. On about emissions, no word what emissions that have been burned with the wars that are going on the past 3 years be far worse than burning a turf fire for the next 50 years. Electric cars don't work in rural areas unless they come up with something better. I think the modern electric car is really quite... I wouldn't agree with you in relation to that one, with respect. Hi, Greg. Can you congratulate Manus O'Donnell from Milford on his National Volunteer Award for Community Games? We're on the way back from Mullingar. We're listening into your election coverage. Thanks again. That comes in from Tony. Congratulations to you, Manus O'Donnell. Fair play to you. When are the postal votes added to a candidate's total? That happened right at the very beginning. I saw them in the first count, didn't I? Or
they're normally
was that the
added.
first tallies
They're
that I
normally
saw?
added at the end.
Okay, so
Yeah.
but they were included in the tallies, I noted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hi there, great coverage with your pundits. It was also great to hear Trudy explain and dispel, as a teacher, the scaremongering around SPHE in school. Fake news information being disseminated and a lot of times unchallenged is a big issue in all areas of life, especially politics. Best of luck with the rest of your show. That comes in from Kate in Buncrana. One on the Greens here. The Greens supported planting trees on peat bogs, digging up peat bogs for industrial wind turbines, an LNG terminal, anaerobic digesters beside pristine rivers, and taxing people to the hilt. Not green at all. Watching other constituencies eliminate a few local candidates together. Right, okay. Just after seeing some of Nikki Bradley's outtake, taking down her posters, others follow suit in the next few days. On my way in yesterday morning, there were posters were being taken down then and there. I don't know which candidate it was, and it would be unfair for me to speculate. So, Trudy, I'll go to you first, and then I want to bring John in. Where are we at now, just for listeners just tuning in?
Well, if you've just tuned in, we still only have 2 candidates elected. Last night, we had Pierce Doherty elected, and in the late hours, or rather early hours maybe of this morning, we had Councillor Padraig McLaughlin elected as well. Currently now we have a number of candidates that have been eliminated. Vincent Bradley has been eliminated, and we had Claudia Kennedy being eliminated as well. We have Arthur McGuinness was the first eliminated there. Frank O'Donnell has just been eliminated, and they are currently transferring Frank's votes. They're transferring the number 2s of Frank's votes, so that will be the next count that we anticipate within the hour.
John, how long now before we start seeing eliminations that will start having a material impact on the outcome of this election and start giving us an idea as to who's right and how it may play out?
It'll be late afternoon actually.
Yeah.
We have several eliminations here. We have Jerry Keever, we have Kim McMenamin, we have, who else have we there? Those 2. Yeah, there's 3 or 4 of them there. The only thing that's insignificant at the moment is that Charlie McConlogue has increased somewhat by 96 votes in these couple of counts today, whilst Pringle has increased by what is that, 15, yeah, 7 and 8,
I could
15.
Sorry, yes, I should
15,
be
17,
yeah.
17, yeah. Charles Ward has increased by 32. So that lift from Claudia Kennedy, he gave McConlogue 84. Was he expecting more than that? I presume he had to be, because she had a 292. But he'll be happy to see that he is putting more space between himself and those coming close behind him.
Well, he currently is. I beg your pardon. Sorry, I was just about to have that. Some I don't have it now. He's 8,160 ahead of Charles Ward now, is he? Or thereabouts. Sorry, that's complete nonsense. 816.
8223. Charles Ward 733. Yeah.
933.
933.
Right?
Yeah.
I haven't used a calculator since national school. And
Just use your head. Just use your head.
I'll get
It's like a bit of
All
a bit
right,
like
Carol Vorderman.
It's a bit like an accordion here. It's going in and out. So Charlie's lead over Charles Ward was decreasing. Now it's bounced up again. So the next 3 candidates then, Frank O'Donnell, Eamon McGee and Jerry McGeever, they're going to have about 1,250 votes between them to be distributed.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to get into the big stuff then when we start Nuala Carr. She'll have round about 1,000 then when we get into that area. So we're going to, there'll be four digits then from now on, once we get these out of the way.
Mid-afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock, will it be that, before we get beyond Nuala Carr?
Well, we've 25 minutes gone already on Frank O'Donnell's 337, and no sign of anything yet. So
it's amazing how time flies when you're enjoying yourself.
Okay, well, let's fly over for an ad break. Stay where you are, everybody. We'll be back with more live here from the Ora Leisure Centre in a moment.
Donegal at night. It's vibrant, it's diverse, it's ours. Let's be safe and sound. Whether you're out for dinner, a show, a match, or just a stroll, we all play a part in creating a safe and enjoyable atmosphere. Let's look out for each other. Keep our streets clean. Have fun. Let's keep Donegal a place where everyone feels welcome and respected. Let's be safe and sound. This ad was brought to you by Donegal County Council and is an initiative of the Buncrana Nighttime Economy.
If you've got a wedding, prom or other special occasion coming up, there's a great offer right now at Watson Menswear in Letterkenny. Get a three-piece suit, shirt, tie and shoes for just €299. Yes, suited from top to toe for an amazing €299. Watson Menswear are open 7 days a week on Main Street, Letterkenny and online at watsonmenswear.com. The Christmas Club is also now open and a small deposit will secure any item.
Make it a Christmas party to remember at Dunnes Stores with 20% off a fantastic range of wine and champagne and mix and match 3 for 2 on over 100 party food options. Whether you want crispy tempura prawns, elf bao buns or a selection of indulgent cheeses, whatever you want from your Christmas shop, you'll find it in our aisles, fridges and freezers. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. Make Christmas for everyone with Dunnes Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used in next grocery shop with €50 or more. Voucher excludes alcohol. Please drink sensibly.
The Mother and Baby Institution's payment scheme is now open for applications. This scheme provides financial payments and health supports to eligible people who spend time in mother and baby and county home institutions in Ireland. There's a straightforward application process in place to help everyone access the benefits that they are entitled to. To find out more, visit gov.ie/payment scheme or call the helpline at 01 522 9992, an initiative of the Government of Ireland.
Zach Bryan, live at Phoenix Park. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st. Subject to license. Tickets $121.25 go on sale this Thursday at 8 a.m. Maybe subject to fees. Presented by Aiken Promotions.
Okay, you're very welcome back to our coverage here of the 2024 general election. We are live from the Ora Leisure Centre. We have all of our team here, as you can imagine. We have Michaela Clark, who is going to join us on air throughout the course of the day, of course, but he's also keeping a very comprehensive blog going on our website. If you want to keep track of it, see some pictures, get a sense of what's going on, that is there as well. Donald Kavanagh is with us and is joining us in and out of the conversation. And we also have our panel, namely Trudy O'Donnell, we have Paddy Rooney and John McAteer, and we are in this sort of a space now at the moment whereby we're going through the time-consuming process of eliminating candidates with, 200, 300 votes. And John was just saying before the break there, we're heading towards maybe 4 or 5 o'clock when we might start seeing those with thousands of votes eliminated, and then that will give us a much clearer picture, John, of where this is going.
It could be 7, 8 o'clock before we get a clearer picture. We'll be into that realm of the 5th or 6th count at that point. And maybe the 7th count. It's interesting there, candidates just blaming Dublin. It's a very common one. Fine Gael, former Fine Gael candidates blame Dublin for everything. And you often wonder, do the grassroots executive committees at constituency level, do they have any say whatsoever? Sure, Fianna Fáil, I'm not exactly sure how Sinn Féin handles things, but I'm sure they're no different.
Yeah, but it's like everything, I suppose. What happens on the ground has to sometimes match national policy, and maybe national policy then trumps the local knowledge on the ground, and
it's
that's how you progress forward.
I would suspect that the chief executives at headquarters, they are the powerful voices, and they can seem to be fit to overrule everybody. And I mean, we have that in Donegal. We've had that in Fine Gael in this election. We've probably had it in Fianna Fáil as well, because I don't, from what I can gather behind the scenes, that there was no intention of Pat the Cope's name going to be on a ballot paper, except that he forced his way through to convention, and he won it convincingly. Michael Naughton would have been the chosen one there, and that was the agenda right up beyond Christmas time. And you know, the fact that a local candidate like Pat the Cope can actually force his way through that to a convention, and he has the support base. Fianna Fáil headquarters is a very powerful group. They can do nothing about that. Pat the Cope is now taking that seat, and he hopes he'll be accompanied later on by Charlie McConlogue if things work out.
But we're still, by the way, none the certain who's going to finish 4th or 5th. What we do know, it's going to have to be 2 from 3.
Yeah.
Independent Thomas Pringle, outgoing Minister Charlie McConlogue, and 100% redresses Charles Ward. Just for those switching on, what we've had is different points of view as to the pathway for all of them, except a couple suggesting it could be difficult for Charlie McConlogue. But
that's been a common thread now. Niall Blinny disagrees with that. I've heard him talk about it several times over the last 24 hours. They've done a partial tally from what we gather, from what he's been saying to us, and they seem secure enough that Charlie McConlogue will hold that seat. He just has this cushion that others have to get beyond, and if they do, then there's going to be a different tune being played, and we'll get that probably by around 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
In my opinion, Sinn Féin needs to do everything in their capability to convince other elected members to join them in government after pushing for a vote for change. I was looking forward to having the first ever Donegal-based Minister for Finance. The outgoing minister delivered funding for over 20 peer repair projects from Support Stable Markets, Vet College and Limited Redress Scheme. How will Donegal fare now with 4 opposition TDs and unlikely to have anyone at the cabinet level to secure funding to the county? How significant is it in reality, Paddy, having a cabinet minister in your constituency?
It must be in principle, because we've had 3 now in this century. That was Jim McDade, Joe McHugh and Charlie McConlogue. So it depends what value you leave on getting getting a football field here or floodlights there or a pier there or whatever, if you value that kind of stuff, or if there's some heavy duty stuff left behind, like I suppose the late Neil Blaney has his fingerprints on the LYAT now called the ATU, which is has a student population now of over 3,000 people. I mean, that's something significant, but not every government minister can, by the very nature, I suppose, of the political and economic cycle, deliver something like that. John was making the point about the power imbalance between a local organisation and a national organisation. If my memory serves me right, I think Sean Dorgan was the General Secretary of Fianna Fáil back in the late noughties. He might still be there even. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to do away with this conventions around the country, and they wanted to bring in something like a HR specialist and representatives from HQ to actually interview candidates, with the way that and the point being that they were going to appoint people that were that they were able to they were all potential ministers. But anyway, that didn't work out because the local organisation rebelled against that. And I see that Niall Blaney, he upset the apple cart, didn't he, for the Fianna Fáil selection convention for the European Parliament later on this year, because I suspect that the gurus at national level wanted Barry Cowan to come through a convention, and they wanted to add on Lisa Chambers, but Niall Blaney upset the apple cart because he ran Barry Cowan very, very close at the convention, so he had to be put on. And so they ended up with 3 candidates instead of 2. And the interesting thing down in Kerry then, that the Fine Gael organisation, they were not like Pat the Cope here, John. They didn't get their house in order because I think their convention had to be delayed on 3 separate occasions because the outgoing TD there, Brendan Griffin, wasn't able to get his cousin along the line, and Alwyn Enright apparently went down. It was reported in the Independent that I'm actually looking at there. I don't have any inside information. And she came down and she just picked Billy O'Shea because he was a former RL winner football, and says, look at guys, this is the guy you're going to have. And that was the end of that. So,
can I just say one thing, by the way, which I'm not really terribly happy about. I was told by an official here that passes weren't required, and I asked them on 3 occasions, are you sure, and I was told, yep, passes aren't required, and as it transpired now, passes are required. So I don't know who in the organisation here is communicating with who or how they're communicating, but I really apologise for passing on the information. But it was passed on in good faith, and it's now been rescinded by somebody else involved in the organisation. That's up to them, and that's fine. But my apologies. I didn't purposely mislead anyone. I've just been given a different piece of information now. John, sorry, go ahead with your point there.
I think Fine Gael has come a cropper in Kerry as well, that Billy O'Shea has lost a seat. He's 4,000 short. So that is telling a story there that I think he was imposed, and I think 6 of the Sinn Féin councillors stayed away from the convention.
Yeah.
So those are stories that will be told and analysed, and how Donegal has to feature very, very strongly because they've got nothing in Donegal. Fine Gael will have other analysis all over the place to do as well. Fianna Fáil is in that slightly better position in that they're going to be the lead party in government, and they will be calling the shots to whatever degree that they need to.
What was I going to say to you was, when are we expecting the next announcement? I'm just looking here at the clock and stuff that we have to do at 2. If we're using the timeline
half
of the
2.
Half an hour plus. We're a half an hour and counting now, so...
All right, so it's going to pretty much land in right on the spot of 2.
I was just going to say there, John was talking about Billy O'Shea being imposed, and that was against the views of the local organisation, because I think Fine Gael have 6 councillors in Kerry County Council, and it was only one of the councillors, which would be very unusual. Now, it wouldn't denote harmony in the constituency for only one of the 6. I mean, they've got themselves into bother now. The Fine Gael have no TD in Wexford either, because the local organisation always wanted Verona Murphy, but Leah Varadkar took a stone against her because she said something unwoke about illegal migrants, and I mean the local organisation wanted her, and she's always able to top the poll now as an independent. An official Fine Gael aren't able to get their own man or woman over.
She's a very powerful voice. She's one of the most effective and one of the most influential voices in the Dáil at the moment. And that's where they're getting it wrong.
Okay, caller says, Greg, did you ever find out why the picture of Pat the Coach Tallyman went viral? Well, no, we didn't actually. We never got down to that one. It's just one of those quirks of social media. The election results are really depressing. You would think that's what happened. You'd think that's what's happening in this country, like the homeless numbers hitting 15,000, the cost of housing and the lack of them, cost of living, healthcare, and so on and so on. And they're just not happy with how things have played down. Fine Gael are in serious trouble in Donegal. Even Joe McHugh may not have won a seat if he were standing. Is there nobody in the Hart family tree interested in public service? Greg, any smaller party that go into government with Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael are wiped out next election. Same happened to Labour, reduced 6 seats. But you see, I think even like the Greens, I mean, they're obviously going to come out of this election in a poor way, but they will feel that they have democratically contributed. Their fingerprints are...
Eamon Ryan particularly has been very effective. Now, I don't know if Roderick O'Gorman is actually going to hold a seat in Dublin West. He was fighting for a seat earlier on today. So they could be left without a leader. Hazel Chew's gone. All of these things are happening.
Hazel Chew's gone as well. All right, okay. Well, we'll catch up on all of that, both locally and nationally, but we're going to take a break for the news. Stay where you are.
Get ready for a night of great music at the Highland Radio Christmas Concert on Monday the 9th of December at the Mount Errigal Hotel in Letterkenny. Join us with an incredible lineup of Mike Denver and his band, John McNichol, Jim Devine, Donna Taggart, Owen Mack and myself, David James. Get your tickets now at the outlet on highlandradio.com or call 074 91 25,000.
Hip hip hooray! Hip and knee replacement surgery is now fully reimbursed by the HSE under the Northern Ireland Planned Healthcare Scheme. Why wait? Access treatment faster at Kingsbridge Private Hospital in Belfast or Ballykelly. You'll be seen within 7 days and have your surgery within 21 days. We guarantee it. Text hello to 51777 for a call back from our dedicated cross-border team, or visit kingsbridgeprivatehospital.com/cross-border for further information.
It's not just that Sammy has had his world torn apart by the conflict. It's not just that he has lost everyone that he ever loved. And it's not just that Sammy is only 7 years old. Right now, children are being forced to live through unimaginable horrors in Gaza and around the world. And it's not just. This Christmas, your help could make all the difference. Visit Trócaire.org or call 1-800-408-408. Trócaire. together for a just world.
Financial scams are everywhere. Scammers are using increasingly sophisticated ways to trick you. Fight back by staying one step ahead. The next time you get an unexpected call, text, or email offering you a financial product or requesting your bank or credit card details, ask yourself, is this a scam? Always check you're dealing with a genuine firm before giving your personal information or transferring money. To find out how to beat the scammers, go to centralbank.ie/financial scams.
I am the storm that pounds for hours, for days on one side of your head. I am your migraine. Light blinds. Sound pierces. You can't escape my nausea. If you've lived with me for years, talking to your doctor may help. Learn more at migraineaware.ie, brought to you by Pfizer Healthcare Ireland.
Every Tuesday morning on Highland Radio, we'll be joining Freya and Colin for Claris the Car as we catch up with them for some Can Sugas crack on the way to school.
This Tuesday, they will be chatting about Sean and Reagan, August by Jessica for Couple of Fackle Usage Freshen. So be Lynn, my Ginger March, and shot our Highland Radio.
Dogu do Station, Highland Radio.
Claris the Car, Arna Winu, a commission na man, leis an Talia Cadanish Telefisha.
If you need an eye test, look no further than Louis Walsh Opticians. Letterkenny's longest established opticians are delighted to welcome patients new and old to their state-of-the-art practice in the Courtyard Shopping Centre. Their latest technology includes a 3D OCT retinal camera, which assesses the health of your eyes in minutes. Private, medical card and PRSI patients welcome. Call 91 21000 to arrange your eye test.
Louis Walsh Opticians, Letterkenny. Your vision, our focus.
Introducing Flow for Men, my new fragrance collection of products created to keep you feeling fresh and looking sharp. The ideal gift for the man in your life. Find Flow in pharmacies nationwide or online at flowbybogue.com. Start every day with confidence.
Unwrap the magic of Christmas gifting with Eason's best of kids books, including The Hilarious Disaster Dad by Donico Callahan, Skullduggery Pleasant, The Haunted House on Hollow Hill, Tom Gates' Ha Ha Hilarious, and Where to Hide a Star by Oliver Jeffers. In Eason stores now or online, with thousands of books available for next day delivery.
Spoil someone with a beautiful fragrance this Christmas from McGee's Chemist Letterkenny. Choose by designer, budget or celebrity. Top names like Clarins, Burberry, Gucci and Dolce & Gabbana. Also great prices on Calvin Klein, Flower Bomb and so many more. The best fragrant gift sets available this year can also be found in McGee's Chemist Main Street Letterkenny and online at mcgees.ie. McGee's, where the best costs less.
At iMotors, we offer a wide selection of 2024 X-Management and fleet vehicles, just a few months old. Our nearly new range includes petrol, diesel, self-charging hybrids and plug-in hybrids. Enjoy savings of up to €10,000 off the new price, with remaining manufacturer warranties included. Visit iMotors in Letterkenny or Malin to explore our impressive Kia and Nissan collections, and take advantage of these fantastic deals.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
Good afternoon, it's Katie Gillen with the news at 2 o'clock. A teenager has died following a road traffic collision in Buncrana. It happened early this morning at Ballinlough. The road, the R244, is closed and local diversions are in place. Laura Kelly reports.
A man in his late teens has died in a single vehicle collision near Buncrana, County Donegal. He was the driver and only occupant of the car that crashed on the R244 at Ballinlough just after 5 a.m. The road is currently closed for a technical examination. There will be arrangements made for a post-mortem examination. Gardaí are now appealing for witnesses to come forward, and anyone with any camera footage is being asked to get in touch with Buncrana Garda Station.
Well, Cahirlock of the Inishowen Municipal District Councillor Jack Murray says the community will support the family following the devastating news.
It's just devastation across Inishowen this morning. We've woken to an unspeakable tragedy in the mouth of Christmas, and the family are devastated this morning. The community is broken. So everybody in Inishowen, of course, will have them in their thoughts and prayers. It's such a horrendously difficult time. As always, Inishowen's experienced many tragedies, but at this time we rallied together, and this is where our community comes in great strength, and that'll be offered to this family. They'll have no shortage of support from their neighbours, their friends, and from everybody in Inishowen.
Well, in general election news, Independent Frank O'Donnell has been eliminated after the fifth count. No candidate has been elected. Pat the Cope Gallagher is currently in front with 10,604 votes, followed by Charlie McConalogue with 8,233 and Charles Ward with 7,300. As there is no surplus of votes to be distributed, the votes of Frank O'Donnell, which is 337, will be distributed. O'Donnell was previously chairperson of the Fine Gael branch in Letterkenny. He says although he had hoped to make a bigger statement to his former party, he has no regrets.
It was a statement. I thought I'd get a bigger statement, quite honest to you, Donald, but it was a statement, and I've no regrets. Put myself forward, but I would hope to have a bigger statement to say he's going to have to listen to the grassroots here in the county. I mean, it is what it is. I've no regrets running. I want to congratulate my family for getting behind me and the team behind me.
Well, Nuala Carr of the Green Party says the party needs to think long term. She's not yet been eliminated and currently sits on 905 votes. Ms Carr believes the party has achieved a lot during their time in government as a small party. The Green Party has yet to secure a Dáil seat. Carr says she is content with her performance.
Happy. I mean, I didn't expect too much from this election. I wasn't very well prepared, and it was a last minute decision to put my name forward. But I'm very happy with the result, and I'd like to thank all my voters. And but we've still got a lot of work to do. We haven't given up. We didn't do too well in this election, the Green Party, but we still have to keep fighting for climate change. So we'll be regrouping and building up again.
Meanwhile, all constituencies have now declared a first count with more than 50 TDs elected. Counts are continuing to come in thick and fast this afternoon. Political correspondent Sean Defoe has the national picture.
So as of now, the race is on to see how close to an overall majority Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil can get. On current projections, the two government parties will have at least 83 seats, with a majority in the next Dáil being 87. There are a number of seats across the country which could still fall for the government. Sinn Féin is likely to finish in the region of 40 seats, while the Soc Dems could have up to 10, and Labour won't be far behind. There's also now a good chance of Aontú making a breakthrough and taking a second seat, this one being in Mayo. In the last hour, there have been a number of significant elections. Gary Gannon for the Social Democrats has gotten over the line, as is Brian Stanley, the independent TD in Laois, former Sinn Féin. He has been elected, as well as Malcolm Byrne for Fianna Fáil in Wicklow, Wexford. Byrne had the ignominious honour of being the shortest serving TD in the history of the Dáil. That's a streak he will now break.
Taxi fares will increase by 9% across the country from today. The move comes from the NTA in an effort to push more drivers to service the nighttime economy. Labour costs, fuel prices, as well as the cost of living are all noted as reasons to increase fares. Free Now Ireland General Manager Daniel O'Gorman says he welcomes the increase and agrees with its reasoning.
It starts with the cost of vehicles. So if you're a new driver entering the market, a wheelchair accessible vehicle can be upwards on 60 or 70k. Fuel has increased over the last few years. The insurance for taxis is very expensive. And then other things like drivers in terms of, charging vehicles or even getting food on the go when they're on their shift.
And now for the weather. Bright today with a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly heavy in places this afternoon. High temperatures of 10 to 12 degrees. That's all from the newsroom for now. We'll be back with another update at 3 o'clock.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Welcome along to the Highland Radio Sports Desk this Sunday afternoon with myself, Kieran Cannon, and Mark Gallagher. There is only one place to begin. Gaelic Games GAA All-Ireland Ladies Junior Semi-Final taking place in Downings. The home team, Downings, taking on a Kilcock of Kildare. They are the Kildare and Leinster Junior Club Champions in LGFA. I presume they're at the midpoint of the second half. We can now cross over to Maureen O'Donnell.
Coverage of Downing's ladies in the Ulster final in association with Downing's Bay Hotel. Whether it's a family getaway, a romantic retreat, a golf trip or a girls' escape, Downing's Bay Hotel is the perfect destination. See downingsbayhotel.com.
Yes, Kieran, good afternoon from Park na Dúnmh here in the beautiful scenic location of Downing's. A little bit wet and a little bit windy here this afternoon, but we are 17 minutes into the second half and it is Downing's who are in the lead here by 2, so very good news for the home crowd and the home team and Downing's who are doing very, very well here this afternoon. The visitors were off the mark first through the prolific, it was Kilcock from Kildare who were off the mark first from Grace White, 3 inside the opening seconds, but the host had back with the interest as Lauren McBride knocked a pair of threes to give Downing's the lead for the first time on 6 minutes. The Kildare outfit then grabbed a brace of their own as White again on the mark, 1 from the free and 1 from play as the pendulum continued to swing early on. On the quarter-hour mark of the first half, Barney Curran's team stole a real march when captain Sinead McBride arrowed brilliantly to the corner of the net. Still Kilcock recovered admirably to rattle off the next 3 scores through Ashton O'Connor twice and White, that formidable number 14, as Kilcock went from 2 down to 1 in front, 6 points to 1-2. In a tight contest, McBride grabbed her third to square it, and just before the break, a brilliant save from home stopper Charlie Slevin denied White and Kilcock a green flag of their own. So at half-time, Downing's went in all level at the break, and then, of course, coming out, playing well in the first half. Both these teams trying to get grips on each other, I suppose, know nothing about each other over the course of the whole thing, and certainly got a feel for one another in the first 30 minutes of half. So Downing's playing very, very well. But Amy McLaughlin, after about 5 minutes of play, just put a lovely ball over the bar to put Downing's 1 in front, and the crowd were roaring here from the stand, as you would imagine, putting my point up. Amy McLaughlin added her second of the evening, and put Downing's 2 points up on the 14 minutes of the game. Downing's applying real pressure, and Downing's player, danger woman Denise Doherty, and goal scorer, of course, for Downing's over the championship campaign, narrowly missed the net on 14 minutes, which shows you the kind of pressure Downing's are applying. But relatively slow start here in the second half. And Kilcock haven't really got off the mark and haven't got on the scoreboard at all here. But for now, Downing's are in the lead, and the crowd are ecstatic about that. Lead by 2 points. Downing's 1-5 to Kilcock, 6 points. Back to you in studio, Kieran.
Coverage of Downing's ladies in the All-Ireland semi-final is in association with the Downing's Bay Hotel. Whether it's a family getaway, a romantic retreat, a golf trip or a girls' escape, Downing's Bay Hotel is the perfect destination. See downingsbayhotel.com. Maureen O'Donnell, thank you so much indeed. Looking good so far for the Downing's ladies. Now, the County Under-21 County Final was on today at Father Tierney Park in Ballyshannon. It finished in victory for Four Masters. It finished Four Masters 1-15, Glenswally 2-9. There for Highland Radio Sport was Brendan Devaney. Brendan, a full-time report, and is it fair to say Four Masters deserving winners?
Deserving winners, Kenya. What a game of football it was. You know, we talk about all these new rules changes coming on. If you had seen this game today, you would say you don't need any, because it was an absolutely phenomenal game of football. End to end, Kieran, a lot of guts shown from both teams. And from a neutral perspective, now talking to some of the Four Masters ones after, they were certainly both camps and both sets of supporters were in the edge of their seats. But a brilliant game, of course. Four Masters coming into this, you know, as big favourites after huge wins over Sean McColl's in the quarter final and over Leith Connell in the semi, whereas the Glenswally team had got the better of Clermont in the quarter. And a tight game with Gweedore last week coming into the final. Of course, Glenswally had beaten Four Masters in an earlier group game. The Four Masters were missing a few of the main men, and they hit the ground running early today, 4-0 up. They had a bit of a breeze in that opening quarter, and they were 4-1 to the good Daniel Day, chipping in with a score for at that point for Glenswally. It was the Shannon Carr with marks and frees. The Conor Reid point from play had put them 4-1 up, and very much in control, which continued. Turler Carr then, he got in the act, and really it was all Four Masters controlling the game. And they were 6-3 up with them when the first goal of the game landed. And that was Conor Gallagher and McCall rattling the back of the net to put them 1-6 to 3 up, and there was only minutes remaining in the half at that point, Cian, and you really felt this was going to be a tough game for Glenswilly. But there's one thing Glenswilly showed today, and it was a tremendous amount of heart and courage in this match, and they had 2 goals in the closing minutes of that first half. The first one was an absolute ripper from Park Devine from distance, hitting the roof of the net after great hold-up play. And then Reid Kelly, who looked like he was maybe going to chip the ball over the bar, but it just stepped in, that bit of breeze, maybe catching it over Lewis McCaughan into the Four Masters net. And amazingly, at half-time, it was level. It was 1-6 to 2-3. A huge swing in the match. And the second half, there was early freeze traded by both sides. And then Glenswilly had a purple patch, a couple of tinny frees and a Mark Bonner score. Actually put them 2-7 to 1-7 up. And it was looking really good. And again, testing this Four Masters team, there's no doubt in the talent, the composure, how they were set up defensively, their strengths and their ability on the ball. But this was a test now of character for them, and they responded. And Daniel McGinty, massive score from him coming up from corner back to stem the tide. And then they had another 3 points in a row after that. Kellen McRae, Connor Reid coming in, and Gallagher McCahill then, he chipped in as well to edge him a point up before Reid Kelly responded to level up the game again. And subs were coming on the pitch, and one of them was Conor Meehan, maybe unlucky not to start. He had a big impact in that second half. He had a score from play and then a free, and was causing a lot of problems in the Glenswilly defence. Shane Tinney then got a score back for the Glenswilly men, Senna Carr with a free. And at that point, they were a couple of scores ahead. Glenswilly coming, maybe looking for a goal. There was a couple of goal chances at the other end. Big Tiernan, McBride rattling the crossbar and what would have been a sealer. But you always thought maybe there'd be another twist in the tail, maybe another Glenswilly goal. But it was Senna Quinley at the last opportunity of the game, hitting the left foot curling point to put Four Masters 3 up, and probably deservedly won the match. They probably played the better football, but you'd have to say the amount of guts and courage shown by Glenswilly. Of course, former Donegal star and All-Ireland winner Neil Gallagher was in charge of them. They never gave up, and their supporters can go home, I suppose, with a lot of pride. But, from the Donegal club perspective, it's Four Masters again. They seem to be attached to every competition underage that's going, and they're under 21 champs again, Cian, and there's only 2 other players that are overage for the competition next year. So I'd say they're going back to the Diamond Donegal Town with that under 21 trophy. Brilliant performance for them. I got interviews with a few of the players and a couple of their management, and with ex-92 legend as well in there, Joyce McMullen. That'll all be going up on the site soon, Cian. But for today, as I say, the Four Masters men, they come out on top by those 3 points, beating the Glenswilly men 115 to 2-9.
Brendan Devaney, as usual, thank you so much indeed. Great stuff there from Brendan Devaney. Another trophy for the trophy cabinet at Chuconnell Park in Donegal Town. Four Masters, the county under-21 champions for 2024. Last night in the under-21B final, it finished Cloughanley 2-9, Burt 1-5, Blake McGarvey hitting 1-4 for the Falcara outfit there. They are the under-21B champions for 2024. Over to soccer now, and we are going to focus on the FAI Junior Cup. Our first port of call is the Letterkenny Rovers. They're taking on Peak Villa from County Tipperary at Lakeview Park today. Chris Ashmore is at that one for Highland Radio Sunday Sport. Chris.
Yes, thanks, Kieran. 56 minutes gone, and Letterkenny Rovers good value for a 2-0 lead here against Peak Villa, the Tipperary side, who are their opponents in this fourth round of the FAI Junior Cup. Of course, this is the stage of the competition that we have the open draw, so teams from all over the country involved. And Rovers, it must be said, have 1 foot in the next round. They have had the better of things to date, and the goals coming firstly on 13 minutes through Lee McMonigal. Alan Leahy, the Peak Villa defender, failing to clear with goalkeeper Evan Comerford in close proximity, and McMonigal capitalised and nipped in to force the ball home despite the efforts of the defender on the line. Before and after that goal, well, BJ Banda involved a couple of good moves. He hit the side netting on one occasion, another shot just curling away from the target. And then on 41 minutes, Banda getting the second, latching on to a ball over the top from Chris Malseed. Keeper advanced out, and Banda outwitting the defender and neatly dispatching the ball past keeper Evan Comfort into the back of the net. And Rovers, as I say, deserved leading 2-0 at the break. At the other end, well, apart from a Keith Cahill shot on target after 7 minutes that was easily saved by Shane O'Gara, the Thurles-based side offering little in that first half. Second half, well, as one would expect, Peakville have come out a little bit taking the game to Rovers, hoping to get the goal that would put them back into it. But Rovers have withstood everything that's pretty much come their way. Dara Byrne having a shot over for the visitors just a couple of minutes ago, but one suspects that if Rovers get a third, it'll be done and dusted at that stage. They're comfortable enough so far for Letterkenny Rovers in this FAI Junior Cup game. The Rovers, of course, getting to the quarterfinals last year. One of the strong sides from Donegal still involved in this competition. Tipperary football, it must be said, well, St. Michael's have tipped Clonmel, Celtic, and Peakville, a number of very strong teams there. But this afternoon, Donegal getting the better of the Tipperary team. And as I hand back to you, we have 58 minutes on the clock at Lakeview Park here in Letterkenny. Pretty much ideal conditions. Letterkenny Rovers leading Peakville by 2-0.
Chris Ashmore, thank you so much indeed. Elsewhere in the FAI Junior Cup today, it's full time in Tipperary. Rio Cross 0, a Corkhill Celtic 6. A great day on the road today for Corkhill Celtic. A hat-trick from Stephen Duffy today, and goals from Damien Duffy, Stephen Doherty with a hat-trick, and goals from Stephen Duffy, Damien Duffy, and former Van Harps man Luke Ludden among the goal scorers as well. Alia 2, a Black Forge of County Dublin 2, that's the latest. And Fanage United, they're on the road today in Roscommon, taking on St John's Athletic. No update in that match as of yet. Before we head over to the Ora Leisure Centre, a quick eye on the English Premier League. Half-time, Manchester United 2, Everton 0, and into injury time, Chelsea 2, Aston Villa 0, Tottenham Hotspur and Fulham 0-0 at the break.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile. Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Ora Leisure Centre.
And you are very welcome back. Now, whilst you were away, we had another count here, count 6. We have the result of that. It's inconsequential in terms of telling us who will fill the 5 seats, but very consequential for Jerry McKeever, who ran a very effective campaign, but on count 6 was eliminated. And he's joined, or should I say, Michaela Clark is joined by Jerry, who forever will be to me, Charlie, Jerry McKeever right now. Hi.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, we're joined by Jerry McKeever, independent candidate. You've been elected, or you've been eliminated on the 6th count. How are you feeling? How has your campaign been?
Campaign I was very lucky. It was a great opportunity to thank my canvassers, the people who were at the shoe leather and the people who canvassed online for me, etc. And to thank everyone who voted for me. Campaign was good, enjoyable. I enjoyed actually canvassing at night. I'm very disappointed, but I'm glad I ran. No regrets about running.
And in your campaign, you did say that you would consider joining a party like Independent Ireland. Is this something you would consider joining in the future and possibly run again?
If someone were to, I think the likes of Independent Ireland and Social Democrats would sort of be in my ballpark when it comes to affordable housing. I think if we can have affordable housing in this country, we can bring people back, keep people in the country. So I would certainly love to, if I ever did get involved in it, which I probably won't, to get involved there. And really, I think I said to Greg that if a party were to really promise full redress, I think I would really, really join a party like that. And I think it's a sin really that we didn't give 40,000 votes to the redress party as a protest saying in Dublin. What are they going to think in Dublin if Charles struggles to get there, even if he doesn't get there? We need to send a message. And if I'm disappointed in anything, it's not for myself. I'm disappointed that we didn't send a message to Dublin.
Yeah, well, there is still hope for Charles.
Very much so. Very much so. And it's not that I wish any other candidates any bad luck, but I hope Charles gets there. It's very important he gets there, I think.
And are you going to continue the TikTok videos?
I don't think so. There'll probably one last one to say thank you to everyone who listened to me, who let me bend their ear, and there's a lot of hot air in here, and I think it's cathartic. I hope I get rid of it. I have this strange idea of going to work on Tuesday and I can stop ranting. I can talk about sport and I can talk about music and stop the rant, but we'll see about that, Michaela, we'll see.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thanks,
all the best.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, both of you, thank you very, very much indeed. Now, I think we can cross to Downings. Is there a smile on Maureen's face? It looks like there is a smile. She's walking anyway. That's one positive thing. Maureen, have we got a full-time result?
We don't, but we're very, very close, Craig. We're on 33 minutes here on the clock, and Downings are in the lead by 3 points, which is fantastic. They've had a brilliant second half display of football, and the home crowd are just out on their feet here. We're just probably waiting for the full-time whistle, Craig.
And obviously it's been a very good Downings performance. They seem to have never really been in too much danger of losing this one. I mean, you're watching it, Maureen. What's your take?
Yeah, no, they've really come out and they started the game very well as well. Obviously, they went in at half-time all level and even, and usually they go in at the break leading. But do you know what? I guess it's come with a little bit of experience. Kilcock is just after getting another white, so it's looking like Downings are going to go through to the All-Ireland final, which is a really historic moment for the club here in Downings, the community, and it's fantastic for Donegal in general. It'll be their first ever All-Ireland junior final. And I mean, credit to the girls out there, Craig, and credit to all the people in the community and the club here and Downings. The pitch is looking fantastic. You couldn't get a better setting for the game, and what an end it would be for this evening's this evening if Downings actually go through to the All-Ireland final. So they've been done really well, Craig. Done really well. The nerves settled early on.
And Maureen, in a game like this, you know, especially when you're in new territory, how important do you think was it? And we're not sort of counting our chickens yet. How important was it for the die to fall that they got home advantage for this big semi-final?
Huge, Greg. I mean, like Kilcock would have travelled up last night, you know, and it's a big journey from Kildare, but you know, you really do have advantage when you're playing at home and your own familiar territory in front of your own home crowd who have really come out here today. So that's a huge advantage. I know Barney said that they played the Ulster semi-final here, and the nerves were huge for the girls going out. He said, but they managed to get over the threshold there by a point that day. I remember the game well. It was a very difficult game. And as I say, they've been building on experience, Craig. The nerves have been settling as they've been going through it, and the stakes have been getting higher. But they must be playing maybe for their star player who's missing, Aoibhinn O'Connell, out there today. She suffered an ACL injury on that day. And I mean, disappointing for her, but I'm sure the girls out there are doing it for her as well.
And it was just right in the depths of that game as well where she suffered that injury. Heartbreaking for her, but I'm sure she'll be G'd up by this performance. Would you run out into the pitch and give the referee a whistle there, maybe?
I would need to know at this stage. We're actually 35 minutes on the clock now as we speak, but it will be coming to a close here soon. That's 1-7, Greg, to 7 points. So that goal by Sinead McBride, their captain, has certainly been a clinical thing for Downings this afternoon. And I mean, look, they've been brilliant throughout the field. Shannon McGruddy, their keeper Charlie Seven has pulled off 2 great saves. And there goes the full-time whistle. Greg, and it's junior final for the first time ever. So they are ecstatic. The players are running out onto the field here. The supporters are just actually out on their feet, and it's just a fantastic day for the Downings ladies down here and Park Nadoonab and Downings. They'll be celebrating tonight, Craig.
Brilliant stuff, and we were live with you as that final whistle went. We'll hear a full-time report from you in reaction for that game a little later on, but for now, Maureen, thank you so much for bringing us the conclusion of that game live. Really, really appreciate it.
No problem, Craig.
All right,
thanks for coming to me.
Yeah. No, thank you very much indeed. Really, really important. Okay, that's Maureen O'Donnell there, and that is the result of that. Right, okay, so let us get to the results now of count 6, and we have Trudy and of course we have Paddy with us, but I'll just run through them. Nikki Bradley gained 21 votes. Her total now 3782. Nuala Carr of the Greens gained 4 votes. This is bringing her to 917. Carol Gallagher of People Before Profit, Solidarity, 3 votes, 691. Pat the Cope Gallagher of Fianna Fáil picked up 32 votes. He advances to 10,636. Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin, 35 additional votes, 4,673. Fianna Fáil's Charlie McConalogue picked up 28 votes there, 8,261. Niall McConnell, a non-party, 1728. He's on now because he got 20 votes. 8 votes went to Eamon McGee, Irish Freedom Party. He sits at 417 now. Jerry McKeever, non-party, 378. He's out of the race now. That's his total. He got 19 in the last round. King McMenamum of the Irish People added 3 votes to bring him to 550. John McNulty of Fine Gael received no transfer, 3293. His total is now. Thomas Pringle collected 32 additional votes, 5740. Mary T. Sweeney of Aintu, another 28, 2589. Charles Ward, 100% redress, the biggest beneficiary by a margin in excess of 2-1. He received 78 additional votes, bringing his total now to 7378. Charles Ward now 883 votes behind Charlie McConalogue. Thomas Pringle, 2,521 votes behind Charlie McConalogue. Thomas Pringle expected, though, to leap well up in terms of vote count as the bigger names, the likes of a John McNulty, although he's Fine Gael, he is local, but particularly I think Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin, a near neighbour of Thomas Pringle. He'll have probably close to 5,000 votes to distribute by the time we get to that. So we heard from Jerry McKeever there. He's out 378. Again, we're losing candidates, but we're not really advancing on knowledge of where all this might go. Paddy, I'll go to you first if that's all right.
Yeah, and Frank being from the Fine Gael gene pool, you would expect Nicky Bradley and John McNulty would have got something out of that. John McNulty actually got 0 from it, and Nicky only got 21, which is a very paltry sum. Particularly then when you see that it's very hard to read all this. How can you forecast this kind of stuff? Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin got 35 of Frank O'Donnell's votes when he was being eliminated, and John McNulty from Fine Gael from his own gene pool got nothing. Square that for you. And then of course Charlie Ward, then being the positive or the attractive vote getter that he is for transfers, has got 78, so he's creeping along nicely. Charlie McConalogue still has got a good healthy lead on him. The gap is tightened there by 50, but it's not a lot, so it's 8,261 versus 7,378, so still a healthy gap between the two of them.
Truly. Oh, John, sorry. John, come in there.
Those 10 lowest candidates were never going to alter it a huge amount. There's significant votes at times, predictable. Charlie McConalogue's vote from Kennedy. That was about the most influential one. Now, where he gets his next lot from, we're not going to see that. We're going to be looking towards Noel McConnell, we're going to be looking towards Mary T. Sweeney and those kinds of votes. They'll give us some inkling. I would know that Mary T. Sweeney's vote is a lot of it is going to Pat the Cope. That's the only one thing I do know. And Thomas Pringle, when Noel Jordan goes, is going to get a huge lump of a vote. Could be 15 to 1,800. It needs to be. Because if you equate that with the fact that he got 2,800 the last time, and he's fallen a mile short of that right now, he will need 1,500-1,600 at least.
Yeah, that's a big figure for us to keep an eye on.
That's a huge figure.
It is humongous. He's currently at 2,521 behind McConalogue, and he's 1,638 behind Ward. Now we can see Ward is picking up slowly but surely along the way. I mean, those votes have gone everywhere. Frank's
the thing
votes.
is with Thomas Pringle and him retaining his seat, the only thing that in any way is making me feel that might be the case is the confidence of his team. I don't have any knowledge of independent knowledge.
The even if John says what he's right, and John is very astute at this kind of stuff, if Thomas Pringle is getting, Noel Jordan is at the moment on 4,673, so a third of that is about 1,700 or 1,800, and even if he gets all that, he still won't pass Thomas. He still won't pass Charlie Ward, so that's his predicament. And So he's going to need all of that, and he's going to need something really, really big from Thomas Pringle. I know John said earlier on about the small candidates aren't moving the dial very much here, but Charlie Ward's gone up 500, and Charlie McConaughey's gone up about 250. So it's not much. Yeah. It's not much, but
it's not much now. But I'll tell you, if it starts getting a wee bit tasty later on in the day,
up,
we'll be looking
slowly,
back going
but
how
surely,
important they are.
Yep.
At some later counts where you start looking back at what they didn't get from those eliminations, or what in some cases, if you're on a winning streak, you'll be looking at that I did get that from those 10 eliminations. And I mean, Charles Ward has a very healthy figure at this point.
Out of the three, and I'll ask all three of you, out of the three, who would you be most nervous if you were they now?
Charlie Ward.
Paddy?
Thomas Pringle.
And Trudy, who would you be most nervous?
God, I have to name somebody, don't I?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Donald's not here.
Quick.
I'm going to go Charlie McConaughey. There you go.
Right.
Just so that we all have somebody different. There you go. There now.
I'm just looking at Charlie McConaughey. He
Yes.
still has this cushion.
Well, we're not showing any favouritism then.
That
There
has
you
to be
go.
overtaken. We're just offering opinions here.
I know.
I mean, we have been known to be right at times.
Yes, well, if you say enough stuff, some of it's going to land.
Yeah.
Shall we see what...
It's a bit... I mean, election predictions is a bit like the weather.
Let's have a listen maybe to see what's happening locally. Fianna Fáil leader Micheál Martin, he says in only a way Fianna Fáil's Micheál Martin can, he says he'll need a long walk as his party awaits news on the final seats the party will take. The newly returned TD for Cork South Central says he hasn't contacted the leaders of either Labour or the Social Democrats to talk about government formation. 1 second now, sorry.
There's very little point really in focusing on formation of government until we have clear light in terms of the strength of each party, strengths of independence, to see what happens after that.
Well, everyone was keeping an eye on what would happen to Roderick O'Gorman. He is holding on in Dublin West. He says it's been another disappointing day for his party.
So it's tight, but looking at the outstanding transfers, I am reasonably confident that I'll be able to maintain that position. Look, things could change, but I'm reasonably confident that we'll be able to hold the seat here. Obviously, it's been a hugely disappointing day for the Green Party.
And one of the high-profile candidates was Grania Shoiga. She was in Galway West, of course, running for Fianna Fáil. She missed out on a seat in the next government. However, her spirits remain high, and she says she's really proud of her campaign.
I met people and got to know people really well that I really didn't know before, who believed in me and supported me. And we actually had a lot of crack on this campaign. A lot of moments that I'm going to treasure. I'm disappointed it didn't work out, but I'm very proud that I took the opportunity and made the journey.
Okay, separately, police in Utah spent their Thanksgiving chasing after a runaway pig. Multiple officers began a chase after a pig named Wilbur, who had escaped his home in Springfield, Utah. Footage shows an officer diving onto the ground trying to catch Wilbur, who was eventually caught by the officer's colleague. They said Wilbur was a little Thanksgiving miracle for everyone on shift. Just to change the tone of things a little bit. It just popped up.
It could only happen in America, you know.
No, but I mean, it could only happen on that we'd actually report the bloody thing. Right, so time-wise, we're still in the same scale of things, Paddy, in terms of the gap between various counts, I think.
What do we see now? So
the last one was pretty fast. They were a lot faster for the last
2:15. Yeah, so we've 20 minutes on counting now for this one, because we started off at 2:15 and it's now almost 3:20, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're looking
past
be
half an hour anyway.
You're looking past 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got 378 votes from Jerry McKeever to be distributed. Okay, we're going to hear much more from the Aura Leisure Centre, of course. Just to recap, by the way, as we head into this break. Downings are through. The Downings ladies are through to their final. They beat Kilcock today by a goal. Maureen Sweeney will have a full time a little later on. We'll keep you up to date with all the sport as we go. But we're going to take a quick break, and I also want to mention Downings Bay Hotel sponsoring our coverage of that match today.
Coverage of Downings Ladies in the Ulster Final in association with Downings Bay Hotel. Whether it's a family getaway, a romantic retreat, golf trip or a girls' escape, Downings Bay Hotel is the perfect destination. See downingsbayhotel.com.
Have yourself a merry little National Trust Christmas. Let the Yuletide Market at Rowan Gardens enthrall you. Meander through the festive winter trail at Mount Stewart. Unleash your sparkle at the new Twilight Market at the Argery. Step into a gorgeous Georgian Christmas at Castle Ward. Let little ones write letters to Santa at Castle Cool. And embrace the giant spirit of Christmas at the Giant's Causeway. Search National Trust NI for days and nights sure to be merry and bright this Christmas.
The Loganair Black Friday sale is now on, and it's our biggest discount yet. Fly local from City of Derry Airport and save up to 20% off over 1 million seats across the Loganair network. Use promo code BF20 when booking. Book by 3rd December, travel from 9th January. T's and C's apply, offer subject to availability, exclusions apply. Visit loganair.co.uk. Loganair, your journey, our joy.
Christmas is in the air, and we've teamed up with Cadbury to celebrate the return of the Cadbury Secret Santa. So tune in all next week to the 9 till noon show for your chance to win. Every day, we have a €50 voucher to give away. Plus, at the end of the week, you and your Secret Santa could win Cadbury hampers worth €100. If you'd like to send a free chocolate bar to someone special, then look out for the special Cadbury Secret Santa posters around the county, or search Cadbury Secret Santa to find out more. 18 plus free service on selected products while stocks last until December the 24th. For full terms and conditions, visit cadbury.ie.
Luxury is not merely seen or heard or even touched. True luxury is experienced. It lies in the minute details that elevate the ordinary into the extraordinary. It's quiet spoken, but leaves a lasting impression. You know it when you feel it. Luxury begins with L. Lexus. Experience amazing. Discover the all-electrified range at Lexus Letterkenny.
On the DL debate this Monday, we'll have interviews, feedback and analysis from our under-21 football finals. Plus, we'll cover a huge weekend for Downing's ladies footballers as they bid to make the All-Ireland Junior Final. I'll be joined in studio by Pádraig Halfrey and via Zoom with Irish News GA columnist Carol Kane. So listen in or listen back. The DL debate this Monday, just after 7 p.m. news, and podcast at highlandradio.com.
The DL debate with Sister Sarah's Letterkenny, serving food you'll love till 9 p.m. daily in Sarah's Kitchen. TFI Local Link has enhanced bus services around the Inishowen Peninsula, including routes 952, 954, 957 and 966, and new route 959. The routes operate up to 7 daily return services and offer peak time and evening services, as well as providing improved connectivity to Erfurt Dunanal, ATU Donegal and the Ulster University. We're Transport for Ireland. We're Transport for you. See locallinkdsl.ie. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
Archives? Historic buildings? Museum-grade cases? It pays to be historic. If your organisation can contribute to Ireland's heritage, you may be eligible for a Heritage Stewardship Fund grant. Applications now open at heritagecouncil.ie/funding. Supported by the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage.
Party food is serious business, so I've taste tested them all. M&S Patatas Bravas stacks with smoky tomato sauce and chorizo with garlic drizzle. Mini Yorkshire puddings filled with pulled beef and creamy porcini mushrooms. And M&S salmon appetizers, honey roast and cold smoked salmon mousse, wrapped in oak smoked salmon. And they're all 4 for $3. This is not just party food, this is M&S party food. Selected stores. Offer ends 2nd of January. T's and C's apply.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
And we are hoping to have Count 7 for you shortly. We are moving along. But that being said, it's still probably going to be a very long evening. Thank you so much for all your texts and comments that are coming into us. It's greatly appreciated, especially the nice comments. Well, not especially. That sounds terribly conceited. Mary Clinton says, great work, Greg, and all the guests on the panel. Green Party, not half enough of them gone. They have an agenda linked to 120 years ago. Global temps was 0.04 in the encyclopedia, still 0.4. I get where you're coming from, Mary, and I don't think you and I are ever going to agree necessarily on that side of things, but anyway. Right, okay, so A bit of action on stage. It doesn't mean anything's going to happen now at this point. What do you think of the atmosphere in here, John? It seems quiet and they control very tightly who can access. And when we saw earlier on saying that one member of staff saying passes weren't required, and then they very quickly shut that down, presumably with the pubs. the pubs a little later on, I don't know.
Only the counters and the tally people and the party officials are here, so that's couple of hundred people in here. This people could seat 2,000, I would imagine.
I just seem to recall it being wedged in the past.
It was.
Generally, whenever the excitement will start to build, you'll feel the energy whenever the next candidate is kind of on their way to being elected. And at that stage, they're more lenient at the door because they always let the families and the friends and the full team that have been out campaigning and canvassing, they come in at that stage because once they've celebrated, they tend to leave again, and that's the way all the elections have been. So it does, once that's kind of building up though, it does create a bit of a buzz here.
I would say that a lot of their family and friends will be long since in bed before this thing's over.
I know they'll still be here.
I've changed my mind now from 4 o'clock, 5 I think it'll be now.
In the morning?
Aye.
What?
You're going to be here at 5 in the morning?
And I won't be alone.
Huh?
Do you think?
Well, who's going to be with me?
You'll be sitting there.
On my lonesome?
Yeah. No, we'll be all here.
I'll just bring a list. Oh, will you?
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
that's all right.
Oh, yeah.
There mightn't be anybody listening.
1 second,
though,
sorry.
that'd be the problem. There mightn't be anybody at home up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
They'll be listening in Australia or America, maybe. That's.
You think so? But people stuck with us, and in their thousands stuck with us till 2 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
There's an event here tomorrow, I'm told.
Yes.
Yeah. So the count has to be concluded before that.
Yeah, but listen, I've seen these things wrap up really quite quickly with one count, sort of a number of people being eliminated, others elected without reaching the quota.
Maybe we're a wee bit pessimistic here, but we're not seeing, like sitting here looking at the coalface, the progress on each count.
But when we get into two or three of the tasty counts, we could have a situation whereby mathematically the 5 are.
Oh yeah.
We still have 12 candidates in the running here, guys. And it's working out at 45 minutes plus at the moment to get rid of them. And as the candidates with more votes get into the elimination period, that's going to stretch out. So, oh dear, it's now 2:45. So
I would say it'll take them, to be honest, a similar time. I know there's a small amount of votes at the minute being dispersed, but there's so many counters and workers here that they're all just going to split it. Once they start splitting the thousands between everybody, it'll go
but
pretty
it
fast.
It's still going to be 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
They got it wrapped up on the second day in 2020 at around 7:30 in the evening.
Yes.
And the figures are fairly similar. You know, the actual tallies, or not the tallies, but the quotas are much the same. There's no big changes there, you know. You just have that. I think it was 13 candidates we had, and that's where the difference is. There's 7 candidates here more, so they have all to be eliminated. So you're, like as Paddy says, 45 minutes plus. So that's taking 3 to 4 hours extra.
Yeah. But you can see, I mean, all the counting's being done, all the paperwork here's being done. What's taking up the time is on the stage. You can see them inputting data into the computers and stuff. So I mean, I do anticipate that the next few counts will take the similar amount of time. It's the putting in the data into the system, obviously double checking, going over everything.
The next time
again.
it'll be artificial intelligence will be doing all that.
And none of us will be here.
You know those voting machines that they had, are they still available?
No, they sold them.
Oh, did they sell them? Because it might be a good time to bring them back.
They sold them for scrap to China.
Did they really?
It was costing hundreds of millions.
I would say we didn't sell them. I'd say we paid China 50 million to take them off us. Looks like Maria Sherlock, according to Ivana Bakic, is going to hold off Hutch down in Dublin, which is kind of interesting, I think.
Yeah, that would be interesting because I could never have visualised Hutch getting anywhere close to being in that final shake-up, but he's been there and he's made a telling input, a fairly big vote. That mightn't have been the plan. But he has his support base in there.
He was doing very well because I was keeping a watch on that. He was doing very well on the first preference vote, and also when lower candidates were being eliminated. But once the conservative orientated candidates like Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael were beginning to be eliminated, he got nothing from them. And Senator Mary Fitzpatrick is going to be eliminated there now, so he's going to get nothing from her. and she's going to put Marie Sherlock in. She's only about 300 votes behind him, you know.
Right, so that.
And she is about 3,200 or something to give. So
Gary Gannon got a seat there.
he did die.
We have
her and lost her seat there as well.
We had obviously that exit poll that was broadcast on RTE there, whatever night it was, Friday night. Okay, right. Okay, let's get another count here. Here we go.
Na Cuine Úsle. Seo a leannas an torre ón seachtaí chuntais I ní chuid vótaí Jerry McKeever, 378 vóta a athghailliú. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael Móide 36. Omlán 3,880. Car Nula Green Party Cohentus Glas Móide 30. Omlán Vótaí Nígéad is a Trecha. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity Móide a Hain. Omlán Shakehead Nóca Dó. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Móide Trecha a Hain. Omlán Jemila Shakehead Shaska Shocked. Rish Jemila Shakehead Shaska Shocked. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Móide Fichas the Dó. Omlán Caramila Shakehead Nóca Cuig. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Móide Carcané. Omlán 8,300 is a je. McConnell Niall Non-Party Móide Fichas a 3. Omlán 1,750. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP Móide Cuig. Omlán 400 Fichas a 2. McMenamin Kim the Irish People Móide a 4. Omlán Vótaí 554. McNulty John Fine Gael Móide 4. Omlán 3,200 Nóca Shocked. Pringle Thomas Non-Party Móide 36. Omlán Vótaí 5,776. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu Móide Carcahocht. Omlán Vótaí 2,637. Ward Charles 100% redress Móide Nóca Hain. Omlán Vótaí 7,469. Popper Walloji Niv in Astratha 50. Omlán Shaska Cahar. Near one ein Irohor on quota ama sa chuntas seo. Kennas nach bhfuil fuille vótaí le dalliú amach, chuirtí mé an Irohor a bhfuil an méideas lú vótaí aige, Eamon McGee, 452 vóta as an orif. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 7th count, which consisted of the distribution of Jerry McKeever's 378 votes. Total of votes distributed, 378. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 36. Total votes, 3,818. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentus Glas plus 13. Total 930. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 1. Total votes 692. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, plus 31. Total vote 10,667. Jordan Noel, Sinn Féin, plus 22. Total vote 4,695. McConnell Charlie, Fianna Fáil, plus 49. Total vote 8,310. McConnell Niall non-party, plus 23. Total vote 1,751. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party, IFP, plus 5. Total vote 422. McMenamin Kim the Irish People, plus 4. Total vote 554. McNulty John Fine Gael, plus 4. Total vote 3,297. Pringle Thomas non-party, plus 36. Total vote 5,776. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, plus 48. Total vote 2,637. Ward Charles 100% redress, plus 91. Total vote 7,469. Non-transferable papers not effective 15. Total 64. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his vote. Eamon McGee, 422 votes. Thank you. Gura Mahagi.
And thank you, Geraldine. Okay, so there we are. The Charlie McConnell now on 8,310. He's 841 ahead of Charles Ward, 2,534 ahead of Thomas Pringle. So it's a little bit more of as you were at this stage now, Trudy.
Yeah, as I say, they're just the little small numbers do add up, and I know there's nothing significant at this stage, but when you can see the gaps, slowly but surely they are tightening there as well, specifically as you mentioned between Ward and McConnell. McConnell there in that one, he gained 49 votes, and Ward got 91.
So he edged
over
42 votes closer to Charlie McConnell to leave that gap at 841. As I say, none of it's insignificant. Pringle seems a million miles away, but we've mentioned a few times now the big eliminations that we're looking for.
This is the second count now where Charles Ward has he's been the big winner there now. He's got 91. He's now 1,700 ahead of Thomas Pringle. So even if Thomas Pringle gets a good lift from Noel Jordan, it's still not going to put him ahead of him, you know. So he needs something to happen. So let's see if John McNulty doesn't deliver anything significant to Thomas Pringle, he's going to be in real stook here.
I think you will. I think you will do that, actually.
Well, John McNulty is going to be joining Donald shortly. It'll be interesting to see where John McNulty thinks his number twos are going to go.
The Fine Gaels, the two Fine Gael candidates would have transferred to Fianna Fáil in the main.
Yeah. Okay. Right, okay, we're going to speak to John McNulty. Hopefully he can hold on till a little bit after 3, because we do have the news on the way, which will be taken very, very shortly. He will be chatting to Donald after 3 o'clock. John McNulty is going to be leaving here shortly. He's not eliminated, but I presume he's either got other stuff to do or he's seen enough or some combination of the two. We're going to be heading to take the news at 3 o'clock here on Highland Radio. We've got loads of numbers to crunch, and we're going to keep you right across everything that's happening, of course. Listening from Boston, says Martin Joseph, great coverage. There is a top class podcast in the making called Trudy and the Terrific Trio.
Oh, there you go.
That's
which,
all right.
Which is the Terrific Trio? Because I'm looking around at the whole crew here. Look.
No, well, I'm
They're-
sure
yeah.
it's all good.
Okay, then. My Terrific Trio. I love it.
Yeah, it's
Who's that,
nice.
Martin?
Martin Joseph.
In
Watching
Boston.
on Boston.
We are available to travel to Boston, Martin.
Yes, and she'll
absolutely.
even play our-
All of the team here.
Even pay our English to take the flute.
I will take any instrument, absolutely.
I'd love it. All right, then, back after 3.
Everyone loves going to the cinema. That's why an Eclipse Cinemas gift voucher is the perfect Christmas present. They aren't just for kids, but all the family. Even little Miss Hard to Buy For. We all have one of them. And when you buy an Eclipse Cinemas gift voucher, you now get 10% extra free. Available on our Bundoran and Lifford cinemas or at eclipsecinemas.com. Vouchers don't expire and can even be used for dine-in screen options and VIP cinema experiences.
Welcome to Cherrymore Kitchens and Bedrooms in Donegal Town. Discover affordable luxury with our bespoke fitted furniture solutions. With almost 30 years of serving Ireland and the Northwest, we're your trusted experts. Visit us Monday to Friday 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. and on Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3:30 p.m. Book your free consultation today on 074 9725822 or visit cherrymore.ie. Cherrymore Kitchens and Bedrooms, where affordability and luxury combine.
Go full Lidl with our roast and toast pairings on Lidl Plus. Love every succulent slice of our Board B approved Irish round roast joint, 22% off, now $6.99. And a perfect pairing is our French Merlot, 20% off, now $7.99. Scan your Lidl Plus app and go full Lidl today. Get the facts, be drinkaware, visit drinkaware.ie.
Black Friday at McElhinney's has started with up to 50% off. Shop unmissable offers across fashion, home, beauty and jewellery. Plus, save on Christmas gifting this weekend only. Shop with McElhinney's this Black Friday, in-store or online at mcelhinney's.com.
The body is that of a 35-year-old. Significant lesions to the face, particularly the right temple, correlating to the intracranial hemorrhaging observed. Seatbelt abrasions clear across chest and abdomen. Broken femur and tibia, right leg. Cause of death, drink driving. Drink and drive, and you could put someone on a mortuary slab. A message from the Road Safety Authority. Visit rsa.ie.
Introducing Flow for Men, my new fragrance collection of products created to keep you feeling fresh and looking sharp. The ideal gift for the man in your life. Find Flow in pharmacies nationwide or online at flowbybo.com. Start every day with confidence.
This December, Irwin Expert Electrical is your go-to for Christmas gifting. Find all the top brands: Apple, Samsung, Fitbit, Dyson, Ninja, Shark, LG and so much more, all at great prices. Looking for the perfect present? We've got it. And with our handy Christmas club, you can shop now and collect your gifts just in time for Christmas week. Irwin Expert Electrical, Letterkenny and Buncrana, making Christmas gifting easy this year.
Thinking about upgrading your car? Pre-order your brand new Kia now with iMotors. We're offering one lucky customer a chance to win €10,000 when they pre-order with iMotors. Avail of 0% finance and a free home charger on selected vehicles. Grab a €500 super value voucher and 7 years warranty. Visit iMotors today and upgrade your car.
iMotors, fearless generation.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
Good afternoon, it's Katie Gillen with the news at 3 o'clock. A teenager has died in a single car crash near Buncrana. It happened at 5 o'clock this morning on the R244 at Ballinlough. The road is currently closed for a forensic examination and local diversions are in place. Gardaí are appealing for any witnesses to come forward. Cahirlock of the Inishowen Municipal District, Councillor Jack Murray, says the news is devastating.
It's just devastation across Inishowen this morning. We've woken to an unspeakable tragedy in the mouth of Christmas, and a family are devastated this morning. The community is broken. So everybody in Inishowen, of course, will have them in their thoughts and prayers. It's such a horrendously difficult time. As always, in Inishowen's experienced many tragedies, but at this time we rallied together, and this is where our community comes in great strength, and that'll be offered to this family. They'll have no shortage of support from their neighbours, their friends, and from everybody in Inishowen.
In general election news, Eamon McGee from the Irish Freedom Party has been eliminated after the 6th count. No candidate has been elected after this count. Pat the Cope Gallagher is currently in front with 10,667 votes, followed by Charlie McConlogue with 8,310, Charles Ward with 7,469 and Thomas Pringle has 5,776 votes. Independent candidate Jerry McKeever says he is disappointed after he was eliminated on the 6th count. The Letterkenny businessman finished on 378 votes. He says this is possibly the end of his political career. Jerry McKeever says he is disappointed after being eliminated.
I think the likes of Independent Ireland and Social Democrats would sort of be in my ballpark when it comes to affordable housing. So I would certainly love to, if I ever did get involved in it, which I probably won't, to get involved there. If a party were to really promise full redress, I think I would really join a party like that.
While Independent Frank O'Donnell has not ruled out running for election again, the former chair of the Michael Collins Dr McGinley branch of Fine Gael Letterkenny was eliminated on the 5th count on 337 votes. He stepped away from the party a matter of weeks ago based on his unhappiness with decisions being taken by Fine Gael at national level. Mr O'Donnell believes the party needs to listen to grassroots members.
It was a statement. I thought I'd get a bigger statement, quite honest to you, Donald, but it was a statement. And I've no regrets. Put myself forward, but I would hope to have a bigger statement to say he's going to have to listen to the grassroots here in the county. I mean, it is what it is. I've no regrets running. I want to congratulate my family for getting behind me and the team behind me.
Meanwhile, more than 60 seats across the country have been filled as counting continues across the country. Fianna Fáil is on track to be the largest party in the next Dáil. Our political correspondent Sean Defoe has the national picture.
9 constituencies have finished counting entirely, while others are bedding in for a long day, and in some cases a couple of days. The one all eyes are on is the Dublin Central constituency, where Jerry the Monk Hutch is ahead of Labour's Marie Sherlock for the 4th seat at the moment. The gap, though, has narrowed from more than 2,000 votes to less than 500. It will be the elimination of Fianna Fáil outgoing Senator Mary Fitzpatrick that decides that one. When you delve into the national numbers, it looks as though Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil won't be far away from returning to power without the need for a third party.
And now for the weather. Bright today with a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly heavy in places this afternoon. High temperatures of 10 to 12 degrees. That's all from the newsroom for now. We'll be back with another update at 4 o'clock.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Beginning with Gaelic games, good news, Downing's LGFA footballers, they are through to the All-Ireland Junior Football Final. They defeated Kilcock of County Kildare today, 1-7 to 7 points. It was a home match for Nadunav. Captain Sinead McBride, leading by example, she got the goal, proving to be decisive, and they end up 1-7 to Downings, 7 points to Kilcock. So when we have more information regarding the final opposition, date, times and venue, we're going to let you know here on Highland Radio Sunday Sport. A victory today for Four Masters. That was Donegal under 21A football final, played it for the Tierney Park in Ballyshannon. Four Masters 115, that's 18 points. Glen Swally 2-9, that's 15 points. With 3-point victory for the Donegal town side today. We will have reaction. All the reaction is online at the moment from that match. Brenton Devaney, a busy man, and Father Tierney Park today. Now to soccer action today locally, mainly in the FAI Junior Cup today. What we do know is Letterkenny Rovers 2, Peak Villa 2. That's a result. Also a result in Tipperary. Rio Cross 0, Cockhill Celtic 6. A victory on the road today for Gavin Collins' side. A hat-trick from Stephen Doherty, former Finn Harps player, and also Luke Rudden, also another former Finn Harps player. He was on the score sheet today, as well as was Damien Duffy and Stephen Duffy. Alia 2, Blackfords from County Dublin 2. That was after normal time. It remained 2-2 after extra time, but the Dublin side winning on a penalty shootout. And from a Donegal point of view, one other team in action today at half-time. Fanage United and Roscommon. Fanage United 0, St John's Athletic 1. We'll have a full time later on for you here on Highland Radio. A Sunday sport in local soccer today in the Brian McCormick Premier Division. Full time, Guido was Celtic 1, KG Rovers 1. Remember, Guido were looking for their first one of the season, but getting a point today at home against KG. In the Temple Domestic Lions Division 1 today, a big result for Lagan Harp, 7-0 home victory over Cranford FC. And the latest we have is Milford United 6, Castlefin Celtic 0. In the Donegal Fisher Fairby Division 2 tie today, Deal Harps 2, Convey Arsenal 5. That's a full time. Convey Arsenal performing well. They're in second place going into that encounter. Two more results. Kerrykill 71, top of the table. They remain top. Kerrykill 71 4, Drumkeen United 1, while Whitestrand had a home victory over Rathford Town, 3 goals 2-1. In the English Premier League, 74 minutes gone, Stamford Bridge, Chelsea 2, Aston Villa 0, and at Old Trafford, Manchester United 4, Everton 0, and it's 1-1 between Tottenham Hotspur and Fulham. 78 minutes gone on the clock, and that one as well. Later on, it's a big match. Liverpool entertaining Manchester City. 4 o'clock kick-off time at Anfield for that match. Time to go back to the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile. Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Ora Leisure Centre.
Okay, it is as you were when we last left you, but we are now going to cross over to Donal Kavanagh, who has a guest with him. Donal?
Thank you very much indeed, Greg. I'm joined by John McNulty, who is still very much in the race at this point in time, but will be eliminated later on in the day. John is going to be leaving us from Ora here very shortly, so we said we'd have a word before he goes. John, you're not going to Dáil Éireann. At present, you're standing on 3,300 votes, essentially. You mightn't be going to Dáil Éireann, but your number twos could very well determine who is.
Yes, Donal. Looks like that. There's a lot of interest in me too, number twos. So I think there's a lot of them. Obviously, Thomas Pringle is local to me, so there's a lot of number twos going there. And Pat Cope Gallagher, I think if he's not over the line at that stage 2, we'll probably put him over the line. And as well, you've also Charlie McConnell-Logue is probably the agricultural minister coming in there as well. So there's a lot to play for there, and I think even Charles Ward is getting some of them as well. So, but there's a lot to play for there for that final seat.
From the point of view of the Fine Gael party, we spoke earlier to Frank O'Donnell, who stepped down as the Cathaoirleach of the local branch here in Letterkenny because of disaffection with party HQ. It does seem, at the very least, there are things to be learned by Fine Gael, both nationally and locally, from this election.
Yeah, definitely in Donegal. Look, it's been a tough weekend for Fine Gael and Donegal. I think the electorate have spoken and they've made their decision. Obviously, you know, we were without a TD for the last 2 years, as Joe had stepped away from the party, which probably didn't help. And in relation to maybe again having the people on the ground to maybe speak for ourselves as a party was probably missing as well. So yeah, we have to take a lot of lessons from today, and we have to go back and we have to look at things and see where we go from here. Look, naturally I'm disappointed on a personal level as well, because obviously I would have wanted to be elected a TD to go into government for the people of Donegal. As a business person, I've been here, you know, all my life, and it's something that I'd be very passionate about. And I did mention maybe even on the Highland debate about the defector concrete block and that, and I'd studied a lot of things on that, and I actually asked, and I actually got the 6-month review from, at the time, Antisha Simon Harris, and we looked at the fishing industry as well, and I got it into the manifesto there with a lot of help from our councillor Manus Boyle and Kelly Beggs. So there was a few issues like that I was hoping to be able to bring to Dáil from Donegal and to fight for all the issues that Donegal deservedly need and deservedly you want them to get.
Is the challenge then facing you to communicate that with the electorate?
I mean, obviously today proves that to a certain extent that, maybe you take it that we had two fresh candidates maybe as first time out as well, probably when you look at some of the more experienced, maybe people that have been running for a long time as well. So again, and obviously the 100% redress was a big say in that as well, and that's been proven today. It's coming down to the wire there with those. There's probably 6 for 5 seats there at the minute. So that experience and that name exposure as well is there, and obviously we had lost our TD and Joe McHugh. So, which was our big heavy hitter, so that probably put us up against us as well in terms of name recognition as well. So overall, look, we're naturally disappointed as a party, and we have got to look at things again. But the electorate have spoken in Donegal, and you have to understand that as well.
A big conversation, as we said now, on the future of Fine Gael within the party. How big a part is John McNulty going to play in that conversation?
Well, I definitely would like to play a part in that conversation. I believe, I have a lot to offer the party. I think we have to look at our structures from top to bottom, and again, from headquarters, maybe just to understand Donegal is that bit different, and we've got to understand that from that point of view. So we've got to look at things, take things back to the grassroots, and try and rebuild from there.
Between yourself and Nicky Bradley, at this point in time, you're sitting on in around about the 7,500 votes. It does beg the question: should Fine Gael have considered a single candidate strategy? If you look down towards Sligo, they ran a single candidate there. It's Frank Vehan topping the poll, hosed and dried in Dáil Éireann. Should Fine Gael in Donegal have considered the same?
Possibly, hindsight is a wonderful thing. Possibly, you could say that if either one of us had another maybe 1,500 number ones, and maybe over in the 5,000 mark, that you'd be in ballpark of maybe to still fight for the seat. But I guess at the time, because the geographically spread of Donegal is such a huge county, that Donegal or Fine Gael always kind of ran two in the 5-seater. So it was probably a given. Maybe this time out, with not such the presence of the TDs that we had in the past, maybe it would have been better to nail your colours to the mast with one candidate strategy and really get everybody behind that one candidate and see from there. Unfortunately, that's not what happened, and we just probably need to look at that for future reference again for the next general election.
And the other thing was, it wasn't as though there was one really strong candidate and one weaker candidate. You were both pretty much equal. Both of you were polling in the region of the 3,000s. So if it was a different situation, if one was on 4.5 and one was on 1.5, it might have been a different story. But two strong candidates, two good candidates, but ultimately two candidates that didn't have enough to get across the line. That's all got to be part of this discussion too.
Of course, you'll break down the numbers when the dust settles on it, and we get together again. We'll break down the numbers and all that, and we'll have a good look at it, and we'll probably look at trying to put a new people together for the party in Donegal, and we'll look at that with a new organisation, probably rebuild again, and we'll go from there. And whatever it will be after that, I would like to play a part in it, definitely, Donald.
But there's a business to be running, there's a football team to be managed, and John McNulty is still going to be a very busy man.
Yes, because I'm Donegal senior ladies manager, and look, we're back at it next Saturday, and that's the start of a new season for us, so I guess I'll have plenty to keep my mind occupied.
John McNulty, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, John.
All right, John, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Donal. It's very much appreciated. You are tuned to a special show, of course. This is our election special. We're broadcasting live from the Ora Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny, and at the moment we're at the situation whereby we've had vote 7, and this is the distribution of Jerry McKeever's votes. That's the figures we have, isn't it? Yeah, it is indeed. Anything to add to that? I don't think really there's not much more we can do in the autopsy of Fine Gael in Donegal. I think that's been well rehearsed now at this point. Looking forward, I suppose, Trudy, just in terms of what's happening in here, what's the situation?
I mean, I think listening there to that interview with John McNulty, it's really sad to see that seat is gone, and especially when John has put in so much groundwork already. He was ready for that seat. He was ready to go to the Dáil, and he was ready to do the work for the people here in Donegal, and he just got such a knockback. So
I suppose the bottom line is that he was promising a 6-month review of the defective concrete block schemes and all that kind of stuff, and those affected by it are saying, well, you had 13 years, 2 goes at the scheme, why would we believe for a second that all of a sudden everything's going to change with a 6-month review?
When the other parties were offering it as well.
Exactly, and people just aren't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he wouldn't have fulfilled it or delivered it, but
he would have made a good TD.
People aren't going to buy it.
I suppose you can say that, but there's 18,000 plus people that voted for Pat the Cope Gallagher, which is fine, and Charlie McConlogue that might have said the same thing, so they don't believe him and they believe the others. It's just
we do have the Fine Gael situation. Is the seat that's gone?
Oh, absolutely.
Is the seat that was effectively vacated as Fine Gael. Joe McHugh had stepped away from Fine Gael. He was outside the parliamentary party. So
yeah, and I suppose it's the length of time too. And I think the mood music is, I don't know this for sure, but I've no direct evidence of it. But the mood music was that Joe sort of stopped working. He when he resigned, he probably went into retirement mode because it's only naturally knew he wasn't going to be standing again.
Yeah.
And there was no boots on the ground and or presence on the ground because they've only 3 councillors, I suppose, and there's swathes of areas in Donegal and where Fine Gael now have no representation. I mean, the whole of Inishowen, all of Milford, all of the Glenties electoral district, and they're huge areas with lots of population in them. So if people in the locality have any issues, they're going to go to the rep in that area. If they don't have a Fine Gael rep, then they'll go somewhere else.
Right, so Eamon McGee's 378 votes have been distributed. Out already at this point is Vincent Bradley, Independent, Claudia Kennedy of Fianna Fáil, Arthur McGuinness, Independent, Jerry McKeever, as I've just mentioned, and also Frank O'Donnell. They're all out. Eamon McGee, as he picked up 5 votes from Jerry McKeever, but he's gone now, and his 422 votes are now being distributed. Again, it's a low-level number when we talk of some of the gaps in terms of what we're keeping a close eye on. Charlie McConlogue, Charles Ward and Thomas Pringle remain in the hunt for 2 seats. Charlie McConlogue currently sitting at 8,310 votes, 841 ahead of Charles Ward, 2,534 ahead of Pringle. And I suppose not surprising, we heard John there from John McNulty that he expects Thomas Pringle to benefit when he's eliminated. He's not eliminated. We just wanted to speak to him before he departed and went along his business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about right, but Thomas Pringle is facing an uphill battle at the moment. A big uphill battle because he's losing out to Ward and he's not making any great inroads anywhere else. And the reason for that's quite obvious, that those huge transfers that we always expected him to get from Sinn Féin came on that 2nd or 3rd count. That hasn't materialised, so we now have to look towards what Noel Jordan can deliver to him, or will it be enough?
It is interesting in that Ivan Yates, I don't really know much about him, I'm not a biggest fan, but I'm not against him either. He predicted 2 Sinn Féin, 2 Fianna Fáil and Charles Ward gaining at the expense of Thomas Pringle. What might have seemed like a shot in the dark and unlikely, it could come to pass.
Or it could come to pass. And at this point, we just can't call that. We just can't call it. But it's obvious that
it's an option on the table.
Charles Ward is making much more progress on transfers. And how do we know what he'd get from South Donegal? We don't. We just don't.
I don't think he's going to get too big a lift from South Donegal.
There's one flashing light here in the middle of all this now, and it's actually going to be John McNulty when he's going out, because that's going to tell us a lot. Because Charlie Ward is just moving, he's creeping away from Thomas Pringle all the time. And if you have it, John, that a third of we don't have a third of Noel Jordan's votes that'll go to Thomas Pringle. That'll just even him up with Charlie Ward. It won't allow him to pass him. So John McNulty is the key. I think he has Thomas Pringle's future in his hands here.
Just in relation to that, which I think I put it to Brendan Byrne, and I think it was poo-pooed a little bit, was Pat the Cope still being in the field is a problem for Charlie McConlogue, because I would have thought, and John McNulty actually suggested it there, I would have thought that John McNulty transfers to, and even Nicky Bradley, to be honest with you, but certainly John McNulty transfers more favourably to Pat the Cope Gallagher than he does to Charlie McConlogue. But as I say, it seemed to be poo-pooed a little earlier on. But
consistently said that yesterday, that it's a problem. It's in Charlie McConlogue's interest if Pat the Cope would go away and get elected, but he's not. He's still there, and he's just drawing votes that, he's drawing 4s and 5s where maybe 7 or 8s would come to Charlie McConlogue, but Pat the Cope is there, a barrier between them. But I think that John McNulty is going to tell a huge tale here.
There's about 5 more eliminations before we even get to that. So
yeah.
We're going to be talking kind of a similar conversation until we get to that stage.
All the while, as there is these subtle, but there is still subtle changes in the gaps too, which all sort of are almost like the
you're chipping
the
away.
Pregnancy.
Yes. The only reason I'm saying that is because in the middle ground, Charles Ward seems to be doing very, very well from everyone.
Everywhere.
And geography now is the only thing that's going to save Thomas Pringle. So the 2 aces he has left is Noel Jordan and John McNulty. And
see, I want to come.
They don't deliver for him.
On a goal head, right? Again, it doesn't matter what they do with the boundaries. It doesn't matter whatever the way things work. Theoretically, your vote's going to stay in Donegal Southwest, the traditional old.
It should, yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you are inclined to vote with the government parties, Fine Gael to Fianna Fáil to Fine Gael, it's going to be in that traditional. I would have thought the traditional Donegal Southwest. I probably wouldn't have heard of Charlie McConalogue if I lived if I wasn't involved in the media. I would know he's a politician up north, not up north, but you know what I'm on about. Like so.
Yeah.
No more so than you expect someone in Malin to vote for Noel Jordan or something.
Except that Brandon Byrne talks about the farming community down in the southwest Donegal, and if they vote for Pat the Cope or they vote for John McNulty, that they'll know who Charlie McConalogue is.
Yeah.
I mean, the ordinary punter on the street might know, but the farmers will, and fisheries, the people who are involved in fisheries will. So they'll either be positive or negatively disposed towards some shape.
I don't think on a personal level Charlie McConalogue's approval rating was that high amongst farmers, because I seem to note that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, they had high confidence in them, but from that, if I'm remembering correctly, the confidence in Charlie McConalogue didn't tally with that of the parties. I could be wrong, but that seems to be...
I mean, I don't know how far miles in distance Killybegs is from Carndonagh, but it's probably 75 miles, is it?
At least.
To think that people from living 75 miles away from a candidate would transfer to him is probably a long stretch, isn't it?
It really feels that way to me.
Yeah,
it really
very,
feels
very
that
definitely.
way to me. And if I were he, that's the way I'd be thinking.
Anyway, we're going to be looking probably at McNulty there, as Paddy says, as a key broker here.
Yeah.
Nicky Bradley will also have a say in this.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. So, well, no candidate elected after that 7th count. No surplus of votes to be distributed, and the votes of the candidates with the lowest number, aka Eamon McGee of the Irish Freedom Party, are now being distributed. How long is that going to take? I can't recall. How long is it since the 7th count?
It's we started off at 2:50, so we're a half an hour plus now.
Right, so what I might do is, if that's okay with everybody, I might take a commercial break to ensure that we have that stuff done. We'll be back with much more from the Ora Leisure Centre after these messages.
Love you. Don't miss our fantastic Black Friday offers with 20% off all home stock in-store and online at Home Focus at Hickey's.
Give the gift of Redcastle Hotel and Spa to your loved ones this Christmas. Choose from a range of memorable experiences to suit all. Visit our website to view and purchase our gift voucher offers and experiences, including our winter getaway offer from only €125 per couple. For more information, see redcastlehoteldonegal.com.
Is the appearance of your staff important to your business? It's the first point of contact for customers when entering your premises. At C&M Embroidery in Letterkenny, they have a huge range of clothing covering all areas of the workplace. It's widely known that customers warm to and trust employees that present themselves well. Have your company name embroidered or printed on all your work uniforms. Contact C&M Embroidery on 07491 28097 and get your staff looking their best.
Black Friday is here at Evolve Clothing. Massive discounts this week only on top brands. Shop in store or online for unbeatable prices on clothing, footwear and accessories. Don't miss out. Save big today.
The world awaits you. Make that dream your next adventure. Cruise the Caribbean. Sail from Crete to Corsica. Soak in Santorini sunsets. Dine on the shores of the Indian Ocean. Stroll through cobbled streets for hidden gems, or bring the little ones to a magical wonderland. Trust the award-winning Atlantic Travel to guide your next adventure. Step through our doorway to the world. Atlantic Travel, Letterkenny.
Christmas is in the air, and we've teamed up with Cadbury to celebrate the return of the Cadbury Secret Santa. So tune in all next week to the 9 till noon show for your chance to win. Every day, we have a €50 voucher to give away. Plus, at the end of the week, you and your Secret Santa could win Cadbury hampers worth €100. If you'd like to send a free chocolate bar to someone special, then look out for the special Cadbury Secret Santa posters around the county, or search Cadbury Secret Santa to find out more. 18 plus free service on selected products while stocks last until December the 24th. For full terms and conditions, visit cadbury.ie.
TFI Local Link Route 271 has been enhanced and renamed to Route 971. Route 971 Alshicarain to Letterkenny operates up to 8 daily return services 7 days a week and provides peak time and evening services and connectivity to ATU Donegal as well as regional bus services. Save up to 30% on fares when using your TFI Leap card. We're transport for Ireland, we're transport for you. See locallinkdsl.ie for more. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
At Centra, we've got amazing Christmas simple savers from now until the big man arrives. Like Nestle Black Magic 348 gram and Dairy Box 322 grams €6 each. Jacob's Elite Selected Tins €10 each. And 19 Crimes Wine Selected Range €8 each. Perfect for Christmas. Centra. Live every day. Enjoy alcohol sensibly.
Are you ready to shop till you drop? Michael Hinney's annual Christmas shopping day is back and bigger than ever. Join us in store in Ballybuffet on Tuesday 3rd of December from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. for festive fun, discounts, giveaways and much more. We can't wait to see you there.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
And you're very welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre. Greg, as a member of Bert's Tidy Town Villages, please can you ask the election workers when taking down the posters, please also remove the plastic ties and take them also with them. Enjoying your wonderful coverage, everyone. Take a bow. Thanks from Kathleen. Hello, Greg and John and all the crew. Brilliant coverage of the election so far and very fair. Great analysis by everyone. Highlands coverage #1 again. Hi Greg, I really hope Fianna Fáil TD Charlie McConaughey's return to Dáil Éireann. We are always fighting for everything up here in Donegal, and to elect 4 opposition TDs would be of no benefit to us if the sitting government is returned. Yes, the lauded voices will give out about that, but from a practical point of view, I cannot see how having another government TD would be a disadvantage. P.S. It's great to see Wallace and Daly being told to sling their hook by the electorate. Okay, did they not get in? Hi, Greg and panel. It looks like Pascal has deduced that Marie Sherlock will get his votes ahead of Jerry the Monk as he's just arrived in the building. Did John say it'll be over by 5? But which day? By the way, happy birthday to John Wallace. I'm not sure. I think when we said 5, we weren't talking about it being over by 5. Charlie McConaughey is the Minister for Agriculture. I think people in all parts of the country, never mind the county, have heard of him. It's about whether you're inclined to vote, not whether you've heard. And if there's another candidate closer to you or you feel might have more impact on your life. Enjoying the coverage, the easy laid-back style makes for addictive viewing. Another, Charlie McConaughey they're saying he's a rejected minister. He was the 3rd sub off the bench. The favourites were all partying in the middle of a global pandemic. Of course, we all know that story. But I mean, he's been the Minister for Agriculture for quite some time now, and some would say he's proved his worth in that role. That's what some would say. Greg, could you ask John, is it likely there would be a rotating Taoiseach if Fianna Fáil had a 10-seat majority?
Yeah, but it might be slightly different. It could be 3 years for Neil Martin and 2 for Simon Harris. That's all to be negotiated, and that'll be hammered out probably over a couple of months.
Would it be an essential part of the government negotiations that? I mean, Fine Gael would want that. They wouldn't go in to be just the second party to Fianna Fáil-led government, would they?
They have to accept that they're second anyway, but they wouldn't want to be second part in decision making in the cabinet. And I suppose they won't be. But they don't have the numbers. They just simply don't have the numbers. It's been a poor election for Simon Harris. If you analyse that election, that exit poll, Neil Martin was on 35%, Mary Lou on 34%, Simon Harris was down at 27%. That's not the kind of place you would want to be.
That being said, and this is complete and not a guesswork, how better or worse off might they be if they contested the election under Leo Varadkar?
Good question. I think they would probably be a bit better off.
Do you think, really?
Yeah, because Harris's style and his the fact that he was so new to the job as a party leader, and Taoiseach on top of that, was something that he was too inexperienced to go into a general election so soon. He should have stuck with February at the latest. He should have played for time on that, and he didn't. He had made presumptions that he was new, he was different, and that people were buying his message. I mean, he spent the whole summer visiting the southwest of Ireland, shows, the ploughing champions, anything that moved, he was at that.
Now we've another vote.
An Torri an Tuchtú Chuntais in Cuid Vótaí Éamon McGee, Cheiricéad Fíhas a Dó Vóta a Ach Galliú. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael Móide Cúig Vóta. Omlán Vótaí 3,823. Car Nula Green Party Cohentas Glas Nivni. Omlán Vótaí Nígéad is a Trécha. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity Móide Shocked. Omlán Vótaí Shakehead No Conní. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Móide Hucht. Omlán Jemila Shakehead Seachta Cúig. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Carjag. Omlán Cerimila Seachgéad is a Nay. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Móide Cúig. Omlán Ochtfila Trícéad is a Cúig Déag. McConnell Niall Non-Party Móide Céad Cuige Ní. Omlán Míle Nígéad is a Dé. McMenamin Kim The Irish People Móide Seasca Seacht. Omlán Shakehead Fíhas a Hain. McNulty John Fine Gael Móide Cúig. Omlán 3,300 is a Dó. Pringle Thomas Non-Party Móide Fíhas a Dó. Omlán 5,700 Nóca Hucht. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu Móide Carrica Hucht. Omlán 2,685. Ward Charles 100% redress Móide Coige 3. Omlán 7,500 Fíhas a Dó. Pápir Balúgi Niv in Astraha Fíhas a Ní. Omlán Nóca 3. Cinnas nach bhfuil fuille vótaí á lealú amach, chuirfí mé an tíreathóir a bhfuil an méidir lú vótaí aige, Kim McMenamin, 600 Fíhas a Hain vóta as an áirih. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 8th count, which comprised the distribution of Éamon McGee's 422 votes. Total of votes distributed 422. Nicky Bradley Fine Gael +5. Total 3,823. Car Nula Green Party Cohentas Glas +0. Total 930. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity +7. Total 699. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, plus 8. Total 10,675. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, plus 14. Total 4,709. McConnell Charlie, Fianna Fáil, plus 5. Total 8,315. McConnell Niall non-party, plus 159. Total 1,910. McMiniman Kim, the Irish People, plus 67. Total 621. McNulty John, Fine Gael, plus 5. Total 3,302. Pringle Thomas non-party, plus 22. Total 5,798. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, plus 48. Total 2,685. Ward Charles 100% redress, plus 53. Total 7,522. Non-transferable papers not effective, 29. Total 93. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Kim McMenamin, 621 votes. Thank you. Gurumahagi.
Gurumaigat. Okay, so there you have it. For what it's worth, Charles Ward further, at this point, for what it's worth, Charles Ward further closes the gap on Charlie McConnell.
Very, very slightly there. We're still in no man's land there and progressing the count, other than the process of elimination. Kim McMenamin, and then that's going to be followed by, where are we then? No.
You're up to Nuala Carr then, we'll say.
Carol Gallagher.
Oh, Carol Gallagher, right, you're right.
And
right.
Nuala Carr then of the Greens. So you have 930, 692, and you have the current figure of Kim McMenamin's of 621. So there's a fair bunch. There's over a couple of thousand
I've
votes
sort of stopped watching Charlie McConnell, to tell you the truth. And I've all my lights are shining on now on Thomas Pringle and Charlie Ward. I can't see any situation where the two of them are going to be elected, you know.
Who's that?
So it's Thomas Pringle and Charlie Ward. I'm keeping an eye on them too. And Charlie Ward is creeping away from Thomas Pringle all of the time. Thomas got 22 there, and Charles Ward got 53. So he's edging away from him all the time. And what that means, I suppose, is that the political capital he's going to get from Noel Jordan down the line, it's going to be all gone, because he's going to be gasping for air, I think, at that time, and he's going to need every bit of it. Because just it looks like there's a trend now, and it's not going to stop now from now on. It's just that Charlie Ward is very transfer friendly.
John, are you of that view?
I'm of that view at the moment. Yeah, like there is a very, very big gap, but I'm not going to call that at all until I see a bigger tranche of transfers, particularly from, as we say, Noel Jordan holds the key here. John McNulty will give us some indication. Can Thomas Pringle get a decent transfer there rather than Charles Ward? Charles Ward will be hoping that he will get a decent share as well.
From your perspective now, and I was just doing a little bit of work whilst also listening to you then, seat 4 and seat 5, Paddy, where do you believe at this point they go? And obviously things can change after the next 3 or 4 counts.
Oh, seat 4 and 5 to me is Charlie McConnell and Charles Ward.
John McAteer?
I'm leaving Pringle's name there on the basis that I'm going to have to see Jordan's vote. Want to see that. I'm just looking at that from the point of view of our own. We're startled, that maybe not startled really, but surprised that Noel Jordan was transferring 1/3 of his vote to Thomas Pringle. Depends then where Noel Jordan is at that point and how they transfer.
Is it worth having a quick chat about Carol Gallagher, People Before Profit, in that People Before Profit have seen their stock rise around the country. She's sitting there with 699 votes at this stage, not, I mean, from Strabane, which is from here, if you know what I mean, but, not actually from Donegal. I'm not sure how a campaign went or how even if it was conducted, to be honest with you. But to be sitting there at this stage with 699 votes, it's
just simply
essentially something to build on, no?
It just put the party name out there, and to see where their base is, and it's not a good spot to be in.
Do you think so?
It's 692 first preferences. Richard Boyd Barrett is pretty well known around the country as the leader of People Before Profit. I suppose, did they expect anything better? Had they any kind of motivation of a campaign around them?
I don't know,
I have
or
no
was
idea.
it the case to have someone running in as many constituencies as possible?
Possibly,
I don't know.
I would say, whatever about their footprint in this election, in principle, she should favour Thomas Pringle over anybody else in the field here. But geographically, she lives in Strabane. She's closest to Niall McConnell, and I would expect him. See, Niall is bouncing along very nicely there. He's not going to get elected, but he's whenever his turn to be eliminated is going to be, there's going to be a lot of stuff.
Well, he's going to be
flying
away,
around
he's
there.
going to be away over 2,000.
Yeah.
Like let's see where they bounce. We'll get a better idea.
Yeah.
That's the next big tranche,
And unless I'm reading this really, really wrongly, given the fact that Charlie Ward done well in the Finn Valley at number ones, there is a probability that he's going to do well in transfers as well. So a high vote for Niall McConnell going into the mix here mightn't be a bad thing for Charlie Ward,
Very possible. But I still wouldn't be prepared to call that. It's still 3 fighting for 2 seats.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
We said that in the headline in the Tribune on Wednesday night, and that hasn't changed in my head.
There's no curveballs.
There's no curveballs, no.
Yeah.
Noel Jordan has to deliver that curveball to Thomas Pringle.
Okay, we're going to try and get a sense of what the mood in the Pringle camp is in now, because I did note Donald's going to sort of, we don't need to speak to them, but just get a sense of it, because I think it was Gavin Riley posted late last night that Pringle looks set to lose his seat.
Yeah.
And Pringle's account, whether it's Thomas Pringle himself or one of his family or campaign manager, said won a wager. So, they were publicly challenging a national pundit. And I'm curious, and hopefully we'll get a sense of it from Donald. I'm curious what has changed since. Are they getting a wee bit squeaky bum time, or are their numbers still playing out?
They will be concerned about the fact that the transfers are not favouring them at the moment, but they are favouring Charles Ward, and he has a hefty lead there. Thomas Pringle has a huge amount of ground to make up, and all the while Charlie McConnell is still sitting there on 8,315. Will he get up to 10,000?
I don't see it, because he doesn't have anything coming. He doesn't have anything coming from Patrick Gallagher, does he?
No.
And I really would not be, and I could be wrong. I'm sure we're in the game here speculating, and that's what our listeners are doing. I wouldn't be counting on John McNulty and Nicky Bradley either
absolutely not,
to get it anywhere near there. So then you have to ask yourself from where?
From where?
5s and 6s here and there ain't going to cut the mustard. It's not going to butcher the pasta.
You can see a pathway for Pringle to get a big vote from, particularly from Noel Jordan.
No one's asked me, so I'm going to say I think Pringle and Charles Ward get elected. I think Charlie McConnell may miss out. Now, I'm not saying that with a view to saying, oh, you ripped Charlie off. That's not it. I'm just saying for the purpose of the conversation and the way things are looking, that's how it feels to me.
Charlie McConnell at the last election. Was he on 12,000, Paddy? On that final count.
No, but he took the last seat without reaching the quota. I remember himself and Pat the Cope were the last 2. No, but I can find out here on my...
Pat the Cope lost out.
By about, 400 or something, is it?
I have somewhere around that.
It's interesting. It's fascinating.
Of course, it's fascinating. And now, as we move into early evening time, people are going to be more fascinated than ever, because they're wondering when is Highland going to call this for them? Like I'm not doing that.
No,
I'm not doing that.
But you kind of have.
I'm looking
because
at
I did ask you earlier on, and you kind of said you would. Who did you say you'd be most nervous if you were? Was it? Who did you say, Jim?
At this point, it has to be Thomas Pringle, given that the transfers today are not in his favour.
You said earlier now, you said Charles Ward earlier, because I've it written down here. So you're I was the one that said Pringle.
No, you're taking that out of context on me because
you're taking a statement of fact out of context.
I'm still looking at Charlie McConlogue sitting on 8315, and I'm looking on Ward at 7022, and Thomas Pringle is under 6,000 substantially. There's a big votes to come. It's much too early. The big votes, the big hitters, and the big percentages are all there to be delivered yet until we see some of those. You know, we'll have to see the end of the Fine Gael transfers and Noel Jordan's elimination.
Yeah.
So you're 3-4 counts down the road from now, 4 counts anyway.
But things are moving on. Like
you could be on the 13th count at that point.
Yeah, we are progressing.
One of the things I'm learning here over the last 2 days, whatever John says, I have to write it down because he denies it 5 minutes later.
But
I generally say things in context.
Yes, but you see, John articulates things in such a way.
If you want to sort of rubbish that, then that's grand.
But John says things in such a way that if he said the earth is flat, I would sit there and go, yes, I respect your opinion. And he could 10 minutes later say, you know, I think there's a bit of a curve to it. It might be, sir. I'd go, you know what, John?
Yeah, that's
You've articulated that with such gravitas that I now believe whatever you say.
Oh, thanks.
I love the fact that Paddy Rooney brings receipts.
I've never done that.
No.
I've just trusted my judgment.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, you can get away with it with me because I'm just, yes, John, yes.
I think I can get away with it anywhere.
I don't know. I think Paddy got you there. Right, stay where you are. Trudy's going to be back with us. So we're going to get a sense of the mood in the Pringle camp because I think that's going to be really quite critical. They were confident. They'd looked at the numbers. They followed the votes. Let's see after this these messages if it's still the same.
Have you got your tickets for the Highland Radio Christmas concert? Get ready for a night of great music on Monday, December the 9th in the Mount Erigal Hotel, Letterkenny. You can enjoy an incredible lineup with Mike Denver and his band, John McNichol, Jim Devine, Donna Taggart, Owen Mack and me, David James. Get your tickets now at the outlet at highlandradio.com, Alexander's Bala Buffet, the Cope Dunlow, the Mount Erigal Hotel, Simpsons Bar Carndonagh, or give us a call on 074 91 25000. Don't miss this Christmas cracker.
Burglars are now doing their Christmas shopping, and guess what? They might just be calling with you. Install a wire-free burglar alarm from Sheridan Security Systems before December 31st and get 6 months round-the-clock monitoring free. Contact us today on 912-6025 for a free quotation. Have a peaceful Christmas with Sheridan Security.
Do you suffer from high cholesterol, menopause symptoms, digestive issues, anxiety, aches and pains, or a lack of energy? The highly trained team at The Natural Way Letterkenny can provide advice on natural remedies for a number of individual health issues. The Natural Way also has its own brand of herbal treatments to help fight fatigue, relieve digestive discomfort, maintain a healthy immune system, and alleviate common menopause symptoms. The Natural Way at Letterkenny Shopping Centre, your one-stop health shop.
Zach Bryan, live at Phoenix Park. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st. Subject to license. Tickets $121.25 go on sale this Thursday at 8 a.m. Maybe subject to fees. Presented by Aiken Promotions.
Christmas has arrived at Patterson's. Christmas trees and decorations now on display. Christmas gifts, from Hollywood mirrors to wall art to home fragrances, you'll find the perfect gift at Patterson's. There's a large range of dining tables and chairs, sofas, mattresses and bedroom furniture, in stock and ready for Christmas delivery. Open Monday to Saturday 9 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. with free local delivery. Patterson's the Hall Lifford, for everything you need this Christmas.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Yes, indeed, we are back. Thank you very much for watching, for listening, for texting, for WhatsApping. Just to remind you, our WhatsApp and text number is 086 60 25,000. We're really enjoying your interactions. It's keeping us on our toes, and also a bit of content when things go quiet. So it's all very much appreciated. Right. I know good old Oisin says, Oisin's told me my mic is low at times, and Joe Dex had already told me to, but it's just because I lean back and chill out a little bit, but I'll try and be a good boy. Right, so what did I propose we were going to talk about before that break? Trudy, do you remember? No? What I says we were going to come back and discuss something. I can't remember what it was now.
I was away there. I was having a wee quick break.
Maybe I was just going to ask you your opinion, because Caroline started talking about pizzas, and then my head just went to
another direction.
That was the absolute
I was
end
speaking to a couple of people there on my travels, and I suppose word in some of the camps are that they feel that Charles Ward will secure the 4th seat.
Stay right where you are, because I want to come back to you and get the sense of what you're saying, because Donald Cavan has also been polling the room.
Is he going to tell you what I'm going to tell you? So just in case, I'll hold off and let Donald tell you this.
I'm trying to get content here, Trudy, bear with me.
Exactly.
Right, okay. Donald, what have you been hearing?
Well, I'm actually really anxious to hear what Trudy has to say now, but I've been chatting to members of the Pringle camp, including Thomas Pringle himself. Yesterday evening they were quite confident that they were going to take that 5th seat. They're not as confident this afternoon as they were yesterday. I think their concern is that more of John McNulty's votes, and we had this conversation this morning with Brendan Byrne, their concern is that more of John McNulty's votes are going to go to Charlie McConalogue, and it was that sort of farming vote we were talking about earlier. They fear more of that vote will go to McNulty than they'd be comfortable with, and it's a situation that they're going to be looking at, ironically, the Pringle camp are going to be looking to Nicky Bradley and John McNulty in terms of their transfers, to see where those transfers are going, because as we can see picking up, Charlie McConalogue is still substantially ahead of Thomas Pringle at this point. So Pringle needs to start catching up with Charlie McConalogue sooner rather than later.
He's 2,517 votes behind.
Yeah, and that's what Niall Blaney.
Yeah,
and what Niall Blaney was saying last night is that he reckoned that McConalogue would just keep getting enough to stay ahead. Now Pringle reckons he can leapfrog Charlie McConalogue once we get to the John McNulty vote, but he needs to be ahead of him already at that point, and he needs to be substantially ahead, because a lot of votes will still go back to Charlie McConalogue. So they believe that Pringle is in with a shout, but there could be less than 100 votes in it between himself and Charlie McConalogue on the last count. But they're even looking now to see where is the Kim McMenamin vote going to go? Where's the Niall McConnell vote going to go? Where's the Mary T. Sweeney vote going to go? We would expect a lot of Mary T. Sweeney perhaps to go to Fianna Fáil, to go up to Charlie McConalogue, and we also understand that Mary T. Sweeney is going to substantially transfer to Charles Ward.
He's going to get a big list.
He is. And the Pringle team now are certain in their own minds that Charles Ward takes seat 4. They're certain of that in their own minds. Ward takes the 4th seat. So it is between Pringle and McConalogue for that final seat.
But no one's putting their house on it anymore.
No one's putting anything on it. And now I was chatting to some of the Fianna Fáil people as well. They're quietly confident is probably too strong a word for what they're feeling as well. They're hopeful. The feeling I get is that Fianna Fáil at this point are perhaps just slightly more hopeful than Thomas Pringle's camp. But they're all in there for the day. I mean, no one is conceding and no one is assuming anything.
And did any in the Fianna Fáil camp point to their opinion on Charles Ward's chance? We know that Thomas Pringle's camp are saying they believe he's going to get the vote.
The impression I get is certainly Fianna Fáil expect Charles Ward to be elected. I don't think there's any question in anyone's mind at this stage, but that Charles Ward is fit for election at this point. I mean, that seems to be the perceived wisdom. And when you look at the way Charles Ward is, I mean, Charles Ward is catching up on Charlie McConalogue all the time. Every vote Charles Ward is creeping. He's within a couple of hundred votes of him now, and he's going to continue to pick up votes. And Charles Ward is, I mean, and the ironic thing is, maybe what saved Pringle in previous elections is that Pringle was the transfer magnet. Pringle pulled in transfer from everywhere. And I think their fear is that Charles Ward has now become the new transfer magnet, and Charles is taking transfers that Thomas Pringle otherwise would have taken. And that's where their concern is, that transfers that in a previous election they might have been able to depend on, they can't depend on now, because those transfers are going to go to Charles Ward.
Okay, Trudy, stay there, Donald, stay on the mic. Trudy, I presume that aligns with what you've been hearing. Why should I presume?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the only difference there was that they do anticipate that it could be actually as low as 50 votes between the two candidates for the 5th seat. being McConaughey and Pringle. So there could be 50 votes separating those two for the last seat. And yeah,
it's a fascinating scenario, notwithstanding that there are two humans here that are chewing their nails down to the bones. Or I don't want to make it too much about entertainment because there's
but they're two
a lot on the line
TDs
here,
as
but
well.
two sitting
exactly,
TDs.
Have worked so hard as well. So
you know, and I'll tell you, if Charles Ward gets this over the line, he's defied the odds and he's defied the popular vote in Inishowen. It would be a remarkable story.
I thought you were going to start singing "Defying Gravity" there for a second.
I wouldn't know that song.
Donald's going to sing it.
No, I'll switch this mic off. Stay there, Donald. Paddy, interested in your
because but we were here 4.5 years ago, and it was between two TDs at the time because Pat the Cope and Charlie McConlogue were sitting TDs at the last time. They battled it out the last time, and I remember very, very clearly, you know, Pat the Cope, he was very downhearted about it, you know. And the year before, in 2016, Patrick McLaughlin, sitting TD, lost his seat. And then in 2011, you know, Mary Coughlin was a sitting TD, lost her seat. I mean, it's just a terrible thing for people that they put in so much effort up and down to Dublin, all the travel they have to do, all the committees to do, and all the clinics. And then this is how they get rewarded then. And it's done all publicly here as well. And now you guys have a camera in the room, so it's been broadcast all over the world. So it's really, really difficult to take. You know, it's like a blood sport. But anyway, there
it
we go.
is. And that phrase kept me awake last night. It's like walking through the room naked. Yeah. Okay. Let's not try that though. Don't plant the seed. All right, okay. So it is. It's interesting times, Donald, isn't it? It always seems to be interesting here, but what I found fascinating. I can't remember what it was now. It's just the way Charlie Ward is just edging ever closer, ever closer, and Pringle just doesn't seem to be like he went from 2.534 the gap with Charlie McConlogue on the last count to 2.517. Yet Charles Ward went from 8.41793, and I'm not saying there's a huge difference. It just feels significant, you know. It just feels a little bit more significant.
But as I said, Charles Ward is doing now what Thomas Pringle traditionally would have done in previous campaigns, and it really is that search for transfers. And Thomas Pringle himself, he's smiling, he's with his team. I mean, you know, and Thomas. In fairness, Thomas Pringle is a guy who he will accept what happens. I was asking him if there was any, you know, if it goes down to a small number of votes, you know, is it going to be a matter of perhaps another go at it? But he said if it's any more than 10 votes, he probably wouldn't. But you can't say what other people might do.
Righty, O'Donnell, thank you very much indeed. We've got so much to digest. We're getting really now, it feels we're getting now to the nuts and bolts of this whole situation. We'll take a break for the news. Stay right where you are, and we'll leave the tallies up on the screen, or the figures up on the screen, for those of you to check out the latest figures.
What's going on over there?
Guards all over the place. Ambulance.
And he was just dead.
Yeah, lying there.
Ballyglasane, new drama series every Wednesday night at 8 on Highland Radio.
Homeowners, are you ready to cut your energy bills? Solar panels are a smart way to cut costs and power your home with clean, renewable energy. Switch to solar with efficient renewables and start saving. Right now, we're offering a free panel for every solar system ordered before the 20th of December. With the SEAI grant reducing in January and with 0% VAT, there's no better time to make maximum savings. Contact Efficient Renewables today on 074 970 8320 for a free quote for your home and start saving today.
Make Christmas for everyone at Dunnes Stores with festive savings and refreshing soft drink 18-can packs like Coca-Cola, Pepsi and 7-Up, just €10 each. And choose from a selection of indulgent treats like Jacob's Biscuit Tins or Ferrero Collection, also just €10 each. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10/50 grocery voucher. However you do your Christmas shop, make Christmas for everyone with Dunnes Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used on next grocery shop of €50 or more. Prices subject to deposit return scheme fees.
Financial scams are everywhere. Scammers are using increasingly sophisticated ways to trick you. Fight back by staying one step ahead. The next time you get an unexpected call, text, or email offering you a financial product or requesting your bank or credit card details, ask yourself, is this a scam? Always check you're dealing with a genuine firm before giving your personal information or transferring money. To find out how to beat the scammers, go to centralbank.ie/scam. bluebird.ie/financial scams.
Do you need a little extra help staying in your home? At Bluebird Care, we offer a wide variety of QMark-approved personalised home care services across Donegal. And our fully trained and committed staff will always meet your care needs with kindness, compassion and dignity. To get your personal home care assessment plan, visit bluebirdcare.ie or call our care team today on 07491 29562 and bring care home.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
Good afternoon, it's Katie Gillen with the news at 4 o'clock. A teenager has died in a single car collision near Buncrana. It happened at 5 o'clock this morning on the R244 at Ballinlaw. The road is currently closed for a forensic examination and local diversions are in place. Gardaí are appealing for any witnesses to come forward. Cahirlock of the Inishowen Municipal District Councillor Jack Murray says the community is devastated and will support the family.
It's just devastation across Inishowen this morning. We've woken to an unspeakable tragedy in the mouth of Christmas, and the family are devastated this morning. The community is broken. So everybody in Inishowen, of course, will have them in their thoughts and prayers. It's such a horrendously difficult time. As always, Inishowen's experienced many tragedies, but at this time we rallied together, and this is where our community comes in great strength, and that'll be offered to this family. They'll have no shortage of support from their neighbours, their friends, and from everybody in Inishowen.
In general election news, Kim McMenamin from the Irish Freedom Party has been eliminated after the 8th count, finishing on 621 votes. No candidate has been elected after this count. Pat the Cope Gallagher is currently leading with 10,675 votes, followed by Charlie McConalogue with 8,315, Charles Ward with 7,522 and Thomas Pringle has 5,798 votes. Well, it has been a tough weekend for Fine Gael in Donegal. Despite fielding 2 candidates, the party has failed to hold on to its seat in the county. The Dáil seat was last won by Joe McHugh, who stepped away from the party over 2 years ago. John McNulty has not yet been eliminated and currently sits on 3,302 votes, which falls well short of the 12,771 quota. He will be eliminated as the day continues. He says the electorate have spoken.
It's been a tough weekend for Fine Gael and Donegal. I think the electorate have spoken and they've made their decision. Obviously, we were without a TD for the last 2 years as Joe had stepped away from the party, which probably didn't help. And in relation to maybe again having the people on the ground to maybe speak for ourselves as a party was probably missing as well. So yeah, we have to take a lot of lessons from today, and we have to go back and we have to look at things and see where we go from here.
Well, independent candidate Jerry McKeever says he is disappointed after he was eliminated on the 6th count. The Letterkenny businessman finished on 378 votes. He says this is possibly the end of his political career.
I think the likes of Independent Ireland and Social Democrats would sort of be in my ballpark when it comes to affordable housing. So I would certainly love to, if I ever did get involved in it, which I probably won't, to get involved there. If a party were to really promise full redress, I think I would really join a party like that. And
almost 80 seats in the next Dáil have been filled as counting continues across the country. It looks as though Fianna Fáil will be the largest party when all is said and done. Our political correspondent Sean Defoe reports.
Well, the big story in the last hour has been from the RDS in Dublin, where there was a dramatic battle taking place between Jerry, the Monk, Hutch and Labour's Marie Sherlock in Dublin Central. They were battling it out for the 4th seat. The Monk was 120 votes ahead going into the distribution of Pascal Donoghue's surplus, but it was Marie Sherlock who cleaned up out of that, taking more than 1,000 votes. She will be elected to the Dáil and the Monk will not. He was asked if he'd run again and he started physically running away from the count centre. So a surprise seat for Labour there on what's been quite a good day for the party. Labour and the Social Democrats battling to be the larger. Both look to have at least 8 seats and will be hoping to get closer to 10.
Meanwhile, Fine Gael's Pascal Donoghue's been elected, saying it's an honour and a privilege to serve the people of Dublin Central again.
I am hugely grateful to them for the number of votes they've offered to me in this election. They've done so in greater numbers than at other elections I've contested, and given all that this government and all this Dáil and all I have worked on over the last number of years, I'm extremely grateful for that.
Police in Strabane are appealing for information after a vehicle was damaged on Friday evening. The incident occurred between 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock on the Ballycoleman Road near the Vivo shop. Anyone with information in relation to this or anyone who may have CCTV or dashcam footage is being asked to contact police on 101. And now for the weather. Bright today with a mix of sunny spells and scattered showers, possibly heavy in places. Highest temperatures of 10 to 12 degrees. That's all from the newsroom for now. We'll be back with another update at 5 o'clock.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Yeah, the big story of the day, no doubt about it. Downing's ladies have qualified for the All-Ireland Junior Football Final. They defeated Kildare opposition today, Kilcock. The final score, Downing's 1-7, Kilcock of Kildare 7 points. An historic day in Downing's today. Maureen O'Donnell was reporting for Highland Radio Sunday Sport, and we are now going to head back over to Maureen for some reaction after the match.
I'm standing here with some of the Downings ladies. They're actually telling me they're in shock. They're in the All-Ireland Junior Final now in a number of weeks' time. Sum up to me what it feels like. I'm with Lauren McBride here. She scored 4 or 5 points out there today. Really capitalised on the one as well. Lauren, what does it feel like?
Oh, it's so hard to put into words. It's unreal feeling. Like, we're making history for the club right now, and it's the best feeling ever.
Yeah, Jessica, you come under a lot of pressure there in the back line, especially particularly in the second half. You know, you're 2 points ahead at some stage, trying to keep it out, and you know, obviously Charlie did a great job and goals as well, pulling off a couple of stuff. But tough out there.
Really tough. Like, we knew from the beginning that they had a really dangerous forward line, but I mean, as you've seen today, Mo, our defence worked so hard to keep that ball out. Charlie was unbelievable in nets, our defence was unbelievable, and it paid off in the end. Every girl on that pitch put in 110%, and as Lauren said, it's hard to put into words how we feel today. Like, it's just unbelievable.
Charlie, you were under pressure, big pressure in there, but tell me, what was the nerves like? I mean, the ball's coming at you 3 and 4 times in a critical stage of the match, and you pulled off some super saves.
To be honest, I don't get wild nervous, to be fair, when it comes to situations like that. I've played all year, you know, and I've been under pressure, having to save penalties, balls coming in one-on-one, and I've been able to pull them off. So I knew today was just another game. I didn't have to go out and think, oh, All-Ireland semi-final. I took it in my stride, played the way I always played, and you know, it's just good to get over the line.
Yeah. And what has the run-up been to this game in particular? I mean, obviously you're coming off the celebrations of the Ulster final. You're in shock from that, probably. And I say you're in shock, not because you're not good enough to win, but because you're like, wow, was this really coming through, Lauren? Like, so what was it going into today's game? How was the nerves?
Oh, well, I was pretty nervous going into this game, but I knew there was a job at hand, and we just worked on it in training all week, like since after the final. After the celebrations were done, we put the work in and put our heads down, and it was just amazing. Like, it was hard work now.
As Barney says, we're going to work. That's what Barney
we're
tells
going
us.
to work.
Before every game, we're going to work. So that's the way we went in thinking today.
Yeah, and what is the buzz like in the community and the run-up to this game, Jesse?
Oh, it's been like amazing. You can see yourself, the crowd here today, like everywhere you go, into the shop, into anywhere, the whole chat was about today. And just for everyone today, like as we say, the crowd have been unbelievable. They've got behind us. They got us over the line today, and I've no doubt they'll all be at the All-Ireland final as well, cheering us on.
Yeah, and a special feeling playing at home in an All-Ireland semi-final.
Oh, unbelievable. You couldn't write it. The support we've had today, and actually throughout the year in our campaign, has been unbelievable. Our supporters have been our 16th woman, and you know, look at the people here today. Look at the cars. It's madness. Like, it's actually unbelievable.
Yeah. Listen, I better let you back to the celebrations. Congratulations, and we're delighted for you.
Thanks very much.
An historic day for CLG Nadoonov. All-Ireland final, the next stop for Barney Acorn's side, and we will hear from Barney Acorn. Head over to the Highland Radio website and indeed social media pages there at Highland Radio to hear from the Downings manager. 4 Masters of Donegal Town are the under-21 champions for 2024, defeating Glen Swally today at Father Tierney Park in Ballyshannon. 4 Masters 1-15, Glen Swally 2-9. Brenton Devaney got plenty of post-match reaction for Highland Radio Sunday Sport, so you can listen to that on the Highland Radio social media pages. Now to local soccer. FAI Junior Cup, our featured game today was at Lakeview Park. The full-time score was Letterkenny Rovers 3, Peak Villa 0. Goals from 2 goals from BG Banda and a goal from Lee McMonigal. Here's the full-time report now with Chris Ashmore.
Letterkenny Rovers 3, Peak Villa 0. So Letterkenny Rovers are through to the 5th round of the FAI Junior Cup after a polished performance against their Tipperary opposition at Lakeview Park this afternoon. Rovers were good value for their victory. 2 goals from BJ Banda, 1 from Lee McMonigal, and in the end it could have been more. The Tipperary side had the first chance of note, Keith Cahill with a shot on target, but it was easily saved by Shane O'Gara. But after that, pretty much one-way traffic in the first half. Rovers took the lead on 13 minutes. Alan Leahy failed to clear with goalkeeper Evan Comerford in close proximity, and Lee McMonigal capitalised and pounced to force the ball home despite the efforts of a defender on the line. Before and after that there were good chances, with BJ Banda being prominent, hitting the side netting on one occasion, and Chris Malseed going well with a shot over after some good play from Banda. Banda then got the second on 41 minutes. Malseed with the ball over the top, Banda latching onto it, outwitting the retreating defender and neatly dispatching the ball past the keeper and into the net. In the second half, well, not unexpectedly, Peak Villa tried to lift things, but really, apart from a few half chances, they rarely threatened the Rovers' goal. Rovers defended well, they knocked the ball about well, and they got the third goal on 61 minutes. What a goal it was! BJ Banda cutting inside from the right and letting fly with a cracking shot into the bottom corner. After that, Lee McMonigal and Joel Bradley Walsh had chances to add to the tally. In the end, it finished 3-0 to Rovers. A good day at the office for all concerned. Final score from Lakeview Park in the FAI Junior Cup 4th round. It finished Letterkenny Rovers 3, Peak Villa of Tipperary 0.
Chris Ashmore, thank you very much indeed. Staying with the FAI Junior Cup, 3 more local teams in action in that competition. The full-time whistle has gone in Roscommon. St John's Athletic 1, Fanad United 2. The Fanad team were 1-0 down at the break, but Eddie O'Reilly, he got the equaliser in the second half, and the hero was a Paddy Carr, a header, putting Fanad 2-1 up, and that is how it finished safely through to the next round of that competition. Rio Cross of Tipperary 0, Cockle Celtic 6 is how that one finished. Gavin Collins' side through to the next round. Hat-trick from Stephen Doherty and a goal each from Damien Duffy, Stephen Duffy and former Finn Harp striker Luke Rudden also among the goal scorers today. Alia FC 2, Black Forge of County Dublin 2. That was after extra time. Black Forge winning on penalties. Now, with the Inishowen Football League results for today, the Jackie Crossing Premier Division, Clonmany Shamrocks had a home victory over Greencastle FC, 6 goals to 0. It finished 1-0 in favour of Redcastle United over LA Celtic. In the HML Plantire Division 1, Buncrana Reserves 5, Alia Reserves 2, Dunree United 0, QPS 1, and there was also an away victory for Glen Ely Colts 4-0 over Moville Celtic. Inishowen Engineering Division 2, QPS Youth 3, Culdaff Reserves 1, Taramina FC 1, Sea Rovers 3. It was 2-2 between Glengad Reserves and Redcastle Reserves. Alia Youths 4, Raheny Reserves 2, Moville Reserves 0, Cockle Colts 5. While an away victory for Alia Reserves, they were 3-2 over Dunree Reserves. Donegal, a soccer league now in the Brian McCormick Premier Division, had finished 1-1 between Guido Celtic and KG Rovers. In the Temple Domestic Appliances Division 1, Local derby, Caffrey Rovers 1, Ballybofey United 4. Glenay United 1, Guido United 4. Lagenharp to the big victory at home over Cranford, 8 goals to 0. Milford United 6, Castlefin Celtic 0. Top of the table, Castlefin were going into that encounter. Donegal Physiotherapy Division 2. Curra Athletic 1, Drummohal 5. Convey Arsenal, second place, going into this encounter, 5-2 winners over Deal Harps. Duncanini Celtic 0, Leather Barrow Celtic 7. Top of the table, Kerry Kiel 71-4, Drumkeen United 1, while Whitestrand United had a 3-1 victory over Rathford Town. Now to the English Premier League, and 3 full times, Chelsea 3, Aston Villa 0. And now with a full-time report from Stamford Bridge, we can join Joshua Adudunker.
Chelsea 3, Aston Villa 0. A fantastic win for Chelsea, one that sends them second in the Premier League. Goals from Nicholas Jackson, Enzo Fernandez and Cole Palmer seal the points. They were brilliant today. A relentless performance from Enzo Maresca's team. Villa very poor, and they're well and truly beaten this afternoon. And it's now 8 games without a victory in all competitions for Villa. And in truth, it could have been more than the 3 Chelsea goals. It finished here, Chelsea 3, Villa 0.
Elsewhere in the English Premier League today, it finished Spurs 1, Fulham 1, Manchester United 4, Everton 0, and at currently taking place, 16 minutes gone, it's Liverpool 1, Manchester City 0. Liverpool after hitting the back of the net in this one. Gakpo, the inform striker there, Gakpo, he got that goal for Liverpool at 12 minutes gone. Back to the Oral Leisure Centre, back to Greg and the team.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The ASICS Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile. Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Kieran, thank you very much indeed. We do appreciate it. Great to get an update there. We haven't changed at all since you were last here. We're still awaiting count 8, I believe it was. Yeah, sorry, no, that was count 8. We're waiting for count 9. Just to give you an update as to where we're at here at the moment, for those of you just tuning in, maybe coming back from the football or children's parties or whatever you may be lucky enough to do on a Sunday, or you've just sat there tuned to us all day, which we really appreciate. Vincent Bradley Independent, he's out, as is Claudia Kennedy of Fianna Fáil. Eamon McGee of the Irish Freedom Party. Independent Arthur McGuinness. Jerry McKeever, he is out. Frank O'Donnell, Independent, former Fine Gael, he is out as well. Yesterday, in fact it was the early hours of this morning, we had both 2 of the 3 Sinn Féin candidates elected. Pearse Doherty topping the poll, followed soon after by Pádraig McLaughlin, and we anticipate that Pat the Cope Galler of Fianna Fáil will get elected. He is sitting on 10,675 and should do well from some transfers as this afternoon wears on. Then the general consensus seems to be it's 3 for 2, 3 candidates. I think we've got another announcement.
Seo Alianas Torri on Neo Huntish in Ye Huij Voti Kim McMenamin Sheked via sa Hain Vota Achalju. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael Moja Shocked. Omlan Voti 3,830. Car Nula Green Party Coentus Glas Moja Hain. Omlan Nigade Trecha Sahain. Gallagher, Carroll, People Before Profit, Solidarity, Moja a Hocht. Umlan, Shockgade is a Shocked. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Moja a Cuig. Umlan, Jemila, Shakehead, Socto. Jordan, Noel, Sinn Féin, Moja Fiha Cahar. Umlan, Keramila, Shockgade, Trecha 3. McConaughey, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja, Fihas a 3. Umlan, Uxmila, Trecha, Trecha Hocht. McConnell, Niall, non-party, Moja, Dáchéad, Caracas Sé. Umlán, Dávila, Céad, Quaige Sé. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, Moja, Cahir. Umlán, Tríhíle, Trícéad agus a sé. Pringle, Thomas, non-party, Moja, Fihis a Seacht. Umlán, 5,800, Fihis a Cuig. Sweeney, Mary T, Aintu, Moja, Céad, Fihis a 3. Umlán, 2,800 agus a 8. Ward, Charles, 100% redress, Moja, Céad sa 10. Umlán, 7,000, 600, circus a 2. Popir Walloji, Niv in Astratha, Carrica 3. Umlán, Céad, circus a 6. Níorháin iarthóir an quóta amach sa cúntas seo. Cinnas nach bhfuil fuille vótaí le dalliú, cuirtí mé an tíorthóir a bhfuil an méidir lú vótaí acu, nula car, ní géad, circus a 1 vóta, agus Carol Gallagher, 700 agus a 7 vóta as an áireamh. The following is the result of the 9th count, which consisted of the distribution of Kem McMenamin's 621 votes. Total of votes distributed, 621. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, plus 7. Total 3,830. Carr Nula, Green Party Coentus Gloss, plus 1. Total 931. Gallagher, Carroll, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 8. Total 707. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, plus 5. Total 10,680. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, plus 24. Total 4,733. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil, plus 23. Total 8,338. McConnell Niall non-party, plus 246. Total 2,156. McNulty John Fine Gael, plus 4. Total 3,306. Pringle Thomas non-party, plus 27. Total 5,825. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu, plus 123. Total vote 2,808. Ward Charles 100% redress, plus 110. Total 7,632. Non-transferable papers not effective 43. Total 136. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes. Nuala Carr, 931 votes. Carol Gallagher, 707 votes. Thank you. Gurmagui.
Gormahagut. Okay, that's 1,638 votes now are effectively in play, or a proportion of them. And we have a situation again whereby we have that gap closing all the while. And as I say, it feels more significant than it is. Charles Ward now 706 votes behind Charlie McConnell-Ogue. And the gap not narrowing between Pringle and McConnell-Ogue, 2,513. He picked up 4 votes there. But as I say, this is indicative and just for speculation purposes at this point. It doesn't really materially affect the situation as such. Okay, Trudy, you ready to go with something?
Yeah, and just in case our listeners out there are wondering why at this stage they've eliminated 2 candidates at the same time, and prior to this they've eliminated 1. I know last night on the first elimination as well, there was 2 candidates eliminated at the same time. In this case, why that has happened is because the gap, you have Carol Gallagher on 707, Nuala Carr on 931. So if Carol Gallagher was eliminated and her 707 votes were all given to Nuala Carr, it still wouldn't bring her near Niall McConnell, who is the next candidate. So they'll eliminate the 2 together, and that is why in other situations, if that candidate was to get all the votes and it possibly brought them up to the next candidate, it just saves them that elimination, which in hindsight wouldn't happen, but could.
Yeah, I get
miraculously it could. So that's why they're playing that extremely safe. So in this situation, yeah, the combined vote of Carol Gallagher and Nuala Carr is 1638. And next up in line there is Niall McConnell, which is 2,156.
Okay, right, so that was the distribution of King McMenam's votes, 621. No candidate elected after that, the 9th count. So we have a surplus now. Nuala Green, 931, sorry, not a surplus. The distribution of the lowest candidates' votes who have been eliminated. Nuala Carr, the Green Party, 931. Carol Gallagher, PPP, 707. Paddy Rooney.
Yeah, that there might have been Kim McMenamin. If we're talking about somebody who has a radical platform, this might have been an opportunity, to... I know that Thomas Pringle doesn't share a lot of what Kim McMenamin stands for, but it might have been an opportunity to make hay in that there, and it might have been a potential banana skin for Charles Ward, but Charles Ward done very well out of that. He got 110. Now Thomas Pringle got 125, but nothing to make anything... meaningful out of it. Now they're still creeping a wee bit closer to Charles McConnell, but he got 23 there, so he's now up at 8338. I still think the action in this page here is between Thomas Pringle and Charles Ward. I think that there only can be room for one of them the way this is beginning to come out here, and Charles Ward continues to be ultra transfer friendly. And they say that past behaviour is a fair indication of future behaviour. Now Charles Ward's done all very well. I'm looking at the page here with all of the people that have either surpluses or transfers this morning. So it would be a most unusual thing that his luck would run out at 4:30 in the afternoon. I think that trend will continue for him.
John McAteer.
There's still three players in there at the end of the day, and that is not going to be all that much clearer until about 4 or 5 counts beyond this. It's just as simple as that there.
John Campbell walked behind you there, and I sort of gestured towards him. He says, I think we'll take it in the end. Is that...
I spoke to them outside, and that is their view. They feel that that they have a vote there in the long grass, which they haven't quite quantified as yet. So that is a bit suspect to some extent.
Yeah. Is it evidence-based or hope-based? I mean,
I would say it's hope-based at this point, but it's
all of the teams are kind of feeling the same, aren't they?
Everybody's hoping that they'll keep increasing that bit more. Charlie McConnell is still out there. He has quite a bit to go.
We simply have no idea.
No.
Because it's going to be so tight that we don't have any idea, and we won't until those candidates that are so close to the seats are eliminated. So it's going to come down to the absolute final transfer and elimination.
John, you made a very good point yesterday about looking at straws in the wind here. So next up now is going to be very important, because Carol Gallagher of People Before Profit, her platform and her political agenda wouldn't be 1,000 miles away from Thomas Pringle. So she's got 707. If Thomas Pringle, just to give us a feel about what's going to happen, he needs to pull a good lift out of this. He won't get the whole, because half of it is the Greens, but he needs to get a good pull out of this. If he doesn't get 400 plus out of this, I'm worried about him already, but I would be getting more worried about him then.
Right.
Okay.
No, I'm not particularly worried at this point. Like at the end of the day, there's a long, long way to go. A long way down the road to a final finish.
Just in
and you know
relation
something,
to-
it could easily come down at the end to the distribution of Pat the Cope's surplus. It could come down to that at the very end.
Yes. Well, if it does, we know who that might favour.
It could be no more than 50, 60 votes.
If he reaches the quota, even, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That
Yeah.
he would have a
he hasn't
surplus.
picked up a ton of
No.
stuff today,
No.
has he?
I think he'll struggle to actually reach the quota.
Well, he presumably will.
does,
There's a presumption.
Well, if he doesn't reach the quota, that means all the final
Yeah.
3 seats are filled all at the same
Yeah.
time.
Just like the
Pat
last
the
time.
Cope is-
Exactly
sorry,
like the last time.
He's 2001. He's got a whopping long way to go yet
Yeah.
to reach the quota.
Yeah, and we're talking about and
And
looking
there's-
at ways that others can achieve what they need.
His transfers are slow as well. I mean, what he picked up, and I think that might have been, the Claudia Kennedy's pick up was 76. Apart from that, it's 32, 31, 8, 5, 11. It's very slow.
Neil says Thomas Pringle's vote could still be there, but we didn't know Jordan and John McNulty's vote. That's exactly what they're
Absolutely,
relying on, because
yeah.
that's the only pathway. Mary says 2 eliminations from the start would have sped this process up a lot faster. Taking 1 hour to count 100-ish votes at the start is wild. They were counting thousands yesterday, but they were taking their time with that. Trudy, you're of the view, given the staff that's here, there's not a huge difference in the process of counting 300 and 1600. You'd expect the times to be similar.
Yeah, they're moving a lot faster. Paddy's the timekeeper here.
Yeah.
What time were we on for that count, Paddy? Did you time that one?
there, let me see now.
Like they're down to 40 minutes, half an hour.
This one
even.
started at 4:20, so the one behind that was actually 3:40, so it took 40 minutes to do the last one.
Yeah, so I mean 40 minutes.
Not
That's
too
yeah.
bad. They speed it up a little bit, yeah. So
The last-
whatever groundwork they have done
The
yesterday.
last couple
seems
of
to have
counts
paid
have
off
been
there.
40 minutes, so yeah.
Right, it's now maybe an opportune time for us to hand back to base and let them catch up on the day's sport, and it means that we'll be back in plenty of time for the next count, if that's all right. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to take a break. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to leave the latest statistics up there on the screen for you to peruse and draw your conclusions. Take this as an opportunity to message us in on 08660 25,000. Tell us what you're thinking. Tell us which way you think it will go, or you can also comment on the stream. It is the election special here, live from the Aura in Letterkenny. We'll be back with you in the not too distant future.
On the DL debate this Monday, we'll have interviews, feedback and analysis from our under-21 football finals. Plus, we'll cover a huge weekend for Downing's ladies footballers as they bid to make the All-Ireland Junior final. I'll be joined in studio by Pádraig Halfrey and via Zoom with Irish News J.A. columnist Carol Kane. So listen in or listen back. The DL debate this Monday, just after 7 p.m. news, and podcast at highlandradio.com.
The DL debate with Sister Sarah's Letterkenny, serving food you'll love till 9 p.m. daily in Sarah's Kitchen.
Want a new car for January? Call to Heron Auto Donegal Town to arrange your test drive on our 251 Kia range, where quality customer care comes first. We have 0% finance available on our Kia Sportage, Nero PHEV models and all EV models. Visit Heron Auto on Killybegs Road, Donegal Town to test drive and order your 251 Kia. Drive with confidence, drive with Heron Auto.
If your vehicle breaks down anywhere in Donegal, or if you're involved in a road traffic accident and need transportation, contact Donegal Recovery Services. Damage-free crane lifting also available. For a fast response and secure storage, call Donegal Recovery Services on 086 825 5000.
Don't miss our fantastic Black Friday offers with 20% off all home stock in-store and online at Home Focus at Hickey's.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Welcome back to Highland Radio Sunday Sport. The story of the day, there's no doubt about it. The ladies footballers of Downings, they have qualified for the All-Ireland Junior Football Final, defeating Kilcock of County Kildare today. 1-7 to 7 points was the final score. That goal coming from captain Sinead McBride is certainly an example of captain leading by example. That goal proving to be the decisive score on today's encounter. So Great day for Downings. Downings won 7, Kilcock of Kildare 7 points. Here in Donegal on the under-21A final, it finished 4 Masters 1-15, Glenswally 2-9. Another trophy for the trophy cabinet at Tyrconnell Park in Donegal town. After the match, Brendan Devaney caught up with 4 Masters of footballer Conor Reid.
I mean, with Conor Reid, captain of 4 Masters. Conor, have you got your breath back? What a game of football that was. And I know, listen, I'm sitting up from a neutral perspective, but it looked like you're going to run away from it. But finals are finals. They take on life of their own. But what a game of football. What was it like to play in?
Jeez, it was tough. Hey, that's really hard to beat. They never go away. And them 2 goals before the half time, they really changed the whole game for us, because we had chances in the first half, 10-15 minutes, where we didn't take it. We were very wasteful, and then they brought themselves back into it. They're always going to do it. If you keep a team like Glenswally in it, they're always going to get back in. But we gathered ourselves in at half time, and it was physical, it was tough, but we really got into it then, I think. And to go 3 points down, to come back, show great character, especially from the young boys. So it's a great win. Yeah,
the game really seesawed at times, and it was amazing to see, because particularly I thought, I was just saying to your management team there, how well set up and how well drilled you were. You were composed on the ball. But Gaelic football, even we're looking for all these rule changes, it can just flip so quickly.
Massive. Them 2 goals, they flipped it all for us. But the boys are playing together all the time for school and college or whatever, and they're just used to playing with each other. It's not, well, we drilled it a good bit with John. John's great, he's really good experience, and he was with the county minors this year, and just to have him and to tie it all together. And them boys, I don't know, they're playing some amount of football, and they've some composure about them. Turla and Conor McCall and the boys, and they're class to play with. They never seem under pressure, so they really kept the heads.
And Conor, you mentioned county there. How many of these lads now are, you're looking at them? I know if I was a county manager, and even a few of your subs that come on there. We just mentioned Conor Meehan as well. I mean, he had a huge impact.
Brilliant. We all know the shooting and how accurate Conor is. He's been all the time. He's always been like that. But I think we have 7 boys at the county 20s and 4 training at the county seniors. So anytime you have that, you're always going to have a good standard and good quality in training. And I don't think any of them don't deserve it. They all deserve to be where they are, and they're really good players.
And a huge day for you personally, to captain a team like this. It's a great responsibility and a great honour for the club. And of course, they won the title. And of course, the lads were saying there's only a couple of lads over the bar next year. So the 4 Masters machine's going to roll on. Who's going to stop it?
We hope it doesn't stop anyone. Losing Stan Quinn, he is a loss for us. He's big and he's physical around the middle, but we have boys like Tomas Carr coming in, another Carr on top of it again. But no, it was such a pleasure to captain my club. It means everything to me. I captain club over county any day. It's the biggest thing, and to have my family and my friends here today to win it was meant everything to me.
And what about the Diamond this evening? Will you be making a few speeches there?
I don't know. I'm not great at the speeches.
Maybe 3 o'clock this morning.
Maybe 3 o'clock in a patch here if you're lucky or something. But no, we'll enjoy ourselves tonight.
Fair play, Conor. Enjoy.
Thanks, man.
A delighted Conor Reid there, captaining 4 Masters to a county under-21 title today. Brendan Devaney also caught up with a 4 Masters selector, Joyce McMullen.
Here with Joyce McMullen. Joyce, Donegal under 92, what a career you had, 4 Masters as well. You've seen some changes. Have you ever seen a crop of players like this?
Yeah, listen, this has been brewing for a while, Brendan. This crop has been coming for a long time. There's just tons of football in them. They're just, if anything, there's too much football in them. Some of the Glenswally tactics today, they weren't used to, and they didn't cope that well. But look, they just want to play. I think the new rules will probably suit them even better. But yeah, look, they're very strong.
Just
very strong.
The overview, the game, the club, everything that's happening there. The whole county's looking and seeing, it's remarkable, the change, because obviously there was a bit of a lull there in terms of silverware, and now it's just gone, it seems like it's unstoppable.
There's been a huge lull, Brand. There's no getting away from it. We've been the poor relations for a good number of years now. And that happens, you see this great club, Rua, went through the same sort of a thing. But look, there's a good vibe about the club, Brendan, and as you know, rising waters lift all ships. So the teams coming behind are looking at these boys and they're getting better. 16s were in an Ulster semi-final yesterday. And within the club, everybody wants to play and everybody wants to be good. And yeah, look, it's a good time to be a 4 Master supporter. Obviously, not a player, no more than yourself. The boots are well gone.
But the supporters, now, tell me, you mentioned there the football's in the team. There's a lot of questions asked, you say, today of character and things that they had to deal with in the game. You know, even the 2 goals for half time, going 3 points down the second half. But they seem to have answers for everything, Josh. It's a tremendous amount of spirit, character. There's a whole lot of things going into this team along with that talent.
Yeah, look, they showed character today because they needed to, Brendan. You know, they conceded 2 bad goals before half time. Conor Reid was off the pitch and they didn't have the wherewithal to stop the game and get, you know, and patch it up. And that's just lack of experience. It's a wee bit of naivety. But they found a way. I was really fearful for them when they went 2 or 3 down early in the second half. But you know, they do have the quality, and we just knew that if you get the ball to McCall and get it to Turlock and that they're dangerous, they're good on the ball, and they make good decisions. And they pulled us and they dragged us back into the game. And it's actually a good way for this team to win because they had to show character. You're going to have to do that at senior level as well, as you well know. And I think, you know, this team, this is a good learning curve for these boys. They probably have to get a wee bit more physical, a wee bit more cynical, whatever the hell you want to call it. If you're going to be as successful at senior level, you just can't go out and go full bust at it. You know, you have to learn a few wee tactics. You learned a bit from Glen Swilly today, as you always do when you play Glen Swilly. So. But look, it was a great game, great advertisement. Look, somebody said it to me. I was chatting to Sylvester earlier on, and he was just saying, you know, what about the rules? What about these new rules? He said, there's not a lot wrong with the rules if teams go out with the right attitude. That was superb football today, I thought, for the conditions and the time of year, like, you know, so I enjoyed to watch.
For Masters, Joyce McMullen speaking to Brendan Devaney after today's victory over Glenswilly in the county under-21 final. Now to local soccer action. FAI Junior Cup, Letterkenny Rovers defeating Peak Villa today at 3-0. We're going to hear from two goals. BG Bandy scoring the score of 2 goals today. But first of all, here's their manager, Stephen McConnell. He spoke to Highland Radio's Chris Ashmore.
Stephen McConnell, manager Letterkenny Rovers, a polished performance. You must be well pleased.
Yeah, very happy with the performance. I felt we controlled the whole game from start to finish, to be honest, and yeah, we could counter ourselves considering the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, they had one early shot. You were 2-0 up at the break, and you know, comfortable enough at half time.
Yeah, well, we said at half time, like, probably 2-0 is probably the worst score in football, like, because they get one to throw the kitchen sink at you. But no, we done well second half. Probably didn't start it as good as we started the first, but we came into it after about 15 or 20 minutes and probably just controlled it from there on.
Some good football played out there some days, some good movements and some good goals.
Yeah, great goals, big time too. The second goal, you know, right before half time, kind of, that's a wee bit of comfort and things, and then BJ Banda's goal for the third was outrageous.
So things are clicking well.
Yeah, so far so good. That was a big one today because we'd done a lot of research on these boys and we were all big underdogs going into it, I suppose, and 3-0 one's as good as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, they never really got going at all, and that was down to the fact that you played so well.
Yeah, like it was, yeah, we played well. As I said, we controlled the whole thing, and I felt anyway, and I suppose we were disciplined and taking our time and being patient and just waiting it out.
And you can see that the guys themselves, the confidence is there. You're on the middle of a good run at the moment, and the guys are enjoying the football too.
Yeah, they are. Look, at the end of the day, this is a game of football. The club had very sad news this morning with the passing of one of our youth players. So that was a lot of the talk beforehand. Like, boys, this is a game of football at the end of the day. As much as we want to win it, it's a game of football. So it's a very sad day for all at the club.
You're through to the next round. It's a very difficult competition to win. Last year you had a good run in it, but no doubt you want to go as far as you can.
Yeah, well, you don't want to look too far ahead. It's cliches, like take one game at a time, but it is something we'd like to progress further than we did last year. So hopefully we can kick on and keep going.
And as I say, you've got that blend of youth and experience.
Yeah, and it comes in handy too. Like, you see boys like Chris Mulsey there, you hear him from the first minute till the last. So if we had more players like him, it would be great. But we do, and the boys are learning off him. And Keith Cowan and Joe Bradley's a young man, but he comes in, he's a commanding voice in the changing room, and we have a good bunch.
BJ, good day for Rovers, through to the next round, and a couple of nice goals from yourself.
Yeah, it was a good day at the office now. I like looking. So it's good to get the win. It's good to get on to the next round. These boys came up. We knew it was going to be a tough battle. We did our research, and luckily enough it paid off. So we'll take the 3 goals and the clean sheet.
Yeah, I mean, the end was a comfortable enough victory. 2-0 up at half time. Second half they came out a little bit, but you were never really in any bother. It was a good performance from Rovers.
Yeah, it was a good performance from us. Now, to be fair, Anto and Stephen had us well drilled now during the week. We knew their threats. We had a wee bit of an insight over the game last week, so we knew what their best players and what we could do and how we could get at them. And luckily enough, it paid off. So it's good to get the win.
Yeah, and that keeps the momentum going well in the league, the cup now. So things are good.
Yeah, things are looking good at the moment. We've got Fannin now next week, so it's just it's all eyes ahead on that now. So that's the last game now, I think, before Christmas. So hopefully now we can keep a clean sleep before Christmas, and hopefully we can bring it into the new year.
Yeah, you went off at the end a little niggle. What was that?
Nothing to worry about. I've been feeling my hip for the last while, but I was hoping that the game was over, so I just thought I'd just lie down and see if I could get myself a wee break. But it's good to get the win.
And just tell us about the 2 goals.
I can't even remember the first one here. I know the second one. I just seen a wee bit of space, the boys know that I like to go for a wee run sometimes, so luckily enough that one there was a good one and went in the bottom right. And the first one, it was a slippy enough today, and I seen Malsey goes for a long ball, and I just anticipated the bounce, and luckily I got on the end of it, and it was good to get the goal.
It is BG Banda, former Finn Harp striker. 2 goals today he scored for Letterkenny Rovers. That is him in conversation with Highland Video's Chris Ashmore. Elsewhere today in the FAI Junior Cup, from a Donegal point of view, St John's Athletic from County Roscommon 1, Fanad United 2. Fanad were 1-0 down at the break, but the equaliser from Eddie O'Reilly at the early of the second half, and Paddy Carr, he grabbed what was the winner, 2-1 to Fanad United. Ria Cross of County Tipperary 0, Cockle Celtic 6, a hat-trick there for Stephen Doherty, and a goal each from Damien Duffy, Stephen Duffy and former Harps striker Luke Rudden. Alya 2, Black Forge United from Dublin 2. That was after extra time, the Dublin side winning 2-1 on penalties. English Premier League now, it is currently, we have into injury time in this one, and first half, 46 minutes on the clock. Liverpool 1, Manchester City 0, Gakpo with that 12th minute goal there for inform Liverpool. 3 full-time results so far in the English Premier League today. It finished Chelsea 3, Aston Villa 0. Manchester United were 4-0 winners at home over Everton, while Tottenham Hotspur and 10-man Fulham played out a 1-1 draw. Back to Greg, back to the count at the Oral Leisure Centre.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
What's going on? That's like the 3rd or 4th Garda car that sped up the village. Something is up.
Ballyglasane, new drama series every Wednesday night at 8 on Highland Radio.
The Clarence Gift with Beauty is available at McElhinney's for a limited time only. Buy 2 Clarence products, one to be moisturiser or serum, and receive 4 beauty essentials free with your purchase. Stock up on your favourite Clarence products or try something new. Shop Clarence at McElhinney's and get a free gift.
TFI Local Link 300 has been enhanced and renamed Route 973. Enhanced Route 973 Clonanada to Letterkenny operates up to 10 daily return services Monday to Sunday between Letterkenny and Kerrykeele, and up to 6 daily return services extending to Ballalar, and 4 daily return services extending to Clonanada. We're transport for Ireland. We're transport for you. See locallinkdsl.ie. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
Hello, my name's Enda Walsh, and I'm a dairy farmer from Ormore, County Galway. In Ireland, we're always looking for a better cow. A cow that's healthier, happier and longer lived. A cow that gives us more milk of a higher quality with specific health benefits. A cow that has a lower carbon footprint. We're finding that better cow through our world-leading breeding programs based on years of science and research. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Dairy Council, everyone's dairy.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Yes, we will be heading over to the County Centre in the next 5 or 6 minutes' time. Gives us time to recap the action today in Downings. They have qualified for the Ladies All-Ireland Junior Football Final. The final score there was Downings 1-7, Kilcock of County Kildare 7 points. Downings captain Sinead McBride, she scored what was the decisive score. That was the all-important goal in that encounter. After the match, Maureen O'Donnell got this reaction for Highland Radio Sport.
I'm standing here with some of the Downings ladies. They're actually telling me they're in shock. They're in the All-Ireland Junior Final now in a number of weeks' time. Sum up to me what it feels like. I'm with Lauren McBride here. She scored 4 or 5 points out there today. Really capitalised on the one as well. Lauren, what does it feel like?
Oh, it's so hard to put into words. It's unreal feeling. Like, we're making history for the club right now, and it's the best feeling ever.
Yeah, Jessica, you come under a lot of pressure there in the back line, especially particularly in the second half. You know, you're 2 points ahead at some stage, trying to keep it out, and you know, obviously Charlie did a great job and goals as well, pulling off a couple of stuff. But tough out there.
Really tough. Like, we knew from the beginning that they had a really dangerous forward line, but I mean, as you've seen today, Mo, our defence worked so hard to keep that ball out. Charlie was unbelievable in nets, our defence was unbelievable, and it paid off in the end. Every girl on that pitch put in 110%, and as Lauren said, it's hard to put into words how we feel today. Like, it's just unbelievable.
Charlie, you were under pressure, big pressure in there, but tell me, what was the nerves like? I mean, the ball's coming at you 3 and 4 times and a critical stage of the match, and you pulled off some super saves.
To be honest, I don't get wild nervous, to be fair, when it comes to situations like that. I've played all year, you know, and I've been under pressure, having to save penalties, balls coming in one-on-one, and I've been able to pull them off. So I knew today was just another game. I didn't have to go out and think, oh, All-Ireland semi-final. I took it in my stride, played the way I always played, and you know, it's just good to get over the line.
Yeah. And what has the run-up been to this game in particular? I mean, obviously you're coming off the celebrations of the Ulster final. You're in shock from that, probably. And I say you're in shock, not because you're not good enough to win, but because you're like, wow, was this really coming through, Lauren? Like, so what was it going into today's game? How was the nerves?
Oh, well, I was pretty nervous going into this game, but I knew there was a job at hand, and we just worked on it in training all week, like since after the final. After the celebrations were done, we put the work in and put our heads down, and it was just amazing. Like, it was hard work now.
As Barney says, we're going to work. That's what Barney tells us.
Before
Every game we're going to work, so that's the way we went in thinking today.
Yeah, and what is the buzz like in the community and the run up to this game, Jesse?
Oh, it's been like amazing. You can see yourself, the crowd here today, like everywhere you go, into the shop, into anywhere, the whole chat was about today, and just for everyone today, like as we say, the crowd have been unbelievable. They've got behind us, they got us over the line today, and I've no doubt that I'll be at the All-Ireland final as well, cheering us on.
Yeah, and a special feeling playing at home in an All-Ireland semi-final.
Oh, unbelievable. How you couldn't write it. The support we've had today, and actually throughout the year in our campaign, has been unbelievable. Our supporters have been our 16th woman, and you know, look at the people here today, look at the cars. It's madness, like, it's actually unbelievable.
Yeah. Listen, I better let you back to the celebrations. Richard, congratulations, and we're delighted for you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, can only imagine the huge build-up to that All-Ireland final over the next few weeks. So what an achievement reaching that All-Ireland final. Downings 1-7, Kilcock of Kildare 7 points. English Premier League today at half-time. It is currently Liverpool 1, Manchester City 0. That is at half-time. Earlier on today, Manchester United were home victorious over Everton. It finished there, Manchester United 4, Everton 0. Here's Peter Smith with the full-time report.
United 4, Everton 0, with the United boss Ruben Amorim achieving his first Premier League win, following 2 goals in each half as Rashford's 18-yard drive deflecting off Branthwaite opened the scoring. Xerxes made it 2 before the break after Branthwaite was caught in possession. Rashford added a third 20 seconds after the restart before Diallo teed up Xerxes for his second. Manchester United 4, Everton 0.
And here is the thoughts of the Manchester United manager after the game.
I think it was not pretty, but we were pragmatic. We did our job, is to win, but you can feel it that we have a long way to go.
Time for a commercial break here on Highland Radio Sunday Sport this Sunday afternoon.
Highland Sport, brought to you by Michael Murphy Sports and Leisure, stocking the ultimate running shoe to take you through winter. The Asics Gel Cumulus 26 GTX. With waterproof Gore-Tex technology, these shoes will keep your feet dry and cushioned mile after mile.
Join Marty Friel this and every Friday night from 8 for Rockin' Hits on Highland Radio, in association with Arena 7 Letterkenny. Arena 7 gift cards are the perfect gift for the whole family and can be used across the Arena 7 complex. Visit arena7.ie.
Slay the season with must-have beauty gifts at Boots. With incredible price cuts and amazing deals on star gifts from Lancôme, Sculpted by Amy, Bare by Vogue and more. Shop today and don't miss out on the magic at Boots. Selected product stores and boots.ie, subject to availability. Offer ends 24th of December.
Need rapid care for a minor injury or fracture? Why wait when you can be seen today at Kingsbridge Northwest Minor Injuries and Fracture Clinic? See a GP with A&E experience and avail of further scans and surgery with highly trained nurses, radiologists and orthopaedic surgeons on site. Available Monday through to Saturday in Ballykelly for Leia insured and self-paying patients. Visit kingsbridgegpclinic.com today for further information.
Christmas is in the air, and we've teamed up with Cadbury to celebrate the return of the Cadbury Secret Santa. So tune in all next week to the 9 till noon show for your chance to win. Every day, we have a €50 voucher to give away. Plus, at the end of the week, you and your Secret Santa could win Cadbury hampers worth €100. If you'd like to send a free chocolate bar to someone special, then look out for the special Cadbury Secret Santa posters around the county, or search Cadbury Secret Santa to find out more. 18 plus free service on selected products while stocks last until December the 24th. For full terms and conditions, visit cadbury.ie.
Thinking about upgrading your car? Pre-order your brand new Kia now with iMotors. We're offering one lucky customer a chance to win €10,000 when they pre-order with iMotors. Avail of 0% finance and a free home charger on selected vehicles. Grab a €500 super value voucher and 7 years warranty. Visit iMotors today and upgrade your car.
iMotors, fearless generation.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Okay, you're welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre. We are here now waiting on count number 10. Things are moving along. It's still yet to be determined how close we are to a final result, but it is hours away. There's just no doubt about that. Our panel will be rejoining me very, very shortly as we continue to break down what may or may not happen here. But as I say, we have just had count 9. When I say just, it was about 20 minutes ago at this stage. It was Kim McMenamin, 621 votes. Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin picked up 24 there. Charlie McConnell picked up 24. Niall McConnell, independent, picked up 246 votes. He's now standing at 2,156. Thomas Pringle picked up 27. Mary T. Sweeney, one of the bigger benefactors there as well, 123 votes. She's sitting at 2,808. And Charles Ward, 100% Redress Party, 110. He's sitting at 7,632. So we have 2 seats filled. And apologies if you've been watching throughout the course of the day. I just have to recap for those who may just be tuning in. We have 2 of the 5 seats filled. Piers Doherty topped the poll and was duly elected on the first count. He was followed shortly thereafter by his party colleague Pádraig McLaughlin. Both of them, incidentally, are still in this room, or they've made the return to this room, I should say. Patrick Cope Gallagher is sitting at 10,680. He is short of the quota, of course, which is 12,771, but everyone is, and he effectively confirmed that himself. He's satisfied that he has enough in the bank and will have enough at the end of today to take the 3rd seat. That's the working theory at the moment. And then, just to recap again, it is 3 from 2, and there are different people with different views as to how that might go. Charlie McConnell is currently sitting out in front in terms of votes. He has 8,338. I just want to double check I've got the right figures here. Yeah, he's got 8,338 8,338, as I mentioned there. His nearest rival, so to speak, is Charles Ward of the 100% Redress Party, 7,632. And Charles Ward, throughout the course of today, has been sort of chipping away at the gap between he and Charlie McConnell-Logan. I think that's really what's got a lot of people here, be they Fianna Fáil, Independent, or whomever else has some skin in the game. They seem to be of the view that Charles Ward should get through. He should even maybe take the 4th seat, if not the 5th. He's 706 votes behind Charlie McConnell at this stage. Thomas Pringle, 5,825 votes is what he has. 5,825 votes. That's 2,513 short of Charlie McConnell-Logan. Okay, I'll tell you what we are going to do. We're going to take a break for the news at 5, and that'll give you an idea of what's happening on a national basis. So stay with us. The full team will be back around this table very, very shortly. But as I say, we'll cross over to our colleagues in Dublin for a national overview of what's happening around the country.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
Every Tuesday morning on Highland Radio, we'll be joining Freya and Colin for Clarissa Car as we catch up with them for some Cansugas crack on the way to school.
This Tuesday, they will be chatting about Sean and Regan, August by Jessica for Couple of Fackle Usage Freshin. So Biggie Lynn, Ginger March and Shaw Air Highland Radio.
Dogu do Station, Highland Radio.
Clarissa Car, Arna Winu, a commission a man, Leshantalia, Cadanish, Telefisha.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I'm letting people know what I want, just in case life takes an unexpected turn. Like thousands, with help from the Decision Support Service, I'm making my enduring power of attorney and advance healthcare directive. There's no time like the present to plan your future. Visit decisionsupportservice.ie for more. Your future self will thank you. The Decision Support Service. My decisions, my rights.
Introducing Flow for Men, my new fragrance collection of products created to keep you feeling fresh and looking sharp. The ideal gift for the man in your life. Find Flow in pharmacies nationwide or online at flowbybogue.com. Start every day with confidence.
Everyone loves going to the cinema. That's why an Eclipse Cinemas gift voucher is the perfect Christmas present. They aren't just for kids, but all the family. Even little Miss Hard to Buy For, we all have one of them. And when you buy an Eclipse Cinemas gift voucher, you now get 10% extra free. Available on our Bundoran and Leopard Strabane cinemas or at eclipsecinemas.com. Vouchers don't expire and can even be used for dine-in screen options and VIP cinema experiences.
Good evening, it's Katie Gillen with the news at 5 o'clock. A teenager has died in a single car collision near Buncrana. It happened at 5 o'clock this morning on the R244 at Ballinlough. The road is currently closed for a forensic examination and local diversions are in place. Gardaí are appealing for any witnesses to come forward. Cahirlock of the Inishowen Municipal District, Councillor Jack Murray, says the news is devastating.
It's just devastation across Inishowen this morning. We've woken to an unspeakable tragedy in the mouth of Christmas, and the family are devastated this morning. The community is broken. So everybody in Inishowen, of course, will have them in their thoughts and prayers. It's such a horrendously difficult time. As always, Inishowen's experienced many tragedies, but at this time we rallied together, and this is where our community comes in great strength, and that'll be offered to this family. They'll have no shortage of support from their neighbours, their friends, and from everybody in Inishowen.
In general election news, Nuala Carr of the Green Party and Carol Gallagher from People Before Profit have been eliminated after the 9th count. No candidate has been elected after this count. Pat the Cope Gallagher is currently leading with 10,680 votes, followed by Charlie McConlogue with 8,338, Charles Ward with 7,632, and Thomas Pringle has 5,825 votes. Well, it has been a tough weekend for Fine Gael in Donegal. Despite fielding 2 candidates, the party has failed to hold on to its seat in the county. The Dáil seat was last won by Joe McHugh, who stepped away from the party over 2 years ago. John McNulty has not yet been eliminated and currently sits on 3,302, which falls well short of the 12,771 quota. He will be eliminated as the day continues. He says the electorate have spoken.
It's been a tough weekend for Fine Gael and Donegal. I think the electorate have spoken and they've made their decision. Obviously, we were without a TD for the last 2 years, as Joe had stepped away from the party, which probably didn't help. And in relation to maybe again having the people on the ground to maybe speak for ourselves as a party was probably missing as well. So yeah, we have to take a lot of lessons from today, and we have to go back and we have to look at things and see where we go from here.
Well, looking to the national picture, Jerry Hutch has failed in his bid to become a TD. He was edged out in Dublin Central by Labour's Marie Sherlock. Our political correspondent Sean Defoe reports.
It took until the final count and the distribution of Pascal Donoghue's surplus, but Marie edged the monk as Labour's Sherlock took a Dáil seat over Jerry Hutch. Across the country, almost 90 seats have been filled, with races tightening for final seats in a number of areas. Just 13 seats remain too difficult to call in contests up and down the country. Fianna Fáil will be the largest party after this election, likely followed by Sinn Féin and Fine Gael. Labour and the Soc Dems are also locked in a battle to be the biggest of the small parties, both ranging between 8 and 10 seats.
And now for the weather. Bright today with scattered showers, possibly heavy in places. These will continue for a time tonight, but they will become more isolated overnight with more widespread clear spells developing. Lowest temperatures of 2 to 5 degrees. That's all from the newsroom for now. We'll be back with another update and the obituary notices at 6 o'clock.
Election Business Matters this week. I'll be speaking with Liam Chinney, owner of...
Okay, you're very welcome back to our local election coverage here on... It's not our local election coverage, in fact, it's our general election coverage. And I have with me Councillor Frank McBurty. We were speaking a little bit off air there, Frank, about how things might go. That was off air, right? So it's up to you what you say on air, because it's some bold predictions, but whatever. You're very confident Charles Ward's going to get elected one way or other.
Well, I would be confident that he's in with a chance. But what do you call it? The last 3 seats are up for grabs at the minute. So, I mean, I don't think anybody can predict where those 3 seats are going to go at the minute.
The working theory seems to have been that Pat the Cope Gallagher gets the 3rd seat. But you believe, if you look at the numbers, there's pathways to Charles Ward getting that 3rd seat even.
Well, you have to analyse the Fine Gael vote when they go out. Is it going to go the way that commentators are saying in the last day or so, that they're going to be transfer friendly to Fianna Fáil? I don't see that. What I see is that the patterns over the last 10, 15 years, these number 2s and 3s are scattering everywhere, and that's the way it looks like so far, that they're going everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, just the last count there, over 100 votes went to Charles Ward from Kim McMenamin.
Yeah.
Now, if you go on that trend, you would say that everybody's going to get a share of the Fine Gael vote when they go out. And then it'll be interesting to see where Noel Jordan's transfers are going to go.
Yeah.
Like, you would presume that Thomas Pringle is going to take a good chunk of them, but the indications of the way the voting pattern is, Thomas mightn't get as many of those as they may think that he's going to get.
Would you think, though, that just mainly because of geography, that Pat the Cope Gallagher will benefit from John McNulty's, or do you think maybe the transfer between McNulty and Pat the Cope could be overstated or over?
Well, Pat the Cope's the west of the county.
Yeah.
So
but
I mean,
we're all the south, Donegal south.
Yeah, but it's still he's a west of the county man. Yeah. Like John McNulty is the south of the county. Like, my sister lives in Brooklyn. You know, I mean, that's I would class that as the south of the county.
Yeah. And then in terms of Nicky Bradley's vote, she picked up most of her votes in and around the Milford area. Do you think they'll transfer to McConnell?
Well, you see, that's a very badly affected area with defective concrete.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody knows until the actual votes are starting to be shared out. So, I mean, like, logically you would be thinking that the Fianna Fáil Fine Gael partnership, that her vote would be going to Fianna Fáil, most of it. But that's not the indications shown in the boxes or in the transferable votes so far.
And how big of an impact on the outcome of this do you think Niall McConnell's elimination will be?
Well, I think Niall McConnell's votes, I think Charlie Ward is, and we have a very good chance of getting a good percentage of Niall McConnell's vote, because Niall McConnell's based in the Finn Valley, Lagan Valley, where Charles lives and where I'm a public representative. That's my area. So I would like to think that Charles will get a very good percentage of those votes.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't rule out Thomas Pringle getting a good percentage of them either.
Yeah.
And then Fianna Fáil is a strong base in the what people call the Finn Valley as well. So it'll be, I think it'll be spread out. There'll be an equal share of them.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the proportions of the transfers.
But I would fancy Charlie Ward to take the bigger percentage.
Yeah, of Niall McConnell's.
So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and Mary T. Sweeney, of course, 2008.
Well, in the last general election, I mean, she's a pro-life candidate, and I'll class myself as pro-life as well. Her transferable votes, a lot of them went to Thomas Pringle, and Thomas Pringle's pro-choice. So, I mean, that's the indications here when you look at what's coming out of the boxes for the transferable votes.
Yeah, as I say, they can go anywhere. Kim McMenamin transferring 123
See, we vote differently in
votes
Donegal, and as Daniel O'Donnell says, we do things differently in Donegal.
We certainly do indeed. How would you rate this election? It looks like it's going to be Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil back in coalition again.
Well, the government has played a blinder. They have held a general election in the worst month of the year leading into Christmas time. People coming in from the work don't want to see canvassers coming to doors in the dark. And I mean, this general election, in my opinion, should have been held in the summertime.
Yeah.
So everyone could see who they were voting for and who they could talk to and have a conversation in the daylight. Like, you have to take your hat off to them. They've strategically played a blinder.
Yeah.
And I think it's not right that a general election be held at this time of the year. But I have to say this, you have to ask the question, is Sinn Féin really interested in getting into government when they only run 71 or 72 candidates?
You're saying they
when
should
you
do
see
at least
Fianna
87.
Fáil and Fine Gael running 82 candidates and 80 candidates, are they really serious about getting into government?
Any updates? I mean, obviously, look, everyone has different strategies as to how...
I think the Sinn Féin strategy, they were scared if they run too many candidates that they could lose seats.
Yeah. No, I was going to say something separate to that. Everyone has their own strategy as to how the defective concrete block crisis can be resolved. Any updates on the action that you're involved with pressing for?
Well, our lawyers actually have a meeting on Monday. One of the homeowners that has been downgraded, our lawyers are actually doing work for them at the minute on a judicial review. See, what people don't realise is once a decision is made by Donegal County Council or the Housing Agency, you can judicial review that decision within 3 months of that decision being made. So that's what we're looking at now. But we're also, if Charlie Ward gets elected, we'll be looking at possibly taking a judicial review through Charlie Ward on his own house.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't entered the scheme as yet, and I haven't entered the scheme as yet, and my mum and dad hasn't entered the scheme as yet. So we have a couple of really good strategic ways of judicial reviewing the actual scheme itself on the basis that IS 465 is a flawed Irish standard and that the scheme is unconstitutional, and also that the scheme doesn't include foundations. So sulfate attack analysis, which we've got in scientific test results, has been a game changer to prove that mica is not the cause of the structural defects. But my father has something that nobody else has. He has the full set of forensic test results on the foundations. And with foundations not being in the scheme, it's a way to judicial review as well.
Yeah.
But my mum and dad's High Court case, which has been worked on at the minute, to be issued probably now, very early in the new year, I think that will be the real game changer. Like,
how quickly will that move along?
As you know yourself,
Yeah,
High
years.
Court, it's like, how long's a piece of string?
Yeah. But I suppose at the end of the day, when it's before the High Court, the process has begun then, and you can
once
take it
the
from there.
proceedings issued, that's the clock starts ticking.
I'm not sure which is the right approach to it, I think, but the more, you know as much as anyone, the amount of people that are devastated by this, the more avenues that are pursued, the better to try and get justice for people.
Well, getting a candidate who knows what defective concrete's all about is a very big step for everyone, property owners and homeowners who are affected. And I still believe this, and I've always said it from day one, that the only way to force the government to do the right thing by all of us that are affected by this is in the courts.
Yeah.
But we're open to proper negotiations with the government
yeah.
when these legal processes start properly. Because all we want is our homes and our properties rebuilt at no cost to us. Because that's what we're entitled to as Irish citizens. The Irish government should have protected us, and they did not protect us. There's no market surveillance, there's no building control. Donegal County Council has no record since 2001 of any building control and market surveillance of the industries that have caused this.
Yeah, it's there's a lot to play out, a lot of avenues to pursue.
And one thing that people should stop using is the word "make-a" because it's not helpful.
It is. It's a challenge. I know it's a challenge. And in fairness,
I understand
to you,
people using the word "make-a."
Yeah, I know. But in fairness to you, now you've been talking about the other elements being
but
the problem
scientific
for a very
evidence
long time.
Always supersedes circumstantial evidence.
Yeah. But listen, then I speak to people, Frank, as you know yourself, and they say, I'm in a mica house and I can't say it's defective concrete because it's their lived experience. But I do appreciate what you said in terms of commentators who aren't directly affected by it. All right, listen, very interesting.
But in fairness to you, you've been using the word defective concrete.
I try. Yeah, but it's true because I'm trying to... I've commented ages ago to maybe the organisation or the campaign needs to drop the word as well. It might be helpful. Okay. Listen, Frank, great to chat to you. Thanks so much for your time. Take care of yourself. Take care. That's Councillor Frank McBroarty there. You are tuned to our special show here. It's day 2 from the Ora Leisure Centre. We are in a sort of a mid-count situation. I don't think we're going to be too far away. It's starting to look familiar now, and I don't think we're too far away maybe from the results of the 10th count. There's many more votes in play this time, though. We have 931 from Nuala Carr of the Green Party and 707 from Carol Gallagher of People Before Profit. And chatting to Frank McBroarty there, who's worked closely with Charles Ward, as far as I understand, Paddy, and he says, and I mean, we're all in the business of trying to make predictions now, but he's of the view that he's looking around where people are going to get lifts from and what have you, and he thinks that Charles Ward could end up actually taking the 3rd seat, because he's saying he's looking around and Pat the Cope's not moving anywhere, Charlie McConaughey's not moving anywhere, and he potentially has the momentum as he's getting the other. There's a scattering of surpluses, but Charles Ward's attracting the most of that.
Yeah, because I said earlier on, he's the most transfer-friendly person. He's the most transfer-friendly person in the field so far, and I don't expect that trend to change, because usually if you start off good, you maintain good. If you start badly, it stays that way. So he'll be creeping up all the time. I'm not sure maybe that he would be able to overtake Charlie McConaughey, was up about short of 8-4 at the moment, and he's about maybe, is he 14 or 1500 votes shy behind that. Whatever seat he takes, I'm confident that he's going to take a seat, and I'm saying that now for the last couple of hours or whatever, and the more time that passes here, the more confident I become, you know.
What could happen with these, 1,600 odd votes that's in the mix now, Nuala Carr and Carol Gallagher? Would they be going to Sinn Féin, Thomas Pringle?
Well, people before profit, that party and their agenda, and Thomas Pringle's, ideologically they wouldn't be too far away. If Thomas Pringle isn't able to get a good lift out of that, it'll give us an indication about what's going to happen down the line. And I think
1 second.
That's all right.
I believe we're ready to go.
We are ready.
A Gwynne Ushla. Seo Alianas Turi on Dehu, Jehu Kuntas, in ye chuid voti, Nuala Carr. Ní géad circus a hain vota a 8 dalú. Bradley, Nicky, Fine Gael, Moja, Dhochéad, Quaige, Umlán Vótaí, Cerimíle sa Hochtú. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Céad sa Hochtdéag. Umlán, 10,000, 700, 900. Jordan, Noel, Sinn Féin, Moja, 200, 8. Umlán, 5,000 is a 30. McConnell, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja, 132. Umlán, 8,000, 400, McConnell, Niall, non-party, Moja, 29. Umlán, 2,000, 185. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, Moja, 43. Umlán, 3,000, 300, Pringle, Thomas, non-party, Moja, 354. Umlán, 6,000, 179. Sweeney, Mary T, 1, Moja, 75. Umlán, 2,000, 883. Ward, Charles, 100% redress, Moja, 236. Umlán, 7,000, 868. Popir Balúgi, Neamh in Aistrithe. Céad fiche sa hain. Umlán, 257. Níor bhain aon iarthóir an quóta amach sa chuntas seo. Cinnas nach bhfuil fuille vótaí le dalliú amach, chuirtí mé an tíarthóir a bhfuil an méid is lú vótaí aige Niall McConnell 2,185 vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 10th count, which consisted of the distribution of Nuala Carr's 931 votes and Carol Gallagher's 707 votes. Total of votes distributed 1,638 votes. Bradley, Nicky, Fine Gael plus 250. Total votes 4,080. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil plus 118. Total 10,798. Jordan, Noel, Sinn Féin plus 280. Total votes 5,013. McConnell, Charlie, Fianna Fáil plus 132. Total votes 8,470. McConnell, Niall, non-party plus 28. Total votes 2,185. McNulty, John, Fine Gael plus 43. Total 3,349. Pringle, Thomas, non-party plus 354. Total votes 6,179. Sweeney, Mary T, Aintu plus 75. Total votes 2,883. Ward, Charles, 100% redress plus 236. Total votes 7,868. Non-transferable papers not affected 121. Total 257. No candidate has reached the quota on this count, as there is no surplus for distribution I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Niall McConnell, 2,185 votes. Thank you. Garamagi.
Okay, Garamai Hagot. So we have an interesting situation, and it's going to get ever more interesting when we get the distribution of Niall McConnell's votes. 2,185 potentially in play. Charles Ward now has pulled to within 602 of Charlie McConnell. Could we see Charles Ward draw level with Charlie McConnell after the next count? So I'll start with you, Trude.
You could. I think that's definitely very doable. 602 behind Charlie McConnell. Thomas Pringle is currently 291 behind. 2,291, yeah. And he's 1,689 behind Ward as well. But his transfers are starting to add up as well. You could see a higher amount there going to Thomas Pringle. That time he pulled 354 there from that distribution.
He is the transfer-friendly candidate, everyone says, but he's being outstripped out now by Charles Ward. And every time gain Charles Ward makes, it's a very visible closing of that gap. It was 9, then it was 8, then it was 7. Now it's just over 6.
Yeah, but we're seeing it now with the bigger amounts. These bigger transfers are what we've been waiting on to make that difference.
Yeah.
And the next count now, again, will make another significant difference. So
think
this is where
Charles
it's just
Ward's going to clean up with Niall McConnell's
I think
votes.
so as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. Right. Okay. What are you looking at there, Paddy Rooney?
Well, I'm still just looking at the bottom of the page. I'm not so much looking at Charlie McConnell at all. I'm looking at the bottom of the page, and that was a potential banana skin there for Charles Ward in the fact that Carol Gallagher of People Before Profit, ideologically and the political platform of 707, she would have shared a lot of stuff with Thomas Pringle. So between herself and Ward, he didn't get, I think, what he needed to get out of that. I mean, he got a good enough transfer out of it. He got 354. I thought he needed a minimum of about 400 from Gallagher alone, so he's way below what he actually got there. Now, he got more than Charles Ward, but Charles Ward got 236. And he's still, I mean, he's really healthy, and I've said this multiple times this afternoon. He's transferring brilliantly all afternoon, and the further we go into the contest, the number of votes that's been transferred to him is increasing, and the supply line to Thomas Pringle is just not as good. I mean, he got 354 there, he got 27 before that, he got 22 before that, and he got 36 before that. I don't see any reason why that trend there is going to that is going to continue.
Just one something of a, it's not even a curveball, but Noel Jordan's now a 1066 behind Pringle.
Yeah.
Is there potentially any significance to that, albeit incredibly outside?
It's not really. I suppose the significant thing here is that Charles Ward has now moved into the position to take that 4th seat pretty cleanly. You're probably going to see a fight between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle, and there may not be too much between them.
Yeah.
So you could be heading towards another count tomorrow.
I think that there will be nothing in common between Niall McConnell and Thomas Pringle in relation to their political agenda, and if people are voting along those particular lines there, this is another one where Charlie Ward could put more daylight between himself and Thomas Pringle. And there'll be nothing in common between Niall McConnell and Charlie McConnell either. Not that there will be anything in common between Niall McConnell and Charles Ward. It's just that Charles Ward is a catch-all guy at the moment here.
McManaman transferred 123 to Aintu.
I can't understand that because they're a different...
They are, but also, well, Paddy Tobin has been quite vocal on controlled immigration, pro-life. Niall McConnell thinks everyone should have a lot of babies.
People voting for candidates like that are liable to give transfers all over the place. I mean, we're looking at papers from Niall McConnell that the 20 people on the panel were voted. You know, it's that kind of a vote. It's scatter all.
Yeah, I'm expecting after this one anyway for Niall McConnell to move further away from Thomas Pringle and to tighten up that wee bit close. Niall McConnell's. Oh yeah,
Niall
I mean
McConnell's
his transfers here.
Yeah.
For Charles Ward to move a wee bit away, further away from Thomas Pringle, and to tighten up the link between himself and Charlie McConnell, because I don't think Charlie McConnell is going to do anything out of. I mean, Niall McConnell has 2,200 odd votes here, which is a lot.
It's a huge number of votes, and there'll be a fair decent transfer in that, and they may not be going to anybody in particular.
I mean, if Mary T gets
I really think that I could see, 400 or 500 maybe going towards Charles Ward from maybe even more, maybe 6.
There's no reason to doubt that. We'll just have to wait and see.
They're from the same area. Charles Ward did really well in that area. What was it, 1,600 first preference votes, circa that? A lot of people might. There's no natural person to vote after Niall McConnell, if that makes sense.
It is very possible.
You go local and you go anti-establishment and you go cause.
It's very, very possible that Charles Ward will now leapfrog McConnell, and he is the favourite to take that 4th seat with the flow of the transfers. It's all very much in his favour, and his team seem absolutely certain that seat is his.
Yeah.
And I think the best that Pringle's team can expect at the minute is that they're going to be contesting that final seat with Charlie McConnell, and hope that there's something there that'll put them ahead of him.
Brian says Pat the Cope was in 5th place with first preference votes in 2020 and didn't make it. He has 2,500 more first preferences this time around, so should be enough with minimal transfers. Yeah, I don't think anyone's suggesting that Pat the Cope might get it. Neither is Brian. I'm just saying. Is there not a slight, says Emmett, if unlikely path still available for Jordan? Will any of the other candidates still going perhaps transfer well to him? So he's within 1,066 of Pringle. Like, say for instance he could hang in there longer than Thomas Pringle.
No, I don't see it at all. There's Noel Jordan doesn't have a friend in the room here, as far as I can see. Once you move into Nicky Bradley and John McNulty and all those, I mean, they have over 7,000 between them. No, I can't see it. He'll start to slow up.
Noel Jordan's vote will transfer mainly to Thomas Pringle, I think, and it depends how close that takes Thomas Pringle to contesting for that final seat with Charlie McConnell. I think that's it. There's a long way to go there. They may not, even as we now speak, Pringle's on 6,179, McConnell on 8,470. There's a massive gap there to bridge.
Yeah, well, it's 2,291.
It is achievable.
It is, but it's going to be. It's going to take a monumental effort and a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
A lot of numbers. 2,291.
A lot of numbers, because you could arrive at that final seat without anybody reaching the quota. It's hard to see Charles Ward at this point reaching that quota. It probably doesn't matter anyway, because he looks to be striding ahead. He's getting the big transfers where they matter most.
You see, Charlie or Thomas Pringle is actually more than 2-2 behind. Is that what we're talking about? Charlie McConnell, because Charlie McConnell is going to be he's going to get something too.
Oh yes,
and that's going to keep pushing him into the.
But up until now, Thomas Pringle has been, albeit in a small way, shrinking the gap. Yeah. But I mean, now we're sort of getting to a point whereby that might be more difficult for him.
Do you think, or how many votes do you think Mary T might get from these transfers that are happening now?
I think she'll do well. I think it's how many she gets and how many Charles gets.
But the thing is what we're looking at now is how many Mary T gets, because she's actually going to be the next candidate that's going to be eliminated.
Yep.
So then we're moving on.
From Niall McConnell.
Yeah, well.
I don't think so.
She's sitting there on 2,800
and
53 or something like 83. She could be over 3,000, you know.
You're definitely going to have over 3,000.
Yeah.
She only needs 120 votes, John, to get over 3,000.
I'd say she'll get about 300, 298, and McConnell will get.
We're very specific now.
Charles Ward will get 458.
There you go.
And we're looking then at John McNulty, right?
No, Mary T.
After Mary T.
After Mary T. Yeah, we're then into John. Once we go in now to Mary T, we're into over 3,000 votes being distributed.
You see, you're then moving into South Donegal and see where McNulty's transfers go, and many of them.
But this is
where
it's still boiling down. It's going to boil down to where the last elimination votes are transferred to. That's really what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is so damned exciting.
It sounds like that there, John.
But no, it is. I know where John's coming from because it's getting so juicy.
And you can feel the energy in the room here now.
I'm just being very clinical about it.
Yeah.
When you cover elections for 50 years, you've seen it all.
Jeez, you started late.
I was probably doing it longer than 50 years ago.
I was thinking.
If you're not watching us online, folks, believe me, John is very excited.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Totally, absolutely.
Yeah, you can feel it from here. Yep.
I can feel it oozing out of me.
So what... Okay, so what we might do is, if there's anyone else still here with us, is to get someone to go around, maybe get a sense of what's happening in the room, what the spirit, what the mood is like. I don't think Thomas would want to have a quick chat with us. No. Okay, he's all business at the moment. It's just to sort of get a sense of where the things are going. I mean, I can't see at this stage that he's going to be worried.
John Campbell has been reading that scene for a long, long time, and he's not given up the ghost here. Just chatting to him outside. And the analysis is fairly detailed and fairly intense. And they don't see that they're out of it at this point.
Yeah,
now.
And his analysis is generally pretty accurate as well.
Accurate.
Yeah, very much so.
He sees a pathway for Pringle to get beyond.
But he's realistic as well. And I mean, with his analysis, it's not just being hopeful. He is more accurate in his analysis.
Yeah, I think, does it not get a little bit more difficult to track where your votes are coming from the deeper you get into this process?
Oh, absolutely. Because you have votes coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, at this stage, I mean, we're on count 10. So whenever the people are dealing with the transfers now, they're dealing with transfers right down now to number 11, possibly.
Siobhan says it would be a terrible shame to lose Thomas. He's so experienced and such a hard worker. Just to be clear, in case none of us here are writing him off because we don't know. Getting tense now, says Kevin. Great coverage, Greg. Are you running on fumes at this stage? We're all right, aren't we? I'm sitting on my bum here. I can't complain too much.
We have just got fed.
Yeah, pizza, my word. I couldn't walk back in here. I scoffed so much pizza.
But we were all hungry.
Is that where it all went?
Well, I had 5 slices.
I had breakfast of a kind at 7:30 this morning.
No, I didn't. That was... Well, no, I did eat something. I know. Okay, so in terms of then the speed of this count, did you take a marker as to when we got the last one, Paddy?
No, I didn't.
You gave up on that?
I had some of that pizza too, and I was subdued after the only
You seem to have a full pizza to yourself, which I think is
15 minutes into it.
Which is quite the trick.
Oh, we're at least that. We're probably, I'll say it was on at 25 past 5.
Say half 6. Before that?
About 10, quarter past 6. I'll say 5:25.
It's if they can, and I think Trudy's pointed this quite a lot this afternoon. If they can, they seem to be able to ramp up and knock out not because of the proprietary work, knock out in the same speed, even with more votes.
There's so many workers here, and they're working in teams of 2. You can see the big tables have 2 per table. So whenever they're giving out the bundles, they're giving out a bundle to each of the tables. So prior to this, whenever they were distributing the smaller volume of votes, they were just working with maybe a couple of the tables, whereas now they're handing out the bundles to all of the tables, so it's
Brendan says, and nothing's impossible, and thanks for this, Brendan, it's not impossible that Mary T takes 25% of McConnell's transfers and overtakes John McNulty. That would be an interesting...
it would be very interesting.
It'd throw a cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it?
Can you see her taking that many?
But who else... If you vote Noel McConnell won, where else do your votes go? Kim McMenamin didn't seem to do... not that he's in the game anymore.
Mary T, and her and Niall McConnell are poles apart in thinking. I mean, she's pro-life, she's all of those things.
No, Niall McConnell, right, is pro-life. He believes that people should be having more children to repopulate the world. That's what he says. He's also of the view that the Irish people are being replaced is anti-immigration. This is what he said. Aintu are pro-life. Aintu are also stern on immigration. Stern. They don't mind people coming in here on work visas to work, but they're stern on immigration. So of whom's left in there?
Like as a party, Ian Toes is quite different.
Yes, but we're not seeing a lot of sense in it. People are standing in the booth and they're going, right, I kind of like what McConnell says, and there's no one else there as extreme as Niall McConnell. And what we've seen is King McMenamin. Who did he transfer to? King McMenamin was transferring to
everybody.
To everybody as well.
But that listener, I do agree with that listener. They're absolutely right. I mean, at the minute, Mary T is 466 votes behind John McNulty, so it is very possible that she could get that. I don't know how many John McNulty is going to get from Niall McConnell, but they're in a similar area, are they? Is it?
No.
Who's this, sorry?
Niall McConnell's vote going to John McNulty. Is there going to be any transfer? I mean, it's going to be minimal.
It would be tiny.
But
far
Mary,
away from each other geographically and ideologically.
I can see Mary T pulling a good bit of Niall McConnell's vote. And she only needs 466.
Frankie says Niall McConnell got a big percentage of Ain't Do's Rebecca McDade's votes in the locals. That's Frank McBurty's son. He was counting for his dad, so he spotted that. Right. Okay, let's get a sense of what is going on in the camps. What's the mood in the camps? Donal.
I think, Greg, at present we are still where we were a few hours back. The Pringle camp are nervous. Now, I had an interesting conversation there with Martin Scallon, the councillor independent in the Lifford-Strathmore area. Now, he was telling me that he was tallying some of the Niall McConnell boxes, and those boxes, he said, very much were going to Ward. So obviously that's good news for Charles Ward. What the sense out there is, Thomas Pringle in the last count, which distributed the votes from Carr and Gallagher, that last count, Pringle would have been needing something like 600 or 700 of those. He actually got 354. Now, if you look at Charles Ward, took 236 of those. So I think the feeling abroad is that Pringle, the former, transfer hoover, the ones he would have been hoovering up that would have been getting him over the line, those are the transfers that are going to Ward. So even though the battle isn't between Pringle and Ward, the battle, as we understand, it's going to be between Pringle and McConlogue. What Ward is doing is hoovering up many of the transfers which previously would have gone to Pringle, and he's not getting the transfers that he wanted from these candidates now. As you said, it'll be an interesting story. Again, McConnell will probably transfer a few to Pringle, and you're talking about ideologically separated. I mean, you won't get much more ideologically separated than Niall McConnell and Thomas Pringle, but he'll take a couple, but it won't make any appreciable difference.
I'd imagine, and what happens is if you're looking over the fence, you're kind of looking for something, so I wouldn't be surprised if the councillor you spoke to was looking for transfers to Ward.
Oh, he quite possibly was, but his sense was Ward is going to benefit mainly.
I was just going to say, so he may not have observed if there was a decent proportion also going maybe to Ain't Do.
Oh, I will be, and I would absolutely agree with the comment that there was, and I was in Lifford-Strathmore for that count, and yes, absolutely, a lot of Rebecca McDade's votes did go that way, and and there was. There would be a certain level of, and Trudy is right, there is a pro-life thing there with Niall McConnell, and it was interesting. I mean, I've seen Niall McConnell's people, canvass outside churches, for instance, so there is that, and Mary T will get now. It's at this point maybe 400 plus is a big margin to go for, but she very well may make it. I certainly wouldn't rule it out. And would I say it's likely? Not necessarily, but I mean, I would certainly not say it's certainly possible.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't bet against it.
No, I wouldn't bet against anything or for anything either at this stage. Right, okay, I'm going to take a break. We're going to be back with more from the team. Keep your comments coming in to us. WhatsApp and text 086 60 25,000. Yesterday we had people listening and watching from all over the world. We were in a diamond mine somewhere in Canada, weren't we? And we were up a pyramid in Egypt. I made the second one up. I'm just trying to encourage the listeners here. But let us know where you're watching, where you're listening from. 086 60 25,000. Get involved in the conversation. We love it when you throw in your opinions as well, because it gives us an opportunity to discuss them as well. Thank you for that.
On Business Matters this week, I'll be speaking with Liam Tinney, owner of Tinney's Toys, and Michael Burke of organic wool pillow maker Woolo. So join me, Chris Ashmore, for Business Matters after the 6 o'clock news on Sunday.
Business Matters on Highland Radio is brought to you by Local Enterprise Office Donegal. If you have an idea to start or grow your business within Donegal, contact the Local Enterprise Office to find out more about the supports available for businesses. See localenterprise.ie/Donegal.
At AXA, block drains and burst pipes don't worry us.
And the kids? Well, let them be kids. From the little accidents to life's bigger problems, these things happen. But with AXA Home Insurance, our 24/7 emergency home assistance will have a fully qualified tradesperson with you quick. Together, we've got this. AXA. Know you can. Policy terms and conditions apply. AXA Insurance Stock is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
The Loganair Black Friday sale is now on, and it's our biggest discount yet. Fly local from City of Derry Airport and save up to 20% off over 1 million seats across the Loganair network. Use promo code BF20 when booking. Book by 3rd December, travel from 9th January. T's and C's apply, offers subject to availability, exclusions apply. Visit loganair.co.uk. Loganair, your journey, our joy.
Check this. On the DL debate this Monday, we'll have interviews, feedback and analysis from our under-21 football finals. Plus, we'll cover a huge weekend for Downing's ladies footballers as they bid to make the All-Ireland Junior final. I'll be joined in studio by Pádraig Halfrey and via Zoom with Irish News GA columnist Carol Kane. So listen in or listen back. The DL debate this Monday, just after 7 p.m. news, and podcast at highlandradio.com.
The DL debate with Sister Sarah's Letterkenny, serving food you'll love till 9 p.m. daily in Sarah's Kitchen.
Here at Braden's House to Home Interiors, Moville and Bridgend, we stock recliner and fabric suites, dining tables and chairs, beds and mattresses, curtains and rugs, and don't forget our large flooring department stocking carpet, vinyl and laminate flooring. We can't be beaten on price or quality and give a weekly delivery service to Donegal, Derry and Strabane, not to be matched. So call on today to Braden's House to Home Interiors, Moville or Bridgend for all your home furnishing needs.
Enhanced TFI Local Link Route 953. Greencastle to Letterkenny now operates 8 daily return services Monday to Friday, 7 daily return services on Saturday and 6 daily return services on Sunday. Route 953 provides peak time and evening services, connectivity to ATU Donegal and regional bus services. We're Transport for Ireland. We're Transport for you. See locallinkdsl.ie for more. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
Why? Why do we go on? Why do we keep going when we know we've no shot? Another season of nothing. Another year with no cup. But we carry on. These are our people. This is our club. It's in our blood. AIB, proud sponsors of the GAA All-Ireland Club Championships. The toughest.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Okay, we are back. I nipped over there to have a look at the tallying. Gentlemen, I'd look over there to have a look at the tallies. Charles Ward's cleaning up from Niall McConnell, from what I could see. Far and away outstripping anybody else. He is doing really, really well off that. Not a surprise, but when you see the markings, it sort of brings it home. He's going to do really well.
Yeah. If you do well on first preferences in a particular area, the likelihood is you do well on second preferences as well. If you can't pick up first preferences, it augurs poorly for second preferences. And Charles Ward isn't stuck on any other issue apart from I'm going to use the word now. He told us outside, don't be using the M word, so we're talking about defective blocks now, right? So that's his main agenda, and I suppose he's everybody's second favourite candidate here because he's doing well all along, and I think we will Mary Sweeney, and then we'll be coming to the man that I think is going to define the whole day for us, John McNulty. So we're about 2 or 3 counts away from him.
But Niall McConnell is transferring well to Charles Ward and Mary T. Sweeney, and Mary T. Sweeney apparently is transferring well to Charles Ward. All the momentum is.
I can't remember who said at this forum here, because there's people coming and going that said that because Pat the Cope has a pro-life profile as well, that Mary T. Sweeney was going to head a lot of stuff in his direction. I didn't say that now because I'm only repeating what other people said, and I don't know, because Pat the Cope was still 2,000 away from the quota himself, like.
But it's not like nobody's worried about that.
No. But it's just that he needs. He'll be there. He's sucking up votes that Charlie McConnell might want.
He could easily be elected, as the last time. You could have 3 candidates elected without reaching.
I think that's where we're heading. I can't see where he gets to 2000. What's it? It's 12,771. He's currently sitting at 10,798. So that's a full 2,000 votes.
Yes, an awful lot, you know.
Yeah, I think Trudy's coming in here. Is she Trudy? She was overlooking at the tallies myself. Trudy, you're just taking your seat there. I think you were overdoing the same as what I was doing. It's all lines and crosses for Charles Ward.
We're having a wee nosy, absolutely. No, because you kind of miss being in the middle of it all as well. I do anyway. I'm so used to being in the middle of all Italian. I was up looking at the tables up there. Thomas Pringle's table is obviously beside Charles Ward, and they both have massive bundles. They're still counting there. John McNulty's is up there. They've just finished counting his transfer is 26 from this count. So
who's?
John McNulty's. Yeah. So nothing significant. We didn't expect anything much from that to transfer to him, but it's hard to even looking at the numbers up there in the bundles. Looks pretty similar, the amount that they have, both Pringle and Ward. So.
Yeah, it's. I was just looking over the shoulder on the sheets, and I think they're really counting just for themselves. But there's a lot of votes there for Charles Ward.
There's a lot up there as well for Mary T. Yeah. So I can see what Thomas Pringle is doing. As Thomas Pringle is up there, he's tallying where Mary T's votes are transferring to.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Which is, I suppose, really what
that's the next move. Yeah.
Okay, Lisa says, great coverage from all the Highland radio team, watching and listening since yesterday here in County Roscommon. We've got Kate Toomey, she's watching from San Jose, California. Tremendous coverage, great to hear where you're watching and listening to us from, because we've got people, just because of the type of event it is, we've got people across all different platforms listening to us in different ways. How are votes distributed? Is it the first count number or how? It's a bit more easy, I think, we're at this stage, Trudy. It's a bit simpler.
So back to the basics. You vote number 1, and that's the candidate's first preference. So that's the first count. The first count is the amount that each candidate has based on the first count. Once the candidate is deemed either elected, they have a surplus, that's distributed. So the number 2 votes then are distributed. Once you go beyond that, if a candidate has been elected or eliminated, it goes down the line. So you could have, at the minute we're looking at right down possibly to number 10 and 11 in some cases.
Yeah.
So if somebody has voted number 1, that candidate's elected, transfer to number 2, and that candidate has been eliminated, they then go on to number 3. If that candidate has been elected, they move to number 4. The candidate may have been eliminated, and so on, and that's the way.
And if it doesn't get attributed to anyone, it's a non-transferable
vote.
Is it possible to put up your tally count from highest to lowest as opposed to alphabetical order? Would make it a lot easier. It might, but it would just be a logistical nightmare for us because everything is delivered to us in the order of the ballot. Great coverage, folks, going on to day 2. Your stamina is good. How are you guys not exhausted? Hope the coffee's strong. Fantastic coverage. Rooting for Pringle and Ward. Let me see. When you vote for one candidate and find that their surplus votes are being transferred to someone that you did not want your vote going to, it's a serious messed up system. So the only way your vote would end up going to someone is if you gave them a preference. If you didn't give them a preference, your vote ain't going near them.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't want somebody to get a seat, you don't give them a number at all.
That might be someone who felt that they needed to go 1 to 20 when you don't have to do that at all.
And I know some people were advised to vote right down to the number 20, but you don't have to. You can vote 1, you can vote to 20.
Yeah.
That's the rules, as long as you vote number 1 in any instance. No. But sometimes it gets messy if you're voting the whole 20. You need to be very careful, but it's not a rule. But if you vote for somebody, give them a number, that means you want them to get a seat. If you don't want them to get elected or get a seat, don't give them anything.
Great coverage of the election as always. Was never too sure on the whole transfer system, but this year when I had heard more from you and your team, I'm thinking, why bother voting again? I don't know, but maybe I should be crying. I'm delirious. Caroline, just do it here for us. Just do it here for us. Do it here for us, yeah? do it here for us. Sinn Féin is serious about change, then they need to form a government with Fianna Fáil, as Frank has stated. Were Sinn Féin serious about getting into power with not going with enough candidates in this election can either make or break. It's an interesting one because Frank McBurty said that... Can I just cut the mics for 1 second, please? Okay, we're good. Frank McBurty had said if Sinn Féin was serious about going into government, they would have ran at least 87 candidates. Is that a fair charge?
Well, if you're interested in running for government, you should run a number of candidates that will equal, if it takes, what did we say, 87 is the magic number. Well, yeah, you should have, otherwise
so
you're bidding to become second best.
Yeah, okay. But then again, did all parties run?
No, nobody did this time, not even Fianna Fáil.
No one's serious about
how
being in government.
How many candidates did Sinn Féin run? What was the number there?
72,
I think.
72.
Yeah, so they could have run, but... Are they then putting themselves in jeopardy of running too many? You have to balance.
If it makes sense or not.
Exactly.
You might aspire to control the Dáil all by yourself, but there's no point putting candidates out for the sake of it.
And if you split the vote too much, you're losing seats.
And they made that mistake here potentially,
exactly,
in the past. So you have to, and all parties. That's the same for all parties. That's nothing exclusive to the Sinn Féin. That's the same for all parties. All right, where are we? We are. At the end of count 10, we've just had count 10. We are moving towards count 11. It's been significant the whole while up until now, but it seems even more significant now because Niall McConnell, an independent, he is eliminated now. 2,185 of his votes are being distributed. We were up looking at the tallies, and from what I could see, Charles Ward was cleaning shop. Trudy was up there as well and spotted quite a number for
Thomas Pringle and Mary T.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it depends at this stage. They might not be tallying in a traditional sense. They're sort of tallying maybe just to for their own ends, if you know what
I mean. Like at this time of the count, I just go back to our own poll for Noel Jordan.
Did you do a poll?
Yeah, we did.
You haven't mentioned that this hour.
Not a lot, no.
This hour.
But significantly, Noel Jordan was transferring 1/3 of his first preferences to Thomas Pringle. So that would be 1,100 votes. Whatever he has added on since 1,600 or 1,700. So that's still very much at play there.
Yeah.
Now, Charlie McConlogue is probably going to be depending on Fine Gael transfers. He's going to get a decent transfer from Nicky Bradley. Could be 600, 700, 800. Could be around that,
Yeah.
McNulty's vote will be much more important in the final shake-up because he's up in that South Donegal area, and he's going to have somewhere around about close to
3,349 at the moment.
Yeah, but we'll not add on many more onto that, will he? 3,500 approximately.
Okay, right, hold your horses there, everybody. Coming up, we're going to take a break for the news and the obituary notices. So, gentlemen and ladies, if you wish to stretch your feet, please do. If you want to pour yourself another cup of tea at home, or indeed something a little stronger, feel free to do so, because we're heading into the business end of things now. I'm not saying it's going to be quick, but everything from now on is going to be impactful. It's going to have implications, and it could guide how this election pans out for us here in County Donegal.
To you I'm just a man, to me you're all
Zach Bryan, live at Phoenix Park. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st, subject to license. Tickets $121.25 go on sale this Thursday at 8 a.m. Maybe subject to fees. Presented by Aiken Promotions.
We're turning Black Friday red in the Virgin Media Playhouse. New customers get 1 gig super-fast reliable broadband for just €45 a month for 12 months with no activation fee. Add TV for €15 a month and a 43-inch 4K smart TV is yours, absolutely free. Start your play with Red Friday's 1 gig broadband and TV for €60 a month. Switch in store or at virginmedia.ie. Virgin Media. It's playtime.
Subject to location and availability. T's and C's apply. New customers only. 12-month contract. TCL Smart TV for new customers taking 1 gig broadband plus TV. €114 thereafter. Ends December 2nd, 2024.
Imagine a wedding venue that can be hired exclusively for you and your guests. Picture stunning views overlooking one of Donegal's most scenic beaches. An authentic country manor as your accommodation, incredible glass-fronted marquee views all day, and a team of experts who want to help you plan every step of the way. Sounds too good to be true? Not at Drumhalla House in Rathmullen. It really has to be seen to be believed. Visit drumhallahouse.ie or check out Drumhalla House on Instagram for more details.
Get ready for a night of great music at the Highland Radio Christmas Concert on Monday the 9th of December at the Mount Errigal Hotel in Letterkenny. Join us with an incredible lineup of Mike Denver and his band, John McNichol, Jim Devine, Donna Taggart, Owen Mack and myself, David James. Get your tickets now at the outlet on highlandradio.com or call 074 91 25000.
This Christmas, let a little magic into your kitchen with the Ninja Air Fryer. Whether it's crispy roast potatoes, perfectly cooked meats, or golden roast veg, Ninja helps you whip up your festive favourites with ease. Save time, save space, and make Christmas dinner stress-free. Find your range of Ninja Air Fryers now at Ben Sweeney Euronics, Port Road, Letterkenny, and the shopping centre, Dunlow. Ben Sweeney Euronics, helping make your Christmas cooking merry and bright.
Black November at Yisk with fantastic offers. Save up to 70% on our wide assortment within indoor furniture. For example, save up to 70% on selected dining or office chairs. Yisk,
Scandinavian sleeping and living.
Keep out the cold, cold, cold! And ring Fleming for their full range of garage doors, agri doors, insulated doors, milking parlour doors. Fleming, 91 48 234.
Live, on air, online and on the Highland Radio app. This is Highland Radio News.
Good evening, it's Katie Gillen with the news at 6 o'clock. The teenager killed in a single vehicle road crash in Buncrana has been named locally as 18-year-old Tiernan Doherty Kelly from Carndonagh. He died when the car he was travelling in was involved in a collision in Ballinlaw shortly after 5 o'clock this morning. His death brings to 4 the number of people killed on Donegal roads in just over a week. Gahirlock of the Inishowen Municipal District Councillor Jack Murray says the community will help the family in the wake of this tragedy.
It's just devastation across Inishowen this morning. We've woken to an unspeakable tragedy in the mouth of Christmas, and the family are devastated this morning. The community is broken, so everybody in Inishowen, of course, will have them in their thoughts and prayers. It's such a horrendously difficult time. As always, Inishowen's experienced many tragedies, but at this time we rallied together, and this is where our community comes in great strength, and that'll be offered to this family. They'll have no shortage of support from their neighbours, their friends, and from everybody in Inishowen.
In general election news, 3 seats remain unfilled in Donegal as Niall McConnell from Independent Ireland has been eliminated after the 10th count. Pat Cope-Caller is expected to take the 3rd seat, while the battle for the 4th and 5th seats continues. As it stands, based on the figures from the 10th count, Minister Charlie McConalogue is 602 votes ahead of Charles Ward, 100% Redress Party, while Ward is 1,689 votes ahead of Independent Thomas Pringle. Transfers will play an important role in deciding who secures those final seats. While it's been a tough weekend for Fine Gael in Donegal, despite fielding 2 candidates, the party has failed to hold on to its seat in the county. The Dáil seat was last won by Joe McHugh, who stepped away from the party over 2 years ago. John McNulty has not yet been eliminated and currently sits. He will be eliminated as the day continues. He says the electorate have spoken.
It's been a tough weekend for Fine Gael and Donegal. I think the electorate have spoken and they've made their decision. Obviously, you know, we were without a TD for the last 2 years as Joe had stepped away from the party, which probably didn't help. And in relation to maybe again having the people on the ground to maybe speak for ourselves as a party was probably missing as well. So yeah, we have to take a lot of lessons from today, and we have to go back and we have to look at things and see where we go from here.
Well, looking nationally, we're approaching 100 seats filled in the 34th Dáil. Final seats are getting decided across the country. Our political correspondent Sean Defoe reports.
On our most recent predictions, just 11 Dáil seats remain too tough to call. Fianna Fáil is pushing for extra seats in Cork North Central, Dublin Bay North and Carlow Kilkenny. There's a ferocious battle for the final seat in Limerick City between Labour and the Soc Dems. Dublin South Central remains an absolute minefield amongst 6 left-wing candidates. Mayo is shaping into a showdown between independent Patsy O'Brien and Aontú's Paul Lawless. Aontú also within a shot for a seat in Dublin West in a fight with the Green Party leader Roger O'Gorman and Labour independent Marion Harkonnen. Independent Ireland's Michael Clark are scrapping in Sligo Leitrim, while Stephen Donnelly, the Health Minister, still has an outside shot of keeping his seat in Wicklow. Tight battles that will come down to final seats, final transfers across the country to decide the final shape-up of the 34th Dáil.
Police in Strabane are appealing for information after a vehicle was damaged on Friday evening. The incident occurred between 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock on the Ballycolman Road near the Vivo shop. Anyone with information in relation to this incident or who may have CCTV or dashcam footage is being asked to contact police on 101. Raising costs facing taxi drivers has pushed the NTA to increase fares across the country. From today, passengers will see the pre-booking fee increase from €2 to €3, as well as an overall 9% increase on fares. Free Now Ireland General Manager Daniel O'Gorman says more needs to be done to protect driver numbers.
I think safety is the biggest one, to be honest. So the largest change in the percentage increase in fares comes between midnight and 4 a.m. and that is to encourage drivers onto the streets at those times. However, more needs to be done. So we've asked for a Garda helpline specifically for taxi drivers. And so I think that would go a long way to helping them.
And now for the weather. Further showers this evening and overnight, becoming isolated towards the morning. Chilly with lowest temperatures of 2 to 5 degrees. That's all from the Highland Radio newsroom for today. We'll be back tomorrow with the latest local, national and international news. Good evening. The obituary notices for this Sunday evening, December 1st. The death has taken place of Rose Gibbons, née McGuinness, 9 Heathfield, Culmore Road. Her remains will be reposing in her home until 9 o'clock this evening, and tomorrow from 11 o'clock until 9 o'clock. Funeral from there on Tuesday morning at 9:30 for 10 o'clock Requiem Mass in Our Lady of Lourdes Church, Steelstown. Interment afterwards in Stair of the Sea Cemetery, Faughan Vale. Family flowers only, please. If wished, donations in lieu of flowers to Mary Curie, care of Mrs. Joan Doherty, 20 Dunhue Park, Victoria Road, Derry. The death has taken place of Seamus Devine, lad, 43 Ruski Road, Donamana. Remains reposing at his home. Funeral from there on Tuesday morning at 11:20 for 12 o'clock Requiem Mass in St. Patrick's Church, Killina, Donamana. Interment afterwards in the adjoining cemetery. The death has taken place of Gary McGrath and Shaw Kill Dunfanhy, formerly of Belfast. Gary's remains are reposing at his home. Visitors welcome tomorrow from 1 o'clock until 8 o'clock. Requiem Mass will be held at Holy Cross Church Dunfanhy on Tuesday at 12 o'clock, with burial after in the adjoining cemetery. Funeral Mass can be viewed live at mcn.live. Family flowers only, please. Donations in lieu, if so desired, to Donegal Hospice or the Friends of St. Luke's, care of Herkin Funeral Directors or any family member. The death has taken place of Kathleen Josephine Devine, reposing at her late home. Funeral leaving there tomorrow morning at 10:15 for 11 o'clock Requiem Mass in St. Mary's Church, Aughbrack. Interment immediately afterwards in the adjoining graveyard. Requiem Mass can be viewed on the parish YouTube channel. Family flowers only, please. Donations, if wished, in lieu to Chest, Heart and Stroke, Northern Ireland, care of McLaughlin Funeral Directors, Dungiven. The death has occurred of Rosie Duffy, Leanan Irish Clonmany. Remains reposing at her home. Funeral from there tomorrow morning at 10:20, going to St. Michael's Church, Irish, for Requiem Mass at 11 o'clock, with burial afterwards in the adjoining cemetery. Family flowers only, please. Donations in lieu, if desired, to Carndonagh Community Hospital, care of any family member, or McFeely Funeral Directors. Rosie's Funeral Mass can be viewed live on Church Services TV. The death has taken place of Christina Kearney, Carrick McQuigley, Redcastle. Reposing at the home of her son, Fergal, Carrick McQuigley, Redcastle. Funeral from there tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 for 2 o'clock Funeral Mass in St. Columba's Church, Drung, followed by interment in Drung Graveyard. Funeral Mass can be viewed live on stcolumbusdrung.net. Family time from 10 o'clock. Family flowers only please. Donations in lieu if desired to the Oncology Haematology Unit, Letterkenny University Hospital, care of any family member or Eamon McLaughlin, Funeral Director. The death has taken place of Mary Caulfield, née McKay, 22 Glen Road, Strabane, and formerly of Ahiaran, reposing at her home. Funeral leaving there tomorrow morning at 10:20 for Requiem Mass in the Sacred Heart Church, Derry Road at 11 o'clock. Interment afterwards in the adjoining cemetery. Donations in lieu of flowers please to the Alzheimer's Society, care of Quigley Funeral Directors, 1A Newton Place, Strabane. Family time please from 10 o'clock. The Requiem Mass can be viewed live via the parish webcam. The death has occurred of Hughie Crawford, Coola T. Smoky, Lifford. Hugh will be reposing at his late residence until 11 o'clock tonight. Family time before the funeral. Funeral from his late residence tomorrow afternoon at 12:30, going to St Patrick's Church, Murlog for 1 o'clock Requiem Mass, with private cremation afterwards in Lakeland's Crematorium, Cavan. Funeral Mass can be viewed on clonlayparish.com. Family flowers only please. Donations in lieu if desired to the Alzheimer's Society, Donegal branch, care of any family member or Kelly's Funeral Directors, Oakfield, Raffo. The death has occurred of Charlie Logue, 9A Pullyteen Road, Ballymungan, Ahiaran, reposing at the family home. Funeral from there tomorrow morning at 10:20 for Requiem Mass at 11 o'clock in St Patrick's Church, Ahiaran. Interment afterwards in the adjoining churchyard. The Mass can be viewed via the parish webcam. Family time please from 11 o'clock. The death has occurred of Jimmy Ruddy, J.R., Mitchellstown, Muff, reposing at Stephen and Magella McConlogue's residence, Mitchellstown, Muff. Removal from there tomorrow morning at 10:15 to Sacred Heart Church, Muff, for Requiem Mass at 11 o'clock, followed by interment in St Patrick's Graveyard, Ishkaheen. Requiem Mass can be viewed on MCN Media. Family flowers only please. Family time please from 10 o'clock. The death has occurred of Joseph Shosi Carlin, Bellalt, Castlefin. Remains reposing at his late residence until 10 o'clock tonight. Funeral leaving from his late residence tomorrow morning at 11:15 for Requiem Mass in St Patrick's Church, Crossroads, Killygordon at 12 noon. Interment in the adjoining cemetery. Requiem Mass can be viewed live on the parish YouTube channel. Family time from 10 o'clock and before the funeral. The death has taken place of Freddie Sweeney, 237 Lower Mount Marion, Milford, reposing at his home. Funeral Mass tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock in St Peter's Church, Milford. Burial afterwards in Milford Cemetery. Mass can be viewed on Church Services TV. Family time from 10 o'clock and before the funeral. Family flowers only. Donations if desired to the Donegal Hospice, care of any family member. For family information and more details regarding wakes and funerals, please go to highlandradio.com.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Okay, you're very welcome back to our special programme. It is day 2 because of the way Facebook works. If you've been watching, we've had to switch off and switch back on again. Hopefully that's going to start working for you very soon. We are currently at the moment, we just had Niall McConnell, independent, eliminated about 10, 20, 30 minutes ago. He's got 2,185 votes up for grabs. We'll give you a sense of what's going on with that in a moment. But first we go to Michaela Clark, who has a guest with her. Hey, Michaela.
Thanks, Greg. I'm joined now by Lisa Hohen, who is the chair of the Micah Action Group. We see an awful lot of red 100% redress vests peering over the barriers now as the counting of Niall McConnell's votes, the distribution of his votes is underway. It's a positive outlook for yourselves.
I think it's positive if, like Charles Ward seems to be edging closer and closer to securing a seat. Obviously, we don't know the final outcome yet, but he seems to have the momentum at the moment. And, should that happen, that obviously sends a very, very clear and strong message to Dublin in terms of people are not happy. He has stood on this issue. We need 100% redress. The fact that so many thousands of people have come out to get behind him with regard to this particular issue, that is sending a very, very strong message to Dublin.
And that momentum, you can feel the momentum building now. Charles himself was a bit dejected yesterday morning. The initial boxes were open first and he had hoped for more first preferences from that. But now the attention will turn to transfers from, say, the likes of Mary T. Sweeney. Would you be hopeful that that would be positive for yourselves as well?
I think so, in terms of, obviously it would be fantastic to get, an 100% redress candidate in the Dáil. This issue really is spread over so many parts of Donegal. Inish, Owen, yes, of course, we know it's the epicentre there. But, as time has gone on, more and more people have sadly woken up to the fact that they are affected by this issue. People are aware in Letterkenny, in the Finn Valley, in North Donegal, it's going out as far as Glentees. I know of cases down in Donegal town. This is not just in one area, unfortunately. So, it's good that people have woken up right across the county and really, voice their concerns in terms of the way they're voting.
And personally, in terms of an affected homeowner, how would it feel to know that representation is in the Dáil for yourself?
I think it's key because, I think one of the things about the campaign has been going now for a decade, and the campaign is, it's a sort of different animal than it used to be, it's evolved and it's changed, and I think now there's political representation from under 100% redress in the council. They did extremely well, obviously, in the local elections just a few months back, and that really gave them the confidence and the mandate to go forward. And I think if they had not put a candidate forward, the people of Donegal would be asking why not. So I think that really has sprung from that. And again, this is another evolution. Actually sending a candidate standing on this issue to the Dáil is another evolution and another, very serious and strong step for the campaign.
We'll all be watching closely. Thanks so much. We'll let you get back to it, Lisa.
Thank you very much indeed, Michaela. Thank you very much, Lisa Hone. So as it stands, there are 3 going for 2 seats. That seems to be the working theory here. Charlie McConalogue is out in front, but he's been pretty much as he were for quite some time now. Charles Ward, the 100% redress candidate you've just heard referenced, closed the gap to 602. Thomas Pringle, who's also in for a shout in one of these 2 seats, has the gap at 2,291. Donald Kavanagh has been chatting to some of those crunching the numbers for the respective candidates, so they have a lot of skin in the game and taking a good close look at this. What are you hearing?
First off, Greg, there was a discussion earlier that could Mary T. Sweeney possibly take more votes than enough votes from Niall McConnell to actually leapfrog John McNulty and see John McNulty eliminated next and Mary T. continue on to the next round. The feeling I'm getting abroad is that that's not the case. She'll run close, but that people don't believe she'll get enough to actually do that. Speaking to members of the Pringle team, John Campbell, who's been working with Thomas Pringle for decades, Jimmy Brogan as well, of course, the councillor, who's been working with him too, their sense is that they're not giving up. Now, what they're saying to me is that as long as they are less than 2,000 behind Charlie McConalogue going into Noel Jordan's distribution, they believe they can take it. They believe that what's going to Jordan and then going on to them is strong enough that will take them over the line.
So they are content to be within 2,000 after the next count?
What John Campbell is effectively saying is as long as they're within, if they're within 1,900, he's very confident. If they're within 2,000, he believes they're okay. Above 2,000 behind McConalogue at the point of Jordan's distribution, they're in trouble. But he believes they can hold that back. They say they've been looking ahead, effectively looking at what McConnell is giving to Mary T. Sweeney, what she's giving to Jordan, what Jordan is giving. They've been trying to tally right through the numbers, and what they're getting is a path.
Right, so they want to be within 2,000 by the time they get to the likes of, and not just the likes of, literally Noel Jordan and John McNulty.
Yes. Now, McNulty, a lot's going to depend on it. It would appear that McNulty is going to put Cope over the line.
Yeah.
Now there'll be, and if there's a bit of a surplus from Cope, they believe, because some of that surplus is going to be votes from Cope to Jordan that will go back to them, and they're putting a lot of store into votes that will go to Jordan and then go back to them.
Would that not be
Jordan.
a massive transfer from McNulty to Cope to get him over the quota, that would be like 2/3.
It would be. Now, I mean, is there going to be enough there to get Cope over the line on McNulty's transfers? That remains to be seen.
Need 2/3 of his actual
They do
vote.
believe Cope is going to transfer reasonably strongly to McNulty.
Yeah.
Now, Cope is also, we'd expect Cope will also transfer to McConalogue as well, and McConalogue is going to be looking to draw from that same pot.
But I don't think we're ever going to see, Charlie, I don't think we're ever going to see Pat the Cope's votes.
Pat the Cope at this point is 2,000 short.
There's nothing of his ever going to be in play at this point, is there?
Is it going to be then three
could be a handful of votes. If it could be down to double digits.
Yeah, well, they believe so. I mean, the Pringle team believe we are talking double digits in the end. That it's going to be, it could be 50, it could be less.
It's very possible that Nicky Bradley will seal this, because she could be given as many as 700, maybe more, to Charlie McConalogue. On this count now, it's estimated that Thomas Pringle is getting about 280 or thereabouts from McConnell. So that's going to help him.
And they're also saying they reckon McConalogue's going to about 60 from McConnell. No, and there will be a substantial transfer.
But they think that Charles Ward may get up to 600.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the other thing then they're saying is there's...
What are you laughing at?
It is so complex that we're confusing
No,
ourselves.
it's not, because I predicted 600.
Yeah.
And I think I said 3 for Mary T.
Yeah.
Right, so nothing's surprising me here.
You might be too far wrong there at all, Greg.
No, I think 2-1. That's what I anticipate. Anyway.
The other thing they're saying is there's a lot of dead votes in the McConnell box, as in people voted Niall McConnell won and then walked out.
We did anticipate that, in fairness, as well. So
And
we're getting good at this.
We're unreal.
and the other thing to remember is there's now 700 votes in Niall McConnell's pile that are votes that came to him from other people. And we've no idea where the threes on those papers are going.
But having a look at Mary T's transfers, she is highly transferring to Charles Ward.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
He's in a very good position with McConnell and with Mary T. I mean, it couldn't have worked out better for him at this point, because he's going to get a lift and a half, isn't it? Right. Okay. I'm still a little bit. Wouldn't be quite as optimistic, I think, as the Pringle team at this point as to how those votes meander into his back
optimistic
pocket,
might be too strong a word for it. They're quietly positive now. I would not say nobody on that team is anywhere near celebrating, and nobody is taking anything for granted.
Because it was about an hour ago that John Campbell walked past and he says, "We'll be there in the end, or we'll be there at the end, or get in at the end." Sorry, he said.
So he's positive. He says he's remained positive all day.
Is that based on fact, or is it just his positive attitude?
Well, I mean, as you well know, Greg Campbell is a dab hand at crunching the numbers, and I mean, he's never too far wrong. But it's going to be such small margins on this one.
A lot of the time, people like John, they're pretty good at this. They're analysing votes that are not actually there, and moving them sideways into Pringle's boxes. Yeah. And that boosts their thinking on it.
But I think what they're trying to do, John, is when they're tallying papers, they're also trying to look at, not only are they looking at the twos, they're looking at the threes and the fours and who's going. I mean, they had one gloriously complicated looking sheet where they were tallying what McConnell was giving to Mary T, what Mary T was giving to Jordan, and they were sort of trying to tally 3 counts ahead. Now, that might be a dangerous game to play.
It is, yeah, it is.
But that's what they were actually, they were looking at, okay, what's he giving to her and what's she giving to him, and it was they're trying to look 3-4 counts into the future.
That's why you always need good talliers on your team.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, especially if it's getting down to business time, and where loads of other parties don't have an interest in what you're doing. At that point, you're on your own.
Even though
the harmony of the first tally has gone, because everyone's rooting at that point.
Exactly, the first tally is done together. It's a shared tally for everybody. But when it comes down then to the individual, you need your own team there to be in fighting for you and scrutinising every single vote.
Well, what did we see in the council elections? I mean, I think John O'Donnell sent his tally team back to help. Team back to help.
Kevin Bradley, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Bradley, yeah.
Because just it was more to scrutinise as much as anything.
Yeah.
But that is also part of it, isn't it? You also need those people there.
And
I
remember Mary T then was looking for people to help her. She was looking for.
I knew Mary T was involved in there. Some
experienced talliers,
because it does require
absolutely
experience.
And you need to know what you're doing. Yeah.
I'm kind of getting familiar with how things look on the stage, and it does actually feel a little bit like to me that we're not a million miles away.
You're building up to something here.
Yeah, something's imminent. You know,
we're still looking at this reality that Paddy McLaughlin is over 2,200, almost 2,300 votes ahead of Pringle.
Yeah.
That's a big bridge to
It's massive.
Yeah,
it really is. It really is huge.
But if they can, effectively what the Pringle team is saying is if they can pull 300, 400 back on that, and as long as going into Jordan's vote, they're within 1,800.
But Jordan is. But no, Jordan's sitting with 5,013. I mean, even then, that takes a massive amount going to Pringle out of that, a massive percentage.
I'm counting in about 1,000, 1,100.
Yeah,
of George's first preferences.
I think you're
going to Pringle.
I think that's where I was at in my head.
Have to get another 1,000 on top of that.
From where?
From everywhere.
Yeah.
From whatever's left.
But that only brings that means Charlie's not getting much. Charlie McConnell, and
well, he's going to get a decent transfer from Nicky Bradley.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And the gap at the moment is 2,291.
That could increase dramatically.
So I think you're right in saying 1,000 from Jordan. 1,000 from elsewhere. That leaves it neck and neck, and that's not what Charlie will accumulate himself along the way through the likes of
both McNulty and
Bradley.
So that vote of Bradley's could be key.
Yeah.
If Charlie does get 600 or 700 of those,
I mean, I
think he's home and dry.
Who?
McConnell.
Well, that's a bold prediction.
It's an assessment.
Yeah, well, it's written down too. Home and dry. How do you spell dry? Is it D-R-I or D-R-Y?
D-R-I will do fine.
D-R-Y, I would.
Home and dry. What time is it? That's okay. Yeah. I've got predictions from John. He's like one of those people that, they tweet 10 predictions and no one really notices it, and then the right one, they delete the 9 wrong ones.
You should do a poll.
I think you ought to do a poll in here this evening.
I think really we've just had one. One is enough.
If we were to do an exit poll now, I think who might win it? Could be Pringle.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of his team here.
There is, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, in fairness to the 100% redress, they've been here for full 2 days. The full team, they've never left, have they?
All the teams were here.
Yeah.
Like if you walk, I know on this side it's very media orientated, but once you go over to the other side,
is there no public access to this at all?
No.
Huh?
No.
That's crazy. So it's just press.
It gets a little bit more lenient as the day progresses. Yeah.
I think there are a number of people have come in for a look.
I would just far more prefer people to be in here involved in the democratic process.
Yeah, but as candidates are eliminated and do leave, they need people in then to support the candidates that are still in the run for it. So, but you can see there's a lot more arriving in. So we're not saying that the doors are open. Absolutely not. But I suppose there's.
I only said that once, and I was told to say it, and well, there you go.
You were fed wrong information.
How long? 5 minutes? I'm feeling 5 minutes. Shall we take this ad break? And we'll take this ad break, and then we'll come back with more. Stay right where you are, everybody.
Make it a Christmas party to remember at Dunnes Stores with 20% off a fantastic range of wine and champagne. And mix and match 3 for 2 on over 100 party food options. Whether you want crispy tempura prawns, elf bao buns, or a selection of indulgent cheeses. Whatever you want from your Christmas shop, you'll find it in our aisles, fridges and freezers. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. Make Christmas for everyone with Dunnes Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used in next grocery shop of €50 or more. Voucher excludes alcohol. Please drink sensibly.
TFI Local Link has enhanced bus services around the Inishowen Peninsula, including routes 952, 954, 957 and 966, and new route 959. The routes operate up to 7 daily return services and offer peak time and evening services, as well as providing improved connectivity to Airfort Dunanal, ATU Donegal and the Ulster University. We're Transport for Ireland. We're Transport for you. See Local Link DSL.ie. Brought to you as part of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan.
Introducing Flow for Men, my new fragrance collection of products created to keep you feeling fresh and looking sharp.
Contas Jeg, Inia Cuij Voti, Niall McConnell, Gavile, Cade, Octo Cuig Vota, Achtaliu. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael, Moja Quaga Cahar, Umlán Keramila Cade Trica Cahar, Gallagher Pat the Cope Fina Fall, Moja Cade Fiha Cahar, Umlán Jamila Nigade Fiha Sado, Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja Cade Carricado, Umlán Cuig Mila Cade Cuiga Cuig, McConnellogue Charlie Fina Fall Moja Shaska Hain, Umlán Oxmila Cuig Treca Zahain, McNulty John Fine Gael Moja Trecha, Umlán Tríbíle Trícéad Seachtain Né, Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja Dácéad Seachtain Hocht, Umlán Sé Míle Cericéad Chuige Seacht, Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu Moja Cericéad Níorchas a Trí, Umlán Tríbíle Trícéad Seachtain Sé, Ward Charles 100% redress Moja Cuicéad Nóca Hocht, Umlán Oxmíle Cericéad Seasca Sé, Popper Waloji Niau in Astraha Cericéad agus a Cuig, Umlán Sécéad Seasca Dó. Níor bhain éon iarthóir an cóta amach sa chuntas seo. Cenas nach bhfuil fillne vótaí le dalú, chuirfí mé an tíorthóir a bhfuil an méideas lú vótaí eici, Mary T. Sweeney, 3,366 go leis céil 76 vóta as an áireamh. Sé sin Mary T. Sweeney, 3,366 vóta as an áireamh. The following is the result of the 11th count, which consisted of the distribution of Niall McConnell's 2,185 votes. Total of votes distributed, 2,185. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael, plus 54. Total, 4,134. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil, plus 124, total votes 10,922. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, plus 142, total votes 5,155. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil, plus 61, total votes 8,531. McNulty John Fine Gael, plus 30. Total votes 3,379. Pringle Thomas Non-Party, plus 278. Total votes 6,457. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, plus 493. Total votes 3,376. Ward Charles 100% redress, plus 598. Total votes 8,466. Non-transferable papers not effective 405. Total 662. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Mary T. Sweeney, 3,376 votes. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Right, okay, so Charles Ward has now polled within 65 of Charlie McConalogue. Pringle has slightly narrowed the gap. He's now 2,074 votes short of Charlie McConalogue. 100% redress, home and hosed.
Oh,
very much so.
So you were probably asking the wrong person, because I backed him 2 hours ago, but he's home and hosed now. Can't see him losing.
I was chatting to Thomas Pringle, and he says, I'm confident. He says, we've looked at the numbers, we've got. I says, are you confident? He says, yeah, we've looked at the numbers. So that means.
Yeah, but is that coming from Mary T's transfers now?
Possibly.
They're
doing a deep dive in all of them, aren't they? So,
yeah.
But he's confident. So that means.
But I think they're both. Mary T's transfers are transferring both to Pringle and Ward.
Yeah.
I would say so.
It's just that it would be an extraordinary thing if Charles Ward's transfer would start to dry up. It just won't do.
No, they're going to keep coming.
The further on we go up, his star is rising. So, yeah, as Thomas Pringle, I said it a while ago, but John McNulty, if he doesn't do something serious for Thomas Pringle, he's mortally wounded, I think.
But as I say, often you wouldn't even get a cautious optimism. You'd get we'll have to wait and see. But there is an optimism in the Pringle
that's
camp.
what I was going to say. Like, Thomas isn't going to say that.
No. And he also knows that whatever he says to me,
you're
I'm
telling the world
here and
tell the whole world.
Tell the whole world, every little one of them. So it's a remarkable story that's emerging here. It really is a remarkable story, potentially. And the greatest part of the story is yet to be told, and we're all here live witnessing it. Because we're seeing potentially one of the most senior politicians in the country not being re-elected. He may well still be re-elected, by the way, because I don't want anyone saying, no, you've written Charlie off. We're not written him off. We're looking at the numbers, right? And 100% redress, and Thomas Pringle, and 2 Sinn Féin candidates.
Yeah. Well, the only difference is
you're looking at 3 big counts here now. Mary T. Sweeney's is going to be important. Then you're going to have John McNulty's, and then Nicky Bradley's. Nicky Bradley would, from what I understand, give a path forward for McConalogue to hold that seat.
I'm going to be wrong, but I really, really don't see a lift. Now, you see, maybe people have seen statistics that make a fool of me. I just don't see the lift.
From?
For a big lift for Charlie McConalogue from Nicky Bradley.
You see,
well, if that doesn't happen, he's gone.
The problem is, you see, Nicky Bradley done poorly is the only way to describe it in a show.
That's
she has nothing to give him, actually.
And who from Fianna Fáil had much of Milford? Who was campaigning in and around Creasla, in and around Downings, in and around Carragher? Pat the Cope Gallagher. And who was doing it old school, literally knocking on the doors? Pat the Cope Gallagher. Who's gone to funerals over there? Who's got passports for people over there?
So at this stage, Charlie's looking.
The campaign around Milford was mainly redress, and Fianna Fáil was very strong on the ground. And
but if you're
100% redress.
If you're Fianna Fáil, you're in Milford, and you're angry because of defective concrete blocks, who do you vote for?
Well, they didn't vote for Charlie Ward.
Well, it's fascinating too.
Yeah, they didn't vote for him.
But Charlie McConalogue at this stage is going to be looking at is that if those votes transfer to Pat the Cope, he's looking for Pat now to have a bigger surplus that may transfer to him. He's going to be dependent on some form of a surplus from Pat the Cope, and we don't know if there will be one.
Well, Pat the Cope's 2,800, is he, from off the...
Yeah, his seat is absolutely safe. It's definitely safe, but...
I'd be worried at any tallies people that are counting surpluses or anything from the Cope, because I think they'd be better off heading to Voodoo and go and see Glasha.
They know us well enough. Maybe they're feeding us very positive data that we might broadcast it.
Well, we started off anyway with 20 bidding for 5, and now we're down to 7 bidding for 4. So we're into the funnel of the neck of the bottle here now. The looks
3.
of things.
3 seats.
7 for 3. Yeah. 7 for 3.
No,
and Greg's
Jordan
word is getting excited. It's getting exciting.
No, Jordan wasn't that far away at all, was it? I mean, they weren't that far away. I wonder if they had have strategized and give more of Jordan Pierce's number twos, because they split it up. And
he came onto the campaign far too late.
Yeah, but they split the constituency up.
Yeah.
For twos, they sent letters out to various parts of the county saying, "Look, give Jordan your number two, or give McLaughlin your number two." I just think, could they have eked out another 2,500 first preferences for Noel Jordan? Again, from a strategic point of view, has Sinn Féin left a seat on the footpath?
Well, Pierce Doherty had a surplus of 6,000. Imagine if 4 of that, if Noel Jordan had 4 out of that 6 now. I mean, he was sitting at 9,155. And he was going to take it at that, you know.
Yeah. It's just interesting.
You see, realistically, they have 42% of the vote. It's about vote management and transfer.
I think they were wobbling a bit on Charles Ward's impact on Pádraig McLaughlin in his own.
Of course they were.
And I think they divvied up the constituency over cautiously towards Pádraig McLaughlin, and they've left a seat there.
But as a voter as well, it's difficult not to vote for the person that you really want to get in yourself. You know, so it's difficult.
But Pierce referenced incredibly, what was the phraseology he used? Not obedient, but they broke it down exactly. The percentages broke down 75-25.
Something like that,
something on those. Can't remember what it was. Is discipline.
Yeah.
Discipline. There was incredible voter discipline, so they could have mixed it up a little bit further.
Noel just needed more number ones.
More
really.
number
that was
ones.
it, yeah.
But fascinating stuff. Okay, let's have a look at what's up on the screen here for those of you checking out the tallies. If you are watching it, you can see, hopefully, and I've tried to make it as clear as is possible. If you're watching it, you should be able to see there the distribution of Niall McConnell's 2,185 votes. I'll leave that up on the screen for a few minutes, as I say, so you can run through it. I've made it just as big as I possibly can. As you can read at the bottom, if you're watching, and I'm reading it for those of you, the majority of you out there who are listening, as there is no surplus of votes to be distributed after count 11 and no candidate has been elected, the votes of the candidate with the lowest number of votes, Mary T. Sweeney of 823,376, will be distributed. I'll be very keen to go out and see what's on the tallies, the tally boards.
I might just do that.
Do you want to go and do
I will do that, yes.
Yeah, but don't you go over there and start chin-wagging with Fine Gaelers. Like, go over and actually have a look and then come back.
There's hardly any of them left, sure.
Well, Fianna Fáilers for that matter.
I didn't want to say that.
But sure, I mingle with everybody. That's the thing. I mingle with everybody. I will. I'll go and have a little.
Do you want to go and get a feel and see what
I'll go and see what the crack
is? Okay, because I think this is going to be critical. Cheers, Trudy. We shall miss you. Okay, John.
Mary T. Sweeney, 3,376. Is that correct? Yeah.
3,376 votes.
That's a big tranche of votes. If you got 20%
is she
of
here,
that.
by the way, Caroline?
Sure.
Are we going to have a word with her?
She had been there earlier on. I think she doesn't leave the place.
Oh, right, okay. No, she's coming over after she's settled things with her crew, yeah.
That's a big tranche of votes. Thomas Pringle needs a big shot of that.
Yeah.
A big shot.
I think he does. He needs 1,500?
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. That might leave him a bit more comfortable then and be less dependent on an absolute total vote from return from Noel Jordan. At the same time, Charlie McConlogue is still sitting there on that figure of 8,531. He hasn't progressed an awful lot throughout the whole day.
It's really quite remarkable, isn't it? How he's just sat there.
You see, all the while, Pat the Cope is taking 10s and 20s and 30s and 50s here and there, and that's soaking up a vote on McConlogue. It's not Pat the Cope's fault.
I mean, at the end of the day, too, is there another outgoing minister in the country that has faced such opposition to their re-election as Charlie McConlogue? I mean, not only were people saying, vote for this person instead of Charlie McConlogue, people were also saying, just don't vote for Charlie McConlogue. If you want to vote this way, do it fine, but don't vote for him. Is there another outgoing politician that had to suffer that?
You had 3 debates, I think, was it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on your radio show, And the one that stood out, I think, was the one that was on. Was it the one that was on Monday? Was it when Patrick McLaughlin and Charles Ward had a right good go at Charlie McConlogue? Because of all of the, I had a degree of sympathy for him, the way that they. I mean, that's the nature of the game, I suppose. The debate lasted for 2 hours, and there was one full hour of that day given over to the defective block, and Charlie was trying to defend his record on it, and he was claiming credit for certain things, and the two guys weren't having any of it. And you could notice that the Charlie McConlogue ended up getting irritated, and then he checked out for a while. I think there was about, I counted it, I think, because I'm into counting, about 14 minutes, and he didn't say anything on the thing at all. So nobody else in the programme in the other two debates had to face any kind of heavy aggravation like he had. And if that's an indication about what he was facing out on the ground, notwithstanding the personal campaign against him, I mean, he had a fair lot to cope with, you know.
But you see, that's the price you pay, Paddy, for being a very senior government minister. He's there since 2011, and he was always going to get an awful lot of flack on the defective block issue.
I really feel. I think if he'd used all platforms available to him to engage more over the last couple of years, people are very reasonable. You know, I think it would have helped.
Well, he spent a long time at the start of his career. Farmers spitting fire. He visited every mart in Ireland, and he got the same bad, negative reception. And he overcame that, and to a great extent, he won the farmers round.
Right, lads.
And he worked very, very hard.
John Campbell's going to join us now, and it's an opportunity for us, I suppose, to sort of tease out where we're going. John, thanks so much. I know you're in the throes of it and all that, and we really appreciate your time. But obviously, there's massive interest in this, and people are commenting on the stream and texting us, and they're looking at where Thomas is at 6,457, and they're seeing gaps, and they're going, what? Well, sure. How is it possible he could get a pathway back to the Dáil? So I really appreciate you as a numbers guy helping us understand that.
Yeah, I suppose, Greg, we've been here before. 2011, there's no way Pringle can beat the Taoiseach Mary Coughlin, and we did it. And we counted it early, and it wasn't believed in the hall that we do it. 2016, no way we'd hold the seat, and we won out a very close battle with Patrick McLaughlin. Same in 2020, we took the third seat. We've tallied, our tally was, I suppose, of the seconds and thirds, fourths, missed some of it yesterday. And that's left for us that we weren't as confident of where we are until recently, where those votes.
Can I just interrupt you for a second, because sorry about this, because this could have ramifications for us all. And Mary T. Sweeney apparently is in conversation with officials, and she's asking for a recount. Now, I don't know on what grounds or what the benefit might be, or where maybe she feels that. I think there's a suspicion that she feels if she went out, this feels very much like the council elections, that if she went out next rather than now, that it puts her in contention. But she's deep in conversation. She's been here before, and she is seeking a recount. I don't know if you want to.
Let me intervene here. I think the reason for that is there's only 3 votes between herself and John McNulty, and I think she wants to. This is her last go at it.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's 3 votes between 2 candidates for the last seat, yeah, call a recount. But I mean, there's 3 votes to see who gets eliminated next, and it doesn't change the picture.
Will they go through that to extrapolate if it's feasibly possible that she could get a seat? How does that work, John?
No, I don't think they have any business in trying to predict or look forward. I would think it'll be rejected if they don't come to accommodation that where they've explained that it just can't make a difference to the final result.
And we just hope that scrutiny that we witnessed yesterday, they can lean on that to set that up.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you take it, nearly every vote has been out and on those tables 5-6 times now. So the counters have looked at them 5 or 6 times, and the tally people, all of us standing around the barriers, there's very few, if any, mistakes. But the mistake in this case a mistake of 2 or 3 votes makes no difference. This was similar in the local elections. There was a count somewhere down in Kildare. There was 4 recounts, and it changed the position of 2 candidates. They leapfrogged each other a couple of times, And then both of them went out in the next two subsequent. Like, what was the point of it? And there's no point to this.
We'll just see if Peter Tobin gets on the blower like he did at the council election. Sorry to interrupt you, John. You were talking there about what you were counting, 2s, 3s, 4s.
Yeah, I suppose like that. I said we are still confident that. Well, first thing to say, look, it's going to be extremely tight between Charlie McConaughey and Thomas Pringle, but we're quite confident that when it comes down to the very final count, which will be the elimination of Noel Jordan, that at that stage we will take a significant transfer from Noel Jordan that will push us ahead, maybe only by 40 or 50 votes of Charlie McConaughey. But I mean, I can understand how listeners out there are looking at it and going, but the gap that's there now, there's no way Pringle can close.
So could you paint a picture? So say it's 2074 now, right?
Yes.
Or thereabouts. In what increments do you close that gap?
Do you close that gap? And well, Mary T. Sweeney's votes are going to be distributed now. We will close the gap probably by 300 or 400 in that. This is also the count where Charles Ward will significantly leapfrog Charlie McConaughey to safety and to seat number 4. He'll never be caught after that, no matter what else happens. Then, so for us, we can close it there to 1700. The following elimination is John McNulty. We will close it by another 300 to 400 there. Takes us down to
9, something like that, yeah.
About
13 or 14.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
about 1300. From our tallies of Nicky Bradley's votes, the net difference between us and Charlie McConaughey will be about 700 votes, 700 to 800 votes. So that pushes it back out to about 2,000, between 2,000, 2,100. There'll be maybe a slight difference in that. So you come down then to eliminating Noel Jordan, and from Noel's original vote, we're confident that we'll take a net difference between what Charlie takes and what we take of about 1,750, 1,800 votes. And then you get down to the fact that Noel has accumulated over 2,000 additional votes. Of the ones that came directly from the 2 Sinn Féin surpluses, what we would have looked at, we would have seen a steady transfer to both Redress and ourselves. So you have 1,200 votes in that, and you have 800 then additional votes that have come from all the other minor candidates, and they have heavily favoured us over Charlie in all instances. They favoured Charles Ward more than us, but us secondly, and Charlie McConaughey at least 3, 4, 5 to 1. So out of those 1,200 that came from Pearse Doherty directly, a 1, 2, 3 Sinn Féin, we're confident that we will take more than Charlie out of that. And then of the other 800 votes that Noel Jordan has accumulated over that time, we're confident that we will score heavily over Charlie McConaughey and those, along with Redress. And again, our problem all along today has been that we were always the favoured kind of last choice down the ballot paper of people. Now they've had 2 choices, and we've lost that in a number of cases to Charlie Ward. Then I suppose the final nail, we think that we can close a gap of 2,000 to 2,300 in that final elimination. So if we're in that zone where if we're less than 2,000 behind Charlie McConaughey, we will absolutely take the seat. If we were between 2,000 and 2,300, we think it's a 50-50, and if we're more than that, we think it favours Charlie. The final little thing that'll come up then is that Noel Jordan's votes will also push Pat the Cope over the line, and he'll probably have a surplus anywhere between, we think he'll take 500 or 600 votes from Noel Jordan, and he will have a surplus of 200 to 300 votes. And again, they're not Pat the Cope votes. They didn't originate with Pat the Cope. They're Noel Jordan votes. They're Sinn Féin votes. And that, again, will not be any different to the previous distributions of Sinn Féin votes. They will favour Charles Ward. They'll favour Thomas Pringle. So if there's 200 there, some of them will go dead, obviously, but they will favour us over Charlie McConaughey. And I said, if we're ahead at that stage, that won't save Charlie.
Fascinating. I'll let you get back to it.
I'd also say we still may lose the seat. We're not there saying we have this one, but
No,
we
no,
see
no, no.
a definitive pathway to
Yeah,
where we win it.
100%.
Look, and if we lose it, we lose it. If we win it, we'd be far happier. But
yeah,
we can't change anything now, and nobody, since we stepped into this 2 days ago, nobody can change anything.
And
the
there's
people
also
have decided.
there's also variables that you could never have accounted for actually that have come to pass in the last month.
Yeah,
6 weeks.
Well, and especially the vote. I mean, again, I think people initially looked at Charles Ward's vote and said he has no pathway to victory.
That's because he got 9.5% in Inishowen.
Yeah. Again, we would have been very confident early morning, early doors when they were opening in Inishowen boxes. Our vote was up by about 70% from a low base.
Yeah.
But you're just going, this is a nice trend to see. It fell off in Letterkenny slightly. Stranorlar again, and fair play to Mags in the office of Stranorlar, our vote went up by over 60% in Stranorlar electoral area from a low base, granted, but it was going up. And of those two, I would have said very positively we were going to have a good first preference vote. We got squeezed very hard in our own electoral area, and obviously Pat the Cope did extremely well in the Glenties electorate along with Pierce Doherty and squeezed our vote there. And it shows you that if you don't give your first preference to the candidate you want to see elected, if you say I'll give it to somebody else and it will come back, you can often leave somebody short of the first preferences they need. And this very much in this election, because Noel's done so well, means that those votes that maybe in South Donegal they said Noel's closer to us than Thomas.
One quick question on that. We were just surmising before you sat down, and I'll let you get back. The Sinn Féin vote was very, very disciplined. If they'd have been a little bit braver and split a bit more of the vote towards Noel Jordan, maybe 2,000, if they weren't maybe so fearful of they've left a seat here. They've left a seat behind them potentially, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they could have, yeah. And I mean, Noel will be, as I said, last man standing, and he won't be that far behind the remaining candidates. So yeah, if they split it a little better, it's like that. I mean, your surplus vote is never a full vote. You know, it took 10,000. It took 10,000 votes, Pierce Doherty to Pádraig McLaughlin votes to deliver 3,500 actual votes to Pádraig McLaughlin, and that's the difference. That if you can manage that right, you maximise what you get. But we're quite confident, we're happy with the figures, and again the health warning that can all change.
Yeah.
Very
all right,
quickly.
John, listen, thank you
Just
so
before
very
you
much
go,
indeed.
Can I say that's we've been chewing all this over the last couple of days, and that's an absolutely fantastic forensic examination, explanation of what you think that could happen. So why would we believe that it could happen? Well, because you've done it 3 times before. So
yeah. Right.
You've actually, we had settled on something, now you've ruined it, right?
Well, you've got another 5 hours to fill, so it's all the better.
Hey, come here, John, take care of yourself.
Actually, John, we haven't settled on anything.
Not anyway.
Well, John, you never settle on anything. You always keep both bases open for what I can say.
I do.
Oh, he's got. I've got.
Greg, can I say one thing?
Dry 3 or 4 times written down.
Can I say one thing?
Different scenarios.
Your coverage over the last 2 days and all your team has been absolutely amazing, and I know that they're tuned in all across the county. This is where they're here to see what's happening, and wait for the celebrations at the end.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much indeed. Okay, Donal Kavanagh, thanks for waiting there. What's the story? We got some indications from you, and I brought it to the listeners that there was some suggestion of a recount. Where are we at in that regard?
The last count, the distribution of Niall McConnell's votes is being rechecked. What happened was that you'll recall it at the end of the distribution, Mary T. Sweeney was on 3,376 votes and John McNulty was on 3,379, and there had been some discussion about the possibility of Mary T. Sweeney leapfrogging John McNulty, eliminating John McNulty next. Mary T. Sweeney, I went over to see if we could get an interview organised with her, and at the time she was on her calculator and she was doing some figures and she was on her phone. We understand that she was on the phone to the party leader, Patrick Tobin. And
I was waiting for
yes,
that.
Indeed. I think there was a similar situation in June. That what basically happened was she went down to the returning officer's desk and she had a conversation with Geraldine O'Connor and Seamus Neely down there. And my understanding is that she was asking for, initially looking at the possibility of a recount. She spoke to the returning officer and to Seamus Neely. They had a discussion as to what might be the best way forward, and our understanding is that what was suggested, because the gap was less than 10, that a recheck of the last count is what has been agreed. So they're now rechecking that last count, so that's going to maybe add a little bit of time onto what we're here, but maybe absolutely be safe. So they're redoing a recheck now on all those
And that satisfied her. If they recheck
I haven't spoken to her. I'm going to go over and see if I can speak to her now, and we'll see. Hang on, Caroline is there. I think Caroline may have got that indication.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just curious as if
what Caroline is saying is Mary T. Sweeney will decide her next move after the recheck.
Yeah, so... and do rechecks throw...
No, you see, there's 3 votes between them, but it's going to make no material difference because they both saved their deposits and their expenses. So, like, they're both going to be eliminated. Whether there's just 3 or 13, it doesn't really matter. The same number of votes are going to be transferred.
Yeah, yes.
See, the only thing that can happen there when the 2 votes are added together and there's found to be a discrepancy, that just doesn't happen.
Do you know what would be very interesting before we get back to that is if Paddy Tobin threw his weight behind Mary T. Sweeney in the constituency? Because she keeps just getting closer and closer. She's holding the vote up there. Because he did select a number of probable seats. I don't think this was one of them. But I think she deserves maybe him coming up to the constituency 2 or 3 times and, maybe hosting some of these meetings or whatever it is, because I think she's earned it. Because she plugs away here like nobody's business, whether you like her politics or not.
Yeah, I mean, you had a conversation yesterday with Nicky Bradley about the future and who knows what's going to happen there, but you don't have to ask Mary T that question because you know she's going to come back the next time and the next time and the next time, and she's going to keep going. There is, I don't know what Into have done nationally now. They've 1 seat, whether they're going to
they
get
got
any
a
more.
second. They did get a second, yep.
Oh, right.
But see, no matter what you do with the figures, her vote and John McNulty's, whether one transfers ahead of the rest is not going to make any material difference.
But I suppose if she's in longer than Fine Gael, maybe that's significant to her. I don't know.
I really don't see how, because when you add the 2 together, you're going to get the same figure, whichever one of them you put first or second. It's not going to really matter. And
so if she's eliminated first, who's next up?
She saved her deposit and gets her expenses.
Yes. So there's no way John McNulty is going to help her close the gap on Noel Jordan, for an example, or Nicky Bradley, or maybe she thinks, well, that's impossible. No, there's no point. It literally is about in which order you go out, isn't it? There's no advantage.
There's no advantage, no.
If Noel Jordan goes out, it's just really a case of that she goes out next.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it is it possible that anyone else is egging her on? Because it could potentially, presumably, affect the outcome of the election.
No, you see, her votes are going to be transferred regardless.
One way or other.
One way or the
so
other.
that doesn't matter.
So that doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to run
none of it
probabilities.
Matters. If she was within 3 votes of saving her quota, that would be a different thing. She'd be entitled to a full recount.
Party funding in play? Could there be party funding in play? That's a national question. She's not in the running for a seat here anyway.
If you save your quota in a 5-seat constituency, it's somewhere between 11 and 11,500 of expenses if you have spent that kind of money.
Wow, okay.
So that's quite substantial.
But she does have the quota
saved. She does have that saved.
That is saved.
It's like that's not an issue. It's an issue of who's...
that reminds me now, Paddy Tobin had a conversation on early on Saturday morning on the RT radio to say that if Into had achieved a certain level of vote, I don't know, was it first preference vote or whatever, that they were entitled to funding that would allow them to hire 6 additional staff for their HQ in Dublin or something, but I can't remember what that figure was now.
All right, I thought that might be based on the level of representation, but it's the level of the vote, is it? Right, okay, John, Donald, did you get any sense of what she's hoping to achieve in the process?
I honestly don't know, Greg, to be honest. I take the point that Paddy is making there with regards to potentially having an impact for the party in terms of its national funding. I don't know how that operates, and I don't know what potential impact that may have on it. If it's a matter of how many votes you end up with before you're eliminated, then yeah, I could see a certain reason for it. Karen was speaking to Mary T and asking her if she'd make a comment, will she accept the recheck, and she said, well, she was going to keep her powder dry, and then she would decide her next move once the recheck is complete. So we will have to see what happens there.
And in terms of what's happening,
the question, obviously.
Of course, yes. In terms of what's happening now, then this is the recheck. So we're not actually at this stage working on Mary T. Sweeney's.
We are not distributing her votes. We're rechecking the count of the vote of Niall McConnell.
Which is not insignificant, so it is going to take a little while. because they're putting them all
No, I
back
don't
into
know. I am
pigeonholes.
presuming, John, and you would know more about this than I do. Would a recheck take shorter than an actual count, or would it
Much
take longer?
shorter, much shorter, because they have them already in order and in their places in their boxes.
I know this is
So it's just a
controversial.
question of lifting them out and
But
counting
what would be nice is actually an announcement of same, so that we knew what was going on.
See, no decision has been made.
Yeah, but
returning officer hasn't made any decision here.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a recheck, presumably. Then a recheck, and once that recheck is complete, she will communicate, I presume, to Mary T. Sweeney as the candidate who requested it. She'll communicate the outcome of that recheck, and then it's up to Mary T. Sweeney to either formally request a full recount, which it's in her right to do, or decide what her next move is from there.
I think it's going to take a bit of time to sort this thing out, because the returning officer might decide that we'll conclude the count and then consider the recount. She has that option.
No.
But generally speaking, the normal practicality is when somebody calls for a full
there
recount.
has to be, surely, there has to be good reason and the avoidance of consequence to something, surely.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, and I'm not saying anyone would abuse the process, but they'd be happening almost willy-nilly.
Yeah. I mean, there isn't a seat on the line. There isn't, as far as we can see, advancement on the line in terms of coming closer to a seat or anything like that. It doesn't have a consequence in that regard.
It doesn't have. The only consequence that if you're talking about numbers of votes, is there one of them going to transfer more to the other than might mean something to them financially at party level? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't imagine that that's
Can't
such a deep
imagine
dive.
it, no.
Right, shall we have a little reflection on some of what John Campbell was saying?
Yeah.
Because you can see, listening to him, that's a deep dive.
It's a very deep dive, but they don't have a full accountability of the transfers. They missed out on a part of that, and that could be crucial. It could be in their favour. Then again, if it's not, they're lost. But they're looking at a very wide gap to fill, and every duck has to be lined up in order, and if it isn't, Charlie McConlogue will hold that seat.
Did you read anything into him saying, if we lose the seat, we lose the seat, if we gain the seat, it would be better? I mean, it is not a crew of people that look terribly under pressure.
John Campbell's about a long time. He's been doing very deep analysis for a very long time. I got to know John really, really well in Lufford, especially during the water protest, or the water meter protest, and he analysed everything to death, even at meetings in Creaslough or Fannet Head, and he was always right.
Yeah.
I think the thing about John Campbell too is that John, they always talk about what a ship needs is a good captain to steady it. And I think John is the ultimate good captain who is steadying the ship and keeping everyone on track and keeping everyone confident but not cocky. And I mean that is, and there was, I mean, even speaking to Thomas himself and speaking to various people all through the day, and in fairness, Thomas has been here for most of the day. What they're all saying is, look, they're looking at it, they're looking at the pathways, they're discussing it, and John keeps that all together, and he keeps it together really well. He was also telling that Alan McMenamin yesterday, when we were talking about the overall tally, John was one of the people that Alan McMenamin was saying is absolutely crucial to making sure that tally is good, because of John's skill with the figures and John's ability to crunch those numbers.
He has been specialised in that ever since he first ran for the council himself, and he was always very forensic and very detailed. I never saw him being wrong.
He gave a very good.
He didn't actually call the vote in his favour. He hoped it would be, and if he said what he said, if we lose it, we lose it. And it would have been better if we won it.
No, he gave a very good forensic examination about sort of a gross gain and a net gain and a net loss, and even to the point when Noel Jordan and John McNulty go out of the fray, that Pat the Cope would be elected, and then there would be an issue about his surplus and that they weren't Pat the Cope's actually votes. There were votes that came from Jordan. The thing about that, there's a lot of moving parts in it, and they all have to come up. It's like a guacamole thing, a head comes up and you have to knock it down. They all have to go right. They can go right because they've done it before. It's just that there's a new fly in the ointment here, and that happens to be Charlie Ward. That he made the point himself that Thomas is now competing with Charles Ward as being this everybody's second favourite candidate in the team, and Charles Ward is taking transfers that normally might have come to him, which may come back to haunt her.
Okay, listen, guys, thanks very much for that. Well, around the country, we're approaching 100 seats filled in the 34th Dáil. Final seats are getting decided across the country. With more on this, here is Sean Defoe.
On our most recent predictions, just 11 Dáil seats remain too tough to call. Fianna Fáil is pushing for extra seats in Cork North Central, Dublin Bay North and Carlow Kilkenny. There's a ferocious battle for the final seat in Limerick City between Labour and the Soc Dems. Dublin South Central remains an absolute minefield amongst 6 left-wing candidates. Mayo is shaping into a showdown between independent Patsy O'Brien and Aontú's Paul Lawless. Aontú also within a shot for a seat in Dublin West in a fight with the Green Party leader Roger O'Gorman and Labour. Independent Marion Harkonnen, Independent Ireland's Michael Clark are scrapping in Sligo Leitrim, while Stephen Donnelly, the Health Minister, still has an outside shot of keeping his seat in Wicklow. Tight battles that will come down to final seats, final transfers across the country to decide the final shape-up of the 34th Dáil.
Well, lo and behold, we didn't get a mention. Okay, Fine Gael's John McGahan in Louth is thanking the people of Dundalk for their support. Was he elected?
Yeah, well, it's obviously been a very tough 2 weeks for myself personally, but I have been absolutely overwhelmed by the kindness and the support that the people of Dundalk Town have shown me, particularly in the last 2 weeks. And, you know, I've put politics first for a long time in my life, pretty much for the last 10 years. And now it's very much time to put my wife Anya first, to put my family first. And I'm really looking forward to spending a lot of time with them in the coming weeks and in the lead up to Christmas.
There you go. He wasn't elected. Right, okay, let us take an ad break. Back with more from the Aura Leisure Centre soon. Keep your calls and comments coming in to us. 08660 25,000 is the WhatsApp and text number. Or you can comment on our live stream. You know when to get on board. You've been with us all day and we do appreciate that. But you know we're getting down to the crunch. We're getting down to some numbers that make things very interesting indeed. Come on, Mary T. People have homes and jobs to go to. I'll give you a wee medal for taking part. Says Michelle Kavanagh, who's not being very sympathetic to Mary T. Sweeney there. Is Mary T. Sweeney, Tobin, trying to make sure Aontú gets 3% national funding? Very possibly. That's what we've been referring earlier. We didn't go down that route because I think we wanted to check some figures in relation to that. Neil says John's wrong in relation to the Pringle situation. They missed a portion of the tally yesterday, but they've seen them today and that's given them confidence, we're being told there. There is a possible consequence of Mary being eliminated, says Anya. Ward will get more from her and Pringle will get more from McNulty. That's what I was saying, but that's why I was surprised that John Campbell was nonplussed about the situation, or maybe he prefers to see Mary T. Sweeney go out first. You never know what motivates people's opinions in these matters.
Introducing Flow for Men, my new fragrance collection of products created to keep you feeling fresh and looking sharp. The ideal gift for the man in your life. Find Flow in pharmacies nationwide or online at flowbybogue.com. Start every day with confidence.
Make Christmas for everyone at Dunn Stores with festive savings and refreshing soft drink 18-can packs like Coca-Cola, Pepsi and 7-Up, just €10 each. And choose from a selection of indulgent treats like Jacob's Biscuit Tins or Ferrero Collection, also just €10 each. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. However you do your Christmas shop, make Christmas for everyone with Dunn Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used on next grocery shop of €50 or more. Prices subject to deposit return scheme fees.
Christmas is in the air, and we've teamed up with Cadbury to celebrate the return of the Cadbury Secret Santa. So tune in all next week to the 9 till noon show for your chance to win. Every day, we have a €50 voucher to give away. Plus, at the end of the week, you and your Secret Santa could win Cadbury hampers worth €100. If you'd like to send a free chocolate bar to someone special, then look out for the special Cadbury Secret Santa posters around the county, or search Cadbury Secret Santa to find out more. 18 plus free service on selected products while stocks last until December the 24th. For full terms and conditions, visit cadbury.ie.
Make it a Christmas party to remember at Dunn Stores with 20% off a fantastic range of wine and champagne. And mix and match 3 for 2 on over 100 party food options. Whether you want crispy tempura prawns, elf bao buns, or a selection of indulgent cheeses, Whatever you want from your Christmas shop, you'll find it in our aisles, fridges and freezers. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. Make Christmas for everyone with Dunn Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used in next grocery shop with €50 or more. Voucher excludes alcohol. Please drink sensibly.
This is Donegal Callahan. Imagine something with me. Imagine your child was 7 months old and weighed just 6 pounds, the same as a newborn. For baby Sadala in Gaza, in the silence between the bombs, hunger is ravaging his tiny body. UNICEF is on the ground delivering life-saving food in Gaza and Lebanon, but we must reach more children. Please donate at unicef.ie and help save children's lives. Thank you.
Pandora's Black Friday promotion is here. Save up to 30% on charms and jewellery and get an early start on your holiday gift shopping. But hurry, this offer won't be around for long. Offer in 2nd of December. Available in participating stores and online at pandora.net while stocks last. Terms and exclusions apply.
It's Social Work Awareness Week, and TUSLA is recruiting social workers for positions all across the country and offering 70 funded places on its Master of Social Work apprenticeship. Social workers are vital in supporting children and families in our communities. Whether you are a recent graduate or thinking of a career change, explore different TUSLA career opportunities at tusla.ie or email tuslarecruit@tusla.ie. Make a difference to children and families. Join TUSLA.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Okay, Trudy is back. Trudy, you back? If you sit down there, you know I'm going to speak to you. Trudy, you went out to sort of sense what was going on with the distribution of Mary T. Sweeney's, but a spanner was chucked right into those works. So that's not happening now. They're doing a
No, they are now distributing Mary T.'s votes.
Okay, so what was there a recheck or?
Because she was 3 votes behind, she was requesting a recount.
Yes.
And then she requested a recheck of Niall McConnell's distribution.
Uh-huh.
As far as I know now, it wasn't granted. I thought they had granted it, but they are now distributing Mary T's votes. So that's what I was having a wee look around there, the tables
her deposit saved.
Yes.
I can't see the consequence of the consequence of her going after John McNulty unless it's a pride thing or
that's
a
the only
procedure
thing.
thing.
Yeah, that's the only thing we can look at. It's not getting her a seat.
Yeah.
It's definitely not going to get her a seat.
Or not even putting her in the mix really as such. There's no.
No, I mean the only thing it will do is eliminate her at a different stage.
Yeah.
At a one stage later if there were those votes, but even that is doubtful considering how meticulous they have been here.
Yeah, and that's what they can lean on.
That's
and
it,
I think we were referencing that yesterday, weren't we? That's
I mean, if it was going to impact the overall election, if there was any chance that she was going to get that seat, they would definitely grant that. They would have to grant that. But her getting eliminated in the next count is what would happen, basically.
Yeah.
That's what would end up, and
Exactly.
it's not going to impact the overall election here.
We had a fascinating conversation in your absence with
I missed
John
that.
Campbell, who
I saw John
went through precisely how they see her man getting that seat. Quietly confident, somewhat nonplussed, I think, either way.
Yeah.
I think they have the comfort of that. For maybe that's just Thomas Pringle's demeanour. I don't know what it is, or the team's demeanour, or whatever. What will be, right? But he very clearly sees the pathway and has the thousandths and the knowledge and knows exactly where it's going. So it is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's exciting. I had a look around there to see where Mary T's transfers were going, and just behind us on the top of this row, there's actually 4 tables up there of votes for Charles Ward.
Mm-hmm.
I was around the other end as well. There's a good chunk for Thomas Pringle, but from what I can see here, Charles Ward is getting a humongous chunk of those.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear John Campbell reference, as we have ourselves before, that there's someone else in Thomas Pringle's position. There's somebody else that's vacuuming up these votes, and they're confident Charles Ward's home and host. It's a remarkable situation, isn't it? From when we were looking at the tallies coming in from Inishowen, it's a remarkable journey, isn't it? It just goes to show, really, you can predict and what have you, but you can never second guess the electorate, can you? That it seems really likely Charles Ward will be elected, having pulled in 9% of the vote in Inishowen.
Yes.
I think it's 9, maybe it's 10 or 11,
But it's funny, I mean, from the first count yesterday, we're still speculating the last 2 seats based on the same 3 people. The only difference is now we kind of have confirmed seat 4, and we're speculating the last seat between the other 2 candidates. So it's been the same people in the mix since the first count yesterday. That's the only thing.
Yeah, a caller says, great coverage on the election, folks. May I suggest that you reorder the candidates on the screen, moving from alphabetical to having it based on numbers, putting eliminated candidates at the bottom. I get you, I understand, but that's only something that we didn't do yesterday, and I thought it would be something useful to do today, and just do not have the time to do that really accurately. But anyway, listen, we're learning all the time and trying to improve our coverage all the time, and it will be different the next time we do the elections, because we're figuring out new ways to do things all the time. So rest assured, we don't have a production truck like Sky might have, or BBC or RTE might have.
But we have the fabulous Joe Dex here on the phone. Yes, he's caught in a hop, look.
We were just thanking you for
Thank
all
you.
of your technical
Yes.
innovation here, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish he had a microphone.
I know, yeah. He's pretending he's shy, but...
No, he's on the phone to Oisin Kelly.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I can always know Joe's face when he's on to Oisin. There always has a little bit of fear in it. How long do you think this vote will take us? I know length of string and all that stuff, but...
I mean, the average of the last few counts have been, 40 minutes?
Yeah.
This one could be the same, 45 minutes. So.
And you're confident too, as you've said before, they can ramp up the process and to keep it in the same sort of a timeline. Right. Keep your calls and Neil says Ocean FM have a spreadsheet. Well, bully for them, but they don't have John McAteer, they don't have Trudy, they don't have Greg Hughes, they don't have Caroline or Shannon, but they've got a spreadsheet. But he messed it. It's all good fun. Enjoying the coverage election. Big shout out to my neighbour John McAteer, doing a great job as always.
Good man, John.
As is Trudy, Greg, and all the Highland Radio team, and Biddy.
Oh, hi, Anne Biddy.
Falcara, well done, Mary T.
See, I have friends in Fanad too, John.
Yeah, exactly. Say that one more time.
Anne is a neighbour of mine and a very good friend. I meet her out walking all the time.
She's a very good friend of mine too.
Yeah.
Hi, Anne Biddy, yeah. Anne worked with my mum for years and years in the pharmacy, so
imagine.
Very good friends with my mum too.
Mary T, still Letterkenny folk that will probably stay local. John McNulty might favour Pringle more, but Bradley could go back to Ward. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Julie McFadden says, great election coverage. I just don't currently have access to the WhatsApp, so if you've WhatsApped or texted in, I'll get those. In a moment for you. Andrina Lynch says, fair play, Mary T. Aintu should secure state funding going forward. What percentage is she at? I don't know what she was at 3% in first preferences, but it changes. It changed at that stage. Right, Donald Kavanagh has potentially some news for us. Let's go over to him and see what the crack is.
Yeah, I know, Greg, there's been some bit of confusion as to what exactly is happening at the moment. What is happening now is, as we said, Mary T. Sweeney did go to the returning officer and some of her senior personnel and discuss the fact that she wasn't sure about the situation regarding the distribution of Niall McConnell's votes. She was offered a recheck of Niall McConnell's votes. Now, our understanding is that she didn't accept that she has gone back to consult with her team and consult with senior Aintu personnel in Dublin. While that is happening, her votes are now being counted. So we have actually moved into the next count. Now, my initial understanding, erroneously, was that they had begun a recheck on the Niall McConnell vote. No, they have begun to count Mary T. Sweeney's votes, but are doing so as Mary T. Sweeney decides whether or not she will accept the offer of a recheck. If she doesn't accept the offer of a recheck, she may decide to ask for a recount or whatever. So at the moment, a recheck has been offered. She hasn't accepted it, and she will reserve her decision until she's ready, and then they'll take it from there. But while she pondering the situation and considering her own situation, they're proceeding with the distribution of her votes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a
Now, in response to what Paddy was saying, I was speaking to Brendan Byrne, who would be quite knowledgeable about these matters. With regards to party funding, Brendan Byrne's understanding is that that's based on first preference, not total votes. So I think, Paddy, it is a situation where he's not sure that it would make any impact on party funding if Mary T. Sweeney were to get more votes. He believes it's based on first preferences rather than on total vote.
Yeah, well, there you go. That just makes it a little bit more confusing as to the motivation for all of it. But listen, there's only 3 votes in it, but it materially doesn't make a difference. John?
The word materially there is the key word. Yeah. And it doesn't materially make any difference. Because you add up the 2 votes, they're the same amount to transfer. It is possible that one may get a few more if they're eliminated first. But what I'm saying there, though, it doesn't make any material difference.
The only question is, John, could it be that, we'll say, if John McNulty were eliminated first, if there was a sizable transfer from John McNulty to Mary T. Sweeney, it mightn't be enough to move her any further in the count, but would that make a difference to who she transfers to? Because when her votes are then distributed,
well, John
the
Campbell
next ones on her list,
John Campbell says those votes are in there anyway.
All those votes are going to be transferred anyway, regardless.
Yeah.
And I mean, in what scenario? I know we see some strange transfers, but in what world would John McNulty or draw votes go to Mary T. Sweeney of Ain't to and Letterkenny? There's just,
I couldn't see it in huge numbers. No, I would agree with that.
Especially considering she's so far behind the next person, so she just goes out anyway.
The thing here is that regardless of how it's recounted, you're going to get the same result basically. Yeah. And again, you're going to lose.
But maybe she's just working through that herself now. Like, we know that, right? But maybe her and her team are actually just finding out if it would make any difference, and eventually they'll come to the same conclusion.
Maybe for her own pride, that she would. I mean, why would she not like to be John McNulty to be eliminated before her? And maybe if she got a bounce of the ball, then it should overtake Nikki Bradley. You don't know.
But she's going to overtake her anyway.
Yeah, but it means that she's in the last 5 rather than the last 8.
Yeah, I know that.
But just for her own pride, more so than anything else.
Like you keep saying that, regardless of how it works out, the same number of votes are there to transfer. Which is transferred first or second really doesn't make much difference.
And we did say earlier, sorry, Trudy.
Oh no, I mean, what the reciting officer up there is looking at is this going to create a seat for Mary T. Sweeney?
No.
And that's really it.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, the only way that recount can be granted is if there's any possibility that Mary T. Sweeney can get a seat out of this. Otherwise, it's down to, as you say, where she finishes, what place we'll call it that she gets. Does she finish? Yes. Does she finish 8th, 7th, 6th? Yeah. It's where her finish place is, and that's possibly maybe for her own pride, as we say, might be what this is about. She could also lose votes. She's 3 there. She could actually go down.
Yeah. That's always the risk.
That's always the risk. Yeah.
But it's just there was such a level of scrutiny in Kerry. You just don't imagine that could be that's in there. A caller says, "How far off is Pat the Cope, Lorcan boys? Hi Lorcan. The quota Lorcan is 12,771, and Pat the Cope Gallagher is 1,849 short of that quota. Again, John Campbell is crunching the numbers more than any because it's more crucial to them than any, maybe other than arguably Fianna Fáil, and they're confident that Pat the Cope Gallagher exceeds the quota. That's factored into their formula.
I can understand the Cope voters being a bit apprehensive, but I'm just saying to you, calm yourselves down.
Are you getting messages?
The first count last night gave Pat the Cope that seat. No matter what else happened, his seat was safe. On over 13%.
A caller says
on 5 seats. On 5 seats, you don't beat that.
You're all making assumptions about Mary T, but it seems to be coming from Ain't to HQ. We sit here making predictions and assumptions, and unfortunately, if you don't like that, you're not going to enjoy our coverage for it.
It is coming from the headquarters. She's on the phone to Pat or to Bean, and that's what is happening. So I mean, that's her group, that's her leader, so she's taking advice from her leader. So
I think
that's
in
what they're there for,
fairness,
to
we were
support her.
saying earlier as well, that she is passionate, she is fighting, and she's going to fight for everything. And maybe this just speaks to that pride, to that passion, and to her desire. She wants to say that Aintu came, and you said it, Trudy, maybe she wants to say Aintu came 7th, not 10th. I mean, and that's, she sees every election as being a move forward for Aintu in Donegal, and, she has that passion, she has that pride, and there's no doubt Patrick O'Bean has identified her as one of the potential Aintu TDs and stars of the future, and she's going to work all she can to succeed.
But it wouldn't really be an election if Mary T didn't call a recount, would it?
Exactly.
Really wouldn't.
Michaela, can you hear me? Is there any? A lot of listeners are asking if the tallies could be done highest to lowest. What do you think? No, we'll leave it as it is.
Per Michaela.
Well, it's up to you. Okay, that's now I asked Michaela in front of you.
Or you could ask Ocean FM to share it with you. Go down there and get them to share. Greg knows somebody, don't you, Greg?
Nah, they're all right. leave them to it.
I've done my own Excel spreadsheet.
Oh, great. That is actually really quite impressive. How is, let me see. Do the panel think that because Thomas Pringle has always been in opposition to government will work against him on the home run? Now, granted he has voiced concerns in Dublin, but it's not able to bring money as he is not in power like Charlie McConalogue has, which has been a huge help to the Donegal people. But not all people are motivated by a pier here and a football pitch there.
He has played a very important role as the voice of the people, a voice in opposition, all right, but at the same time he's articulating concerns and issues that the government parties won't raise, and he does it on a very regular basis, and it keeps us on a more even keel insofar as how our politicians are doing for us in Dublin.
Yeah. Listening and watching in Kerry-Keel. I've never listened to anything election-y before, but I started listening yesterday and here I am. I can't stop now. The only candidate who had anyone at our door was Charlie McConalogue, so at least he made a good effort. You're all doing a good job there. Thank you very much indeed.
That's somebody from St Bridget's Terrace.
Okay.
He canvassed that exclusively. And I would know exactly every house that he was in.
Now that's local knowledge.
It's also
very local.
I just want to say to our texter,
and
don't be creeped out.
There's votes there,
Don't be creeped out.
John knows where you live.
Is there a chance that McConalogue could jump past the cope? No, I mean McConalogue's not going anywhere in terms of Pat the Cope numbers wise. Apart from Mary T, who else were pro-life out of the 20 candidates? I think you can always judge how big an issue that is to the candidate as to how many press releases they release on it, whether they try and bring it up in a debate. We asked I think the 17 or 18 candidates that did partake in the debate what their priorities were, and I'm not sure pro-life was any of them.
I think Kim McMenamin did put up some posters along the lines of restoring family values and was canvassing outside churches. So I think Kim McMenamin was certainly, and did state that on the literature. Niall McConnell would have taken a pro-life stance as well, but they would have been. They're the only two I can think of. I presume Eamon McGee and Vincent Bradley would as well. Oh, Mary T, yes.
And Pat the Cope
I think
Gallagher.
when people say the other, they're talking about Mary T and Pat the Cope.
Gallagher would be.
Oh, he would be, yes.
Thank you so much for your brilliant coverage. Love listening to you all and how you can be serious and have great crack too. John McAteer needs his own show after this, maybe with his dog Glasha. Maybe. Who's to say?
I don't have her tonight.
I know, we all feel your pain. Good evening, Greg. Thomas Pringle's tally team is the best in the country or the county. They would predict that Brendan Byrne was going to be eliminated when Fianna Fáil couldn't. Great show, thanks for that. John Campbell's insights, excellent, says another. Hi, Greg. Great coverage. I'm just mystified as to why so many people dislike national candidates. The reason we're in this mess is because of the same parties doing the same thing over and over. Because this is not an opinion or anything. Nationalist candidates, generally speaking, come with really quite strong anti-immigration views. Many of us are immigrants. Many of us did go away. Many of the nationalist candidates around the country have partners who aren't from here, and to follow their criteria for being here to the nth, their other half clears off. And then you can argue about if their children are half this or half that. You know what I mean? Like it's that for the Irish people. It's not Irish to hate on people coming into our country if they're coming in to try and make a better life for themselves and to earn. And that's why the nationalist candidates, if that's the type that you're talking of, aren't getting any traction because for the majority of people, it's not a priority for them?
I mean, the simple answer to all of that is that people went out with a free will and a free spirit, and 20 or 885 or 685 candidates on Friday. So they were free to vote for whoever they chose, and that decision is now made. End of conversation on whether we like them or dislike them. It's not we made the choice. We live with that until the next election.
You know, social media is the new media. Mainstream media is a load of crap, and then they'll say, well, it's the mainstream media that's telling people how to vote, and you know what I mean. Give us this clear message that
there's probably some truth in that. You know, I mean, the Irish Independent leads very much in that way. Not so much the Irish Times. Probably some of the Red Tops do, but the Irish Independent would be well. To be very anti-Sinn Féin for starters.
Just here in Long Lane, great coverage, great stuff. Good to have you close by. What is the quota for the third seat? Well, there's no quota as such for the third seat. It's 1,200,771. If you surpass that, you're elected. It's a disgrace, Greg, that the criticism against Mary T, it's awful. She has the right to a recheck or recount as she's entitled to it, hoping and praying that she does. Good luck, Mary T, from M. McGrath. It's not a criticism of Mary T, it's a criticism of the decision, and it's not even a criticism, it's a conversation about the decision because it doesn't really make any difference. But we're sitting here, and if she wants to do it and if she's granted it, that's fine. We'll sit here through tomorrow as well. Did Mary go ahead, Donald?
I wonder too, Greg, just I mean, at the risk of sounding semantic, it's not that she has the right to a recount or the right to a recheck. She has the right to ask for a recount or to ask for a recheck.
Incredibly semantic.
It has to be granted.
Yes.
By the reciting officer.
Layers of semantimisms or whatever it is. No, you're quite right.
Nobody beats Donald Calvin in his words.
Did Mary T do this last time as well? Yeah. It needs to be remembered the amount of work Thomas Pringle has done for the Defective Bloc campaign. That comes in from Denise. Hi, Greg. Would you be able to ask the panel, is Mary Lou's position under threat after an underwhelming performance in the election? Is it an underwhelming performance? I mean, okay, there was this artificial 35, 37 opinion polls for a while, but I mean, she's arguably established that party as one of the big three parties with the high 30 seats. I mean, if that is a bad performance...
Oh, no, I wouldn't. With all that Sinn Féin have been exposed to over the last 3 or 4 months, both north and south of the border, when it looked like the whole thing was going to fall apart on them, and they went down from somewhere in the mid-30s in the opinion polls back about 18 months ago down to 11%. But that ship has been incredibly steadied and turned around. I mean, if you look at areas... I had a sort of a semi-worry about what was going to happen to Sinn Féin in constituencies, because they're not all like Donegal, where Sinn Féin have a hardcore support as well as a soft core. But there are many constituencies around the country where Sinn Féin vote will be soft core. I'm talking about places like Roscommon and Galway and Clare and Mayo. And if there was any kind of a negative wind blowing, all those seats would have been blown away. Sinn Féin have retained every single one of those at their ease.
And also, and I probably didn't articulate it as well as I might have yesterday, but the question is, and I think it is a question worth debating, is Mary T the person to kick the party on? As I said to the guys yesterday, she owes the party nothing, but from here, is she the person to build it beyond where it's at now, which is a party question for the
Remember,
party.
there's another golden rule in politics as well, that opposition parties never, ever, ever win in elections. Governments always lose them. So, I mean, Mary Lou McDonald could be the best person since John F. Kennedy or whatever. And if people want to return the government, they will return the government, which looks like what they've done on this occasion. I mean, I think in the round she's done fairly well, because if the people are satisfied with the government, it doesn't matter what she done, they're going to be satisfied with the government.
See, it's such an unrelenting job being leader of the opposition. You're in the eye of the storm all the time, and a lot worse if you're in Sinn Féin, because the national media is out to crucify them every chance to get, and the facts are there to prove that. Mary Lou should know when is the time for her to go. She might decide that she will not contest the next general election. I would say she'll give it a lot of consideration. She's there quite a long time. She has weathered a lot of storms, and she has taken the party to where it now is. There'll probably be around 40 seats in this new Dáil. So, That's a fair achievement, given what has happened in the last couple of months.
I think too, John, in fairness, it should be said that Sinn Féin took 37 seats in the last Dáil.
Yeah.
They lost a couple of those through problems that the party had over the past number of years. That went down to, what was it, 34, 35?
They lost 3.
They lost 3, so that took it down to 34. If they take 40, that's 6 more.
Yeah.
That's 6 more than they had going out. There was a lot of commentators were saying that Sinn Féin would do very well to hold on to what they had. So not only have they held on, they've actually grown, and that's way better than a lot of commentators were saying.
Because Donald, every general election since 2002, Sinn Féin have gone up all the time, and that graph is going up on this occasion as well.
And I think that the comment that Mary Lou MacDonald made this morning is an interesting one. That, I mean, a lot of people said, 2020 was a one-off, 2020 was a big Sinn Féin surge that won't be repeated. What she said this morning was Sinn Féin have changed the face of national politics. It's no longer a two-party country, it's a three-party country. And I think she's right in saying that. I mean,
absolutely,
it's not going to go back from that.
Absolutely. And like the reality is that she has served the party very well. She has taken it to new levels of reaching out to a different electorate that wouldn't have been traditional Sinn Féin. Trying to build on that now may need a different look and a different leader. I don't know. Mary Lou Sinn Féin will examine this in the next 12 months. And I think it'll be Mary Lou's decision whether she goes or whether she wants to stay. I think it'll be her decision.
Okay, I want to get to some comments, and then we have to take a break, because I feel we're going to be getting probably what's going to be one of the more significant announcements for a while. Funding is based on the first preference. That's not the reason, indeed. Greg, is it possible Bradley will overtake Jordan when McNulty is eliminated? This will leave Bradley last eliminated. Look at the figures. What do you think? It's a decent question.
As things now stand, we don't know.
All right.
She's on 4-1-3-4. You know.
Okay, listen, well, we'll tease that out, and it's noted that you predicted it, listener, by the way, if that works out. Greg, does the panel think it might be that Pat the Cope Gallagher has 7 pensions now? Personally think he should call it a day. Thanks to Highland Radio for keeping up to date. I'm Charles Ward for the 100% Redress Party. From Sean Ferry, listening in Sweden. Good to have you on board. We've been keeping up to date with all of them, but I understand that you might have a particular
interest.
It's
so amazing,
in
actually, how people are so well informed that they know exactly what the Cope's business is. I can't believe that. I mean, does it really matter at the end of the day?
I don't have one pension. I don't even have one pension in the offering.
But you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
How?
You're with Highland Radio.
I have literally nothing. What do you mean, Highland Radio?
You've a good job.
No, I could go. I go to a
People love listening to the show.
Yes, but that doesn't...
I mean, you've added your own new dimension to it.
Yes.
I mean,
there's a problem. There's a problem in the media, and especially outside of its reach equaling remuneration. You know what I mean?
Seriously?
Of course there is.
Doesn't affect me anyway.
No. It doesn't affect yeah, indeed.
But Greg, would you rather be young and productive like you are, or like John and I are retired and more years behind us than in front of us? Which would you rather?
That started off as a choice, and then it turned into a position that I'm in. I'm not sure if you just changed tack.
It shows that we're in
I think, in fairness, Greg, it started as a choice, ended as a threat.
Yeah.
It shows that we're sort of in a huge vacuum. We have this giant canvas in front of us here, and it's blank because we're recycling everything we're talking about
I
the
don't
last
think
2
so.
days.
I really don't think so.
We're doing a lot of it.
No, I don't think so, and
Right.
I think you're wrong. I think, to be honest with you, we sorry. Highland Radio is woke snowflake SH1T. 3 old baldy men pushing out woke SHIT. Oh.
That's lovely.
Thanks, James. Love you too.
No, in fairness, Greg, I have to say that's not fair. It's 4 plus a wonderfully articulate lady.
Oh my God! Can you imagine sitting in your bedroom and deciding to type that to strangers on the internet? It really
completely
is
dismissed me.
It doesn't. I know.
Forgot me.
It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But can you imagine if you're sitting in the 3 of us were sitting at a table in a pub, and a fella walks up and goes, "Oi, you 3. You woke SHs, you baldy, pushing you." You know, you would look at him and you go, "Well, firstly, you'd lamp him." And you go, what are you doing? But sitting at home.
But they're still listening and watching.
Yes,
that's the one.
I could live without it, but I get you. Yeah. All right, then let's and listen, James. I love the crack. You cannot offend me, so you're gonna have to dig a little bit deeper than that, buddy. All right, we'll be back with more after the break.
Make Christmas for everyone at Dunnes Stores with festive savings on refreshing soft drink 18-can packs like Coca-Cola, Pepsi and 7-Up, just €10 each. And choose from a selection of indulgent treats like Jacob's Biscuit Tins or Ferrero Collection, also just €10 each. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. However you do your Christmas shop, make Christmas for everyone with Dunnes Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used on next grocery shop of €50 or more. Prices subject to deposit return scheme fees.
What's gravity? When does the grass grow greener? Can people with longer legs jump higher? How are plastic cups made? How filthy are our parents? Which ingredients make the best slime? Why do we dream? Are you faster than a calculator? Could a robot be powered by fruit or vegetables?
Kids are full of curious questions. ESB Science Blast, delivered by the RDS, empowers children to investigate the science behind simple questions just like these ones. Find out how your school can get involved at esbscienceblast.com.
Every year, we donate millions of euros, hundreds of hours and thousands of items to good causes. The Charities Regulator keeps a record of every charity in Ireland. So if you want to give to a charitable cause, go on our website and check so you know what your giving will be put to good use. Click, check, give. Check your giving to a registered charity at checkacharity.ie. The Charities Regulator. Please give confidently.
The body is that of a 35-year-old. Significant lesions to the face, particularly the right temple, correlating to the intracranial hemorrhaging observed. Seatbelt abrasions clear across chest and abdomen. Broken femur and tibia, right leg. Blood alcohol is over the legal limit. Cause of death, drink driving. Drink and drive, and it could be you on the mortuary slab. A message from the Road Safety Authority. Visit rsa.ie.
At Centra, we've got amazing Christmas simple savers from now until the big man arrives. Like Nestle Black Magic 348 gram and Dairy Box 322 grams €6 each. Jacob's Elite Selected Tins €10 each. And 19 Crumbs Wine Selected Range €8 each. Perfect for Christmas. Centra. Live every day. Enjoy alcohol sensibly.
Hello, my name's Enda Walsh and I'm a dairy farmer from Ormore, County Galway. In Ireland, we're always looking for a better cow. A cow that's healthier, happier and longer lived. A cow that gives us more milk of a higher quality with specific health benefits. A cow that has a lower carbon footprint. We're finding that better cow through our world-leading breeding programs based on years of science and research. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Dairy Council, everyone's dairy.
Zach Bryan, live at Phoenix Park. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st. Subject to license. Tickets $121.25 go on sale this Thursday at 8 a.m. Maybe subject to fees. Presented by Aiken Promotions.
If you're struggling for Christmas gift ideas, look no further than Watson Hire in Letterkenny. They've brilliant deals on tools, homeware, workwear and comfy boots to keep anyone warm on the job. Plus loads of stocking fillers and other gift ideas in store. Or have it delivered straight to your door at watsonhire.ie. Get a gift that matters at Watson Hire, Lisnenan, Letterkenny. Also open every Sunday until Christmas.
Are you worried about trees on your property? Northwest Forestry Services Ballybuffet are fully insured and have over 40 years experience in dangerous tree removal, tree felling, surgery and stump grinding. For peace of mind, call Northwest Forest Services Ballybuffet for a no obligation quotation on 913233.
Okay, you're very welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre. It's funny chatting to different people. The mood has changed. Those who perhaps were formerly or previously confident of Charlie McConalogue retaining his seat. No one's ruling anyone out. No one's writing anyone off, by the way, because we're speculating on numbers to some extent we don't even have access to. And even those amazing talliers don't necessarily have access to. I will say one thing though, we do try and give our listeners what they want, and Michaela Clark, who has been working very hard here today, as is the whole team, has now put the tally or the results in order. Okay, so we're good now. So that's us for the rest of the evening. Are you happy enough with that? Your wish is our command, is what I will say. But that's all down to Michaela. And the reason why, we're just trying to give you what we want as we go along. That's all what we're on about here, is just to make things as easy for you to engage with as is possible. Thanks to Highland Radio for keeping us updated. It's our pleasure. It'd be great to see Ain't 2 TD elected, as they're not afraid to speak the truth. Every other party seeking popularity votes but don't deliver when they get in. Paddy Diver done more for defective concrete blocks than our elected TDs did this term. Up to him, the lid would still be closed on the scandal. I think in fairness, he has worked closely with elected representatives on it, either whether it's publicly or indeed whether it's behind the scenes. Another caller says, I think if Charles Ward gets elected instead of Mr Pringle, it'll be a big step back for Donegal in Dublin. It takes 6 to 10 months for a new TD to get to know the ins and outs of Dáil Éireann. Pringle is doing a great job for a man whose hands are tied. It's possible both of them will get in. I would suggest to any TD going down there, don't get to know the ins and outs. Go in there and operate outside the system, outside the bubble. I know what you mean in terms of the ins and outs of who you deal with and who you don't. But if it was me, I'd go down there and I wouldn't want to get involved in the ins and outs in certain cases. Just go down there and rebel rouse. Is there any indication of the level of participation of the 18 to 25-year-olds in this election in Donegal? We don't have that information, but I think if you've posed that question to some extent, you probably suspect what the answer is. Mary T is a person for the people, always was and always will be. M. McGrath, indeed, and she works tirelessly, advocating on behalf of people, as it relates to the hospital, as it relates to, and she represents people as if she were an elected representative. I don't think anyone could take that away from her. Mary T or John Mack out first. I can't make a material difference to others. If John goes first, I don't know if you want to listen to this. If John goes first and gives a sizable transfer to the Cope, then Mary T's transfer takes Cope over the quota. Then Cope's surplus votes will actually be Mary T votes and distribute as well. Whereas if Mary T goes first, then Cope's surplus could be John Mack's and distribute accordingly, probably in a Pingle favour. That's what. 1 second, John, to get your mic up, sunshine.
Thanks very much. Those figures are not based on like the returning officer can't look at what might be. She has to look at the figures in front of her. Exactly. Only what's in front of her. She can't make suppositions and guesswork. And while some of that, or all of it, may not have much bearing on it, the whole process of the count is based on the actual figures and the actual ballot papers. So supposition is something that is just a matter of, I suppose, guesswork. And it's like also in this situation where we're in here, there's people in this hall here making their own predictions that's not based on any factual data.
Yeah, I think they're not too far away, because normally when the full people are up there with their backs to us, it means they're doing something significant. Let us see. Highland Radio. Pat is a great worker. That's why he's got so many votes. Jordan's transfers will have the final say. They most likely will push Pringle over the line, which is what Pringle's supporters are supposing. I think Highland Radio gives the most comprehensive, unbiased, insightful coverage. Yes, but we don't have an Ocean FM spreadsheet. We've got better. It's all right. Don't worry about that. Why is Mary T allowed to be wasting time? She needs to accept she's out. No, she's entitled to approach the powers that be, make a case, and then the decision is made, and she's not wasting time. That's the process. Great coverage, Greg and team, from Christopher Curran, listening in Muff. Love the banter. You're all doing a great job. Another, if Mary T can stay in the race and get ahead of Bradley, maybe she feels she'd have a chance of overtaking 5th place. It's mathematically possible, though highly improbable.
On a quarter of the quota.
Do you only read out texts that are not critical of your content? I don't know. Are you filtering text? Is there any WhatsApps that are critical? Are there any WhatsApps that are critical there, Shannon? Yeah, well, no, that's fine. But if it's to do with our content, send them through. I love it. Bring them on. No, we don't filter out. Anyone who listens to the 9 till noon shows knows we don't. And normally the message starts, I know you won't read this out, and then I read it out. I love it. Greg, you've mentioned the Sinn Féin vote and parties like Fianna Fáil saying they've all increased their representation, etc. It must be remembered that there's 14 extra seats up for grabs in this Dáil, 160 in 2020 to 174 this election, 173 when you take out the Cam Corla. So, of course, this can slightly skew the number and their take on the numbers. Keep up the good work, and never mind the woke accusations, John and Letterkenny. John, it's fine. I know who I am, and that's not who I am. Does the panel think anyone else will be elected in Donegal tonight? That's a good question.
We do not know.
We do not know.
No, we don't
Is there
know.
a comma in there?
We're
We
not
do not
too.
know.
We're not too sure.
Is it? We do not.
Is
comma
the
know.
count going to move forward, or is it not?
Okay.
I think it will.
I think so. I hope so. Although I could do the show from here tomorrow.
Good luck.
Technically,
Good
we're all
luck
set
to
up.
you. I'm working elsewhere tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's what you said the last time. Did you not turn up anyway? All right. No, you didn't.
There's this thing called the
Are you at school
Tyrconnell
tomorrow,
Tribune.
Trudy? Yes. Okay.
The Tribune has
Paddy,
to
do
come
you
out on
remember how
Wednesday
you
night.
mentioned you were retired earlier?
I retired in 1987.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
How's that going for you?
Oh,
Come
it's
here.
great. It's great.
Do you believe that?
I do.
John, not John, but Donal has been looking at some of the figures from Mary's distribution, Mary T's distribution.
Yeah, this is a tally I just got from some Fianna Fáil representatives actually. According to them, it's Mary T's distribution is giving 145 to Nicky Bradley. It's giving 370 to Pat the Cope Gallagher. It's giving 240 to Charlie McConaughey. Interestingly, it's giving 338 to Thomas Pringle. And it's giving, as we were predicting, a good surge for Charles Ward. It's giving Charles Ward 1,318.
Interesting stuff. So effectively, Thomas Pringle through Mary T would theoretically, if they're accurate, only close the gap by a further 100.
Yep.
Okay.
But that would seem to be broadly in line with John Campbell's predictions, particularly as he believes any votes going to Pat the Cope Gallagher ultimately will come back to them through Noel Jordan.
Yeah. Okay. Right, that'll be interesting. I think we're actually going to get that formally very, very soon.
Right.
That's a massive lump of votes for Charles Ward. Maybe he might say that. Sorry. You say that as well. I haven't got your faders up, folks.
We did anticipate this happening.
Yes.
That Mary T's vote would go to Charles Ward. Yeah.
It's in the numbers. That's like.
It's over a third of her vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10,000 votes.
Yeah, he's in dry territory now.
Oh, very. But he has been in dry territory for some.
It's interesting that we have gone from evidence to show that the status quo would be maintained here, and when I say status quo, I'm replacing Joe McHugh with Pat the Cope, right? Yeah. And now the dynamics have changed so dramatically that we could have actually one sort of government rep who may well be a Cam Corla.
Yeah.
In the county. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is all supposing, right? And Pat might walk in here and take my hat off. But
and you have the possibility that the redress party, newly formed party, may well replace an independent.
Yeah, that's also
that's very much in the mix there, because I still believe that Charlie McConaughey is going to be very difficult to catch. Because he's going to pick up more votes along the way as well.
And I'm not being smart because you're making a serious point. I just do have to ask Paddy one quick question. I wrote home and dry on my sheet, but I can't remember who he said that was about. Do you?
It was about Charles Ward.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Save your embarrassment.
No.
Go ahead.
Save your blushes.
Save all your kisses for me, John.
Oh, gee.
Downing's ladies in the All-Ireland Junior Final. Bernard, we actually had, through the wonders of technology, Maureen Moe doing the updates for us via Zoom. So if you were watching our election coverage, you actually saw Moe out on the sidelines at Park Nadunav during the stream, which is random, but hey, we're trying to do different things all the time. Good on Downing's. Right, okay. Come in, please, at this point.
No, I was just going to. You did ask, about us making predictions 2 hours ago, and it's incredible. We went for 3 different names, and you were last, Trudy, and we went for 3 different names, and it's still kick around. It's still.
Yeah.
Even though I think now Charlie Ward's begin to fade into the distance, so he's. But that's how tight it is anyway. That the 3 of us went for.
He has cleared all the hurdles. He's cleared every last hurdle.
Seems to be everybody's favourite second candidate.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, I mean, that is all about making redress. People might.
What did
defective
Charles
blocks.
tell you outside? We don't use the M word
Why
anymore.
do you have this make action group then? So
well, I did ask.
Right?
I think they're really, to be honest with you, Mag. It's
the initials.
It's the last.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but it's the last people using Micah.
Yeah.
Is the actual Micah Action Group. Funny enough.
No, he just told us outside, don't use
Who's
the
this?
M word. Charles did. He said, don't use the M word. We're a 100% redress partner.
Mary T has done a lot for people locally. Mary T does a lot for families with Micah, for defective concrete. Yeah, I do find myself correcting the text a lot, but I don't like the word correcting, especially, as I said before, if it's someone's personal experience.
But it's a word that's been so prominent in Donegal.
Yeah.
And you hear it
It's a
so
buzzword,
much. It's
isn't
very
it?
hard just to...
I'll tell you what it is similar to. It's like people calling every vacuum cleaner a Hoover.
Yeah.
It's in that sort of a...
So you're saying how things are vacuumed up, and Donald has been saying how they're being hoovered up.
Yeah, but I'm actually really annoying because I
Mm.
correct people who say, I just did the hoovering, and I will say to them, oh, you got a hoover? I'm that kind of the AH. Let's see. There was something here, someone giving out about... Oh, I'll come back to that in a second. Hi, Greg. I'm watching Highland coverage all day, and I could watch yous all for another day. Just brilliant. Yous are doing a great job. Keep doing. Well, be careful what you wish for. Excellent coverage from Highland. Very easy to follow. Listen to all of it, bar an hour when I got a walk when rain stopped. Thank you from a Buncrana listener. Hi, Greg. How did Brian Stanley do in Laois? Brian Stanley...
Yeah, he got elected,
He
yeah.
got in, didn't he?
Elected comfortably.
Yeah, elected comfortably. Your disrespectful, dismissive attitude to Mary T. Sweeney is a disgrace to objective journalism. However, it's not surprising. No attempt to hide your radio's left-wing bias and your contempt for Aintu's politics. Hugh Gallagher in Milford. Now, Hugh, ask Mary T. And I'm asking you genuinely to ask Mary T. what she thinks of the coverage that she gets, not only on Highland Radio, but on my show. And I also want you to ask her about how many times Peadar Tobin has been on my show versus other local radio stations. So ask Mary T herself what she thinks of whether I'm left, right or down the middle, and I'll come back to me on that. Really enjoyed the coverage of the election. Great job, Highland Radio. We'd be lost without you. Hi, Greg. Your coverage has been extremely good. Well done to you and the team. Thanks so much for making a key point a few minutes ago about how so many people have to leave Ireland for opportunities and bring family home with them. All four of my grandparents were Irish born and bred, which makes me Irish by foreign birth. But because my accent isn't Irish, people often query how and why I'm Irish and how I hold an Irish citizenship passport. It's tiring having to explain myself to narrow-minded people. As you rightly said, this issue is not a key one for many people. It's a scapegoat and it's amplified by a noisy and poorly informed minority. Listening in from Perth, Australia. Come on, Pat, says a listener. I wouldn't be surprised if you managed to vote for him over in Australia. Will you be live tomorrow again? If we need to be. If we haven't got a result, of course we will. Some shift for 5 presenters, keeping it interesting. Someone tell Mary T to let it go. That comes in from Eddie in Glasgow. What's all with the hatred with people's messaging in towards Mary T? I don't feel there's an awful lot of hatred. This is politics and it's not personal, and I'm not getting any hate. Hey, Greg, great coverage of the elections. Fair play to Trudy, who consistently said about Charles Ward picking up transfers from the very, very start. Okay. The Cam Corla is the worst job in Dáil Éireann. Pat the Cope and the Hutch will be on their own most days. Well, the Hutch isn't in, so there you go. Thanks for all the fantastic coverage and good crack. It's fabulous to be able to sit and watch it on TV. Well done, and it's fantastic to have you with us as well. Greg, honestly, you're an old school presenter, totally unbiased. Yeah, I really, really don't have a bias bone in my body. I genuinely don't, because I don't really have any political leaning. But anyway, enough about moi. Let us take a break. We'll be back with more, because I think I don't want to be... I'm trying to avoid constantly saying I think we're getting close, but it does seem like I think we're getting close. So we'll take this now.
Make it a Christmas party to remember at Dunnes Stores, with 20% off a fantastic range of wine and champagne, and mix and match 3 for 2 on over 100 party food options. Whether you want crispy tempura prawns, elf bao buns, or a selection of indulgent cheeses, whatever you want from your Christmas shop, You'll find it in our aisles, fridges and freezers. Plus, you can save again at the till with a 10 off 50 grocery voucher. Make Christmas for everyone with Dunnes Stores. Terms and conditions apply. Voucher can be used in next grocery shop of €50 or more. Voucher excludes alcohol. Please drink sensibly.
There's no time to waste. Start saving big on your energy bills this Black Friday with our best offer of the year. Switch to SSE Airtricity today and save up to €790 on your electricity and gas. Plus, you'll get €150 welcome credit. Don't miss out. This limited time offer ends on December 9th. Switch today at sseairtricity.com/save790. SSE Airtricity. This is Generation Green. EAB €2,583. Rates valid from the 1st to the 7th, 2024. For T's and C's, tariff, standing charges, exit fees and savings claims, see sseairtricity.com/save790.
Burglars are now doing their Christmas shopping. And guess what? They might just be calling with you. Install a wire-free burglar alarm from Sheridan Security Systems before December 31st and get 6 months round-the-clock monitoring free. Contact us today on 912-6025 for a free quotation. Have a peaceful Christmas with Sheridan Security.
Are we back? Okay, we are back indeed. Sorry about that. I broke my headphones and I didn't know we were back, but we are. Okay, we are awaiting, should I say, the results of count 11, isn't it? Yeah. Because after the last count, no one was elected. Yes, we've had count 11. We are now waiting on count 12. There was no surplus of votes to be distributed after count 11. So the votes of the candidate with the lowest number of votes, Mary T. Sweeney of Aintu, 3,376 will be distributed. She was just 3 behind John McNulty at the time. There was a little bit of querying of that, but as it turns out, we have moved forward and we are well into the process. We heard from Donal, who had looked at some of the tallies of where her votes might be going, and Charles Ward benefiting to the tune of 12 or 1,300. And others as well. Out so far, Arthur McGuinnessy gone, Vincent Bradley's gone, Claudia Kennedy is out, Frank O'Donnell is out, Jerry McGeever is out, Amy McGee of the Irish Freedom Party eliminated, Ken McMenamum, he's eliminated, Carol Gallagher, she's eliminated, Nuala Carr eliminated, Niall McConnell eliminated, Mary T. Sweeney is out. And we are in the situation, for those just tuning in for the first time, maybe you're out for the day, it's good to have you on board. We're in a situation whereby we have 2 seats effectively up for grabs. That's the working theory here. And we've got 3 candidates still in the mix for 2, or are we almost at a point now, Trudy, where we are saying we've got 2 candidates for 1? At what point does Charles Ward's position become so comfortable that we stop mixing him in with Charlie McConalogue and Thomas Pringle, I wonder?
I think once we get this official count of Mary T's transfers, that will secure Charles Ward's seat. His
advantage will be unobtainable by the lowest of the other 2 candidates.
Well, it's not going to confirm his seat, but it should secure it for him.
Yeah.
And
no
that
more
he's
than
not
Pat
going
the
to be
he's not
exactly
over the line. But
he's not going to be fighting for that last seat.
We've been supposing that he's elected.
Yeah,
yeah.
He should feel pretty confident, basically, once he gets these transfers now from Mary T.
Yeah.
Going from Donal's tallies. Yes.
Exactly, yeah. And normally and often they are pretty accurate,
precise,
aren't they?
Yes.
So that leaves us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It still will be a case that the next elimination will be a single elimination, won't it? Looking roughly at those figures.
all single eliminations,
all single eliminations from here. All right, okay. All very interesting. How long do you think we've got before we get this announcement? Is this an important one, especially maybe that the process is being scrutinised a little bit? Does it subconsciously mean they're going to take a little bit longer from here on in, I wonder?
This one's... we were working at about 45 minutes per count. This one's gone on now for an hour and 20 minutes. So we started off at 6:40 and it's now 8:05. So I don't know what happened at the recount there, but this one slowed it down considerably. So, but yeah, it'll change the whole purpose of this, because Charles Ward is going to move from 3rd place into second place, and that's going to leave him in the same territory as Pat the Cope, really. So we're down then to a 2-horse race. But still, between there's 3 and 4 or 7, and there's still 12,000 votes to be shifted around, and that's after Mary T's votes have been counted. So there's still a huge amount of votes there.
Yeah, for sure. Caroline, are you expecting something soon? Oh, she's on her feet. Right, okay. Right, we're all getting ready here. In fact, she's coming
She's
to the
going for it,
podium
yeah.
right now. Okay, here we go. This is exciting.
A Gwini Ushla. Seo a leannas tuirí an dara cúntas déag in dhé cuid vótaí Mary T. Sweeney 3,376 vóta ach dalú. Bradley Nicky Finnegail Moja 146 Umlan vótaí Caramila 208. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fina Fall Moja 372 Umlan 1,010 204 Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja 184 Umlan Vóta 5,339 McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja 200 Caraca Umlan Vótaí 8,771 McNulty John Finnegail Moja 55 Umlan Vótaí 3,434 Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja 338 Umlan Vótaí 6,795 Ward Charles 100% Redress Moja 1,310 Umlan 9,784 Pauper Baloja Now in Asherha Shockade Fihis a 3 Umlan Mila 3,380 Near one ein Irahor an quota amas a kuntas sho Kinnis nach will Fuilja voti adalju amach Curry me an Irahor a will an maid is lu voti ega John McNulty 3,434 vota as an orav. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 12th count, which consisted of the distribution of Mary T. Sweeney's 3,376 votes. Total of votes distributed 3,376 votes. Bradley Nicky Finnegail plus 146. Total votes 4,280. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 372. Total vote 11,294. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 184. Total votes 5,309. Sorry, I'll say that again. 5,339. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 240. Total vote 8,771. McNulty John Finnegail plus 55. Total vote 3,434. Pringle Thomas Non-Party plus 338. Total vote 6,795. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 1,318. Total votes 9,784. Non-transferable papers not effective 723. Total 1,385. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. John McNulty, 3,434 votes. Thank you.
Okay, well there you have it, Gura Mahagot. We do appreciate the clarity with which those details are delivered. So we've a situation now where Charles Ward is 1,013 votes ahead of Charlie McConalogue, and I think there was almost something symbolic in the applause there. I don't think they were necessarily applauding. In other words, applauding because we've got there. I think it might have been that leapfrog.
A huge lift there.
Yeah.
I mean, it deserves an applause.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like that, that's him just done and dusted.
Are we now at the point where we're only talking 2 for 1?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, even at the minute, McConalogue is still 1,976 ahead of Pringle.
Mm-hmm.
That's...
What's that figure again?
McConalogue is 1,976.
And I think they wanted to be within 2,000 at this point.
Well, yeah.
So that's how close it is.
Their words were, if we were within the 2,000, they'd feel
50-50, wasn't it?
A bit safer. Yeah.
Okay. Fascinating.
Yeah,
It's
so
fascinating.
It's incredible. From being way back from early morning here, he's now up into second place, and he's 1,000 ahead of Charlie McConalogue now. So,
cheers, Joe.
He's in really good shape now. So he's 1,000 ahead of Charlie McConalogue. And Thomas Pringle is, what did we say? He's 2,000 votes behind Charlie McConalogue now. So, and Noel Jordan and John McNulty have 5 and 3 is 8. Wow, they have nearly 9,000 between them to give out. So,
but everyone's talking about this transfer between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, right? I mean, what percentage of those would Charlie McConalogue need to get back in,
of Pringle,
or even to get back in front of Charles Ward?
Well, I would say if Thomas Pringle gets Noel Jordan as 5-3, let's say it's 5-6. If you got 2,500 votes out of the transfer from Noel Jordan, that would take him up to 8-7. 8-7. You see, that's not going to be enough because Charlie McConalogue is already on 8-7. He needs more than that because Charlie McConalogue is going to get a dribble or a flow of votes from all the remaining candidates as they are eliminated. So not alone does Thomas Pringle need a good lift, but he needs a proportionately lift over and above what Charlie McConalogue was getting from the same transfers as well. It's still a steep hill for him to climb. It's possible, but it's not probable.
So what I might do at this point again, and I hope listeners understand, it's not writing anyone off and it's for no purpose. If we all are in agreement that Charles Ward is as home and hosed as he could possibly have dreamt of at this point, out of Charlie McConalogue and Thomas Pringle at this point now, seeing as it's potentially a 2-horse race, who do you think will be elected John McAteer?
McConalogue.
Paddy Rooney, who do you think will be elected at this point?
Out
of those two. And Trudy?
McConalogue.
Okay, so that's a 3. 3 for 3.
Yeah.
The
gap
there
is so wide.
I'm going Pringle.
Yeah,
I'm going Pringle because
it's very 50-50.
I'm looking at the figures.
I know it's hard to pick. I think it's completely 50-50 because as each of these candidates are eliminated, the more votes there are to be distributed.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and the
more
votes that are non-transferable.
Exactly.
I mean, what we're going for there is that the gap is so wide. It's almost a miracle to get up there.
We're about to find out very soon about the lie of the land because I identified John McNulty as some kind of a straw in the wind here early on. needs 3-4-3-4. And if Thomas Pringle can't get something of real metal from his neighbour here, well, we'll see. It just
realistically, to have total confidence in winning that seat, you need to get 500 or 600 or maybe 700,
Yeah, I would
and
think so,
then
yeah, I
hope,
think I agree.
and then hope that the Jordan transfer will
Yeah.
favour him maybe by a
But
couple
that's
of
it.
hundred.
As things progress, Jordan's picking up more and more votes.
Yes,
And then when we get to the stage then that Jordan is eliminated, there's so many votes at that stage that Pringle will desperately need to cross the line.
Yeah, but you know, at another way of
Yeah.
looking at that there, the numbers that become non-transferable
Yeah.
continue to grow because you're moving into what, the 13th count? Or
Yeah, because
thereabouts.
that's an important point, Sean, because Niall McConnell had 405 non-transferable, and Mary Sweeney out of 3376, she had an incredible 723 votes that were non-transferable, and that number's
Huge.
creeping up now, which is not helping the people that are chasing behind, you know.
Yeah, indeed. Can I just reflect for a moment too on something that's really remarkable politically in this county, in that, I don't know, a year or so ago or whatever it was, how long ago, not very long ago, there was no party called 100% Redress. The party simply did not exist. And in that amount of time, they got 4 councillors elected. Charles Ward was a candidate who didn't get elected. And now he is on the brink of being elected to the Dáil. Everyone wrote him off. I wrote him off privately. I said, the man's from Ironmore, he's living in East Donegal. You need someone from Inishowen. Tactically, I can't see how it could work. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if I said it publicly, but I certainly said it privately. And now they're potentially, or very likely, sitting with a 4 councillors and a TD.
Definitely.
They've
But
got
I mean,
much more, sorry John, they've got much more in Donegal than actually Fine Gael have at the moment.
Well, they're bigger than Fine Gael.
Yeah, because they have a TD and 4 councillors, and Fine Gael have no TD and only 3 councillors, so...
It's amazing.
It is amazing, isn't it, John? I mean, you know, we talked earlier on and talked about your experience in politics, as is everyone's. But you know, you've been doing this stuff for over 50 years. You said that yourself a little earlier on. There's not many stories like that, or no. I mean, I'm not saying we haven't had some big stories in this county over the years, but when you look at it, a party created, 4 elected to the council, and it's looking like a TD now.
And a candidate selected by a majority vote
Yeah.
in the selection process.
I don't know. I think it's quite a remarkable story. There's just no doubt about
But
that.
I mean, it justifies an awful lot of things in relation to the defective blocks issue. It gives them a voice in Dáil.
Oh, it does, and the
like
big thing, the big thing about it is that even if Charles Ward goes to Dáil and he never opens his mouth and never done anything, it's just sending a signal that this is an issue here that's seriously unresolved. And you know, I've heard it a lot in the room since I come in here on Friday morning, not so much around this table but out on the floor, about you know, the redress team. They've actually shot themselves in the foot because they haven't picked a candidate from Inishowen.
I said that.
It just goes to show what we know.
Yeah, no.
They actually knew better.
But that being said, they themselves were wondering of the strategy internally. They themselves effectively were saying yesterday, oh, well, sure.
Well, yeah, we know that.
You know, because we were getting some of the early action when we seen how he was pulling out of Inishowen. So it wasn't just us. But at that time, I thought, what have you done here? You've got Charlie McConnell on 20%, your candidate's on 10%. Look at the optics of it.
I know.
And yet here we are now. It's really quite remarkable.
Actually, you know, when you think of it, if this comes to pass, the redress team party have actually done very well. But they're actually going to get 2 for 1 here, because it's top of the list for Padraig McLaughlin as a policy issue for him, and he's been the most vocal, I think, of all of the candidates on this. So they've actually got Padraig McLaughlin and Charles Ward now to go and advocate for them when they go to Dáil.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it.
They're effectively going to have 4 voices out of 5, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as I say, if Pat the Cope Gallagher, I seem to be the only one keeps saying he could be the last camcorder, but well, not the last camcorder. He was the last camcorder, the camcorder.
If he's offered the job, he will take it. Because
That's what he said.
Yeah. He just felt, he says, I'm obliged to serve. Straightforward.
723 were non-transferable papers not effective. What would be the majority reason for those that down the list there was no preference that wasn't useful anymore?
There wasn't a continuing candidate to transfer. And like it's as simple as that. There, somebody voted up to 5, 6 or 7 or something. Remember, that was on the 12th count. So if you hadn't got a preference that hadn't been previously used, 8, 9 or 10 or whatever it might be, it's way beyond that actually. You'd been voting up to 12 at that point.
Yeah, you see, we're only down now to what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates. So there's 13 gone. So a lot of these people could have been Mary T were number 1 and voted for a whole load of candidates, but they happen to be all gone at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay, just for those of you who are watching on the stream going forward, we've got the figures that are up. Would you prefer if I got rid of those that are eliminated now? Would it be more usable for you guys at home or wherever you are if you're watching on the stream? And sorry to speak behind your back, our radio friends, but if it would be more useful at this point to get rid of those that are eliminated now so it was clearer, please let me know in the comments and I'll do that for you. Right, let's take a break. We've got so much to digest here. It really is quite a remarkable, it's just a remarkable stories every which way you turn, and there's just going to be absolute heartbreak for someone here as well too. It looks like someone's political career, at least for the next term of the Dáil, is over, which is not insignificant. Right, okay, Patrick, if another 3 or 4 people say get rid of the eliminated, I will.
Let's stay in and watch a film. Don't forget to switch the lights off. Is it too early for the Christmas lights?
Switching things on and off this winter and searching for ways to save? Here's a switch that can really help. Sign up to our smart meter plan and save 30%. Visit electricireland.ie. EAB €1,293, based on 12-month Home Electric Plus Saver 30 electricity. Discounted unit rates with online billing, direct debit and VAT. Smart meter required. Subject to change. T's and C's apply.
Enjoy real savings this Christmas at SuperValue. Like SuperValue smoked salmon 300 gram, half price. SuperValue fresh Irish T-bone steak, now save 33%. Pick up selected Pampers range, any 2 for €20. And scan your card or app and get Fairy non-bio powder 50 wash, now €10. Share the magic this Christmas with SuperValue.
It's Social Work Awareness Week, and TUSLA is recruiting social workers for positions all across the country and offering 70 funded places on its Master of Social Work apprenticeship. Social workers are vital in supporting children and families in our communities. Whether you are a recent graduate or thinking of a career change, explore different TUSLA career opportunities at tusla.ie or email tuslarecruit@tusla.ie. Make a difference to children and families. Join TUSLA.
Homeowners, are you ready to cut your energy bills? Solar panels are a smart way to cut costs and power your home with clean, renewable energy. Switch to solar with efficient renewables and start saving. Right now, we're offering a free panel for every solar system ordered before the 20th of December. With the SEAI grant reducing in January and with 0% VAT, there's no better time to make maximum savings. Contact Efficient Renewables today on 074 970 8320 for a free quote for your home and start saving today.
Okay, you're back to you are welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre here as we continue our coverage of General Election 2024. It's great to have you all on board. V&M podcast, yeah, get the eliminated out of there. Great coverage, Greg. I'm still waiting on an invite for that podcast. You know, I think you'd be afraid of Vinny. You'd be afraid of the traction. I think your servers wouldn't cope. P-Bonus says that's better. Okay, that's good to hear. Can you remove the eliminated? Yes, I've done that now, so that's a much clearer image for you. So I hope you're happy with that. Hugh Houston says that would be useful. Kira Boyle says yes, take down the eliminated. Well, listen, your wish is my command. This is a democracy. This is your coverage as much as anyone. Right, okay. We have had the distribution of Mary T. Sweeney's votes, 3,376 votes. As you would know, Pearse Doherty is elected, as is Patrick McLaughlin. Pat the Cope Gallagher collected an additional 372 votes there. He's sitting on 11,294 with the quota of 12,771 in his sights. He's about 1,500 votes shy of that. We have seen Charles Ward of the 100% Redress Party collect 1,318 votes from the distribution of Mary T. Sweeney's votes. He has leapfrogged Charlie McConalogue into the fourth seat, effectively. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, indeed. Now we have Charlie McConalogue of Fianna Fáil, who collected 240 in that last round, sitting at 8,771. Just shy of 2,000 behind him is Thomas Pringle, Independent, 6,795. They wanted to be, worst case scenario, within 2,000. So we've got Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin, who is a neighbour, effectively, of Thomas Pringle. Thomas Pringle, formerly of Sinn Féin. They're not enemies, let us put it like that. And then to be eliminated before that, John McNulty, he's just been eliminated, has he not? He has indeed. And soon to go would be Nicky Bradley, which makes up for about, close on 8,000 votes there as well. So I presume, can I presume, how does this play out now from here, effectively? John McNulty and Nicky Bradley, they are going to primarily benefit, are they not? And this is where we can have the wee debate. Pat the Cope Gallagher, who I think will do really quite well. And also Charlie McConalogue needs to do really well from John McNulty and particularly Nicky Bradley, closer to him geographically. That's where we're at. Would you agree, Trudy?
Well, I think that's what they're hoping for, is that cross-party transfer. So they're in government together, and if people vote that way, that's the way it should go. But as we know, that's not always the way it does go. I would anticipate a transfer all over the place here as well. Funnily, I can't predict where a lot of these would go. I think locally they could stay in the same area, but I can't guarantee that they're going to just directly go to Fianna Fáil.
Yeah. Paddy Rooney.
The only thing that I suppose here is that Nicky Bradley is going to go out after John McNulty, and neither of the two of them got any kind of an enhanced, meaningful vote out of Inishowen, which is Charlie McConalogue's home base, which would worry me that he's not that bowl that he's fishing in. It's fairly shallow. I know Brendan Byrne was talking to us earlier, and he was talking about commonality about government parties and farming and fishermen and so on and so forth. But we'll see. See, on top of everything else, there's a huge distance between where John McNulty and Thomas Pringle lives and where Charlie McConalogue lives. I mean, it takes about an hour and a half comfortably to drive it, if you could even cover it in that ground. So we'll see. But I always mark John McNulty as something special here that will give us a very clear indication, because if Thomas Pringle isn't able to get anything meaningful out of this, his task is going to be tougher than it is hitherto.
He needs 20 to 22%. He mightn't be getting 6%. It's in that region. That's how I have analysed it. I think Nicky Bradley's is just much the same. They're transferring between each other substantially, and that's understandable because that probably would have been the instructions.
I presume we've got Donal out there, Caroline. Donal is just trying to get a sense of what's what. So we might get an early indication, and then those tallies he got the last time were pretty much spot on, weren't they? They got
a listener just messaged in there, Greg, just for your, it must be for your sheet. The only thing missing is the quota. Is the quota on that? Maybe you could add it.
I'm all for democracy and audience participation, Greg. But this doing my planting. Right, okay, I'll do it. What's their name?
It's Pauline Higgins.
All right, Pauline, no problem, dear.
Partner of Brendan Kilcoyne.
Okay.
They've been watching for the past 2 days, so they're not asking for too much. Hi, Pauline.
The quota is 12771.
QUOTA.
12771.
QUOTA.
12771.
Okay, look at this. This is live, folks. We're doing this live. The quota is 12771. Now, there you go. How's that?
There now, Pauline.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. I think we're going to be joined by... is she sitting here? Yeah, okay. Right, Mary T. Sweeney is going to be joining us now. I mean, obviously, Mary T, at this stage, I want to say sort of congratulations and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, are you We heard that you were considering a recount or a recheck, or what is the situation and what's the motivation?
Well, there was 3 votes of a difference between myself and the Fine Gael candidate there. And the reality is that everybody that put their trust in me to stand and come forward gave me great responsibility with that. And that is that the chances are finding 3 votes is very possible. 100% I would find them. I'd be quite confident. And it would have changed the progress possibly from myself and John McNulty as to who went out first.
And obviously sort of in the midst of it here, right? So we were sort of supposing over here, and it's great to have you to correct us where we might be wrong, that really effectively the only thing that would change is maybe it would be John McNulty that goes out in front of you, or like if he goes out in front of you, do you see a pathway to a seat?
No, but every move in any political intervention in voting can determine the outcome of the election. So I was very delighted to hear that I was giving the people of Donegal that directed their vote through me or channeled their vote through me were giving Charles Ward and the 100% Redress Party 1,300 and something votes.
Yeah, 18, yeah.
And I think that has given them a much stronger footing, and it's elevated them, I understand, from 5th to 4th position there. And
well, it's effectively secured him a seat.
Well, I haven't had a chance to do
the
figures
has
because of everything.
Yeah.
But that would be my hope,
it
and
would be
I'm
remarkable
sure
if he were to be overtaken at this point.
The people that put their confidence in me would, I think, have wanted that when that was reflected in the voting pattern, and with that, I had that responsibility.
Right. So, are you no longer then pursuing a recount? You might be wishing to take a call or look at a message. It's.
I'm just delighted. I'm just finding out live on air here that we have Paul Lawless, I understand, elected there in Mayo.
Well done. So that's 2 now. Well done.
So
I know
2.
he was on the brink.
I knew we have 4 around the country. So all of you people out there, listen, we're only rising here. 5 years we've done tremendous. John, what's the prediction on the quota for me there? Is it?
You're saved your deposit.
I'm secure.
You're secure there. Financially, you're secure. I suppose there's nothing that a recheck could achieve. Only could be just a 3 vote. Could be either you or John McNulty. Like the material difference would be literally nil. You might be just ahead of him by something different, you know.
And the votes would eventually find where they were meant to go anyway.
You still had the same number of votes to transfer, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And, you know...
Go on, Mary, speak.
Like, with the best respect in the world, you know, there was no hope of you getting anywhere near a seat. So you had achieved all that you set out to achieve, and that you had polled very, very strongly, and you had increased your vote. So, like, at that point, you've given Charles Ward a resounding victory there. And I give you credit for that.
Mary T, can I put it to you what I said a little earlier on in that, and it was saying in praise of you in terms of your representation. It's almost as if you are elected, okay? You work on the hospital, raising issues around the bridge at Old Town. Can you lend me €100? No, I'm only joking. But, you know, the road safety on the road on which you live and that kind of stuff, right?
And the main roads through
and the main roads, okay.
And the bridges needed.
And I'm only saying what I said when you weren't here, by the way, so I haven't changed my tune. And also, too, you're so committed to the Ain 2 message. I'm just wondering if Peadar had given you a bit more time up here, given the fact that he's got such a high profile, and, you know, maybe grafted a little bit for you once or twice on the ground. I think you've earned that, and I think you've deserved that. And I actually think that would be the difference maker in you potentially securing a seat for the party. I might be doing him a disservice. Maybe he's helping you all the time. If he was up here on the ground, I just think it really would have helped you.
Can I tell you that I think you're missing the picture, the elephant in the room? How dare the Taoiseach? How dare he give 3 weeks for an election?
No, there is that too, yeah.
No, that's the main issue in the room here. 3 weeks to call an election for parties. Where's the democracy in that, Greg? Let's talk about that. The people out there across Donegal, can I apologise to each and every one of you that's annoyed that I didn't come and knock on your own personal door? Because I wanted to. But I cannot physically do that in 3 weeks. And the team that I have been phenomenal. We have given up people coming in after their work. The team that we have is small but dedicated, and they have come in after their works. And we had some rough weather there to travel around the county, and again, just 1,000 apologies to all of you, and that people that have actually phoned me up and said, "Can I have a car sticker?" I really admired them making that effort, and had we had a sort of a better plan from an office point of view, if you had 5 weeks, 6 weeks, it was much more achievable what we could have done.
Yeah.
That's the reality. Shame on this government. How dare they treat the people of Ireland with contempt by giving 3 weeks for an election? That's my opinion on it. Nothing to do with Patrick Devine. He is a stalwart. What he has done in his campaign in 5 years, we as a team have built this party from the ashes to the ground. We are a reckonable party. We're the 4th largest party now in Donegal. Stand by me if I can be corrected there, John. We are recognised. 99% of the doors now know who Aintu are. They know who Patrick Devine is. And many of them know who Mary T. Sweeney is, and those that don't will find out over the next 5 years.
All right, Mary T., listen, as always, thanks so much. I'm sure we'll talk again. I'm sure you'll run again. As to say, I think if you had a bit more of your backing from the big man.
No, I think he's done fantastic. He's been there out front. He's been there out front on RTE. It took us a long time to get in.
Up here, pressing the flesh, shaking hands. The biggest regret.
He's 26 counties to go round, and we have councillors elected as well. And in fairness, I didn't invite him up. I didn't need him. I think we needed more weeks than 3 weeks. We needed 5 weeks, not 3 weeks.
Yeah, I get you. Mary T., listen, by the way, in terms of challenge, have you let that slide now? You've let...
Yes, I have conceded that we are bowing out gracefully with my head held high. We came within a hair's breadth of being. We were the most responsible party to elect the Micah Action Group there, and the 100% redress, and we're very proud to have been associated with that all the way through, which I have backed.
It actually is quite interesting that the electorate picked up the parties that were aligned, isn't it? I've so much respect for the voters, because you can see that they have,
Well, I'm being very canny too, because I'm giving them 5 years to get this resolved, and they'll not be back in 5 years' time, but I will be. Aintu's going to be here.
It was all part of a devious plan.
All devious plan. Aintu's going to be here, and we're looking for other young people out there. The number of young people coming forward. If you're interested, the ATU debate was fantastic with the law students. Milford School, 46 students that first registered to vote, coming up and talking and engaging with me. We have a lot of young people looking to get on board. Reach out, get in contact. We welcome you all on.
Okay.
And if there's anybody with secretarial experience, I'd love to have you.
Okay. And a typewriter.
But Mary, you're sitting there on a fine figure of 3,376. Not many people would have expected you to save your deposit. Not many people. But nobody would have expected you to deliver that huge vote to
I don't
Charles
agree
Ward.
with you, because I think there's parties and individuals of scale, and then there's those that are plugging away. Like I'm not just saying this, right? But I would see Mary T. stroke Aintu. In a division above.
I have people complaining that I didn't get things done because they think I'm already in council. That's the problem I have.
Yeah.
I have neighbours saying to me, "But you didn't get us the road signs." And I said, "But the council quoted £600 each." And they says, "Well, why didn't you get them?" I said, "Because I can't put them up, because I'm not insured if I put them up. The council has to do it."
Why not now, when you have time, get a campaign going to get the town councillors back again?
I've been doing that. That was on my campaign. That was
I know
on my
it was.
list. Yeah.
But
always has been.
That needs to be amplified.
100%, John, I agree
because
with you.
Donegal is losing out. Letterkenny is losing out as a consequence.
Yeah.
And you can see it with the situation of the traffic around the town.
With the €9 million for the ATU, the 20 million for the town development.
11 million for the bicycle lane out the road.
It must be awful to be from Letterkenny with no representation.
It's not that. I see when you meet elderly people coming into town that are now afraid to drive into town.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Because it's become quite congested and quite intense to try and negotiate the Dunstores roundabout.
But at least they're narrowing that road outside the Mount Errigal to 2 lanes, because that's exactly what you'd want to do. Okay. Mary T., listen, thank you so much. Well done to you and all of your team. We've said it to all of the candidates. You did yourself and your supporters proud, and we appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your support over the last 5 years, Greg. We fought hard at the start. We had a difficult ride at some stages.
That's because, hold on a second.
We rode over the waves.
You presumed I was an enemy. Caroline, didn't she? Mary T presumed I was like anti-Mary T, didn't she? You did it at the beginning.
Nobody's anti-Mary T. Everybody's pro-Mary T. It's got to be Mary T.
How could anybody be anti-Mary T?
Now you come up with a bloody slogan and you've just been eliminated. All right.
They're all waiting for me. I'm on my way.
All right,
Thank
good
you,
luck,
John.
Mary T. Take care of yourself. Well done to you. All right, see you soon, Mary T. As I say, I'm sure we'll be hearing more from her very shortly. Right, let me see. Where are you at? Oh, yes, okay, so I'm not saying what the result of this election will be, but I did send Caroline a message. When did I send it? On the 18th of November. And it reads as follows: Pierce Doherty, Charles Ward, Padraig McLaughlin, Pat the Cope, Thomas Pringle. So that was my 5 on the 18th of November.
Very good.
So there you go.
That's your
A
predictions,
fair bash at it.
Yeah, that was it
Yeah.
on the 18th of November. That was the day the poll was coming out. I think the TG Carr poll was coming out, and I thought, right, you know what, I'm going to call this. I'm calling it, folks. Shall I take a break, Joe? Is there one there? Well, let's do it. Back shortly, folks.
Would you believe I'm phoning this radio ad in from my Christmas sea swim? I'm calling from my smartwatch because only Vodafone's one number keeps my smartwatch connected without my phone nearby. So I've got a connection I can always rely on everywhere. Okay, here we go. Feel that freedom! Only with Vodafone one number! Whew.
This Christmas, get an Apple Watch Series 10 with one number connectivity for just €27 a month. Pop in store for more. Vodafone. Together we can.
Offer ends December 31st, 2024. Compatible powered on smartphone, smartwatch and 24-month contract required. Eligibility, limitations and terms apply. See vodafone.ie/terms.
Get into the festive spirit with amazing Christmas value at Aldi. It's our big toy event, which means great gifts for little ones. Little prices, I mean. Toys include Barbie dollhouse only $24.99. Gabby's dollhouse plush chair only $29.99. Christmas character squishies only $9.99 each. Plus kids play tent only $19.99. Well, 'tis the season of saving. Aldi, have a cracking Christmas. In store from November 28th while stocks last.
Pandora's Black Friday promotion is here. Save up to 30% on charms and jewellery and get an early start on your holiday gift shopping. But hurry, this offer won't be around for long. Offer on 2nd of December. Available in participating stores and online at pandora.net while stocks last. Terms and exclusions apply.
Tesco Club Card gives you the power to more this season. Bring a little cheer to your days with Tesco Finest Mince Pies 6-pack, now 2 for €6. Or how about a little something for someone special with sets from Nivea, Dove and more, now half price. Or pick up a Heineken 10-can pack, now for the unbeatable price of €16.96. Helping feed your Christmas spirit. Shop in-store or online. Tesco. Every little helps. Subject to availability. Available in most stores. Prices vary in express stores. T's and C's apply. Deposit may apply. See tesco.ie. Enjoy alcohol responsibly.
Some say it's the look of wonder on the children's faces. Some say it's catching up with old friends, while others say it's family gathering around the table. And you know what? They're right. It's all of this and more that makes Christmas, along with plenty of Avonmore cream. Our freshest cream, including seasonal flavours perfect for the festivities. Don't forget the Avonmore cream, the cream that makes Christmas.
Black November at Yisk with fantastic offers. Save up to 70% on our wide assortment within indoor furniture. For example, save up to 70% on selected dining or office chairs.
Yisk, Scandinavian sleeping and living.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
All right, you're very welcome back to the election coverage here from the Aura Leisure Centre, and it is it's like an emotional stew in here. You've got people that are joyous potatoes, you've got miserable meat, and you've got Trudy turnips. No, I'm just going to leave that metaphor alone. My point being is it's just a whole amalgamation of, do you know, to see the joy on people's faces now, like that was completely downtrodden.
Yes.
And you've got Charlie McConlogue who's just come in here, and he's on the other side of the room, And I'm not writing him off for he could end up being hoisted into the air a little later on. But the point being is that it's just this roller coaster of emotions, and
it's a sense of satisfaction.
What is?
Charles Ward.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They think they've achieved something, and they have achieved something significantly.
They've achieved
the good
an awful
thing
lot.
about here as well is that everybody here is supporting each other. There's no sense of resentment or anything yet.
No.
It's going to give the entire Defective Blocks campaign a whole new boost and a whole new dimension, and that he's going to go to the seat of power in Leinster House to make his voice heard, and he will do that. And that's what he does do.
It's going to be a fascinating dynamic when he takes to his feet in the Dáil and challenges whomever the.
Like his purpose there is going to be a constant reminder to the powers that be that he represents a very big issue in Donegal that, as a consequence, sent him into the Dáil in the first instance.
He's also going to come under an awful lot of pressure to push for a judicial review. I'm not sure that the dynamics of that or the process of that, but I imagine that's going to be high on the list of things he's going to be expected to do.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And by highlighting these things on a regular basis, he will be keeping the whole issue of the defective blocks, and it'll be there in the forefront of the TDs and everybody else in right across the country.
Lavina said, back now. Yeah, we were having some issues with Facebook. What I would suggest is, if you are watching us on Facebook and you can, is to switch over to our YouTube channel, where we have 1,620 of you individually connected, however many more might be, and over on the X platform 1,750 and another 300 or 400 across Facebook, and then our bread and butter, our amazing listeners listening to us across the region and across the world. Brendan says, witnessing history tonight, surely seismic effort from Charles Ward and his team. Yeah, but for the reasons I outlined a little earlier on, like a failed council candidate, written off by a lot of people as a Dáil candidate for many reasons. You couldn't make it into the council. Why are you running for the Dáil? You're not from Inishowen. Why are you running for the Dáil?
Turned it right around.
Part support from the campaign. The whole campaign was behind him, right? But some of it was, and also. Which I thought.
But it just shows as well that each candidate here, all of the transfers that have come from all of the candidates, it just shows what's behind the minds of people in Donegal that are voting.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
And it's as you say, like, he's going to represent 100% redress in the Dáil, but he's representing Donegal, and the voice of Donegal has spoken.
Yeah.
And I think it's nice. And I know yesterday, I suppose, we talked about how bad it would look, the fact that Donegal couldn't manage to get a 100% redress candidate elected, and would that mean that they were almost dismissing it, that it didn't matter? No.
I felt I had to choose my words carefully earlier on. If they didn't get Charles Ward elected, and particularly if Charlie McConalogue was elected, and this is nothing personal with Charlie, the campaign is over. It's over. Paddy Differ would have been gone. Michael Doherty would have been gone. Lisa Hone probably would have been gone. The councillors it would be a long 3 years left in the council plug in this, because very easy for the for Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, who are in government, to be able to defend their record and say, well, sure, look at the people have spoken. It would have been the end of the campaign. And I'd have been concerned as the emotional impact it might have had on those affected by this crisis as well.
Exactly, and as a
there
party,
was so much at stake, Trudy.
So much. As a party, they needed this, and I mean, they needed this candidate elected now. And I mean, all of the people that are in the position that have defective blocks in their houses and homes that have voted for Charles Ward. It's nice for them to see now that their vote has counted. Whether it was a 1, 2, 3 or 4 that has managed to transfer back to him, that they're going to be represented by that candidate in the Dáil.
Yeah, he has given them a whole new voice and really a whole new beginning to move forward on a new platform.
And new hope, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Because like a seat in Dáil Éireann is it's not that easily achieved by a new party.
A brand new
at the
party,
very first attempt.
And I mean, again, with such a small time to run their campaign. Like I know Mary T had mentioned that as well, but for a brand new party to run that campaign in such a small time as well.
I mean, to have two campaigns in about 4 months, June and
it's a fantastic achievement.
Charles Ward was very strong in the debates.
Oh, was
he? He was very strong.
Very vocal and very articulate.
But mannerly. He was respectful. He wasn't shouty. He was respect. It was. I thought that was powerful. I don't think Charlie McConalogue did himself any damage in those.
No, he didn't.
But I do believe that Charles Ward held his own as the defective concrete spokesperson alongside Padraig McLaughlin. Padraig McLaughlin could sit there and saying, "This is what we're committing." We're committed to an end-to-end scheme. So Charles Ward had to bring something else to that party, and he brought the personal stories. He referenced people who were listening. I really, really think he did himself no harm. And the way things are now, clips are cut and clips are shared around, and it spreads around in a million different ways. But I think I'm not attributing that. But if that's how he was getting the message out elsewhere as well, I think that's going to be really.
Suppose the format of the interviews on your or the debates in your radio program, it's like the leaders' debate for all the world. You can't really win, but you can lose. And Charles didn't. He's a good show. He put up a good show. I done a walk around there, and Nicky Bradley is getting the mother and father of all transfers from John McNulty. And Thomas Pringle is doing very, very well out of it. Charles Ward not so well. So somebody asked earlier on, is there a possibility that John McNulty could push Nicky Bradley over Noel Jordan? And she's got one bucket full of votes out there. I don't know what it's like, but she'll be up tight to him.
Well, let's have a look at the figures there. So at the moment, Noel Jordan's on 5,339. Nicky Bradley's on 4,280. John McNulty, obviously in the same catchment area as Noel Jordan, but there's not that big a difference between them. 1,000 and 1,100 there or thereabouts. So I suppose I never even factored that in. Yeah.
If she gave 1,600 or 1,700, if John McNulty gave Nicky Bradley 1,600 and 1,700, and Noel Jordan, I haven't seen his pack coming out yet, but that would actually push Nicky Bradley ahead of him, you know.
Yeah. Starting to fill up here. There's a bit of a buzz coming here, I think.
Okay.
John?
That's it.
Yeah.
You're just going to say okay?
I was just checking out there on our own transfers and how we looked at them this night last week. Nicky Bradley and John are transferring fairly equally at around that 30-35% to each other. Then it's much of a muchness. Charlie McConalogue should be getting a share of them, and so should Thomas Pringle. But Thomas Pringle needs 600-700 votes.
Okay.
If he can't achieve that, he is going to expect an awful lot more from Noel Jordan, and that may not be there.
All right. Let me see. Jerry McKeever, who I believe must be the Jerry McKeever who contested the election. Congratulations, Charles Ward. There must have been a huge burden on him. He and his machine were great. Charles, eloquent, sincere, and very capable. I think that's a fair enough. I think that's a fair enough assessment. Well, Charles Ward being over 1,000 behind, making the jump 1k above and saving himself from elimination, quite the achievement to me. Just say you are bitter otherwise. Pat Surplus was to save Charlie, which won't be in play really, and unfortunately the messages are coming through so quick it's a little bit difficult to keep track of them, because I also have many coming in on the text, and I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll catch up on some of those for now if that is okay. Let me see, where are we? Just to correct the panel, Fine Gael have 3 councillors and a senator, and for someone that's just entered politics since July, she's still in the race and has been getting reasonable transfers all day. For her first election, she has done well. I think I'm still getting used to getting her as a senator, because it's an appointee, right? Don't forget the McNulty's from Kilcar and a few miles from Pringle, not Ardra, as Greg previously said. Southwest Donegal vote could be the difference. Brian, thanks for the correction. I do appreciate that, and I'm familiar with the geographical layout and the townlands. I've spent all my life there, so it's just a faux pas on my behalf. Hi, Greg and team. Sitting at the kitchen table with my wife. glued to the radio, enjoying the analysis, and a bottle of wine, my 2 pencils. It's possible that Ward now leapfrogs the cope and romps home with the 3rd seat. Shoot out then for 4th and 5th to FF and Pringle. Misses out narrowly. Love the mechanics of it all. Georgian and Sean, folks, we're starting to get the wine drinkers on the text machines.
We're not able to share in that at all. I'm
No.
dying for a glass of wine. I'm thirsty, dry.
I'm all about setting precedents.
Nice mellow red wine.
I'm all about. I'll just have a session lager, maybe a Rockshore, like a session lager. It's not. I wouldn't get loaded.
Everybody's sitting with a bottle of wine, and here we are, just with cups of tea.
Yes, but we are getting a buzz from this alcohol-free treat. Let me see. Could you put the quota up on the screen? Thank you. Great coverage. I'm putting it up for as long as I can. Okay, there you are. Great coverage, Greg and team. I enjoy listening to John McAteer every time he's on with you. So knowledgeable in politics and elections, and he also has a great voice. Hi, Greg. That would have been great watching you all. It's been great watching you all in Buncrana. Great stuff. Is it possible that the Redress Party was asked not to run an Inishowen candidate so it wouldn't hurt McLaughlin's vote in that area? A lot of high-profile people within the Defective Blocks campaign were pushing Sinn Féin very hard. Well, the people voted. I think a lot of people favoured Charles Ward over Ali Farron if the people within that setup have spoken accurately to me, and I think Joy Bird wanted to put her head down and make the most of being an active councillor. That's my understanding. And I suppose at this point now it's all been vindicated. It was the right decision, wasn't it? Loving the show, folks. Well done, absolutely superb. Do the panel think Thomas Pringle, who wrote to Justice Minister at the time in 2015, Frances Fitzgerald, calling on her to release Michael McKevitt, did that work against him now, especially since he's against the 2 Inishowen candidates, Ward, McConnell, and probably have a lot of connections with the Inishowen families who lost their loved ones first time? I don't really think that's
no impact at all, I would say.
It just never really has. I know it comes up from time to time. A big perk of being Cam Corla is automatic re-election next time. Pat the Cope, well capable of doing the job, but will he want to contest in 5 years' time? Sean O'Farrell's only 64 and is from a very competitive Kildare constituency. Wouldn't rule out independent Brian Stanley. Hi Greg, listening to Highland all weekend. Many congratulations on fantastic coverage of the election. Well done to all. Thank you so much. Greg said he would read out texts that contradict him. Why hasn't he read this one out yet? You are giving it to Ward too soon. Up to this, it's been all independent transfers that he's got. The remaining candidates are from the 3 big parties. There are 12,000 votes from these 3 candidates. If 60% of these are transferable, that's 7,000 odd votes, and he's only 1,000 ahead. He has to continue to pick up significant transfers to get home and host a Ward supporter in Letterkenny. Hi Greg and panel, just tuning in for the night shift online in glorious Technicolor. I need batteries for the old wireless. You need to be sponsored by Duracell yourselves. Well done on the coverage and enthusiasm. Just heard on Charles Ward result, McConnell being the Agri Minister, he certainly dug himself a hole on the redress. Okay, yeah, there you go. Nearly a perfect election in Donegal for redress. It would top it all off if Charlie McConnell got what he deserves. Isn't it possible that Nicky Bradley will leapfrog Noel Jordan with transfers from her running mate John McNulty? Now, can we dig into that a little bit? I just wanted to catch up on some of those because people are going to the bother of engaging with us in that. So, Trudy, do you want to run through the permutations and what, even if that were to happen, the significance of it might be?
Wait till we think about it. Well, she's currently 1,000.
Sorry, John, can I just ask a question? Yeah. Donal, are you waiting to do an interview?
I have 9 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't aware. Have you been standing there long now? My apologies. Okay, that's... Oh, sorry. All right, Donal, sorry. I'm gentlemen, genuinely sorry. I didn't realise that.
Well, that's great. No, I'm just conscious, Greg, that we've been speaking a lot over the past hour about the Pringle camp and what they believe is the situation going into the next couple of counts. I just thought it would be interesting to speak to someone from Fianna Fáil, one of the Charlie McConnell team, because I'm sure they're going to offer us a different perspective. Niall, Niall Blaney, Senator Niall Blaney, you've obviously been keeping a close eye on what's happening, and you've been doing your own tallies. Now, we've been speaking to John Campbell and to the Pringle team. They believe that if Thomas Pringle can stay within 1,800 to 2,000 of Charlie McConnell going into the distribution of Noel Jordan's surplus, they believe they can win it. You have a contrary view.
Well, I suppose I gave you a contrary view last night, and there's no evidence yet to say that's changing, other than maybe Charles Ward maybe taking that 4th seat. But our figures, as regards ourselves and Thomas Pringle, are holding strong. So 3 counts left, based on our figures from last night, on the basis of what I told you last night. What it's down to here really is the surplus, not rather I suppose the extra vote that Jordan got from his tally last night to where he goes out today. That vote of his may have increased by 2,600. From what I'm picking up from the Pringle camp, they feel they'll still take a 50% transfer of that as well. They're already taking about 50% transfer of what was transferable of Jordan's vote. But there's a reality of that 2,600 vote. It's not an original Jordan vote. It's common transfers from everybody else. So it won't transfer at that 50% rate. And what we've established today in the other number of counts, 12 and beyond, is that Thomas Pringle's vote isn't getting the bounce that it maybe got 4.5 years ago. On the basis of the analysis we have, we still hold out that we beat Pringle for that last seat.
So you don't buy into the argument then that the proximity of Jordan in Mount Charles to Pringle in Killybegs is going to be the deciding factor at the end?
Well, if it comes down to where we were saying last night that the Jordan transfer, based on his vote last night, I think it was 3,382. There's 800 of that dead, and he was getting 50% of the last of what's left, which left him with 1,300 votes. And Charlie getting about 75, which takes us back to about 12. He would have to get 50% of that extra vote that Jordan is now getting, which we're guesstimating around about 2.6. That's not possible because it's not an original Jordan vote. It's a mixed match from all the candidates. So he's not getting, might even get 25% of it. And for that reason, that still leaves Charlie. At that point, he'd be 1,000 ahead, 1,000 votes ahead. We estimate if Pringle got 25% over and above Charlie, he would do well, but he's still a long way off beating Charlie at that rate.
You've been looking at the distribution of the John McNulty vote, which is underway at the minute. Now, this obviously is a very loose indication. This isn't a final tally by any manner of means. What sort of indications are you getting? Because there was some suggestion that McNulty would transfer in some measure to Charlie McConlogue because he's the Minister for Agriculture, and John McNulty would be in an area of agriculture, and there'd be many farmers there would support Charlie McConlogue on the basis of his job.
Yeah, well, I suppose the tally was taken last night didn't factor in Nicky Bradley. So the tally that we have last night, McNulty was given Charlie around 650 votes, and Thomas Pringle was taking about 985, probably a net of about 270 votes or 330 votes for Thomas Pringle. So our figures so far, Donald, are holding strong, and in these situations, you're not confident, but we're confident that our figures are holding strong. And while the Pringle camp are contending that they see a road to victory, it's not backed up with figures. What we have here is figures, and the figures tell their own tale.
How crucial is the Bradley transfer going to be in terms of Charlie McConlogue? There is an expectation that he will do quite well out of Nicky Bradley's votes. I mean, you've been looking at those over the past 24 hours. From crunching the numbers you got from the initial tallies yesterday, do you believe Bradley is going to be a significant factor in this?
Well, her initial transfer yesterday, that's what we have a measure on. And I suppose based on that, Charlie McConlogue would have a 600 vote bounce on Nicky Bradley's. Pringle would have had a 330 bounce on McNulty's, being from the same area. So in the round, Charlie was getting extra. But it goes back to Jordan. Given those 1,300 votes to Jordan, there's still 1,100 of a gap between Charlie and Pringle. So he has to get 1,100 votes to beat Charlie. Out of that 2,600 I talked about, there'll also be a dead vote in that as well. So that's plus, that's a vote over and above 50%.
And you believe that 1,100 is too much to ask?
Absolutely.
Senator Benny, thank you.
Okay, another fascinating insight. It is always. Are you convinced, Donald?
I honestly don't know, Greg. At this
Okay.
point, my head hurts. But it's interesting that, I mean, Niall is working off those figures. And essentially what Niall Blaney is saying to us now is exactly what he was saying to us last night. Now, John Campbell seems to be of the view that they can make up that deficit. He also seems to be of the view that a lot of the votes going to Jordan will go to Pringle. Now, and that's maybe where the contention between the two is. John Campbell believes that a fair proportion of that vote that's going to Jordan from elsewhere, and that's the same one that Niall Blaney just referenced, he believes they will go to Pringle because they're coming via Doherty, they're coming in other areas, but they're going to go back to Pringle. Niall Blaney is saying it's going to be more of a scattergun that's coming from everywhere, and that can't be predicted.
Okay, well, stay where you are because John McAteer has been privy to some tallies from the process that's ongoing at the moment, which is the distribution of John McNulty's 3,434 votes. These are tallies, not a result, John?
Not quite a result, but as close to it as it's going to be. Nicky Bradley is going to leapfrog over Jordan's vote with a lift of 1,721. Pringle will get 570 to take him to 7,365. Charlie McConnell will get 258 to take him just 9,029. And Jordan will get 174. He'll be on 5,513. Is that correct? Yep.
And Thomas Pringle, what did he get?
He got 570. He's on 7,365. We don't have a figure for.
We don't know what
we don't have Charlie War's figure.
No, we don't know. They didn't give us anything.
Yeah.
So Charlie McConlogue was now should be 9,029, and Thomas Pringle is 7,365. So what is that? That means he's 1,700 in front of, or he's 1,700 behind Charlie McConlogue.
It's still tight.
You see, Pringle will have achieved what I was talking about. The 600. He's a bit short of that. Well, he's only 30 short of it actually, but.
Is he still on the? Is he still on a potential path back to the Dáil?
He is.
Which keeps it fascinating down to the wire. 1 second, sorry.
Yep. Just wondering what is McNulty giving to Pat the Cope Gallagher?
We haven't got those figures.
We haven't got that one.
Missing two.
That could be an important one.
We got these in a bit of a hurry to inform the nation first.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's based on the fact that we're basically assuming that Pat the Cope and Charles Ward at this stage are pretty settled in their seats. So
and I
we're
think the tallies people are probably
exactly.
just making sure they don't miss the relevant stuff.
Is it conceivable? Is it conceivable John the Cope could get enough to push him over the line on this one, or is he going to have to wait a bit longer?
11 to 1,500. No, he won't.
He won't make this one right.
No.
Well, not if Nicky Bradley's gained that percentage of the votes.
No.
Which is actually a boost for her as well too, isn't it? I mean, because it makes for a very impressive showing out of 20 candidates.
And again, good to see the Fine Gael keeping it within the party. I'm sure Doreen is absolutely delighted over there.
We'll not know how she transferred to John McNulty because he's out.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I thought it would have been about even Stephen.
Does it make any difference, I wonder, which... Because we'd been working on the principle all along that Nicky Bradley was going to be eliminated before Noel Jordan. Now it turns out that's flipped around on his head. Does it mean anything for anybody here, I wonder?
I suppose in a way it does, because he would be hoping to. Well, it probably doesn't. It's a bit like who goes out first. Doesn't make any big difference. It probably makes a slight difference because you may get, if you're out second, you may easily get a bigger transfer because the eliminated candidate has accounted.
I'm just looking up at the stage, and we're not seeing sort of the familiar gathering of the main people there at the moment, so it looks like we're still some time away. I can't recall how long it is since this part of the process happened. Does anyone know? No?
No idea.
No idea.
No, it's definitely over an hour.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, so we might be edging towards it.
Well, it's exactly 1 hour. This started at 8:10, and it's now 9:10.
So within half an hour then, I'd imagine.
Can we talk about when this might end? Midnight?
Yeah, I like it. You're being optimistic there.
What, we have 3 counts left, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do, so midnight, yeah.
We'll see, it'll be somewhere between midnight and 1:30.
What do you think the spread will be for the final seed in terms of the difference between the two? And this is in the realms of...
The Pringle team will be happy enough with that figure from John McNulty. They would have liked it to have been higher, but 570 brings them back in there in contention.
Yeah.
Now, Jordan's elimination was one that we weren't expecting. So we now know what Jordan's total is. And it's 5513.
Someone says, what could Pringle do on his own? Charlie was a government minister. Well, Thomas Pringle's got a big team around him. It's not his first rodeo. He's been doing this for years. And I don't think he's fishing out of the same pond as Charlie McConalogue anyway. So whilst they're ending up in this battle, it's just the way it's turned out. I mean, they're from two other ends of the county, ideologically very apart. And they're not really, as I say, fishing in the same pond. Will the count be concluded tonight? Patrick Sharkey wants to know. John's getting, I'll tell you, John's getting more optimistic. In fact, he's almost predicting or suggesting that it may happen this side of midnight, or at least around about that time. Okay, I'm going to take a really short break. Stay right where you are, everybody. We'll be back with more detailed analysis. We'll try and continue to give you a sense of what's happening in the room here in terms of, I'll tell you, really, you might as well be here, because what we're doing is we're going around chatting to people on your behalf. We're finding out what they're feeling. Are they confident? Are they not confident? It is quite literally just like you being here, walking around the place yourself, and that's what we're trying to do for you guys. So hopefully you're enjoying it, and hopefully you'll stick with us throughout the evening. Hopefully we all get it wrapped up. Right, okay, let's take a quick break. I did mention
Cén fág am rúcht an Vulcan. Ó éfacht ag inscanna Gala? Cén dóí Austin Crystal? An Ovrian Overwalia? Cén cuí Cohiach an Spas? Cad is cúis le tinardí éagsú le fuma? Ó éfacht ag Raiach na Sula am Los?
Tá páistí lán de cheiste na fisracha. Tug an blast óliaach de ESB atá curtha fálaigh an RDS, cuaach de fáistí an óliaach atá taobh hir de cheiste na siimplí a Isrú. Díra cosú leis na ceiste na seo. Cuir ceist do runga ag esbscienceblast.com.
Every year, we donate millions of euros, hundreds of hours and thousands of items to good causes. The Charities Regulator keeps a record of every charity in Ireland. So if you want to give to a charitable cause, go on our website and check so you know what your giving will be put to good use. Click, check, give. Check your giving to a registered charity at checkacharity.ie. The Charities Regulator. Please give confidently.
At Centra, we've got amazing Christmas simple savers from now until the big man arrives. Like Nestle Black Magic 348 gram and Dairy Box 322 grams €6 each. Jacob's Elite Selected Tins €10 each. And 19 Crimes Wine Selected Range €8 each. Perfect for Christmas. Centra. Live every day. Enjoy alcohol sensibly.
Buncrana Golf Club Charity Bingo will take place in the Inishowen Gateway Hotel, Buncrana, this Thursday, 5th of December, in association with Buncrana Children's Charity. €3,000 must go on the night, including €1,000 to be won on the last house. Doors open at 7:30 with eyes down at 8:30. That's Buncrana Golf Club Charity Bingo at the Inishowen Gateway on Thursday, 5th of December.
At Specsavers, we've got hearing devices that can stream music or movies. Ones that are good in crowds, rechargeable battery ones that are good at home, ones that are good in the great outdoors, ones that connect to phones, ones that fit in your ear, ones that fit over your ear, ones that fit in wherever you happen to be. We've even got ones with the latest advanced tech, like the Phonak Infinio Sphere. And they're all available at great Specsavers prices. So book a free hearing check today. OK Hearing is not okay.
There's no time to waste. Start saving big on your energy bills this Black Friday with our best offer of the year. Switch to SSE Airtricity today and save up to €790 on your electricity and gas. Plus, you'll get €150 welcome credit. Don't miss out. This limited time offer ends on December 9th. Switch today at sscertricity.com/save790. SSE Airtricity. This is Generation Green. EAB €2,583. Rates valid from the 1st to the 7th, 2024. For T's and C's, tariff, standing charges, exit fees and savings claims, see sscertricity.com/save790.
Election 24 on Highland Radio. The Count, live from the Aura Leisure Centre.
Okay, you're very welcome back to our special programme. We are waiting on the distribution of the votes of John McNulty of Fine Gael. 3,434. They're being distributed now. Paul Trudy here. I know you're dying on us, are you?
Yes.
Just while the lads are away.
Slowly down. It's okay. I'm still here.
Just while the lads are away, I was just supposing. I was just supposing there in my, when you get a moment to yourself, and I really think this transfer to Nicky Bradley is. I think it pulls the rug completely from under Thomas Pringle. I think it actually completely scuppers his pathway to it.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it. If Nicky Bradley goes above, Noel Jordan,
yes.
Eventually, then it comes down to a point whereby it's Nicky Bradley's votes that are being distributed, which are going to be very favourable to Charlie McConalogue compared to Thomas Pringle. So I think her going above Noel Jordan actually. Effectively, I believe, and I could be wrong, I think that actually really puts Charlie McConalogue front and centre in the driving seat.
But if she was eliminated next, her votes are still going to be distributed and still going to Charlie McConalogue?
Yes, but it made sense when I was out in the hallway. I will think it through.
Yes,
but I do believe it makes sense. I think the order is significant because I think there's votes within there, I think, that don't go to Pringle now that would have before because of that change of position.
Niall Blaney had a good point earlier on when he spoke, in that it's not the original vote. So the extra votes that they're gaining along the way as well are transfers. So where did they start?
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that they necessarily are all going to go to where we predict they should go, because we don't know where they started.
Yeah, but depending on which candidate it is, for one candidate, it's less likely there are votes in there for Pringle at all. Depending on who.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think Nicky will transfer back to Charlie McConalogue.
Yeah.
You have Milford Carrigot, which is Blaney territory. Pringle is too far away geographically. That says Michelle Kay. Declan Jordan, great coverage, fair play to all and to the panel for their patience. Heart in their mouth stuff for remaining candidates. For what my political knowledge is worth, I think Charlie will return, and I really do feel with the change in that order, I think it does favour him. Let me see. Pringle, the Redress Party, and a couple of the new independent guys we had at the door. That must be a continuation of another comment. Sean says, keep up the great work, Greg. I'm rooting for Charles Ward. Great captions too. Thanks for the updates. It's no problem. Tina says, brilliant coverage from Highland Radio, and great to see Charles Ward doing well. And we've had so many of you messaging in too as well. Let me remind you of that number, 086 60 25,000. Your WhatsApps and texts coming directly into us here at coming straight into us here at the Count Centre. Over 8,000 voters in South Donegal with no TD based in the area. Micheál Naughton as an independent with his Sligo roots, or even a Greg Hughes as an agreed Donegal candidate would be ideal. I don't think so, folks. That's a nice thing to say, though. Massive achievement on the cards here for Charles Ward, especially when Inishowen and some high-profile activists let him down so badly, abandoning the cause to jump on the Sinn Féin wave. They should never be forgotten. I don't see it like that. I think there are high-profile people within that movement that have had allegiances to Sinn Féin or have been working with Sinn Féin to actually formulate their policy in this regard. So what do you do in that situation? Do you abandon those relationships altogether? A caller says, we're currently packing our home to move out due to defective blocks. To have Charlie Wood representing us in the Dáil Éireann will give us the hope we need. This week, we should be putting up our Christmas decorations. Instead, we're packing our bags to leave our home. Delighted for Charles Ward. Isn't it possible that Nicky Bradley will leapfrog Noel Jordan with the transfers from her running mate John McNulty? That's what we're expecting to happen
she will,
now.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a given. Nearly a perfect election in Donegal for redress. It would top it all off if Charlie McConalogue got what he deserves. And on it goes. There is a mixed bag in there. Right, okay, so that looks good. The people are up on stage inputting into the computers, so we're not far away now.
Not too far, no.
It'll be interesting to see what the crack is. I note now Pat the Cope Gallagher's in.
Is he? Yes.
Who else did I see over there? Obviously, I just noted a little bit of change in the mood in the Pringle camp over there, and I think I really do. I can't articulate it as well as I would like, but I really do think the order changing does have an impact.
You sense they may be a little bit more anxious now.
Yeah, I think it does. I think it does have an impact in as to how the votes spread out and who they benefit and how. Like, say for instance, if Pat the Cope, say for instance Nikki Bradley, right? Okay, with her going out above Noel Jordan, Nikki Bradley will put Pat the Cope Gallagher over the quota, and it's government votes.
If there's a surplus, yeah.
Yep, there is government votes that go from Pat the Cope Gallagher to Charlie McConalogue, and that's how I think the order affects
the overall.
Thomas Pringle negatively, because it brings government votes via Pat the Cope Gallagher going through the quota, and that order wouldn't have changed quite at that point if there hadn't been such a lift for Nikki Bradley. So I think that's what effectively is going to work very much in Charlie McConalogue's favour.
I mean, it's, as we have said all along, this is boiled down to the last elimination that we're looking at, the last seat. Nothing has changed there. We will not know. Well, I mean, now we anticipate Jordan is going to be the next to be eliminated, and then Nikki Bradley. So
Nikki, see, that's about so then Nikki Bradley, right? Nikki Bradley transfers as she would have transferred anyway, right? But at that point she will, because Pat the Cope Gallagher doesn't need much now. So inter-party, inter-government transfers, and that brings, and if she transfers relatively big to Pat the Cope Gallagher, then Charlie McConalogue benefits from those transfers that he ordinarily may not have if they hadn't been removed from that order.
Change in the elimination order.
As I say, I could be as far out as Fanad Lighthouse, but anyway. But that's what we're here for. I mean, all we can do is speculate, isn't it? Because we don't have all the information.
We've been doing it for 2 days now.
Exactly. For those of you listening, I'll just give you the state of play here. The quota is 12,771. We've just had the distribution of Mary T. Sweeney's 3,376 votes, and you would have heard us talk to Mary T. Sweeney. I think she's pleased with where she's at. Pearse Doherty, Pádraig McLaughlin are elected. Pat the Cope Gallagher's on 11,294 votes. He is around about, 1,500 or less shy of the quota. Charles Ward of 100% Redress Party got a massive transfer, 1,318 votes from 1,318 votes from Mary T. Sweeney, which has left him now in fourth spot, which seemed unimaginable as we were looking at the tallies coming out of Innishowen, but there you are, 9,784 votes. The presumption is people are presuming that means he is home and hosed. Charlie McConalogue of Fianna Fáil is sat around 8,771. He hasn't increased a great deal over the course of this whole process today. He's just sat there whilst others have moved around. Thomas Pringle now sitting on 6,795. He got a transfer of 300 and what is that? Okay, thank you. Apple tart, lovely. Look what I just got. It's an apple tart, I think. I hope it's not mince pie. It's not a mince pie. No, can't have it. Is there mint? Is there mince in it? Well, why do they call it a mince pie? All right, okay. Right, so Thomas Pringle got 338 votes from Mary T. Sweeney. That leaves him on 6,795. Again, if Charles Ward wasn't in there pulling 1,318 votes from Mary T. Sweeney, I think he would have done much better from Mary T, because they've got this relationship goes back to the last election.
And that as well, I mean, it's one of the things that Mary T. Sweeney will have to walk away from this election and feel a sense of pride that she has given Charles Ward that seat. She really has pushed him over that line, as has everybody else, but she had that's a humongous transfer to get. And I mean, Mary T. has done that with her campaign.
Now, Noel Jordan of Sinn Féin, he received 194 votes from Mary T. Sweeney, which leaves him on 5,339. Nicky Bradley Fine Gael picked up 146 votes from Mary T. Sweeney and stands at 4280. John McNulty has been eliminated. He had 3,434 votes, which are going to transfer heavily, as you'd imagine, to his Fine Gael running mate, Nicky Bradley, and that will have her leapfrog over Noel Jordan. Noel Jordan will then be eliminated. Thomas Pringle might do really well from that. Then Nicky Bradley will be eliminated. And what my proposition is that she will put Pat the Cope
and Charlie McConnell.
But Pat the Cope certainly above the quota. That gets Pat the Cope elected through the quota, and then that brings a batch of votes in that no one had counted. That government surplus, effectively, no one had counted those. I don't believe they had anyway. Maybe they had. Maybe that's what Noel Blaine is counting. And I think that's the variable that complicates it for Thomas Pringle and maybe might see Charlie McConnell home. Road Warrior wants a mince pie. Well, there's one here, by the way.
No, somebody's eating it. Too late.
Is it gone?
Too late.
All right, okay.
Too late.
I've got it. I was sharing with Trudy my theory that I think I think Charlie McConnell is in a really strong position now, because I was saying to our listeners and I was saying to Trudy now, there's votes coming into play that I don't think Thomas Pringle's crew had counted for at this stage, and that would be a surplus from Pat the Cope Gallagher exceeding the quota. And I think with Nicky Bradley and Jordan switching spots, Nicky Bradley puts Pat the Cope Gallagher over the quota, and that brings in government votes effectively from Pat the Cope to Charlie McConnell that weren't in the Pringle calculations.
No, I think that's a good formation, because the calculations and the formulas that John Campbell were using, they had John or Noel Jordan coming into play at this point.
Yep.
And or Nicky Bradley being gone, the other way around. So this is throwing the whole thing up in the air now as a result of...
Because do you remember when we were going back talking about the fact that Pat the Cope might not reach the quota? Well, that means his surplus, and it could be quite a healthy surplus, that means his surplus was not factored in to the Pringle plans.
Yeah. Because Pat the Cope is only, he's only 1,000 off the quota, isn't it? No, he's 1,500.
Yep.
1,500 off the quota. All right, so he's a good bit off it yet. So, of course, when he's elected, he won't have, in principle, he won't have a huge amount of a surplus to share around anyway, so...
Well, there's 7,000 votes there in Fine Gael. 8,000. He's going to get a good chunk of those.
Oh, well, yeah, that's okay. So he's only 1,500, yeah. Because there are two, right? John McNulty's now, Noel Jordan's then, Nicky Bradley's then, right? So that's really going to... I always had a thing about John McNulty, about what he was going to do for Thomas Pringle, and there was just a strong statement made there for me in that anyway, that given the fact that of their proximity to each other on a geographical basis, Thomas Pringle didn't get near enough of John McNulty as far as I'm concerned. John McNulty had 3-4 for distribution.
Okay, Frankie McBurty, who's watching with us, he says that John Campbell said earlier that Pat the Cope would have a surplus. I just don't think it was a surplus that might have been calculated in this fashion. Maybe at the scale that it might be there on. It might not be there in any big scale, but we're here speculating. Isn't that what that's what the plan is?
Yeah.
All right. P. Bonner also points out not much surplus. Lorcan, boys, what is the next count announced? Well, the next count announced is it is count number 13, which could be unlucky for some. And at this stage, I don't see Geraldine up there, but at this stage there are 3 people up on stage inputting into computers, which normally means that that's the final stage. The people counting, I think their job is done.
Yeah, I don't know walk around the floor. Sorry, Greg, I don't know walk around the floor, and so the counting and sorting is all done. It's just that we're scrutinising the votes again before they put them into their pigeonholes, so they can't be too far off now, actually.
No.
So it started at 8:10. That's an hour and 20 minutes ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, fairly slow.
Yeah, it is indeed. There is more people in here now. They've obviously...
Here's another analysis I was just sent here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to read it out. It's not mine. I'm just going to read it out. It's from Michelle.
Read slowly so I can have a bite of this thing.
Okay. I'll read this slowly. So if Noel Jordan is going out now, his votes will go to Pringle and Ward. They may go to Pat the Cope, but then Nikki out, Ward could do really well from her and McConnell. It could put Ward up to the third seat. There you go.
Frank McBurty predicted that a long time ago, in fairness to him.
There's good logic behind that. The only thing around it is that most of Noel Jordan's support is going to come along the sort of Mount Charles all the way over as far as Donegal Town, all the way over as far as, would say, Carrick, over that area. I don't think the defective block issue is very prevalent in that area.
Yeah, but some of those could some of those not be Pearse Doherty or Barry McLaughlin votes that have made their way down the county?
They could now, but of course, because see, Pearse Doherty is mixing things up very badly for us here, because he's taking votes all over the place. Like, he's even taken, what did he take, 4,000 votes out of Inishowen or whatever. So yeah, it's really there's good logic behind that.
It's fascinating stuff. Some texts coming in here, keeping them coming in. And we want your...
it's great to hear other people's inputs.
Exactly, we want your input too.
Yes.
Right, are you pasting in Facebook comments into my phone as well? No? Okay. Thanks very much, Greg, Donald, Caroline and all the Highland staff and the great panel. Great coverage. Thank you all. Well done. Councillor Michael McClafferty, no problem whatsoever. Good to hear from you, Michael. John Campbell did say that Pat the Cope surplus may favour Pringle. Them votes will not be Fianna Fáil votes, okay? If Cope gets a surplus from Nicky Bradley, if the Cope gets a surplus from Nicky Bradley, they will take votes that came from Nicky Bradley and redistribute those votes and random votes from Cope. So the order of elimination makes no difference, Greg. That comes in from a Ward supporter. I'm not quite... Well, okay, we'll see. Let me see another one here. Thanks very much. Okay, that's all of you. Very nice for the nice comments that are coming through. Watch you don't bite your fingers, Greg. Lol. It's possible. And don't forget, of course, we'll be back with the 9 till noon show tomorrow. I wonder will we be in the station or we might do the show from here. I'm not really quite sure yet, but we've been in election fever for the last couple of days, but we do have the regular bread and butter to do. Road Warrior says this is great coverage. We might as well be there. Well done to you all. Well, that's what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to make it feel like you are here and that you could be here. And I believe all of 4 are up on that stage now. So we are expecting a vote really, really soon. Okay, listeners, text us in and viewers send messages on the socials. Who do you think will get the last seat? And why? 086 60 25,000. And I mean, not necessarily who you might, who you would like, but who do you believe will get the last seat? 086 60 25,000, or comment on the stream, and we'll read those out as well here. Yes, please. Let me put your microphone up.
Just following on as well from the local elections in relation to the 100% Redress Party, that happened then. Their candidate leapfrogged Kieran Brogan into the third seat. That was never ever predicted, based on transfers as well. So, because Devine at that stage jumped up, and nobody predicted that he was going to ever take over Kieran Brogan.
Yeah. Okay. So there is precedent for quirks, but again, it was said earlier, and I think it may have been Frank McBurty again, that the way we vote in this county is different than we used to vote, and it's just not as predictable or not as formulaic as it maybe once was.
At this stage, I think the order of seats don't matter. Just get one. And I'm sure that's what the candidates are thinking themselves at this stage.
Yeah, what do you think, John?
Well, yeah, I would say it like at this point, it's just a waiting game. These we're waiting the result of a count here. Are we or are we not?
Oh yeah, we're waiting for the 13th.
We were expecting that at 9:30.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, it's just a waiting game. I would say that from talking to people on the floor there, I would say that a betting man would put money on McConnell to hold that seat.
Yeah.
Now, too many things have to fall into play here.
For Pringle?
Yeah. The fact that Charlie McConaughey took 2.58 from McNulty. Was that McNulty's vote?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pringle they were aiming for 600 from him. They got 570. But you know, that has been kind of offset by.
No, sorry. We're waiting on McNulty's vote now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Sorry. No, that was Mary T. Sweeney's.
Is this whose vote are we analysing here? Because
we're
waiting for John McNulty's.
John McNulty's now.
Yeah, but we were given. We were given the figures.
You haven't got Pat the Cope or Charles Ward still missing.
Yeah, they were incomplete.
So like we're waiting and waiting.
It's an hour and a half now, this count.
Ever since there was talk of a recount, things have ground to a halt.
Slightly. You see, what's happening now, there's bigger numbers all the time. The next count is going to be a couple of hours.
But Trudy told me that wouldn't matter. She said that they had the staff and the resilience.
You promised them.
Yeah, but I think it's getting tighter and tighter. So.
And there's more scrutiny. Would love to see Charles Ward get it. McConaughey's been there, done that, or done nothing, they say. Charles Ward's pretty much locked in, folks. So if you're a Charles Ward fan, I think you can relax, can you?
Well, there's 4 seats, effectively. Charles Ward, Pat the Cope, and the 2 Sinn Féin seats are locked in.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm still getting messages here concerned about Pat the Cope. Could he lose out? And I'm saying again, he can't lose out. The seat's his. It has been since the first count, since the tallies were done yesterday.
A lot of people presume in their commentary that Donegal will have a minister.
Yeah.
That's it. Is that not a bit of a leap? I think we're getting very close here.
It's a bit presumptuous, but we've had a minister now for numbers of years from Joe McHugh's time. Joe McHugh would have done about 15 months maybe.
He was the Minister for Education.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not guaranteed. Charlie McConaughey is not guaranteed a ministry.
No. That depends on how many Fine Gael will want.
Okay, we're about to learn an awful lot, and it's going to lead to an awful lot more speculation, of course, but we're about to learn an awful lot about how this election may go. Geraldine, our returning officer, has those details now.
Agreenie Ushla. Seo Alianas Thurry on Trio Kuntas Jeg in Cuid Voti John McNulty 3 Mila Kerricade Triacha Cara Vote a 8 Alju. Bradley Nicky Finnegail Moja Mila Shockgade Fihas a Hain. Omlon Voti 6 Mila agus a Hain. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Kerricade Chuigas sa Seacht. Omlán Vótaí 1,000 Seachtgéad Chuige Hain. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Céad Seachta Cahar. Omlán Vótaí 5,500 is a 30. McConaughey Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja 258. Omlán Vótaí 9,000 agus 29. Sin 9,000 agus 29. Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja 571. Omlán Vótaí 7,366. Ward Charles 100% redress Moja Cade Fihasakuig. Omlán Vótaí 9,000 agus a 9. Popper Waloji now in Astraha Cade Fihasahucht. Omlán 1,500 is a 3 Near one ein Irhor an quota ama sa chuntas seo. Kennis nach will fuilje voti a yalwu, chuirhi me an Irhor a will an majus lu voti ega, Noel Jordan. 5,500 is a 3 vota as an orif. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 13th count, which consisted of the distribution of John McNulty's 3,434 votes. Total of votes distributed, 3,434 votes. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael, plus 1,721. Total votes, 6,001. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil, plus 457. Total votes 11,751. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, plus 174. Total votes 5,513. McConaughey Charlie Fianna Fáil, plus 258. Total votes 9,029. Pringle Thomas non-party, plus 571. Total votes 7,366. Ward Charles 100% redress, plus 125. Total votes 9,909. Non-transferable papers not effective 128. Total 1,513. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Noel Jordan, 5,513 votes. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you very much indeed. So, what were you saying there?
9:42.
Is it 9:42 now?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
It'll be after 11 when we get this count.
Yeah.
It's a big count, 5,513.
Yeah, favour the mic for me, John.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I don't have a... Well, I have a mic at home when I'm talking to you.
It's brilliant. That's a new setup, that.
It's a new mic, yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's cracking. It's like having you sitting in studio.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Let's start a podcast. Right. So, we now have John McNulty's surplus distributed there now, and it's Noel Jordan's 5,513 votes that are up for grabs. The Pringles crew, I think, might be concerned at the order of elimination, John, and the ramifications that might have.
They have to be here because they haven't made enough inroads. Yeah, they were hoping for 600 votes from John McNulty. They got 570, which is fine, but Charlie McConaughey got 258, and that could be the factor that will leave them chasing votes that might not be there at the end.
Okay, well, let's get some reaction to the man's votes that are on the table now. It is John McNulty, and he has joined Donald Cavan. Not John McNulty, I beg your pardon. It is Noel Jordan who has joined Donald Kavanagh.
Thank you very much indeed, Greg. Noel Jordan, Councillor Noel Jordan, of course, member of Donegal County Council. In 2016, Sinn Féin ran 3 candidates. Pádraig McLaughlin lost his seat. This time you came damn close to taking a 3rd seat. That was a great performance.
Yeah, I'm delighted with the vote that got out, and I would like to thank each and every one that put their name on the ballot paper for me. A huge vote, and as I said, Donald, back in 2020 we got 2.7 of a quota, and people were asking and encouraging us to run the 3rd candidate, and it was always on the cards. And we ran it damn close. We did run it very damn close.
You were one of the last candidates to be nominated. You're barely there 3.5 weeks. I mean, to put that together in 3.5 weeks, I have to ask the question, were you preparing for a potential run before that, or did you start when your name was announced?
When my name was announced, I started. And as I said, I spoke about this before. We felt, the first week of canvassing, it was a bit flat, and it's probably a bit flat for everybody. But we felt we were getting the message out within the last 10 days, running into election day. We're getting people engaging with us, and they wanted that change out there that we were offering to them. And I felt anyway, if we'd had another week at least, it would have been worth a lot more votes to us. But look, I have to be happy with the first preference votes I got and the end result here. And I suppose the most important thing is to get our two candidates over the line. But we realised under the campaign that it was a three-candidate strategy, and we were there. We know the votes are there in Donegal. Donegal has always been good to Sinn Féin anyway. But just probably with the amount of votes we did get now, it equals 3 seats anyway.
I have to ask the question, and it relates to that. Pearse Doherty numerically got the highest number of votes of any candidate in the country. He got higher than the Healy race, higher than Michael Healy race. Simon Harris got a higher percentage vote, but the numerical total, Pearse Doherty, highest in the country. It begs the question, given that you and Pearse Doherty aren't a million miles apart geographically, had you managed to vote better, could you have got 3 seats?
Of course we could. Of course, we all know Pearse is a formidable candidate, formidable politician, and we believe that we could run that man anywhere and get him elected. People ask me, well, why did he get so many votes in my area and why did he get so many votes? Look, we went out with a clear message saying to people, but, it's very hard to make them to do that shift. They believe that Pearse Doherty has a voice that is going to create change for everybody, but we were trying to say that I need the number one in my area, and look, that's the way it is. It's going to be hard to manage that, but I think if we managed it in a different way, there's 3 seats there for Sinn Féin. We've proven 2020 we've probably maybe dropped 1,000 votes on that, but very, very close. There's certainly 3 seats there, and it'll be something that we'll be looking for in the next election.
Nationally, the perception and portrayal of Sinn Féin has been like a wave. It's been up, it's been down, it's been up, and it's been down. 18 months ago, Mary Lou McDonald was being spoken about the next as the next Taoiseach. 18 days ago, Mary Lou McDonald was being spoken about as a broken flush, and Sinn Féin were going to lose seats hand over fist in Dáil Éireann. 11% in the poll, Sinn Féin didn't stand a chance. I mean, Sinn Féin's found something over the past couple of weeks over this campaign, looking like it's going to be in around about the 40 seats now going back in. Mary Lou McDonald said this morning that Sinn Féin have now firmly established themselves as a potent and permanent force in Irish politics. You would concur with that, and you want to be part of that?
Of course, and as proven here, you can see it in Donegal. The vote that we got in 2020, we've stabilised that vote, and it's shown there in ballot papers throughout this count centre all weekend that we just needed that probably nationwide. We needed that bit more momentum, and we probably just didn't reach the heights of 2020, but we were very, very, very close, very close. And as I say, we've put ourselves on that platform now that we will be contesting as a mass party, rather than it would have been a disaster if we'd lost a lot of seats, but that didn't happen, and we're still there, and we're confident. All I can say, in the Donegal perspective, we're confident that we'll take 3 seats the next time.
You're due at a budget workshop meeting tomorrow. It's taking place in Lifford. You're due in Lifford on Wednesday for the budget meeting itself. I mean, you've got to hit the ground running again tomorrow morning as a councillor. Does this give you renewed vigour as a councillor? Does this give you a new impetus as a councillor, knowing that you've put in the performance you put in this election?
Well, you have to be happy with your performance, but I know the bread and butter tomorrow. I'm back as a councillor. And people know what they get from me as a councillor now, because I work hard for my constituents. And if you look at the ballot boxes, when you see the boxes being emptied yesterday, particularly in South Donegal, them people that continue from 2014 up to this day, they're still supporting me. So we're doing something right. But nationally, Sinn Féin is doing something right.
No, Jordan, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks.
Well done, Noel. Thank you.
All right, he talked about wanting an extra week. I'll give him an extra 2 days because I announced that they added him as a candidate on a Wednesday or Tuesday, and they weren't due to announce it to Thursday, and they had to bring it forward. Anyway, all right, I think it's been quite gracious there. I think it is interesting, and Donald alluded to in that questioning, the letters that were sent out, if they'd have sent them out, if they'd have just broken up the county a little bit better, and I do genuinely feel that maybe they were overcautious for Pádraig McLaughlin's seat and the threats that he may have faced up there. But anyway, they'll probably know for again. They've got it wrong a couple of times in a row now. If
you want to sort of maximise the number of seats in a constituency, it's inevitable that you have to take risks. So Pearse had a surplus of 6,001, and if he gave half of that, which is 3,000 to Noel Jordan, now he'd be in excess of 8,500, you know, so he'd be right in the mix. But anyway, that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. See, Pearse Doherty's followers, it's very hard to control them because he's getting votes all over the constituency, and he's the only candidate in the field to a degree, apart from a lesser extent Charles Ward, who's getting votes everywhere. So he's just got star appeal, and he's just a big vote getter, so he's just hard to control, you know.
It's hard as well not to vote for who you want to vote for yourself. Even though the party is directing you on what you should do and what's best for the party. Like, if you're a Pearse Doherty's cousin, friend, and you don't live in his area, you know, it's very hard for you not to vote for them, because you kind of, I know it's the right thing to do for the party, but like I would struggle with that as well, you know. I think it's, you can't.
At the same time, Sinn Féin's remit in Donegal is a very powerful one. They have 10 councillors. They have 2 very active TDs. Pearse Doherty is really gold dust to them. He is the finance spokesperson, and he has probably been seen as a future leader if and when Mary Lou decides to step down. You can't stop people from voting for him because of his popularity. No matter how, you can't control these things.
Exactly,
he gets 26% is just a huge, huge achievement, because he's got them down at the back end of Fannin, he's got them down in Shonan, and literally every polling station in Donegal. You don't halt that, but in the process you hope that you can transfer enough of his vote to following candidates like Patrick McLaughlin, which he did, and to Noel Jordan. There's not much you can do about that.
No.
You know,
they just didn't quite reach Noel. You know, that was just it, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, Noel, you see, Sinn Féin decided at their convention in the Clanry Hotel earlier in the year it was going to be a 2-candidate strategy, and it was presumed and accepted.
Can I ask you a direct question on that? And I think I asked it yesterday. Was Noel Jordan ever added to win a 3rd seat for Sinn Féin, or was it strategised and the letters went out in certain areas so he would act as a sweeper to ensure Pádraig McLaughlin would get elected?
I would say most of all what you said, 99% of it is quite true, because if they were really intent on a 3-seat strategy, it would have come at the convention.
Yeah.
You know, like, we don't know what happened at the convention because we weren't there. But to put Noel in just literally 3 weeks ahead of the election was never going to work. It has given him a very good foundation for having another run at it at a later date. But will he want to in 5 years' time?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say so. He seems a career Sinn Féin politician.
Yeah, but
I suppose there's only one of 2 reasons why parties run candidates in excess of what they think they have. One is if the party had been doing polling and they come to the conclusion their polls were showing that they had well in excess of 2 quotas, that's a reason why they would run a 3rd candidate. Or if they were trying to stunt somebody else, for instance, if they were trying to dampen down Thomas Pringle's first preference vote or something like that. So he may have been used as somebody to win a seat or to stop somebody else winning a seat. So there's always a reason for it. They weren't doing it for no reason.
All of a sudden it became a very crowded scene when John McNulty entered the race and Thomas Pringle was down the road. So they wanted to have somebody in between, and that was Noel Jordan, to try and stem the loss of votes. And he was quite successful in doing that. But at the end he fell short by several thousand, you know. Maybe 3,000 wouldn't have got him there, I'm not too sure. Maybe it would have, you know, but he would have had to get a huge amount of transfers. Now, if those transfers, if those first preferences were to have come from somebody else, it had to have been Pearse Doherty, so he wouldn't have the same transfers to give to Patrick McLaughlin to get him elected.
At the moment, Charles Ward is 800, and we know how transfer friendly he is. He is now, 880 votes ahead of Charlie McConalogue. Charles Ward is sitting there in 4th place. Thomas Pringle currently is 1,667 behind Charlie McConalogue. How much of Noel Jordan's vote, I presume we can presume Charlie McConalogue's not going to get much of it at all. So how much of Noel Jordan's vote do you think goes to Thomas Pringle, where will we be at afterwards? Let's just say Charlie McConnell will be at 9,250 because of the quirks of the electoral system.
It's going to need 1,800 to be safe.
But how many will he get? Like, are we? Yeah. Well, one thing we need to do is actively have a look at the tallies and see what's going on, because these trends are going to be huge.
Their management team, Thomas Pringle's management team, is predicting somewhere in the region of 1,800. But what they didn't predict was that McConnell was going to get 258 from John McNulty. So that has offset Thomas Pringle.
And the point I was making to the two other panelists here when you weren't here is that the change in order now means that the government surplus, let me call it that Pat the Cope Galler will have after Nicky Bradley is eliminated, is going to be very problematic for Thomas Pringle. Do you concur with that, John, or am I off the mark?
I think you're quite right.
Because I don't think that was in their figures.
Definitely wasn't. See, we have no idea yet if Pat the Cope is going to be very much over the quota. Will he reach the quota at this point? He probably will, because it's...
But Nicky Bradley, who is a government colleague, and we've talked about where he picked up votes, we talked about where he's popular. She's going to have 6,000 votes in play there.
Yeah,
and if they go to Charlie McConnell, it puts him ahead further of Pringle. And if they go to Cope, it brings his surplus into play. So as far as I can see, Charlie McConnell has 3 outs, and Thomas Pringle has 1.
So Noel Jordan has 5,513 in the pot here. John's talking about 1,800.
That would put him 200 ahead of Charlie.
I don't think 1,800 is going to be enough. He's going to need 2,000. If he gets 2,000, that'll take him up to 9,300, right? And even that Charlie McConnell, he'll be 300 votes ahead of Charlie McConnell. But he has an ace in the pack coming behind him, and that's Nicky Bradley. She's got over 6,000 votes. If Charlie McConnell was able to get 258 seconds from John McNulty, what is he not going to get from Nicky Bradley? I mean, he could get comfortably 500 or 600 votes from Nicky Bradley.
And if he gets
1,800 is going to be way short.
Yes, so if he gets 500 or 600 from Nicky Bradley, how many will Pat the Cope get? Double
Absolutely.
that? Double, triple that? And then
possibly,
and then that leaves 1,000, maybe 1,200 of Pat the Cope's surplus in play.
We're also making presumptions here that may not come true. A lot of Nicky Bradley's vote at that point into the 13th count will not be transferable at all. Her transfer to John McNulty's gone, which would be it might have been slightly smaller than what she got from him, but would be still very, very, very significant. So we don't know exactly what she's going to transfer. But
I don't think Pat the Cope's going to be elected on the next count. He can't be, because we're allocating too many votes here and they're not there.
No, I'm on about sort of from the Nicky Bradley situation. Sorry, one more.
Oh yeah.
He's 1,020 to the quota now.
Yeah.
They're coming out now with the bundles, so is Donald away to have a nose in?
Yes. Do you want? No.
Yeah.
He can do it.
1,020 is a very big ask. Nicky Bradley is based in the Milford area. Pat the Cope is up and Dunlow, and Charlie McConnell is in Glenealy.
But does Charlie McConnell just not need them to go either to him or to Pat the Cope? Either way, they might find their way to he.
A small number will go to Charlie McConnell if it's Pat the Cope's surplus, because there's only going to be there's only going to be a small surplus if Pat the Cope reaches the quota.
It's a very interesting configuration. It's nearly impossible to second guess it, because...
Well, let's do percentages then, John. As far as you see it, as much as we have, break up the percentages for Pringle v Charlie McConnell. Is it 70-30 for McConnell?
In favour of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is around that, actually.
Is that how you see
it? That's a very, very big gap.
Yeah.
I'd go 80-20.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm heavily flavouring Charlie McConnell too.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Because all your points are well made there, but of course what we're factoring here is that the 5,513 is all going into the pot. But Niall McConnell had 285 that weren't transferable. Mary Sweeney had a whopping 723 that weren't transferable. John McNulty, well, had 1,100 or something. So it's safe to say that there could be anything up to 1,000 of 800 or 1,000 of Noel Jordan's votes that might not be transferable. Maybe that's too high. So that means Thomas Pringle needs 2,000 votes. They may not be there to give it to him.
You can have a lot of the votes there that can be specifically Sinn Féin 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yeah, I think there's a presumption that people are mad to give Thomas Pringle a vote as well.
Yeah.
I would be giving him 1/3 of his first count of 3,300. Could give him up to 1,100, but then the fund's only starting because he needs a way over 2,000 at that point.
Even in the Pringle,
I said
even
earlier
in the
that-
Pringle camp calculations, they were talking could be 50 votes either way.
Yeah.
You know, and things have changed quite significantly since then.
They have changed, but like Charlie McConlogue has picked up a vital 258 there from John McNulty. That would be very unexpected. You know, so there's something there, you know, that finally Charlie McConlogue's vote is starting to move into a safe zone. Pringle has so much catching up to do. We can't actually rule it out. Noel Jordan's the only vote that we can sort of second guess is his first preference. And if he gets 1,100 of those, he's still another 1,000 short almost.
See, not that long ago, Charlie McConlogue was stuck on 8,490, and we're thinking he's stuck and he isn't a friend in the room. And suddenly now he's up at 9,029. So he is beginning to motor, and he's pushing deep blue water between himself and Thomas Pringle.
Pringle's transfers haven't got moving at all today like what we might have expected. Again, we were probably focused on the fact that he got such a lift of 2,800 that put him into the third seat effectively 4.5 years ago. That just hasn't happened. So now all they can hope for now is that Jordan's vote will just lift Thomas Pringle.
So in Pringle's, he's picking up more than McConlogue as he goes along, but just not enough.
This is the problem.
Like it's been more than McConlogue the whole way along, but not enough
and
to
yet
make.
Charles Ward was picking up at a scale
3,
4 to 1.
I know.
Pringle's he's just not doing that.
Yeah.
I'd say Nicky Bradley is going to probably elect Charlie McConlogue.
And Pat the Cope.
And will Pat the Cope's elected?
Already elected,
11-7. He's on dry ground already.
It still takes. It'll take another 3 counts, does it? One way or other.
I think so.
This one and 2 more.
Yes.
Nope.
Go ahead.
After this one, Nicky Bradley will be eliminated, but that will then determine the last seat. Am I not?
But there's counting to be done to
Yeah.
Depends on if there's surpluses and stuff.
Well, there'll be. Let's see. There's
there's
2 seats filled, so there will be 3 left standing here. So 1, 2, 3. So there's only one. There'll be 2 left after Noel Jordan. So that means we have 2 other counts to go, and that's it. It's nice, lights out.
In terms of,
you have nobody at this point that's left who's. We can't second guess that Pat the Cope is going to go over the quota here. It is possible.
He won't go over it on this one, John. He can't.
He probably won't.
No. He needs his 1,000 votes, and he'll not get it. Because Thomas Pringle there'll be a chunk of them non-transferable, and Thomas Pringle's going to get a chunk of them, and Charles Ward will get a bit of them, and that'll be Nicky Bradley and Charlie McConlogue will get nothing out of it. I don't think it's there, John.
The numbers of non-transferable votes continues to grow quite a bit as you go into these double-digit counts. And you're up at the 13th count here, and the transfers have been quite good all day. But again, people not voting through the panel is like who's going to vote down to the 13th count? There will be a handful there.
Yeah, it just goes to show, the value of going down the card.
If you want to.
If you want to, not everybody. I've seen ballot papers there. The whole 20 candidates were voted. So a lot of those candidates would be totally at variance with your political viewpoint.
Yeah, because someone said earlier on, I don't like my votes going to someone that I wouldn't want to be elected. But that's clearly someone who thought they were doing the civic duty, going 1 to 20 when
But if you're voting for somebody that you didn't want to see elected, you deserve all you get.
Okay. Worth considering, out of 77,747 turnout, Sinn Féin achieved 37,506 votes. Yes, indeed, it is. Hello, Greg. Loving the coverage. Interesting stuff. Curious as to how the votes are counted in regards to preferences. Is it only second preferences makes a difference, or how to third and fourth preferences come into account? I mean, there's preferences all over the place, Trudy, at this point that are...
Yeah, we've been through that a good few times, I suppose, but maybe just to clarify it one more time. When you go in to make your vote, you vote number 1, and that is classified then as a first preference vote. After that, you vote number 2. So if the person that you voted number 1 is deemed elected, when their votes then are transferred, if they have a surplus, that goes to the number 2 candidate into their bundle. So we've seen that process happen last night and today. As the count progresses then, candidates are elected or eliminated. In today's process, it's been about eliminations more, so we haven't had anybody elected today to last night. So as each candidate is eliminated, when the votes then are recounted, they're going from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. If the candidate that was voted number 3 has been eliminated, you then look at the number 4 vote. If they've been eliminated, you look at the number 5. If they have been elected, you look at the number 6, and at that stage you may not have a number 6. They're non-transferable, so it boils down to that there. It goes right down to the 20, as you say. So
thank you so very much indeed for that. How did Pearson Park first preferences vote this time compared to 2020? Do you have that information on the top of your head, John?
Yeah, they're down a couple of digits.
Both of them?
Patrick's voters down a bit, and it took a very steep transfer from Doherty to get him there.
Greg, you should be Sinn Féin next General or Director of Elections campaign for the next election. Wow, thank you.
Is there a vacancy?
I don't know, but we've got a comedian in the house. Pierce Doherty's vote was down 2,146 on the last time.
Yeah.
But turnout is down 3.5% as well.
That's a big factor.
So
it's very
what
hard
does that
to
mean?
quantify what that means. Just less people voted, and there was less transfers.
I was going to say turnout is down, but an increased. Yeah, no, it's fair enough. It is down. It is down. Padraig McLaughlin, I think he shipped about 5,000 votes less than he did the last time. Am that right?
Oh, he did,
over
yeah.
13,000 the last time. He's over 8 this time.
Hello, Greg and team. We're watching from Carndonagh and have been listening throughout the weekend. The best analysis in the country. Well done to you all. Just wondering, is that 6,001 negative votes for Nicky Bradley? Okay.
Absolutely not.
No,
that's totally ridiculous.
It's a reference to her saying that we should be a bit more positive.
I suppose I'm being pedantic now. Can I be?
Well, John hasn't stopped all weekend.
I don't even know what that
and
word...
Donald, don't get me started on
I don't even know what that word means. It's just that Trudy said it earlier on. I know what it means. It's just that when I was making a point about the strength of the Redress Party, and Fine Gael made reference about their TD and their councillors and so on and so forth, and somebody said that will Fine Gael have a senator in Donegal? No, they don't.
Huh?
Fine Gael don't have a senator.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, that isn't pedantic. That's actually quite accurate. They don't have a senator in Donegal.
They had one. Don't have one.
Yeah.
If Micheál Martin is Taoiseach, there'll probably be a Fianna Fáil senator in Donegal, Niall Blaney. There might not be a second one.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot riding on Conlow winning this. You know, they will retain their senator in Donegal with Niall Blaney.
Yeah.
Either been chosen by the Taoiseach or in an open race where he'll be given preference because of helping to get Charlie McConlogue over the line.
I don't predict the Cope will reach the quota on Jordan's transfers. I predict strong surplus for Pringle this count. Listening here to Mr. Rooney and Mr. McAteer.
Yeah, thanks.
Something
on about this, you know, this ain't going to finish well. On about Sinn Féin stopping getting someone from a seat. Get a grip, boys. That's democracy for you. The way you're talking, they want the same people in Le Fine Gael. Show full screen, Greg. I don't know what you mean by that. Show full screen up. This is all I've got, folks. Full screen, is that what you mean? All right, okay. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Hi, Greg. I'm your biggest fan. Please say hi to my wife, Megan. Hi, Megan. Don't know what that means, but anyway. Left the Aura an hour ago, and I have to say the coverage is unbelievable. I know more by sitting at home than I did in the Aura. Thomas Pringle will benefit greatly from Noel Jordan. It should get him over the line and get a TD for South Donegal. Otherwise, we're left from this side of the Gurbara to the far side of Letterkenny. Holding strong hope for Pringle to pull a strong transfer from Jordan's vote in the southwest. It's very difficult to call. I thought Pringle would have benefited slightly more from McNulty's transfers based on John's tally. There, essentially, Pringle is banking on Jordan now. Ward should end up in the 5th seat, says a listener. I'm going with Niall Blaney, thinking on it. Charlie McConnell will make it as Charlie lives in Burt. We'll stick with the Burt boys. Pringle should get elected as Charlie, a government TD and minister fighting for the last seat, is a statement from voters of what they think of his work. Listening in New York all weekend and looking forward to seeing Pat the Cope Gallagher elected. Thanks for the brilliant coverage, Highland team, from Gemma. Hiya, Gemma. And that is me close on up to date there, I think. Is it? Yep. All right. Okay, we have to take a quick break. We'll be back with more from the Aura Leisure Centre really shortly. Stay where you are, everybody.
With MasterCard Priceless Experiences, the possibilities are endless.
You could be front row, screaming every lyric.
Or lost for words at the final act.
Sorry. Discovering new destinations.
Or a land of mouth-watering flavours.
So if you're a MasterCard cardholder, register at priceless.com to unlock a world of priceless experiences. From exclusive dining events to historic tours.
One place, endless possibilities. Priceless.
It's Social Work Awareness Week, and TUSLA is recruiting social workers for positions all across the country and offering 70 funded places on its Master of Social Work apprenticeship. Social workers are vital in supporting children and families in our communities. Whether you are a recent graduate or thinking of a career change, explore different TUSLA career opportunities at tusla.ie or email tuslarecruit@tusla.ie. Make a difference to children and families. Join TUSLA.
Hello, my name's Enda Walsh, and I'm a dairy farmer from Ormore, County Galway. In Ireland, we're always looking for a better cow. A cow that's healthier, happier and longer lived. A cow that gives us more milk of a higher quality with specific health benefits. A cow that has a lower carbon footprint. We're finding that better cow through our world-leading breeding programs based on years of science and research. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Dairy Council, everyone's dairy.
Tony usually hates her morning commute, but something is different today. Tony has a grin brimming from ear to ear and an uncontrollable urge to tap her toes. You see, she just switched to 48 Mobile, so she now gets unlimited data for $12.99 a month and feels like the smuggest person on the bus. 48 Mobile. Good call. T's and C's apply. See 48.ie. $12.99 one-time activation fee. Unlimited data applies to ROI only. Subject to coverage.
This Black Friday at Screwfix, grab the Milwaukee M18 Angle Grinder Bear Unit for only $99.95 and the DeWalt 18-volt 4-amp-hour XOR battery for only $49.95. For more Black Friday deals, shop online and in-store. It's not too late. Deals end 2nd of December. Subject to availability. See screwfix.ie for full T's and C's.
Live from the Aura Leisure Centre, it's Election 24 on Highland Radio. The results.
And indeed, we're not quite there at the results yet, but we're edging ever closer. It is, what time is it? It is 13 minutes past 10 on this Sunday, the 1st of December, and we are just about to head into the 12th hour of our broadcast. We're 11 hours and 54 minutes on air with you. We've been on since 10 o'clock, which is as soon as we could have got into the centre. Some of us didn't get out of bed till 10 o'clock and landed here at 12.
We were advised to get here for 12 and we were here at a quarter to 12.
What makes you think I'm talking about you?
I know, fine, you're looking at me. Suspiciously looking.
A viewer says, John McAteer's claims about John Campbell being never wrong with a kiss of death for Campbell's predictions.
We don't know that yet. I mean, we're hearing that Thomas Pringle on this count could be getting way over 2,000.
Bernard says, get John Campbell on again. Everyone here just guessing. Let me assure you.